A typical university student, Chen Chao, recently acquired a new smartphone, yet found that only the Douyin app functioned properly. Upon opening the app, he was taken aback to discover a group titled Celestial Douyin Group. The celestial beings, including the moon goddess Chang'e, the fairy Zixia, and the queen mother of the West, appear to be engaging in playful transformations, while the great sage Sun Wukong and others were live-streaming promotional sales. Congratulations! You have successfully purchased the 72 transformations of the great sage from the Douyin store. Notification: the elixir from the Supreme Lord Laozi has been dispatched. Please be on the lookout. Welcome to the Celestial Douyin store. We eagerly anticipate your visit. Please remember to like, comment, and share. Chapter 1. The Celestial Douyin Group. In the coastal city of Yuanghai, within the campus of a technological university, Chen Chao reclined against a bench, a radiant smile gracing his features as he held the latest model of smartphone. This prized possession was the result of his relentless labor over the summer, working 5 jobs to earn enough to gift it to his girlfriend, with whom he had been in a relationship for 6 months. The screen flickered with vibrant images, and a smile tugged at the corners of Chen Chao's mouth. Today's phone feels extraordinarily warm. The smoke has traveled through my lungs and throat. The young lady on the other side of the screen remains the unattainable dream I yearn for. A video played, eliciting a bittersweet smile from Chen Chao. Indeed, an unattainable dream. He had pursued his girlfriend for 3 long years. During this time, he had moved from a small northern city to the southern coast to attend university, silently guarding her side for 3 years. Today, as fate would have it, was his birthday, and he had made plans to meet her the day prior. Yet, as dusk approached, she had yet to arrive. Xiao Xue, time is slipping away, and you should be aware of my feelings. Hence, I will give you a few days to contemplate this matter. Suddenly, a chilling voice echoed. Xiao Xue? Chen Chao's gaze sharpened, lifting his eyes to see a girl clad in a flowing white dress, instantly capturing his attention. Yang Xue? Chen Chao frowned, confusion etching his features. Wasn't she supposed to be with her friends today? And this man beside her was urging her to think things through? Chen Chao was not naive in an instant. He understood. The man next to Yang Xue, dressed in a tailored suit, bore an arrogant gleam in his eye as he looked at her with fervent intensity. Yang Xueyu. Chen Chao inhaled deeply, suppressing his anger, and furrowed his brow. A fleeting panic flickered in Yang Xue's eyes. Before she could respond, the man beside her, Bai Tingshan, stepped forward, raising his chin slightly, his gaze filled with arrogance. What are you staring at? Who are you to meddle in my affairs? Bai Tingshan narrowed his eyes, his demeanor growing colder. This woman had captured his interest for months, yet he had seen no signs of success, which began to irritate him. Just as he thought he was on the verge of triumph, a poor boy appeared out of nowhere. Yang Xue, who is he? Chen Chao's brows knitted further, a hint of mockery creeping onto his face. Damn, Chen Chao cursed inwardly. Hadn't it become abundantly clear by now? Let's go. Yang Xue's expression shifted to one of urgency. Planning to leave? Yang Xue, don't tell me you've rejected me for so long because of this poor boy? Bai Tingshan raised an eyebrow, his gaze towards Chen Chao laced with amusement. Yang Xue is my girlfriend. I don't care who you are. Disappear from her side immediately. Chen Chao inhaled sharply, his expression turning icy. Oh, Bai Tingshan's brow arched, his gaze growing colder still. Do you really think so highly of yourself? Bai Tingshan's eyes scanned between the two while Yang Xue remained silent. He had pieced together the situation. What are you all still doing? Get him! Bai Tingshan roared to the 2 burly men behind him. They advanced purposefully as they were his bodyguards, always close at hand. Today, they had only followed him due to his direct orders. Unexpectedly, someone dared to disrupt the scene. How audacious! You little brat, are you courting death? The 2 muscular men approached, their eyes icy. Bai Tingshan's expression darkened with resentment. This woman, who had remained indifferent to him for so long, had chosen the wretched boy before him. Beat him, Bai Tingshan commanded, his voice laced with fury. He had no intention of acknowledging someone of Chen Chao's stature. Bang! Before Chen Chao could react, one of the burly men lunged forward, delivering a brutal kick to his abdomen, sending him sprawling to the ground. Pain surged through Chen Chao's midsection, and his vision blurred with rage. Was Bai Tingshan truly so formidable that he could act with such impunity? Curse it, you insolent brat! Are you defiant? Do you know who this is? This is our young master Bai. Is he someone you can offend? The 2 men lunged aggressively. Chen Chao felt a barrage of fists rain down upon him, the pain overwhelming, causing him to feel faint. Suddenly, the phone he had gripped tightly slipped from his grasp, crashing to the ground. "Stop! I'll go with you." A cold voice broke through the chaos. The two burly men, already fatigued from their assault, halted at the sound, glancing toward Bai Tingshan. However, he remained fixated on Chen Chao, captivated by her alluring figure and striking beauty, clearly a woman of exceptional allure, which explained his relentless pursuit. "Are you certain?" Bai Tingshan's eyes gleamed with interest. Chen Chao remained silent, merely nodding through gritted teeth. "Ha ha ha. You see, I told you this matter isn't over. I don't have time to waste on you today," Bai Tingshan scoffed, swaggering away with his entourage. Chen Chao narrowed his eyes, filled with resentment. Bai Tingshan, the scoundrel. Suddenly, a series of notifications chimed from his phone, snapping him from his reverie. He blinked in surprise, retrieving his fallen device. He recalled browsing Douyin moments before, and the melodious chimes were emanating from the app. What's with all these notifications? Not bothering with the retreating figures, Chen Chao was astonished by the increasing number of messages flooding in. Gritting his teeth, he realized he had been added to a Douyin group chat, intriguingly named Celestial Douyin Group. Was this a jest? He blinked, pondering whether celestial beings could truly partake in Douyin. Ding dong. The notifications continued, prompting Chen Chao to inhale deeply as he inexplicably opened the chat. Tai Bai Jinxing has invited you to join the Celestial Douyin Group. A prominent notification caught his eye, leaving Chen Chao utterly bewildered. Chapter 2. The initial encounter with the elixir. What? The Tai Bai Jinxing? Is this a joke? Chen Chao blinked in astonishment, his expression a mix of disbelief. Who are these people playing games? Taking a deep breath, he was about to exit when, in the next moment, he froze. The message stating that he was not friends with Erlang Mountain, Chang'e, and Li Jing piqued his interest, causing him to momentarily forget the pain coursing through his body. Who are these people? What a leisurely bunch. Welcome, Chen Chao. Welcome, Chen Chao. Young brother Chen, I've long admired you. The group chat messages flooded in, and Chen Chao's eyes widened in shock. What on earth? Not only were they joking around, but they also knew his name? Ah, forget it. He shook his head helplessly. After all, he had just been beaten up, and he felt frustrated. Bai Tingshan was indeed the young master of the Bai family. But was his behavior not a bit too arrogant? Attacking without reason? Moreover, Chen Chao noticed that Yang Shui's attitude seemed peculiar. Was she being threatened by that scoundrel Bai Tingshan? At this moment, his body was battered, and the intense pain forced him to grimace. Fortunately, the others in the dormitory were absent. Chen Chao simply climbed onto his bunk and lay down. Ding dong, ding dong. Just as he settled in, a crisp sound rang out again. Chen Chao, already simmering with anger, felt a surge of annoyance upon hearing the noise. However, the moment he took out his phone, his eyes widened in disbelief. Ding dong. A new task has been released. Help like, comment, and share my newly published video. Task reward, a personally refined elixir. Upon seeing the task rewards on the screen, Chen Chao gasped. Goodness, are these people playing a bit too frivolously? Just liking, commenting, and sharing a task so simple could actually yield an elixir? An elixir? If this elixir were real, it would indeed be incredibly tempting. Hold on. At the very least, he needed to see what video the old man had posted. Chen Chao's mind raced as he quickly clicked on the Douyin video released by Tai Bai Jinxing. After just a glance, he couldn't help but chuckle. This old man is quite amusing. In the video, he donned a white robe, exuding an air of ethereal elegance, indeed resembling a celestial being. However, the content of the video was quite offbeat. Not only was the shooting angle askew, but the clarity was also poor. Most importantly, the video depicted him dancing a square dance in such attire. Oh well, the old man was of considerable age, yet he still cherished life. Liking and sharing was not a big deal. It could be seen as extending a helping hand. Chen Chao sighed lightly. At his age, still finding joy in Douyin was commendable. He shared, liked, and commented. As a seasoned contemporary university student, engaging with Douyin posed no challenge for Chen Chao. His operations flowed seamlessly, without a hint of pause. Ding dong. But in the next instant, the crisp sound echoed once more. Tai Bai Jinxing has gifted you a first-grade elixir. Please retrieve it in the dialog box. Chen Chao was taken aback. What the heck? This group chat feature is truly remarkable, blurring the lines between reality and illusion to such an extent. Since they are so serious about this, let us give it a try. Without hesitation, Chen Chao opened the dialog box with Tai Bai Jinxing and clicked to claim the gift. Whoosh. In the next moment, a flash of golden light appeared. An elixir materialized directly in Chen Chao's hand. What is this? Could it be that this is truly a celestial Douyin group? Chen Chao was astonished. If this were real, it would be absolutely incredible, being a product of Tai Bai Jinxing's own refinement. Such a thing existed only in legends. It was unattainable. Gazing at the golden elixir in his hand, Chen Chao's heart raced. Initially, he had contemplated what to do about Bai Tingshan, but that seemed like a foolish fantasy. Chen Chao understood that, barring any accidents, the gap between them was as vast as the chasm separating heaven and earth, utterly insurmountable. Yet, what if he possessed this? Taking a deep breath, Chen Chao unhesitatingly swallowed the elixir. In an instant, a wave of heat surged throughout his body. He could feel a tremendous energy coursing through his lower abdomen, rapidly radiating to his limbs, filling him with strength in the blink of an eye. This sensation was far more potent than anything he had experienced before, easily tenfold. It took a full half-hour for the heat to dissipate completely. He clenched his fists, his eyes sparkling with newfound vitality. To put it bluntly, Chen Chao felt as though he could fell a bull with a single punch. The only discomfort was a layer of sticky, dark, foul-smelling substance covering his body. Without hesitation, he dashed into the bathroom. He scrubbed himself thoroughly, enduring the shower. Chen Chao realized that he had shed all excess fat. His body was now robust and muscular, with even his facial features appearing sharply defined. His overall demeanor had undergone a dramatic transformation. There was a depth to his presence, a fierce yet subtle confidence, tinged with an air of melancholy. Knock, knock. A crisp knocking sound echoed. Chen Chao was momentarily stunned, his expression revealing a hint of exasperation. Given the time, his dormitory mates should all be in class. His gaze flickered. After consuming the elixir, not only had his physical strength increased, but his perception was also remarkably heightened. He could vaguely hear the footsteps of numerous individuals outside. Damn it, you little brat. Come out. How dare you touch our young masteress woman? You're asking for death. Get out here. Otherwise, we'll break down the door and kill you. A cold grunt came through. Chen Chao narrowed his eyes, his expression growing increasingly fierce. Indeed, these little rascals thought that once was not enough and dared to come knocking again. Were they overly confident in their so-called authority over him? Chen Chao strode to the door, pulling it open without hesitation. Outside stood several burly men, their eyes filled with menace. You are Chen Chao? The leader, a man named Zhang Long, raised his chin and stepped forward. Yes, I am. Chen Chao's gaze flickered, a playful glint dancing in his eyes. You. Chen Chao squinted, tilting his head to regard the hand stretched towards him. You'd best remove your hand. Otherwise, do not blame me for being ungracious. Chen Chao grinned, his eyes cold. The burly man narrowed his eyes, a curious expression crossing his face. Kid, do you know who you're talking to? Your attitude could easily lead to a beating. Zhang Long was a staunch loyalist of the Bai family. 3 years ago, he was a standout among elite soldiers but chose to retire due to injury. He had pledged unwavering loyalty after being aided by the Bai family head. Strong and prideful. He found it absurd that a mere boy would dare speak to him in such a manner. Was this not courting death? Oh, I don't care who you are. Let me tell you, remove your hand immediately, or you will regret it. Chen Chao shook his head, amusement dancing on his features. Damn it. Seeking death. Zhang Long's expression shifted drastically, and he suddenly exerted force on Chen Chao's shoulder. A cruel smile crept onto his face. His strength was formidable. If he truly made a move, an ordinary person would not last 3 seconds before him. The imposing figure before me is nothing short of arrogance, but soon, I shall teach him a lesson in humility. Young man, do you truly comprehend the prowess of our dragon brother? You are finished. I suggest you abandon hope for that arm of yours. The few behind me exchanged amused glances and shook their heads. Dragon brother has always been formidable. Yet it has been a considerable time since anyone dared to provoke him, let alone compel him to act. This is the end for this young man. However, the very next moment, the once self-assured Wang Long found himself frozen in place. What is this? The young man before him stands utterly unyielding. In the following instant, an even more astonishing development unfolded. The seemingly frail youth displayed not a hint of pain. Rather, he broke into a grin. In the blink of an eye. Chen Chao extended his arm, gripping Wang Long's wrist with an ironclad hold. That hand, which appeared delicate and weak, radiated an astonishing force. A sharp crack echoed through the air. Gasp. Many onlookers inhaled sharply, their eyes widening in disbelief. What is happening? The other subordinates immediately fell into a state of panic. How could such a mighty figure as Dragon Brother be subdued by this young man so effortlessly? Bang. Yet, Chen Chao did not grant them the luxury of time to react. With a swift kick, he sent Wang Long's robust form soaring through the air. Though it seemed a mere flick of force, Wang Long's body traced an almost perfect parabola before crashing heavily to the ground not far away, stirring up a cloud of dust. But Chen Chao was relentless. He strode forward, approaching Wang Long, who lay on the ground like a defeated beast. Sensing Chen Chao's advance, the half-conscious Wang Long's eyes filled with a mixture of fear and dread. Chen Chao, however, paid him no heed. He stepped forward, placing a foot upon Wang Long's chest. surveying the surroundings. The previously eager onlookers now retreated in response to Chen Chao's frigid glare, with another kick directed at Wang Long. A pained cry escaped his lips as he rolled forward. "Scram, lest you dirty my territory," Chen Chao chided, shaking his head. It was only when Chen Chao vanished from their sight that they finally exhaled in relief. "Quick, let's get out of here. This guy is too ruthless." A group of subordinates, now fraught with anxiety, hurriedly assisted the injured Wang Long and departed. Upon entering his dormitory, Chen Chao's eyes sparkled with newfound vigor. He had not anticipated the overwhelming potency of the elixir. Had he not consciously restrained his power, Wang Long might very well have succumbed to a single blow. After a deep breath, Chen Chao retrieved his phone and dialed Yang Shui. Having been together for 2 years, they shared an intimate understanding of one another. After consuming the elixir, Chen Chao was increasingly convinced that Yang Shui was likely coerced into her current situation. However, when the call connected, Yang Shui did not answer. Glancing at the clock, he realized it was dinner time. She might be occupied with her meal. Chen Chao was not anxious, for the elixir had imbued him with a sense of vitality, suggesting he had yet to fully absorb its powers. He reclined on his bed and opened Douyin once more. He meticulously examined the Douyin account associated with the Celestial chat group. On the surface, it bore no distinction from ordinary Douyin accounts. Yet upon closer inspection, he discovered that apart from the Celestial chat group, every individual within had their own Douyin shop, each offering unique wares not found in the mortal realm. Having idolized Sun Wukong since childhood, the first page he opened was that of the Great Sage, equal to heaven. To his astonishment, he found listings for 8-9 mysteries and grand immortal technique. Alongside these, he recognized another item, 72 transformations. Witnessing this, even with prior preparation, Chen Chao could not suppress his gasp of amazement. The prospect of acquiring such extraordinary techniques was exhilarating. With them, one could ascend to immortality. However, he soon realized that the items in Sun Wukong's shop required an abundance of points for redemption. With no other option, Chen Chao decided to exit the Great Sage's page. Just as he was about to leave, he casually tapped like on a pinned video of Sun Wukong before switching to another account, exercising caution. Those who could enter this group were undoubtedly celestial beings, although he could not fathom how he had stumbled into this circle. He intended to discreetly amass wealth without drawing excessive attention from the more powerful members, lest he risk expulsion. Chang'e? Chen Chao's eyes gleamed. As he scrolled through the list of group members, he spotted this enchanting name. Chang'e, she is a beauty of unparalleled grace. How could even the likes of Marshal Tianping lose composure in her presence? Chen Chao smiled broadly. Having consumed the elixir and gained newfound strength, his outlook had transformed remarkably. Beautiful women? He certainly wished to behold them. Without hesitation, he clicked on Chang'e's profile. To his astonishment, the videos posted on Chang'e's page left him in awe. This celestial maiden was undeniably extraordinary. She was breathtaking. Adorned in a flowing azure gown, her figure was alluringly curvaceous, and her fair skin, complemented by flowing locks, caused Chen Chao to widen his eyes in admiration. Truly, a celestial being is irresistible. He then ventured into Chang'e's shop, where he was greeted with delight. Unlike the Great Sage's shop, hers offered items that were relatively inexpensive, easily obtainable for a few points. These were exquisite embroidery and handicrafts, clearly crafted with great skill. In this era, possessing such items would undoubtedly yield considerable wealth. Pondering this, Chen Chao stroked his chin. While these items were indeed affordable, he found himself at a disadvantage. Having only completed one task within the group, which yielded merely a single elixir as a reward, leaving him without any points. Ding dong, ding dong. Just as Chen Chao grappled with his predicament, notifications from the Celestial Douyin group flooded in. Numerous members were posting messages. Taishang Laojun, Chen Xiaoyu. The task you helped me with was truly remarkable. My likes and comments have significantly increased. Sun Wukong, Laojun, you scoundrel. It's been ages since we had such engagement. You owe us some recognition. Zhu Wuning. Indeed, my brother monkey speaks true. No one has watched my videos. Upon witnessing the uproar in the group, Chen Chao was taken aback. These celestial beings, aside from their lackluster Douyin skills, seemed to suffer from a lack of audience interaction. However, upon reflection, it is evident that the mythological tales he had heard were all set in ancient times. In the past few centuries, there have been no reports of deities descending to the mortal realm. Initially, he had believed these stories to be mere fables. Yet, he was astonished to discover that such occurrences were indeed real. Taishang Laojun, he declared, to express my gratitude. I shall not only present Chun Dao Yu with a celestial elixir, but also distribute a red envelope in the group as a token of appreciation. The sound of a chime resonated. Without hesitation, Chen Chao tapped the screen. Ding. Congratulations, you have received Taishang Laojun's red envelope, granting you 10 points. The notification made Chen Chao smile. It seemed that the points were acquired through the act of seizing the red envelope, and henceforth, his primary source of points would likely be found within the group. Taishang Lao Jun continued, "The rest of you should not remain idle. Shen Daoyu shares have yielded the best results I have seen in quite some time, directly increasing my view count by 200. What? 200 views? That seems excessive," exclaimed Neja. "Indeed," added Chang'e, "the videos I post barely garner a handful of views, most of which are merely sympathetic likes." Chen Chao had completely forgotten what the celestial beings were discussing. 200 views? Was that truly significant? It was merely a baseline figure. However, he quickly realized that in the celestial realm, a single day equated to a year on Earth. Hence, the circulation of this Douyin content had only been within the divine community for a few days. Chen Chao was a frequent visitor to Douyin and was quite familiar with its regulations. This, he perceived, was undoubtedly an advantage. Having come to this realization, Chen Chao felt a surge of excitement, as if a grand avenue lay before him. Ding, ding. A glance at his notifications left him astounded. In such a brief period, the group had been inundated with numerous requests. "Please like and share, Chen Daoyu. Please like and share, Chen Daoyu." Without waiting for Chen Chao to respond, the group erupted in activity, flooding the screen with messages. He scanned through the links shared by the celestial beings, selected a few videos of reasonable quality, and proceeded to share, like, and comment. Ding. Congratulations on receiving Neja's red envelope. Ding. Congratulations on receiving Yu Lao's red envelope. Ding. Congratulations on receiving Kai Shen's red envelope. After sharing these videos, a flurry of red envelopes from the celestial beings ensued. Without hesitation, Chen Chao accepted all of them. He received Neja's red envelope, which granted him 500 points. He received Yu Lao's red envelope, promising a destined connection for love. He received Kai Shen's red envelope, which contained 1,000 grams of gold. After collecting these 3 celestial offerings, Chen Chao was left in disbelief. Wow. Is it really this easy to gain such benefits from merely liking and sharing? The value of those 500 points was substantial, allowing him to exchange for various needs at the Douyin store, particularly since the items there were unattainable in the real world. As for Yu Lao's red envelope, he didn't pay it much mind. After all, Chen Chao was still enamored with Yang Shui. However, the gold from Kai Shen was a staggering weight of 1 kilogram, worth at least 400,000 based on current market prices. To the wealthy, this might not be a significant amount, but for a student like Chen Chao, who had only earned 6,000 from a summer job, the sudden acquisition of gold valued at over 400,000 was indeed a windfall. Finally, Chen Chao turned his attention to the so-called destined connection for love. After reviewing the item description, he understood that once utilized, it would create a miraculous effect, ensuring that he would forever be with the one he cherished. In that instant, Yang Shui came to mind. Chapter 5. Wealth awaits. Contemplating this, Chen Chao shook his head slightly. Yang Shui was indeed a wonderful girl. If she were in any distress, he felt powerless to assist her at the moment. Furthermore, if she truly cared, she would surely reach out to him. What he desired most was not anything else but to convert his 1 kilogram of gold into cash. Chen Chao's affection for Yang Shui was undeniable, yet both were merely impoverished students with modest backgrounds. Even if they genuinely loved each other, possessing sufficient material resources was essential for their union. Coming to this realization, Chen Chao felt a weight lift from his shoulders. Though twilight had descended, he resolutely set out. On his way out of the school, he encountered his good friend, Zhang Haitao. They were dorm mates and shared a close bond, akin to brothers. Chen Chao, "There's something I'm unsure whether I should tell you," Zhang Haitao remarked, a hint of helplessness in his gaze. However, since joining the Divine Douyin group, Chen Chao's mindset had undergone some transformation. Ordinary matters no longer affected him. Yet, sensing Chen Chao's concern, Zhang Haitao simply patted his shoulder and turned to leave. Taking a deep breath, Chen Chao made his way to Yang Dashing Jewelry outside the school. Since he intended to sell gold, it was only prudent to visit a reputable establishment. "Sir, good evening. We are about to close. If you wish to purchase jewelry, please return tomorrow," the doorman said, a frown on his face as he blocked Chen Chao at the entrance. "I'm here to sell gold," Chen Chao replied, momentarily taken aback. It dawned on him that if he were a distinguished guest, they would likely not hinder him. However, looking at himself, dressed in shorts and flip-flops, he couldn't blame them for their reluctance to assist him. What? The 2 doormen stood in shock, their faces reflecting disbelief. "Selling gold?" One of them raised an eyebrow, visibly taken aback. "Yes, please follow me." One doorman hesitated for a moment, but eventually nodded and led Chen Chao inside, while the other wore a look of skepticism. This fellow seemed like a penniless individual. How could someone like him possess gold? "Sir, we are closing soon. Please expedite your process to avoid wasting our time," the doorman urged, his voice tinged with impatience. The other stood silently by, a smirk on his face, clearly waiting for Chen Chao to falter. Without hesitation, Chen Chao placed the gold he held onto the table with a resounding thud, catching the attention of everyone nearby. This piece weighs 1 kilogram. I hope you can appraise it swiftly. I am in urgent need of cash, he stated, his expression calm. The doorman was momentarily stunned, his face a picture of astonishment as he blinked rapidly. What? Is there a problem? Chen Chao chuckled lightly. And no, please wait. The doorman, bewildered, hurried towards the counter. Anyone who could casually produce 1,000 grams of gold was not an ordinary person. A little probing could reveal a potential major client, and she dared not show any lack of diligence. Sir, we will conduct an on-site appraisal. If everything checks out, we will proceed with the purchase. Please hold on. The receptionist slightly lowered her head, her expression imbued with a greater humility. In the presence of such a person, she dared not exhibit even a hint of arrogance. Please hurry, I am pressed for time. Chen Xiaofeng spoke with an air of nonchalance, further convincing the other party of his stature, for only individuals of genuine significance, particularly affluent young masters, maintain an elegant demeanor regardless of the circumstances. Sir. Soon, the receptionist rushed out in a flurry, followed closely by a bespectacled young man, whose face radiated a broad smile. Upon seeing them, Chen Chao furrowed his brow, a look of bewilderment crossing his features. Sir, the purity of this gold has reached a remarkable 100%. If you choose to sell it, we can offer a high price, 1,000 per gram. Does that sound agreeable to you? The receptionist's eyes glimmered with anticipation. Present me with your best offer, Chen Chao replied, inhaling deeply yet remaining composed. His gaze now laced with a hint of amusement. Chen Chao understood that while this appeared to be merely a kilogram of gold, its origin was something others might never encounter in a lifetime. What a jest! This was a red envelope personally bestowed by the god of wealth. No price could truly reflect its worth. The highest offer is 1,005. The young man trailing the receptionist adjusted his glasses, his eyes shining with expectation. Deal. Chen Chao chuckled lightly, nodding in agreement. In truth, the current gold purification technology was commendable, yet the gold in the hands of the god of wealth possessed unparalleled purity. A multiplier of nearly 3 was satisfactory for Chen Chao. This was their first encounter, and whatever this treasure passed into their possession would undoubtedly not reach another customer. It must be cherished as a prized possession. Ding dong. Before long, a message appeared on Chen Chao's phone, and his bank account swelled by 1,500,000. If this were earlier, he would have felt a surge of excitement. However, after joining the celestial WeChat group, wealth had become merely a string of numbers to him. After verifying his balance, Chen Chao strode out amidst the envious gazes of onlookers. Chapter 6. Judging by appearances stepping out of the gold store. Chen Chao felt particularly elated as he embraced the gentle evening breeze. A rumble echoed from his stomach, prompting a light chuckle. He realized he had yet to dine. He needed to find a place to eat. In the past, if Chen Chao found himself hungry, he would have settled for a roadside stall without a second thought. However, times had changed. He sought a more refined dining experience, as anything less would be an affront to the generous red envelope bestowed upon him. Lost in thought, Chen Chao soon arrived at the entrance of a restaurant, Xianlin Bay Grand Hotel, known as the most upscale establishment near the school. The restaurant sprawled over vast grounds, its European architecture towering majestically, adorned with opulent decorations that dazzled the eye. The dishes were equally extravagant, with meals often costing upwards of 800 to 900 yuan, catering primarily to those of considerable means. Upon noticing Chen Chao, the staff at the entrance barely glanced his way, mistaking him for someone waiting for an acquaintance due to his casual attire of shorts and flip-flops. To their surprise, Chen Chao strode in with confidence. It was his first time here, and he nodded appreciatively at the exquisite decor. Not long after, he sat at a table and picked up the menu, contemplating his meal when he heard a familiar voice. Oh, isn't that our classmate Chen Chao? What brings you here today? I thought the roadside stalls were more to your liking? The voice dripped with disdain, and Chen Chao merely smiled in response, unperturbed by the mockery. Looking up, he saw several classmates approaching, their faces twisted in mocking grins, 2 boys and 3 girls, with the boys hailing from affluent families and displaying a penchant for extravagance. The girls, heavily made up and somewhat attractive, were the vain types who flitted about with the boys, seeking material benefits in exchange for their company. Seeing Chen Chao remain unbothered, one girl named Xiali chimed in with feigned innocence. Chen Chao, do you not realize where you are? A single meal here could consume nearly 2 months of your part-time earnings. You might as well head back to your roadside stalls. With that, the others erupted in laughter. At that moment, the receptionist, who had previously dismissed Chen Chao, hurried in. Responsible for welcoming guests, she feared that Chen Chao's presence would disrupt the dining experience of others, potentially leading to her reprimand. She entered with a pronounced disdain, yet managed to muster a professional smile. "Sir, this table has been reserved. Please step outside." Chen Chao chuckled lightly. These narrow-minded individuals. Despite the numerous vacant seats around, they insisted he leave. "If this table is reserved, I shall simply move to another," he replied calmly, rising to seek out an empty table. The receptionist hesitated, unsure of how to respond, yet her disdain was palpable. "Well, look who it is. The country bumpkin. What are you doing here? Can't you see even the staff looks down on you?" A few more individuals joined the mockery as they entered. Upon seeing them, Chen Chao's eyes brightened. Yang Shui, Bai Tingshan, and a few of his followers. Ignoring Bai Tingshan's condescending gaze, he addressed Yang Shui with curiosity. "Shui, you." A flicker of panic crossed Yang Shui's face, quickly replaced by composure. "Chen Chao, you should leave. This place is beyond your means." Yang Shui was well aware of Chen Chao's financial situation. A meal here could easily consume a significant portion of his living expenses for over half a month. Chen Chao's expression turned icy, a hint of a smile on his lips. "I assure you, I intend to enjoy this meal today." Yang Shui opened her mouth as if to protest, but Bai Tingshan cut her off. He scrutinized Chen Chao with a sneer. "Country bumpkin. I can't wait to see how you plan to pay the bill. If you don't finish your meal, I'll lose all respect for you." The earlier mockers laughed again. Chen Chao surveyed the room, choosing not to engage further. Conversing with such petty individuals would only tarnish his dignity. After all, he now counted himself among celestial beings. Why were they here together? Feeling quite hungry, Chen Chao ordered several signature dishes to treat himself. The waitress, astonished by the menu he had written, asked, "Sir, are you certain you wish to order all of this? This meal will cost several thousand yuan. We do not accept credit." Chen Chao nodded softly, his demeanor unruffled. "Bring it all to me." The waitress hesitated, intending to persuade him to reconsider, as he appeared to be a penniless youth unfit to afford such an extravagant meal. Yet, Chen Chao's serene confidence seemed to dispel her doubts. Reluctantly, she took his order to the kitchen. Chen Chao had selected several hearty dishes: spicy chicken, abalone congee, and braised pork. After the dishes were served, Chen Chao began to eat leisurely. He was unhurried, nodding his head as he savored each bite, and even ordered a bottle of red wine. The extravagant prices at Xianlin Bay restaurant were justified not only by its exquisite decor, but also by the delightful flavors of its cuisine. Finally, satiated, Chen Chao lazily called out, "Waiter, the bill, please." His voice was not loud, yet it attracted considerable attention. Xia Li and her companions all turned their gaze towards Chen Chao, eager to witness any embarrassing moment. Yang Shui looked at Chen Chao with a hint of concern. Bai Tingshan laughed mockingly. "Oh, country bumpkin, just a friendly reminder, this restaurant does not support credit." His followers joined in the ridicule. Xia Li, with a disdainful expression, speculated. "Do you think this bumpkin can even pull out 1,000 yuan? I think it's quite doubtful. Perhaps he's already contemplating washing dishes to settle the bill." A waiter approached. "Speaking loudly, sir, your total expenditure is 5,420 yuan. Will you be paying by card or cash?" She deliberately raised her voice, drawing the attention of those unfamiliar with Chen Chao. Unfazed, he replied, "By card." How could he possibly afford it? It seemed implausible. Ding. Payment successful. After completing the transaction, Chen Chao departed with an air of nonchalance, leaving the onlookers in stunned silence. Upon returning to his dormitory, he discovered that the various members of his Douyin group had been chatting and sending numerous messages. He quickly spotted a message from Sun Wukong. Suddenly, an idea struck him. With such formidable powers, had the great sage begun a shop on Douyin? If he could acquire some of his techniques, wouldn't he become invincible? After all, Sun Wukong had once wreaked havoc in the heavenly palace, unmatched in the celestial realm. Chen Chao clicked on the top pinned item and found the first product, Great Sage Inheritance, available for 300 points. This seemed exorbitantly priced, he thought. Yet he felt an undeniable urge. After all, the inheritance from the great sage was extraordinarily potent. Ignoring his hesitation, he made the purchase. As the payment was confirmed, a voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Purchase of the great sage inheritance successful. Your cultivation is being enhanced. Boom. Chen Chao felt a surge of overwhelming power coursing through him, even more intense than the last time he consumed an elixir. Gradually, a sensation of warmth arose within him, as a profound force circulated, nourishing his entire meridian system. Moments later, calm returned within him. Chen Chao was delighted to discover that his martial prowess had reached an unprecedented level. It surpassed the effects of the elixir by many folds. With a casual wave of his hand, he brimmed with strength, his martial might standing at its zenith. He laughed heartily. Ha ha, this feeling is exhilarating. It is the sensation of invincibility. After a considerable time, he finally fell into a contented slumber. The next day, the weather was exceptionally fine, with the sun rising and a gentle breeze blowing. Chen Chao decided to take a stroll. Upon reaching the school's grand playground, he was met with a bustling atmosphere. Various tents had been erected, and throngs of people filled the area, with enthusiastic calls promoting club recruitment. It then dawned on Chen Chao that today was the day for all clubs to recruit members, a grand event known as the 100 Clubs Battle. "Hey, classmate, are you interested in joining our ancient culture society?" called a girl in traditional Hanfu. "Hi, classmate, our broadcasting society is also quite splendid. Come take a look. Our adventure club offers thrilling activities. Come join us." The cheerful voices surrounded Chen Chao, creating a lively ambience. Gradually, he arrived at the last tent. A large sign hung above, proclaiming Martial Arts Society. However, unlike the other clubs, it lacked the hustle and bustle, with only a few individuals inquiring. One of the members, noticing Chen Chao's approach, enthusiastically greeted him. "Hey, classmate, are you interested in martial arts? Join us to explore the profound and rich heritage of traditional Chinese martial arts. I must tell you, we have the unique dragon subduing 18 palms and the finger-flicking technique. But I believe the most suitable for you would certainly be the evil repelling sword spectrum." Ultimately, Chen Chao could not resist his enthusiasm and humor, agreeing to join the Martial Arts Society. Sitting under the tent, he could not help but ask the guy, "Ma Gang, why is our Martial Arts Society so desolate? Hardly anyone inquires, unlike the other clubs, which are so crowded." Ma Gang sighed and replied, "Our Martial Arts Society used to be quite vibrant. But that insufferable Jiu-Jitsu Society has gained popularity and stolen our members. We have no choice but to exist in this half-dead state." Chen Chao empathized with his sentiments, sighing in agreement. At that moment, a clamorous noise erupted. "Where are the members of the Martial Arts Society? We, the Jiu-Jitsu Society, challenge you. Do you dare to face us?" Looking toward the sound, Chen Chao saw a group of men clad in Jiu-Jitsu attire strutting over, each exuding arrogance. Among them, he spotted Bai Ting Shan, a member of the Jiu-Jitsu Society, clearly holding a prominent position. "Since you Jiu-Jitsu members dare to challenge us, our Martial Arts Society shall not shy away. We accept your challenge." The leader of the Jiu-Jitsu Society laughed arrogantly. "Ha, you're just a handful of nobodies. Do you think you can match us? Don't end up with no members left after we're through with you." Ma Gang, clearly infuriated, retorted, "Enough of this nonsense. Bring it on. There's a makeshift arena over there, specifically for sparring," Bai Tingshan said, noticing Chen Chao, sneering derisively. "As a larger society, we want to bully a small group like yours. Here's the deal. You send out 3 members, and we'll send 3 in return. It will be a fair match, best of 3. Chen Chao scoffed inwardly, recognizing that this was clearly an opportunity for Bai Tingshan to settle a score with him. The Martial Arts Society had only 3 members, including himself. Would Bai Tingshan let this chance to target him slip away? Chi Fei frowned but responded, "All right, today, let you see the prowess of our Martial Arts Society." The commotion drew the attention of hundreds of onlookers, all eager to witness the impending clash. The crowd erupted with excitement. Chi Fei prepared to step forward, but Chen Chao, narrowing his eyes, intercepted him. "Hey, President, I just joined the Martial Arts Society today. Allow me the opportunity to take the lead." After a moment of contemplation, Chi Fei agreed. The first challenger from the opposing side was a tall, muscular man exuding an intimidating aura. The crowd began to murmur. "Ah, Ling Feng from the Jiu-Jitsu Society, he's impressive. He's reportedly won the local Jiu-Jitsu championship for several consecutive years." Unbeknownst to them, during the moment when his opponent had yet to finish his words, everyone was astounded to witness Chen Chao deliver a powerful kick that sent the 160-pound Ling Feng flying into the protective padding on the outskirts. Ma Gang's eyes lit up with astonishment, exclaiming, "Wow, is Chen Chao really that formidable? He just kicked away the 3rd-ranked expert of the Jiu-Jitsu club with a single blow?" Chapter 8. A fierce beating for Bai Tingshan. What they did not realize was that Chen Chao was still exerting considerable restraint over his strength. Otherwise, Ling Feng could have sustained serious injuries. Ling Feng, incredulous, rose to his feet, his eyes ablaze with fierce determination as he charged forward once more. Chen Chao chuckled lightly and leaped gracefully to evade the attack. Bang! Another kick sent Ling Feng crashing to the ground. This time, Chen Chao once again tempered his strength, for delivering a crushing blow would have been too shocking. Ling Feng roared in defiance, eager for another round, but the president of the Jiu-Jitsu club called out to him. "Ling Feng, step down." Reluctantly, Ling Feng complied. The president ascended the stage and addressed Chen Chao. "Brother, you are quite the practitioner. Let me test my skills against you." With that, he unleashed a fierce shout, showcasing a series of sharp and powerful moves. The crowd resumed their commentary. That martial arts club kid is in trouble. The president of the Jiu-Jitsu club is not someone Ling Feng can compare to. Indeed, I've heard he has participated in regional Jiu-Jitsu competitions and has won several championships. Over the years, he has trained countless individuals, not just a few hundred. Really? I doubt that martial arts kid can withstand him. Before the words could fully escape their lips, their voices were abruptly silenced. Everyone was left in shock as the president of the Jiu-Jitsu club failed to last more than a few exchanges with Chen Chao, who knocked him to the ground with a single punch. Gasping in pain, the president struggled to rise and exited the stage. Upon leaving, he turned to Bai Tingshan and solemnly declared, "Tingshan, it's your turn. This kid is incredibly fast. We cannot contend with him. Your speed and strength are unmatched among us. Only you can handle him." Bai Tingshan nodded confidently, boasting, "Just watch. I will ensure this little brat is thoroughly humiliated. He will be laid up for at least a week." He had already resolved to go all out. Unbeknownst to him, Chen Chao had similar intentions. As Bai Tingshan stepped onto the arena, the crowd erupted in cheers. Coming from a prominent family, he was also quite handsome, attracting many admirers within the school. "Wu, Bai Xiao, you are the most handsome. Bai Tingshan, we are cheering for you. So cool. Show that brat who's boss." Amidst the jubilant crowd, Bai Tingshan basked in pride. Yet, from the depths of the throng, a stunningly beautiful girl looked at Bai Tingshan with disdain, even mimicking a gagging motion. Gritting her teeth, she muttered, "Someone should beat this Bai Tingshan to a pulp. He is utterly irritating." On stage, Bai Tingshan, brimming with confidence, waved his hand, signaling for silence among the raucous crowd. He gazed at Chen Chao with an air of contempt, coldly remarking, "I never expected a rustic like you to possess even a modicum of skill. Your feeble abilities are only sufficient to contend with wastes like Ling Feng and Fu Fei. Little do you know, I am a provincial jiu-jitsu champion. Prepare yourself to lie down for a week." With that, Bai Tingshan's expression shifted, and with a heavy roar, he surged forward with astonishing speed. A sight that was truly intimidating. Chi Fei's face paled as he exclaimed, "Oh no, I forgot that Bai Tingshan is also a formidable opponent. It is said that his father has spent lavish sums hiring numerous esteemed instructors to train him, and his personal achievements are nothing short of remarkable. Chen Chao is in danger." Ma Gang looked on with concern. However, Chen Chao wore a smile, for although Bai Tingshan's speed was impressive to the average observer, to him, it was merely child's play. Bang! Chen Chao lifted his leg and delivered a kick. Bai Tingshan let out a grunt, sent reeling backward. Chen Chao charged in again, delivering another kick before Bai Tingshan even hit the ground. Bai Tingshan gasped in pain, his face contorted with agony, beads of cold sweat cascading down his brow. The spectators held their breath, not daring to utter a word. Stunned. Could it be? This fierce. Even Lan Yingying, who had previously loathed Bai Tingshan, now watched in shock, her eyes wide with disbelief. Bai Tingshan crashed to the ground, creating a thunderous sound. Chen Chao was relentless, stepping forward with a cold smirk. "You pathetic fool. Weren't you quite arrogant just a moment ago? Get up and fight." Chen Chao raised his leg for yet another kick, sending Bai Tingshan skidding across the ground for several meters, leaving behind a massive bloodstain. Isn't it exhilarating to bask in the admiration of the masses? Now, you lie there like a drowned rat. How does it feel? Chen Chao delivered another light kick, ensuring he restrained his strength. Otherwise, he might just kick Bai Tingshan to his demise. Such an occurrence could not transpire in public. Bai Tingshan's face had turned a deep shade of crimson, akin to liver. His eyes bloodshot, rendered speechless. With a whoosh, he closed his eyes, whether due to his injuries or the unbearable reality of his abject defeat. He fainted. His entourage immediately shouted, "Quick! Call a doctor." "Yes, an ambulance." Chen Chao smiled slightly and descended from the stage, having captured the attention of the entire student body today. Chi Fei regarded Chen Chao with admiration, giving him a thumbs up. Ma Gang exclaimed, "Wow, Chen Chao, I never expected you to be this incredible. You single-handedly took down the entire jiu-jitsu club and avenged us." At that moment, a throng of people surged toward Chen Chao, proclaiming their desire to join the martial arts club and learn from him. The intensity of their gazes was almost overwhelming for Chen Chao. Just as he managed to catch his breath, a voice rang out, "Chen Chao, you are so handsome." Upon recognizing the speaker, Chen Chao was taken aback. Lan Yingying? The campus beauty adored by countless boys? She was adorned in a light blue skirt, her long hair cascading down her shoulders. Her fresh and exquisite visage a paragon of beauty. Having crossed paths with her on a few occasions, Chen Chao smiled and remarked, "Why does Miss Lan praise me so? I find it somewhat perplexing." Lan Yingying smiled softly and replied, "Because you defeated that despicable Bai Tingshan. This guy, relying on his family's wealth and decent appearance, has bullied many good girls in our academy. He deserves a thorough lesson." Suddenly, Lan Yingying turned to Chen Chao and asked, "I would like to request your assistance with something. Are you willing?" Chapter 9. Selling snacks to the deity. Chen Chao smiled and inquired, "May I ask what task the beautiful Lan requires of me? Surely it is not because of my impressive physique. I am a person of integrity." Qin Feng's expression hardened. Instinctively drawing back, Lan Yingying glared at Chen Chao, exclaiming, "Why don't you just die?" Ha ha ha, I was merely joking with you, Wan Yingying said with a bright smile. What I truly wish is for you to have the opportunity to give that by Ting Shan another thorough beating. That pesky fly has been bothering me incessantly. It is utterly maddening. Chen Chao assured her, I cannot promise anything else, but that is certainly within my capabilities. Upon returning to the dormitory, Zhang Haitao cast a furtive glance at Chen Chao, his demeanor betraying an unspoken urgency. It seemed he yearned to divulge something to Chen Chao, yet hesitated. Daunted by the prospect, Chen Chao, frowning, urged, Haitao, if you have something to say, just speak. Finally, Zhang Haitao stammered, well, Chen Chao, I must tell you something. But please, don't get angry. I discovered that your girlfriend, Yang Shui, has been unfaithful, involved with Bai Ting Shan. I saw them together at a hotel that day. At this revelation, Chen Chao's fury erupted, icy words escaping his lips. When did you uncover this? Zhang Haitao, abandoning pretense, replied, I found out 2 months ago. Chen Chao, seething, roared, you knew all along. Why did you wait until now to tell me? You scoundrel. Zhang Haitao meekly responded, I was afraid you'd be upset. Chen Chao clenched his fists, a tempest of rage igniting in his eyes, murmuring, so, Yang Shui, you dare betray me? I shall settle this score with you. And you too, Bai Ting Shan, it appears I was too lenient today. In the dead of night, Chen Chao tossed and turned, unable to find solace. The knowledge of Yang Shui's betrayal ignited a fire within him. With every closed eye, he envisioned a lush, verdant meadow above his head. Any man would suffer grievously upon discovering such a betrayal. Suddenly, Chen Chao smiled, a sense of relief washing over him. Since Yang Shui had strayed, he saw no reason to continue their relationship. Those capable of such infidelity were unworthy of his affection. Let her be. He needed only an explanation. He pondered his current status. After all, he was among the celestial beings. What would they think if word got out that he, adorned with the emblem of betrayal, approached Yang Shui? It would be nothing short of laughable. As he contemplated, Chen Chao found himself forgetting the anguish brought on by Yang Shui's treachery. An idea sparked in his mind. Since those celestial beings had opened Douyin shops to sell their wares, he had acquired numerous delightful items, such as the legacy of the great sage, which would benefit him for a lifetime. He thought it fitting to express his gratitude. What could he offer? Fairy peaches? Fruits? Or perhaps money? These seemed too mundane. The heavenly realm already boasted its own peach orchard. Who would be interested in his chemically treated fruits? And as for money, why would those adept in magic lack such trivialities? How about something they had never encountered? Yes, beer, cigarettes, spicy strips, and chewing gum. These modern marvels of technology were surely unknown to them. With this delightful thought, Chen Chao drifted into a blissful sleep. The next day, at the break of dawn, Chen Chao rose and exited the dormitory. Before he left, Zhang Haitao stirred awake, cautioning him, Chen Chao, remain calm and don't act impulsively. You wouldn't want to do something you might regret for a lifetime. Chen Chao paid no heed, striding out confidently. He arrived at the largest local supermarket and, pushing a cart, embarked on an extensive shopping spree to stock his Douyin shop with enticing goods for the celestial beings. He purchased 200 cans of beer, 200 packets of spicy strips, 200 boxes of chewing gum, and 200 containers of instant noodles. Gradually, he filled several large carts. At the checkout, he astonished the cashier, a sweet young woman, who wore an expression of disbelief mixed with concern. Sir, are you sure you want all this? You won't be able to carry it all. Even if you eat it every day, it would expire long before you finished. She intended to guide him towards more rational consumption. With a gentle smile, Chen Chao replied, please, just find me some large bags to pack everything. I'll carry it myself. Ultimately, Chen Chao emerged from the supermarket, burdened with enormous bags under the astonished gazes of onlookers. He wandered into a tranquil park, then faced a dilemma. Where should he store all these goods? The dormitory? No, for fear of being raided by his gluttonous roommates before he could sell anything. Renting a warehouse? Also unfeasible, as he couldn't always be nearby to oversee the goods. After all, celestial beings had no concept of time. A day in heaven equated to a year on earth, and this was no exaggeration. Suddenly, inspiration struck. He recalled purchasing a magic bag from Mithriya Buddha's shop, which had cost him 30 precious credits, a painful expense at the time. He retrieved the bag, recited a spell, and with a swift motion, all his items were magically contained within. To his astonishment, even the plastic bags used for packing were included. Chen Chao sighed. Well, if it fits, then it fits. If the 7 fairies take them, they might as well accommodate a few fairy peaches. With everything prepared, Chen Chao took out his phone, opened Douyin, and registered a small shop. He listed all his items online and even recorded a promotional video. He also decided to notify the celestial beings in their group chat. In the Douyin celestial group, he sent a message, esteemed celestial beings, I, Chen Chao, am selling some local specialties in my Douyin shop that you may not have encountered. I invite you to visit. The prices are fair, and the products are excellent. I believe you will find them delightful. After sending the message, he sought a shaded spot to rest. When he opened his phone again, he was astounded to find hundreds of messages flooding the Douyin Celestial group. Chapter 10. A poet's true essence swapped for beer. The celestial beings were in an uproar. The poet immortal, Li Taibai, exclaimed, "Little brother Chen Chao, how do you sell that beer? I have been struggling to write satisfactory verses lately, and those esteemed poets are questioning my status as the supreme ruler of the poetic realm. I suspect the heavenly wine has been subpar. Let me try yours." Taishang Laojun chimed in, "Send me a few cans as well. Whether the beer is good or not is secondary. I simply believe your beer bottle could hold a great deal of elixir." Sun Wukong called out, Hey, I'd like a few packets of spicy strips. My little monkey descendants are tired of the fairy peaches from Flower Fruit Mountain and desire something novel." Hua Mountain's three holy mothers inquired, "Chen Chao, how do you sell your cosmetics? I find them quite appealing." The Jade Emperor pondered, Why not offer some massage chairs? This dragon throne is rather uncomfortable. I could use some relaxation." Chen Chao stood speechless. The celestial being's reactions exceeded his expectations. He had anticipated a lengthy discussion to persuade them to purchase his goods. Yet they were so enthusiastic and eager. It appeared his plan had succeeded. After a moment of reflection, Chen Chao messaged the group, "Thank you all for your trust in me, Chen Chao. Receiving your support and purchasing my products has greatly facilitated my life. Thus, this batch of goods is a token of my gratitude. If you wish, feel free to exchange for some small trinkets, or if you find yourself in need, simply take what you require." The celestial beings began to chatter once more. The celestial dog exclaimed, "Brother Chen Chao, you are too polite. We are all immortals. How could we take advantage of you? We are willing to exchange items." Zubeiji chimed in, "I, old pig, feel the same way." Neza interjected, My friends, look. The dog and the pig are eager to trade. To seek something for nothing would be beneath even them." Chen Chao burst into laughter. Neza, notorious as a little tyrant in the three realms, was always ready to defend his territory, now openly disregarding the dignity of other deities. Taishang Laojun said, "Who said anything about wanting something for free? I, Taishang Laojun, will trade a pill of ascending heaven for 5 bottles of beer." The poet Li Taibai added, "I do not possess anything of great value, having exchanged it all for wine. Thus, I am willing to trade a poem I penned while intoxicated a few days ago for 10 bottles of beer." The celestial dog offered 10 celestial fish in exchange for 10 packets of spicy strips. Jiang Zia stated, "I am willing to trade 10 golden locks for 10 boxes of chewing gum. I have been plagued by bad breath lately." Zhu Beiji said, "I could use some snacks as well. I'll trade 3 bottles of the imperial liquor bestowed upon me by the Jade Emperor for some of your way-long spicy strips." Chen Chao was overjoyed. These deities were generous indeed, especially the poet Li Taibai, who had offered a poem written in a drunken haze, though he modestly claimed it was a mere scribble. History attests that the true masterpieces of the great poet often emerged from his intoxicated revelry. If he were to sell it, he would undoubtedly make a fortune. Before long, Chen Chao's Douyin shop became a bustling marketplace. A variety of celestial beings flocked to purchase his snacks and beer. Among them, the Golden Horn King caught Chen Chao's attention. He bought a considerable amount of spicy strips, humorously labeled Tang Sing meat, and left a message. "This king has never tasted true Tang Sing meat in his life. Today, I finally see it, albeit merely a spicy strip. Still, it brings some comfort to my heart." Upon seeing Li Bai's message, Chen Chao felt a surge of excitement. Li Bai wrote, "I initially thought to casually exchange a piece of calligraphy with you, but upon reflection, exquisite wine should not be trifled with. Therefore, I shall gift you an authentic piece of my work from years past." Just as Chen Chao was still in disbelief, he received notifications. Ding. 1 pill of ascending heaven from Taishang Laojun received, auto-delivering. Ding. 10 golden locks from Jiang Zia received, auto-delivering. Ding. 1 authentic calligraphy piece from Li Bai received, auto-delivering. The mechanical notifications rang incessantly, and Chen Chao's bag was filled with numerous treasures, dozens of celestial pills, various magical artifacts, and several cherished items, including Li Bai's authentic work. In his bag, the purchased items vanished, automatically delivered. Chen Chao picked up Li Bai's authentic piece to admire it. The ethereal style made the poem Invitation to Wine appear even more grand, and the flowing brushwork was a delight to behold. Even Chen Chao, an untrained novice in calligraphy, could not help but be awed. He stepped outside with Li Bai's masterpiece, pondering its potential value. He had heard of a previous auction where one of Li Bai's wild cursive manuscripts fetched 30 million. With such thoughts, Chen Chao arrived at the antique street, the only one near his school. The street was dotted with various antique shops and calligraphy stores, with a few people strolling about. He chose the largest store. Absolute Distance Calligraphy. The store's owner, a bald middle-aged man, eagerly approached upon seeing Chen Chao holding a rolled-up piece of calligraphy. "Young man, are you here to sell calligraphy? Our store has the best reputation. You won't leave empty-handed." Chen Chao slowly unfurled the scroll, presenting it to the owner. "Boss, this is an authentic piece by the poet Li Bai. What do you offer?" The owner's expression changed to one of astonishment. "An authentic piece by Li Bai? This is a rare treasure." He scrutinized the calligraphy for a long moment, his face filled with admiration. "Indeed, this is Li Bai's handwriting. Its ethereal and profound style is unmistakable." Chen Chao prompted, "Then please offer a price. If it's reasonable, I shall sell it to you." Suddenly, the owner fell silent for a moment before saying, "Wait a moment. I remember that there has never been an authentic piece of Invitation to Wine by Li Bai in circulation. This can't possibly be a high-quality replica. It appears too pristine, not like a priceless artifact that has survived for millennia." Chen Chao frowned, feeling displeased. This owner clearly lacked discernment. He messaged Li Bai in their Douyin group. "Poet Li Bai, someone claims your authentic piece is a fake. They're questioning me, making it impossible to sell." Li Bai replied, "Let them be. I have more. I'll send you a dozen more to play with. I'm eager for a drink." After a brief moment, Chen Chao's bag filled with another dozen pieces of calligraphy. At that moment, an elderly man with white hair exited the calligraphy shop. He immediately spotted the scroll on the table and examined it closely. Seconds later, his eyes widened in disbelief. "Heavens! Chapter 11, The Star." When the old man stared intently at Li Bai's authentic piece, exclaiming, "This is truly Li Bai's work. Young man, I will buy it." The owner whispered nearby, "Dad, the script looks correct, but it feels suspiciously fake. Please don't buy it." The old man slapped his son on the head, scolding, "What do you know? I've focused on Li Bai's calligraphy for years. How could I not recognize it?" The owner covered his head, silenced by his father's rebuke. The old man looked at Chen Chao with fervent eyes. 1 million, I will buy it." Chen Chao was taken aback. He seemed unaware of the market value of such a piece. 1 million sounded substantial enough. "All right." Chen Chao nodded. The old man, fearing Chen Chao might change his mind, quickly transferred the million via WeChat. Upon receiving the notification, Chen Chao felt a thrill of excitement. After a moment's thought, he decided to sell another piece. "Sir, I happen to have another authentic work by Li Bai, Night Stay at the Mountain Temple. Would you be interested?" Chen Chao discreetly retrieved another scroll from his bag. The old man's eyes lit up. "Another? Absolutely. I've earned enough in my life. My only passion is collecting Li Bai's authentic works." Seeing the additional piece, the old man was overjoyed. "Another 1 million, transferred directly." Chen Chao nodded. Watching the payment notification on his phone, he smiled faintly and exited the calligraphy shop. As he walked into a dimly lit area, he suddenly noticed several men surrounding a woman. The woman had a sweet appearance, wearing a knitted hat and sunglasses, seemingly trying to hide her true identity. The men, a group of oily middle-aged men dressed in suits, insisted, "Miss He, would you grace us with your presence for a meal? We cannot miss this opportunity to meet you." Chen Chao felt a flicker of surprise. Was this woman he won? The current popular star? She looked increasingly impatient as she regarded the persistent men, her frustration bubbling to the surface. Chen Chao stepped forward promptly, pushing aside the crowd blocking the way, and exclaimed loudly. Just as the moment was fleeting, he swiftly grasped He Wen's hand and dashed out, leaving several middle-aged men in a state of astonishment. After they had covered quite a distance, He Wen finally halted, gasping for breath, her delicate chest rising and falling, which left Chen Chao utterly mesmerized. Suddenly, a bold idea struck Chen Chao. Had not the matchmaker bestowed upon him a red thread that tied their fates together? Perhaps it was worth a try. As this thought took root, Chen Chao felt a tantalizing thrill coursing through him. He Wen smiled and said, "Thank you. Otherwise, those men would have clung to me for who knows how long." Chen Chao replied with a slight smile, "It's no trouble at all. It is my fortune to help a grand star like you." Suddenly, Chen Chao pointed into the distance and shouted, "Look, a shooting star." He Wen, true to form, turned her head to gaze. Seizing the moment, Chen Chao quickly produced a red thread. In an instant, that thread transformed into 2 ethereal wisps, one entering He Wen's body and the other merging with his own. The moment He Wen turned back, her gaze had changed. The warmth in her eyes softened as she looked at Chen Chao, filled with tenderness and affection. Chen Chao waved his hand in front of her and asked, "Hey, are you all right? Please don't have any issues. I, Chen Chao, am still young and wish to avoid complications." He Wen entwined her arm with his and gently replied, "I'm fine, but I'm hungry. Would you accompany me for a late-night snack?" Her face radiated anticipation, and she leaned her head against Chen Chao's shoulder. The close proximity allowed Chen Chao to catch a whiff of her enchanting fragrance, stirring his thoughts into a flurry. He mused to himself, the matchmaker truly does not deceive. The efficacy of this red thread is remarkable. Within such a brief encounter, Hewen had seemingly fallen for him. Noticing Chen Chao's silence, Hewen playfully asked, "Chen Chao, would you be willing?" She gazed at him with adoring eyes, resembling a devoted wife rather than the aloof star she once appeared to be. Unable to resist the sweet temptation, Chen Chao acquiesced, feeling a pang of hunger himself. Why not indulge? As they strolled past countless roadside stalls, Hewen flirted with Chen Chao, casting coy glances his way. Eventually, they arrived at a rather quiet barbecue stall. Chen Chao ordered an abundance of skewers and a few bottles of beer. Hewen brought the beer to Chen Chao, feigning innocence. "Chen Chao? I can't open this beer. Could you help me?" A shiver ran down Chen Chao's spine as he opened the beer for her, reflecting on the situation. Although Hewen was a sweet beauty and a dream goddess for countless men, thankfully, she was his type. Otherwise, he might have lost control. As they continued eating, Hewen looked at him with a pitiful expression. "Chen Chao, I want to eat this large shrimp, but I can't peel it. Could you help me?" She gazed at him with her big, sparkling eyes. With a sigh, Chen Chao peeled the shrimp for her. To his surprise, Hewen leaned closer instead of taking the shrimp, softly requesting, "I want you to feed me." Chen Chao felt his scalp prickle. He thought to himself, the matchmaker's thread is extraordinarily effective. Hewen seemed to be insatiably trying to entice him. If this continues, even a paragon of restraint could not hold back. Reluctantly, he fed her the shrimp, and she smiled with satisfaction. Throughout the meal, Chen Chao was taken aback as Hewen continually found ways to seduce him. Finally, as they finished eating, Chen Chao asked Hewen a question. She pouted playfully, gazing at him with affection, while her body brushed against his. Unable to withstand it any longer, Chen Chao quickly took out his phone and reached out to the matchmaker in a group chat, sending a message. Matchmaker, come out quickly. I urgently need to know how to undo this thread of fate." Chapter 12. Provocation from Bai Tingshan. Chen Chao, what's the matter? The power of my fate thread is indeed formidable. I assent it. To untie it, you simply need to recite a spell directed at the person tied to the thread. Wolin Yong Kuang Da. Immediately, he recited the incantation towards Hewen. Wolin Yong Kuang Da. In an instant, an invisible red thread shot out from Hewen's body. Chen Chao finally exhaled in relief. At that moment, the matchmaker sent another message. I forgot to mention, even after the thread is undone, some residual effects will linger, although they won't be as intense. Chen Chao felt a mix of emotions. Hewen's eyes flickered, and suddenly, a semblance of calm returned to her expression. Although her gaze remained gentle, it no longer bore the same intensity as before. Once composed, she smiled slightly. "Thank you, Chen Chao, for helping me out tonight and treating me to a late-night meal. Shall we exchange contact information? If we have the chance, we could grab a meal together sometime." Chen Chao smiled in return. Sure. They exchanged details, and Hewen reluctantly departed, burdened with many commitments. Her earlier longing to engage with Chen Chao had merely been a fleeting effect of the red thread's influence. As he watched her retreating figure, Chen Chao finally relaxed. Over the next 2 days, he immersed himself in mastering the techniques imparted by the celestial beings, studying spells, and comprehending the principles behind various magical artifacts. After 2 days of diligent study, he made modest progress, significantly enhancing his abilities. The transformative techniques he acquired from the primordial heavenly venerable now allowed him to perform several transformations with ease. Content with his achievements, Chen Chao understood that learning could not be rushed. Even the mighty Sun Wukong had taken considerable time to master his skills. Patience was essential. One day, Zhang Haitao informed Chen Chao that the university was hosting a welcome event that evening at a nearby venue called the White Horse Club. This establishment was not the typical haunt for wealthy women. Rather, it was designed for university gatherings, providing ample space for thousands, as well as numerous entertainment options including billiards, mini theaters, and karaoke rooms, ensuring an unforgettable experience. As night fell, Chen Chao walked towards the White Horse Club with Zhang Haitao and others. Upon entering, attendees were grouped according to their respective classes and colleges. Just as they stepped inside, Chen Chao was met with an unpleasant sight. Bai Tingshan, that loathsome pest, was embracing Yang Shui, who appeared to be the epitome of innocence. From a distance, one might be inclined to admire their apparent compatibility. However, upon witnessing this, Chen Chao felt a wave of nausea. Yang Shui had indeed betrayed him, aligning herself with Bai Tingshan. Chen Chao surmised her fate. Enticed by Bai Tingshan's materialistic gifts, she had fallen prey to his whims, only to be discarded once he grew bored. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Chen Chao let out a cold laugh. Yang Shui, nestled in Bai Tingshan's embrace, seemed to catch the sound, sitting up and glancing at Chen Chao with a somewhat displeased expression. Bai Tingshan held Yang Shui even tighter, his hand nearly resting against her chest. With many eyes upon them, Yang Shui's face flushed, and she began to struggle. However, escaping Bai Tingshan's grasp was futile. He cast a provocative glance at Chen Chao, his tone laced with malice. Chen, you've arrived? Remember a few days ago when you injured me? We'll settle that score later. For now, just look at what your girlfriend is doing, lying in my embrace, allowing me to toy with her. Ha. Biting Shan's laughter rang out, both triumphant and sinister. Chen Chao's expression turned icy. Zhang Haitao, sitting nearby, quickly urged him to sit down, advising, Chen, you must stay calm. We cannot afford to offend Bai Tingshan. The surrounding crowd had heard the commotion and leaned in with curiosity. Once they grasped the situation, they began to gossip, as if it were an appetizer for their entertainment. Particularly among the girls, the air was thick with speculation. Look at Yang Shui. She's such a shameless girl. I heard she was dating Chen Chao. Yet she enters a hotel with Bai Tingshan at night. Oh, that explains it. Chen Chao knocked Bai Tingshan out during the club recruitment event. Perchin. To have such a girlfriend. These whispers reached Bai Tingshan's ears. Yang Shui's complexion paled, feeling the weight of her tarnished reputation. In contrast, Bai Tingshan appeared indifferent, unfazed by the gossip. He sneered, Chen, witnessing your former beloved in my arms must be quite the pleasure for you. Huh? He then brazenly groped Yang Shui in front of everyone, attempting to provoke Chen Chao into a furious outburst. Chen Chao merely smiled. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, he took out his phone and dialed a number. Hello, Hewen, do you have a moment? I'm at the White Horse Club for a party and could use a companion. Would you come? After hanging up, Bai Tingshan burst into loud laughter. Ha. You've got to be kidding. Hewen? Is he dreaming? And now he's calling her to accompany him? The crowd was instantly thrown into chaos. Is Chen Chao losing his mind? Is there even a Hewen at our school? Maybe it's just a coincidence in names. Even if his ex-girlfriend is in another man's arms, does it warrant such a reaction? Who is Hewen that she would know him? Chen Chao dismissed their chatter with a smile. Moments later, someone screamed, Look, who is that? It seems to be Hewen. In the gaze of the crowd, a stunning figure slowly approached. Hewen had arrived. Adorned in a pink dress with her hair cascading naturally over her shoulders, she wore a pair of translucent, sparkling earrings, exuding an ethereal grace reminiscent of a celestial being. The crowd erupted into excitement as the popular star made her entrance. People began to shout fervently, Hewen, I love you. Hewen, look over here. The atmosphere was filled with astonishment and delight at the sight of her. Hewen scanned the crowd, smiling at those who were shouting, and her gaze landed on Chen Chao in the center. She walked towards him gracefully, observing the reaction of those around him. Chen Chao suddenly felt a pang of regret. Had summoning Hewen been too ostentatious? He smiled at her, saying, Welcome. Please, have a seat here. He pulled out a chair for her. Hewen beamed back, If you invite me, I will come no matter how busy I am. She took her seat beside him. This moment sent shockwaves through the entire school. Hewen appeared at the welcome party, and it was in honor of Chen Chao. Chen Chao's claims were no exaggeration. Some gasped, Wow, I thought he was just boasting. It turns out I was the foolish one. It was simply unbelievable. How had Chen Chao come to know Hewen? Oh my goddess, sitting beside another man. It felt surreal, as if they were living in a dream. As time passed, the excitement began to settle. Meanwhile, Bai Tingshan's face turned a deep shade of crimson, humiliated by the judgmental glances directed at him, feeling like a mere jester. Yang Shui's expression darkened further, casting complicated glances at Chen Chao. In that moment, a sense of regret welled up within her. Ultimately, unable to bear the humiliation, Bai Tingshan stormed out, dragging Yang Shui with him, unwilling to remain the subject of ridicule. Undoubtedly, Chen Chao and Hewen became the focal point of the entire evening. All eyes were fixed upon them. From this moment onward, Chen Chao's name echoed throughout the campus. Whenever he was mentioned, people would nod in admiration, saying, That's the man who could invite Hewen. He was the man who dined with everyone's goddess. After the party concluded, the crowd dispersed reluctantly. Hewen was not aloof with her enthusiastic fans. She took the time to sign autographs, leaving them ecstatic. It was likely that many would be unable to sleep that night from excitement. As Chen Chao and Hewen strolled through the night streets, a gentle breeze enveloped them, creating a delightful ambience. Chen Chao expressed his gratitude. Thank you for coming today. You've given me quite the honor. Hewen smiled softly. Do we really need to mention such things between us? Chen Chao paused, realizing the lingering bond they shared. Hewen still harbored some fondness for him. He resolved to do something special for her to repay her kindness, ensuring he did not owe her anything that weighed on his conscience. As they walked, Hewen fell silent, a hint of melancholy shadowing her face. Chen Chao inquired, What is troubling you, Miss Superstar? You seem preoccupied. She smiled faintly. Am I? You're just imagining it. Chen Chao understood then that her position was precarious. He was determined to help her resolve this issue. The following day, Chen Chao arrived early at a private detective agency. By noon, a detective informed him that all the information was ready. At the agency, a handsome man handed him a thick dossier. Chen Chao stated directly, You've compiled the information. Just tell me what you found. The handsome man nodded and replied, The actress competing with you seems to have inappropriate relations with two individuals. Chen Chao frowned. That complicates matters. The man sipped his water and continued, however. It's not entirely hopeless. Above these three is a significant boss who has the final say. If you can secure his support, you can resolve this. Chen Chao fell silent for a moment and inquired, what are his preferences? I wish to cater to them. The handsome man suddenly lowered his voice. It is said that he suffers from impotence. If you could remedy this affliction, your request would surely be granted. Impotence. A spark of inspiration flickered in Chen Chao's mind. Did the old man on stage not give him a miraculous pill to sell his own beer? Surely, it must have some efficacy. Chen Chao departed, elated. That night at the Haitian hotel, Chen Chao sat on the stone steps, awaiting someone. 2 hours later, 3 individuals emerged from the hotel, and Chen Chao approached them. The middle-aged man, though aged, was handsome and charming, exuding elegance in his manner. Chen Chao found it perplexing how such a man could suffer from impotence. Stepping forward, Chen Chao warmly greeted, hello, Mr. Gao. The trio halted, and Mr. Gao scrutinized Chen Chao, frowning. Who are you? Why do you impede our path? Chen Chao maintained a smile, explaining, Mr. Gao, you may not recognize me, but I am here to help you resolve a long-standing issue. With a subtle glance at Mr. Gao's lower body, Mr. Gao instantly comprehended. I am all ears. Let us speak privately. Chapter 14. The helper from Baidingshan. Mr. Gao, I am aware of your unhealable affliction. I possess an ancestral remedy that can alleviate your distress and cure your hidden ailment. Mr. Gao gazed at Chen Chao in astonishment. Is what you say true? Indeed. It is, Chen Chao affirmed. Suddenly, Mr. Gao's expression darkened. Your meticulous investigation into my private troubles suggests there is more to this than meets the eye. Speak plainly, what do you desire? He added, few know of my affliction. For you to uncover it is no small feat. Chen Chao smiled gently. I can indeed cure your ailment, and I hope that once healed, you will grant me a favor. What favor? Mr. Gao asked, puzzled. Chen Chao replied. I wish for he one to secure the position of the leading lady, ensuring that no one else can usurp her role. You can manage the other competing actresses. Can't you, Mr. Gao? After a moment's contemplation, Mr. Gao responded, if you can rid me of my ailment, that is a trivial matter. Agreed, Chen Chao exclaimed. Producing the miraculous pill, once radiant and golden, the pill had been transformed into a less conspicuous dark hue by Chen Chao. Mr. Gao, consume this, and you shall be cured. Mr. Gao hesitated, peering at the dark pill with skepticism. Can this truly be ingested? Chen Chao reassured him. I have a request of you. I would not jest with this. Please, take it. Ultimately, Mr. Gao, with tears in his eyes, swallowed the pill. Moments later, his countenance shifted to one of ecstatic joy. Gradually, a tint appeared in his trousers as he erupted into laughter. Chen Chao joined in the mirth. After a while, Chen Chao reminded him, Mr. Gao, I have healed your ailment. Now, about the favor you promised me? With a flush of exhilaration, Mr. Gao assured, rest assured, I, Gao, am a man of my word. That is excellent. Please inform Hewen that it was Chen Chao who assisted her. With that, Chen Chao strode away. As expected. The following day, Hewen called to express her gratitude to Chen Chao, who playfully evaded her inquiries. In high spirits, Chen Chao sat in the school garden, contemplating what to concoct next for the immortals to savor. Suddenly, a figure approached and sat beside him. Upon looking up, Chen Chao's expression turned icy. The visitor was none other than the traitorous Yang Shui. Yang Shui regarded Chen Chao with a complex gaze, offering a faint smile. Chen Chao, I knew you would be here. Chen Chao often frequented this spot to enjoy the breeze and scenery, never anticipating Yang Shui would seek him out. Coldly, he replied, what does my presence have to do with you? If there is nothing of import, please leave me to my solitude. Yang Shui began to sob softly. Her voice tinged with anguish. Chen Chao, will you forgive me? I had my reasons. I was with Baidingshan to placate him. After your altercation with him, he vowed to retaliate against you. I feigned compliance to protect you. In truth, I love you. Chen Chao scrutinized Yang Shui. Had it been his former self, he might have naively believed her. Now, however, it was evident that she perceived his newfound fortune as an opportunity. This was utterly unacceptable. Chen Chao's voice turned frigid. Is that so? Then tell me, why were you seen entering a hotel with Baidingshan just a month or two ago at midnight? Was that also a charade? His tone escalated with anger. You shameless wretch. Explain yourself. In an instant, Yang Shui's face drained of color, and she remained speechless. Regaining his composure, Chen Chao stated calmly. Yang Shui, what we had is no longer possible. It is over. Leave now, and let us have no further entanglements. Yang Shui, in tears and despair, walked away, understanding that her betrayal was unforgivable in Chen Chao's eyes. It was absurd. Her actions were unforgivable by any man. After all, who could accept such a betrayal under the sun? Chen Chao lingered in the garden for a while longer. Just as he prepared to depart, two figures approached him, Bai Tingshan, accompanied by a burly man with a fierce demeanor. Chen Chao scoffed. Ah, the clown returns. What do you want this time? Bai Tingshan, visibly enraged, retorted, you insolent brat. You shall meet your end here today. You think you're tough? Let me introduce you to our hired bodyguard, a retired Special Forces soldier. I look forward to seeing if you can stir up any trouble against him. Brother Biao, it's your turn. Brother Biao glanced at Chen Chao, disdainfully declaring, a retired Special Forces soldier like me, reduced to fighting a kid like you? How demeaning. Here's the deal. Kneel before young Master Bai and slap yourself. Then I won't have to dirty my hands with you. Otherwise, it will be a laughingstock. Bai Tingshan coldly added, that could work. Beg for mercy at my feet. Chen Chao chuckled at their bravado. Now, as a cultivator who had consumed the Immortal's pill and learned celestial arts, dealing with such so-called special forces was child's play. He merely smiled faintly. Brother Biao, growing impatient, rolled up his sleeves and squared off. Indeed, he was formidable, showcasing the strength of his training. With a fierce shout, he lunged at Chen Chao using grappling techniques. Chen Chao, however, merely laughed, lifting his leg for a swift kick. Bang! Brother Biao was sent flying, landing heavily on the ground, groaning from internal injuries. Disregarding Brother Biao's incredulous expression, Chen Chao seized Bai Tingshan, who was frozen in shock, near a small lake. Chen Chao tossed Bai Tingshan into the water like a pebble. Remember, do not cross me again, Chen Chao warned. Suddenly, a message that even Chen Chao found somewhat astonishing appeared in the Douyin group. Chapter 15, The Primordial Heavenly Sovereign Takes Disciples. It was a message sent by the Primordial Heavenly Sovereign. Chen Chao, somewhat exhilarated, clicked enter. Ever since joining the group, the Primordial Supreme Being had rarely shown himself. Unexpectedly, the Primordial Supreme Being had now mentioned him directly. Who is the Primordial Supreme Being? He is a renowned figure across the three realms. Those familiar with the investiture of the gods are aware that the 12 golden immortals, under the tutelage of the Primordial Heavenly Venerable, are each more formidable than the last. Even the likes of the Supreme Elder Lord and the Celestial Teacher are his disciples. It can be said that, within the three realms, one may be unfamiliar with the Jade Emperor or the Tathagata Buddha, but one cannot be oblivious to the Primordial Heavenly Venerable. Hongjun and Tongtian are indeed quite remarkable, aren't they? Even the Jade Emperor must graciously extend his hospitality, yet in the presence of the Primordial Supreme Being, they are compelled to behave with utmost propriety, not daring to act recklessly. The original Celestial Master, Chen Chao, young brother Chen Chao. I gazed upon the heavens last night and witnessed the auspicious purple aura emerging from the east. Upon further contemplation, I discerned that fate has intertwined our paths. I have resolved to take you as my disciple. All that is required is for you to present a case of that pure draft beer you previously mentioned as a token of your apprenticeship. What are your thoughts on this? Chen Chao was taken aback. The original Heavenly Sovereign actually wanted to take him as a disciple? The condition was a case of pure draft beer? What a delightful turn of events. Chen Chao immediately burst into laughter, realizing that a mere case of draft beer could earn him the privilege of being a disciple of the Primordial Supreme Being. Chen Chao exclaimed, I am willing. Master, I bow to you, and I shall promptly arrange for a case of draft beer. The dialogue between the Primordial Supreme Being and Chen Chao ignited a frenzy within the group. Many deities were left astounded. The Primordial Supreme Being had not taken on disciples for thousands of years, yet today, he unexpectedly reopened his mountain gate. Zhu Beiji inquired, Oh, esteemed Primordial Supreme Being, do you still accept disciples? What do you think of me, old pig? Neza, esteemed elder, I implore you to consider me, should you take me as your disciple. I shall undoubtedly bring you great honor. Yuanshi Tianzuan. The path of accepting a disciple is one that hinges upon fate. It is not a matter to be taken lightly. The disciples of Yuanshi Tianzuan have voiced their opinions. Taishang Laojun. So, it seems I have gained yet another junior disciple? Junior brother. Feel free to prepare that matai you mentioned last time as a gift for me. No need to be overly formal. Hongjun Laozu. Ha. Dear junior brother. A mere dozen ice pops will suffice for me. I've been feeling a bit irritable lately. A few ice pops will help to cool my temper. Tongtian Jiao Master. Hey, what are you all up to? Not fearing to frighten the junior apprentice, I am prepared to form a brotherhood with you, dear junior. Let us deepen our bond further. First, I request 100 bags of way-long spicy strips to satisfy my cravings. The sudden proposal from the Heavenly Master left Chen Chao somewhat astonished. Another brotherhood? Why not? Isn't it merely 100 bags of way-long spicy strips? In the future, one would take the exalted Primordial Heavenly Sovereign as a master and forge a brotherhood with the boundless powers of the Celestial Teacher. Wouldn't he that enable one to traverse the three realms with unparalleled authority? Chen Chao readily agreed and addressed each of the 12 golden immortals as senior brother. He even promised to bestow upon them some small gifts. The 12 golden immortals were overjoyed and praised this young junior disciple for his thoughtfulness. Yuan Shirtianzun interjected. Enough, enough, you rascals. Chen Chao, I shall now impart to you the heavenly devouring profound art, so you must diligently cultivate it. No sooner had he sent this message than a mechanical voice resonated in Chen Chao's mind. Ding dong. Upon receiving the profound art of swallowing the heavens bestowed by the primordial supreme being, Chen Chao felt as though a grand tome had suddenly materialized within the depths of his mind, enveloped by a swirling aura of primordial violet energy. The book bore the elegant inscription of the art of swallowing the heavens. This revelation filled Chen Chao with overwhelming exhilaration. The art of swallowing the heavens. That is indeed one of the 3 ancient extraordinary skills. Upon achieving mastery, one can create worlds and effortlessly move mountains and fill seas. It is said that even the 12 golden immortals have not attained this celestial devouring art. To my astonishment, the primordial heavenly sovereign has generously imparted it directly to me. Just as Chen Chao was filled with excitement, the phone rang. Upon answering, he called out, "Mom." It was his mother calling, her tone laced with urgency. "Chen Chao, what's happening?" He exclaimed. "What? Dad is critically ill? What illness does he have? Why was I not informed?" Chen Chao's mother spoke with a trembling voice. "A month ago, he complained of dizziness, and after an examination, it was determined to be late-stage brain cancer. Your father feared that if he told you, it would distract you and adversely affect your studies, so he insisted that I keep it from you." Tears streamed down Chen Chao's cheeks, his heart heavy with an indescribable ache. The weight of sorrow bore down upon him. "Mother, please tell me which hospital, and I will come immediately," he urged. His mother provided him with an address, and without delay, Chen Chao hailed a taxi and hurried to the location. Throughout the journey, a dark cloud of despair lingered over him. The knowledge that his father was suffering from an incurable illness, yet chose to shield him from the truth to protect his education, was profoundly affecting. A father's love is as steadfast as a mountain. Suddenly, an idea struck Chen Chao, and a smile broke through his somber expression. He took out his phone and sent a message in a group chat on Douyin. "Master Taishang Laojian, dear brother, could you grant me a miraculous elixir that cures all ailments? I am in urgent need." After a few seconds, a bottle of golden elixir materialized within Chen Chao's magical pouch. Upon arriving at the hospital, Chen Chao found his mother and several relatives waiting anxiously outside the ward. Observing the weary figure of his mother, a pang of sorrow struck him, prompting him to call out softly, "Mom, I'm here." Zhao Liping, Chen Chao's mother, glanced at him, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she discreetly wiped them away. "It's good that you're here. Please go in and see your father. He is currently in a state of confusion." As Chen Chao pushed open the door to enter, a strikingly beautiful woman in a white coat approached him with a serious expression, questioning, "What kind of son are you? Your father has fallen gravely ill, and you do not even come to see him? Do you realize that before he lost consciousness, he repeatedly called out your name? Such behavior is truly unfilial." Chen Chao furrowed his brows, feeling perplexed. Had he inadvertently provoked such a fierce outburst? Why was he being subjected to a barrage of scathing insults without any apparent cause? Even if one possesses striking beauty, such behavior is simply unacceptable. Chen Chao disregarded her and stated directly, "I do not wish to engage in further trivialities. I must enter and see my father. I possess the ability to cure his ailment." The enchanting woman clad in a white coat appeared to have heard an utterly preposterous jest, her expression one of disbelief. With a hint of indignation, she inquired, "What? You believe you can cure him? He has only a few hours left to live. Please do not act recklessly." Chapter 16. How was this achieved? Upon hearing this, several relatives of Chen Chao hastily urged him, "Xiao Chao, we understand your feelings regarding your father's critical condition, but please do not act recklessly. Indeed, just go in quietly for a moment to see him, allowing your father to pass peacefully during these final hours of his life. Do not create unnecessary turmoil. He has already suffered enough, and you must not act impulsively." Everyone was deeply concerned that Chen Chao, in his emotional turmoil, might do something foolish. The beautiful woman, Lu Qing, softened her tone slightly and said, "Family of the patient, we empathize with your emotions, but we implore you to remain calm." Chen Chao looked at them earnestly and declared, "Everyone, I truly possess a method to save my father. You need not worry. Shortly you will witness my father appearing before you, full of vitality." With that, he attempted to push the door open. Lu Qing called out sharply, "What are you planning to do? In our hospital, we take full responsibility for our patients, and any form of recklessness is unequivocally prohibited. Xiao Chen, you must hurry and inform the dean to send more personnel over. If he continues his reckless behavior, it may lead to a medical incident." Chen Chao's mother looked at him with a face full of confusion. "Xiao Chao, can you truly save your father?" Chen Chao's aunt interjected, "Sister-in-law, even the doctors have stated that there is no hope. What can a student like Xiao Chao possibly do? Please do not believe him. We cannot let my brother suffer any longer." Before long, The dean arrived with several individuals in tow. The beautiful doctor, Lu Qing, swiftly approached and clarified the situation. The hospital dean furrowed his brow and said, "Young man, the patient's condition inside is extremely critical. If you wish to see him one last time, you must do so quietly, without any other actions. Otherwise, it will only exacerbate the patient's suffering. Do you understand?" Faced with the resolute attitude of the crowd, Chen Chao felt a sense of overwhelm. With a nod, he agreed. "I will enter quietly to see my father for the last time and will not take any further action." The dean then softened his stance, saying, "Very well. He may enter. However, we must accompany you to prevent any impulsive actions." "Fine. Do as you wish," Chen Chao replied helplessly. With the dean and Lu Qing by his side, Chen Chao pushed open the door. His gaze immediately fell upon his father, Chen Ligua, lying on the hospital bed in a patient gown. Chen Ligua's complexion was poor, devoid of color, pale, haggard, and frail. Silence enveloped the room. Tears streamed down the corners of Chen Chao's eyes. Suddenly, he quickened his pace and rushed forward. The dean and Lu Qing shouted in unison, "Don't act recklessly. If something happens, our hospital will not take responsibility." They too rushed forward in an attempt to stop Chen Chao, but it was too late. Chen Chao reached his father's side, gently prying open Chen Ligua's mouth and placing a pill inside. The entire motion was fluid and seamless. By the time the dean and Lu Qing reached Chen Chao, it was already too late. Lu Qing glared at Chen Chao, her voice cold. "What did you give the patient?" The dean examined Chen Ligua's mouth, trying to ascertain what Chen Chao had administered. Chen Chao smiled faintly and replied, "Nothing much. Soon, you will witness a miracle." The commotion drew the attention of Chen Chao's relatives, who rushed in, staring in disbelief at the scene before them. Everyone fell silent, unsure of what to say. The dean's face grew grave as he warned, "If anything happens to the patient, our hospital will not take responsibility." Chen Chao nonchalantly assured him, "Do not worry, you will not be held accountable." Suddenly, Chen Chao's aunt exclaimed, "Elder brother." The dean's voice rose in anger. "I told you something would go wrong." Chen Chao's aunt continued in astonishment, "Elder brother." He sat up. The dean, who was about to reprimand Chen Chao further, was left speechless. Under the astonished gazes of everyone, Chen Ligua slowly sat up and gently moved his arms and legs. The crowd was in utter shock. Forgetting to assist him, Chen Chao, overwhelmed with emotion, approached and grasped his father's arm, asking with concern, "Dad, how do you feel now?" Chen Ligua smiled and replied, "I feel wonderful. It seems all my ailments have vanished, and I feel an unprecedented lightness. By the way, why is everyone looking at me like that?" The crowd finally snapped back to reality. Chen Chao's mother, Zhao Liping, was filled with immense joy, tears streaming down her face. Others were equally exhilarated. Lu Qing stared at Chen Ligua in disbelief, asking, "Are you certain you are all right?" Chen Ligua nodded. "Thank you for your concern, doctor. I feel great and am brimming with energy. I could be discharged right now." The dean remained in profound shock, finally managing to utter, "A medical miracle?" He was indeed astounded. He was aware of the severity of Chen Ligua's stomach cancer, having led the medical team responsible for his care. He never anticipated that whatever Chen Chao had administered would restore his father to health and enable him to sit up and converse. Chen Ligua, having recovered, insisted, "Call the medical team immediately for a thorough examination." Lu Qing acknowledged and swiftly exited. Moments later, 5 or 6 doctors entered with various electronic instruments. They quickly set up the equipment and began their examination. Chen Chao's mother, along with his relatives, as well as Lu Qing and the dean, held their breath, intently watching the doctors. They hoped the results would indicate that Chen Ligua's vital signs were stable, blood pressure normal, pulse steady, diastolic pressure within range. As the results began to emerge, all the doctors present were astonished. The man who had been on the brink of death just moments ago had suddenly revived? It was utterly inconceivable. How had this been accomplished? In Chapter 17, he wins invitation. Witnessing this miraculous outcome, Chen Chao smiled gently, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. With the elixir's restorative properties, he could now withstand various ailments. All the hospital's doctors surrounded Chen Chao, bombarding him with inquiries about the miraculous medicine he had given Chen Ligua. Chen Chao smiled wryly. "It's nothing extraordinary. It's a folk remedy I concocted. I never imagined it would be effective." He deftly evaded their probing questions, knowing that revealing the true nature of the elixir would be met with disbelief. Ultimately, the doctors, unable to extract any useful information from Chen Chao, left in disappointment, returning to their duties. At Chen Ligua's request, Chen Chao promptly arranged for his discharge. With all health indicators normal, the hospital offered no further resistance, merely advising him to rest. To express gratitude for the relatives' unwavering support during this ordeal, Chen Chao treated them to a lavish meal. He subtly mentioned that he had opened a small shop on Douyin and was doing quite well. garnering much praise from his relatives, who affirmed their belief in his talents. With that, Chen Chao felt no pressure. He hadn't deceived anyone since he had indeed opened a shop on Douyin, albeit selling offerings to deities. After seeing off his relatives, Chen Chao turned to his parents and declared, "Mom and Dad, I've decided to buy you a house. You won't have to live in that cramped urban village anymore." Zhao Liping, concerned for her son, shook her head. "Son, although you've earned some money from your Douyin shop, you should save it for yourself. There will be many expenses ahead. Your father and I have never achieved much. After graduation, you will have to rely on yourself, so there is no need to buy us anything." Chen Chao insisted, "Mom, I have more than enough money. If I spend it, I can earn more." Zhao Liping remained steadfast, "It's unnecessary." Finally, Chen Ligua interjected, "Since our son has this intention, we should accept it. After all, having faced death, I have come to terms with life. Wealth is but an external possession. We arrive in this world without it and depart without it. It is meant to be spent." Ultimately, Chen Chao took his parents to a place known as Shuiyunjiayuan. While selecting a residence, Zhao Liping aimed to help Chen Chao save some money by inquiring about smaller units. However, Chen Chao ultimately chose a spacious 150 square meter apartment. After finalizing the selection, he turned to his parents and said, "Mom and Dad, please rest here in the lounge while I use the restroom." At the front desk, Chen Chao inquired about the apartment he had just seen. With a smile, he asked the sales representative, "Could you tell me the price of the unit in Building 31? The saleswoman enthusiastically began her explanation. "Sir, you have excellent taste. That unit has nearly been snapped up, with only one left. It features a small garden, fresh air, and a beautiful environment. In the evening, you can enjoy the city skyline. It's available for 8 million, but for you, I can offer it at 7.5 million. Without hesitation, Chen Chao took out his phone to make the payment. The saleswoman's face lit up with joy. Her gaze toward Chen Chao now filled with admiration. Leaning closer, Chen Chao whispered, "Hey, beautiful, let me tell you something. This apartment is for my parents. When you see them later, please tell them it costs only 1.5 million. If they find out the actual price, they will be upset." The saleswoman smiled knowingly and gestured in understanding. Chen Chao then brought her to meet Chen Ligua and Zhao Liping, saying, "Dad, Mom, I've completed the payment. You can sign here and we'll receive the keys. The apartment is fully furnished. You can move in right away." Zhao Liping quietly asked, "Son, how much did it cost? I've heard that properties here aren't cheap." Chen Chao chuckled and replied, "Mom, it's not expensive. I caught them during a promotion, and it only cost 1.5 million. The saleswoman chimed in sweetly, "Indeed, at full price it would be quite steep, but thanks to our current offers, it's just 1.5 million. At the moment they received the keys, Zhao Liping's eyes glistened with tears, and Chen Ligua was filled with emotion. They felt immense pride. Chen Chao was a considerate and filial son. That night, as Chen Chao lay in bed, he closed his eyes to relax. Suddenly, a message from Hewen appeared on WeChat. "Chen Chao, are you asleep? Thank you for what you did last time. How do you know General Gao?" Chen Chao was reluctant to dwell on this topic and casually replied, "He is a relative of a classmate of mine. Is there anything else? If not, I'm going to sleep." Hewen responded, "Could you play a few rounds of Honor of Kings with me?" Chen Chao felt a surge of excitement. Honor of Kings? He remembered his former glory as a skilled player. Now, after consuming the elixirs given by Lao Jun, his reaction speed and comprehension were extraordinary. Playing a few rounds to gain some points would be as easy as drinking water. Thus, Chen Chao logged into the game with Hewen. They played 10 matches, and in each one, he dominated effortlessly. Whether playing as the notoriously lethal Little Luban or the often overlooked by Li Xiansu, he exhibited unmatched prowess. After 10 games, he achieved 5 kills in every match, akin to playing against bots. His astounding performance earned him a score of 160 in each game, which was undeniably impressive. Hewen, thrilled by his achievements, exclaimed in her headset, "Wow, with you on the team, we could win with 4 dogs." Eventually, Hewen suggested they stop as she felt tired. Chen Chao smiled softly. Indeed, with his current skill level, he was merely bullying inexperienced players. Suddenly, Hewen sent another message. "Chen Chao, do you know about the celebrity exhibition match in Honor of Kings? I would like to invite you to participate. With you on our team, we are sure to win. Will you join me?" Chapter 18. Participating in the Celebrity Invitational. Chen Chao gladly accepted Hewen's invitation. He was curious to see how his skills measured up. Perhaps even professional players would have to yield to him. With this thought, he felt a surge of anticipation for the upcoming event. In the following days, Chen Chao busied himself with various tasks. He made trips to the supermarket to stock up on goods and listed them in his Douyin store for the deities to purchase. He did not forget to send a case of premium beer to Yuan Shi Tianzun, along with gifts for Tong Tian Jiaozhu. Chen Chao also prepared generous gifts for each of the 12 golden immortals under Yuan Shi Tianzun. as they were his seniors and well-known figures in the realm. His Douyin store thrived, attracting many new customers daily. The deities throughout the heavenly realm became aware of Chen Chao's small shop, which could be considered a unique establishment within the three realms. Having begun his practice of the Tunchen Shengong imparted by Yuan Shi Tianzun, Chen Chao would meditate on the mountains behind his school each morning as the sun rose, feeling the immense true energy within him yearning to be unleashed. This was the power of the Tunchen Shengong. As his friendship with Yuan deepened, Chen Chao awaited her arrival at the school gate. Soon, a red Qian screeched to a halt, and Yuan stepped out, flashing a smile at Chen Chao, dressed in a striking red mini dress and sunglasses. She appeared both dazzling and alluring. "Why are you just standing there? Get in," she called out with a playful smile. Chen Chao returned her smile and climbed into the car. The vehicle roared to life and sped away, bringing them to a luxurious esports arena filled with thousands of eager spectators gathered to witness the Celebrity Invitational. The event was organized by a powerful company with collaborations in place with the honor of King's developers and clubs. They had assembled a formidable live streaming team and official commentators, with numerous fans of the game eagerly awaiting the thrilling matchups. Upon entering the lounge, a popular star named Xiaomi greeted Chen Chao with a curious gaze. "Is this the expert you spoke of, Wenwen?" she inquired with a chuckle. Yuan replied, "Yes. Mier. I assure you, he is incredibly skilled. Playing against him is like facing bots. We will surely excel today." Yuan and Xiaomi then explained the match rules to Chen Chao. Each team comprised 3 popular celebrities, with each side allowed to invite 2 skilled players. It was said that their opponents had already secured the top 2 players in the league, Qing and Inua, both renowned for their exceptional prowess. Originally, they had invited Yu Wang Wu Wei and Zhang Dan Fa Wang Huawan, but Yuan insisted on including Chen Chao instead. As Huawan had family matters to attend to, and no one opposed the change, Chen Chao began to understand the stakes of the competition. In the ensuing moments, aside from Yuan and Xiaomi Air, the popular male star Ma Jiaqi also arrived, along with Wu Wei. Everyone gathered together to commence their pre-match warm-up and preparations. Chen Chao greeted Wu Wei with a smile, saying, "Wu Wei, it's great to finally see you in person. I've always wanted to watch your matches but could never secure a ticket." Wu Wei smiled back, replying, "Haha, today we are comrades in arms." After a few minutes of casual conversation, an official approached to announce the commencement of the match. As Chen Chao joined the others on stage, the audience erupted in excitement. Some waved their support signs fervently, while others shouted in enthusiasm, "Yuan, I love you. Xiaomi Air, you must win. Wu Wei, go forth and conquer. Rena Man, you must strive for victory. We await your good news. Qian, you too must give it your all. Nuazai, unleash your passion." The cheers grew louder and louder. Each individual on stage had fans fervently chanting their names, rallying for their support, except for Chen Chao. Undeterred, he believed that after the 3 rounds of gameplay, the audience would remember him. If he remained unnoticed, he would let his undeniable prowess command their attention. Ladies and gentlemen, the thrilling match is about to begin. I am your commentator, Li Jiao. In this battle, regardless of who emerges victorious, they are all heroes embarking on their quest. Let us now revel in the splendor of these champions. I am your commentator, Ping Zi. The 2 finest commentators, Li Jiao and Ping Zi, announced the commencement of the match. During the hero selection phase, the other 2 stars sought Wu Wei's opinion, given his illustrious reputation as one of the league's top junglers. Wu Wei casually remarked, "Choose freely. I shall take the support role and carry you." With that, he relaxedly shook his legs, a smile gracing his face. He went turned to Chen Chao, asking, "Chen Chao, what do you wish to play?" Chen Chao nonchalantly replied, "Just give me a little Lu Ban. And if Wu Wei lends me some resources, I will rampage." Yuan nodded, seemingly understanding. The other 2 stars offered no objections, as they acknowledged their reliance on the 2 powerhouses to lead them. Ultimately, Chen Chao's lineup was as follows: top lane, Zhu Beiji; roaming, Yao Yao; farming, Lu Ban; jungle, Jing; mid lane, Shi Shi. The opposing lineup consisted of farming, Gong Sunli, a renowned hero of Inua; top lane, Ma Chao, a signature hero of Qing; mid lane, Buji Huowu; roaming, De Qiao; jungle, Jing. When Wu Wei selected Jing, Inua chose Gong Sunli, and Qing opted for Ma Chao, the audience erupted in another wave of ecstatic cheers. Some fans were so overwhelmed that they began to scream wildly. The match commenced, and the commentators took their positions. As the game reached the 3-minute mark, the audience exploded with excitement. The commentators were astonished, their eyes wide in disbelief. Li Jiao exclaimed, "Good heavens! This unknown deity named Chen Chao has secured a triple kill with Lu Ban in just 3 minutes. Unbelievable." Ping Zi echoed his astonishment. No one has achieved such a feat on this stage. The audience sat in stunned silence. In the following minutes, Wu Wei and Chen Chao dominated the 3 lanes, amassing wealth effortlessly. On the lane, Inua's Gong suddenly showcased the skills of a top-tier player with impressive maneuvers. However, when faced with Chen Chao, there remained a slight gap. Chen Chao relentlessly pressured Inua, even managing several solo kills. Chen Chao's gameplay was extraordinary, leaving both Li Jiao and Ping Zi speechless. The elite marksman Inua was being so thoroughly suppressed. In another team fight, Wu Wei charged in but fell swiftly. Chen Chao's little Luban single-handedly carried the entire team. With a remarkable 5 consecutive kills, the match concluded. Li Jiao's eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, "My goodness! 2 consecutive 5 kills without a single death. What kind of prowess is this?" Ping Zi added, "Why has such a player not been discovered and brought to the forefront?" They won the first match. The 3 stars and Wu Wei's fans screamed with excitement, fervently waving their support lights. Elation filled the air as their beloved players and stars emerged victorious. In the second match, during hero selection, no one sought Wu Wei's input any longer. Instead, all eyes turned to Chen Chao. With a calm smile, Chen Chao asked, "Do you wish to win swiftly or slowly?" Wu Wei gazed at Chen Chao, astonished by his strength, realizing that even he, the top jungler, was being overshadowed. Xiaomier squinted her eyes and smiled. "We want to win quickly. If we could push them down in just a few minutes, I believe the opposing team would look rather dismayed." Chen Chao nodded lightly, saying, "Then I shall take the jungle this round. Wu Wei, I apologize for the inconvenience, but please assist me. The 3 of you may simply stroll around the canyon." Wu Wei readily replied, "Sure, no problem." The second match commenced. The audience's attention fixated on Chen Chao's name. When they witnessed him pull out Han Xin, they were left in awe. Li Jiao, still incredulous, remarked, "Wu Wei actually conceded the jungle position?" Ping Zi added, "It's truly astonishing. Chen Chao's strength is unparalleled." The second match began. Chen Chao focused intently. Though he felt powerful, he respected the 2 opponents, who were decorated top-tier players. The second match concluded with Chen Chao achieving his second 5 kills. The audience and commentators were rendered speechless. Chen Chao's Han Xin soared through the game, wrapping up the match in just 5 minutes, leaving the opponents without a chance to surrender. Amidst the rising waves of cheers, the third match commenced. This time, Chen Chao opted not to conclude the game in mere minutes, choosing instead to prolong the match, as pushing down within 6 minutes would be overly ostentatious. After all, his opponents were also nationally renowned stars and peak professional players. Although Chen Chao attempted to remain relaxed, he could not suppress his prowess, repeatedly securing 5 kills. In total, he achieved 10 5 kills throughout the match. The commentators became desensitized, initially reacting with a few exclamations but eventually falling silent. There was no doubt, they won once again. As they exited the arena, Wu Wei's gaze towards Chen Chao was filled with fervent admiration, a testament to his respect for a formidable adversary. Chen Chao's name was indelibly etched in the minds of all present. Even Xiaomier and the other male star extolled Chen Chao's talents. As they left the stage, the opposing players and stars acknowledged him with appreciative thumbs up. Below, the audience buzzed with chatter about Chen Chao. Some marveled at his incredible strength, noting how he had rendered Inua and Qing Qing, both elite professional players, utterly subdued. Others speculated about Chen Chao's background. Someone mused, "Isn't Chen Chao a product of the Nanjing Black Meat training program?" After all, Nanjing Black Meat has always been dubbed the Huangpu Military Academy. Perhaps he was a hidden talent from somewhere, curious that his name had never surfaced before. Indeed, with such strength, achieving a top position in national servers or peak rankings should be within reach. Yet, he remained a mystery. He went joyfully leaped a few times, exclaiming, "Yea, victory is ours. Chen Chao, you are truly remarkable. It appears that my decision to invite you, despite the dissenting opinions, was indeed a sound one. I did not anticipate your exceptional performance. I predict that after this, your name will resonate in the ears of every team and professional player. You have achieved fame." Chen Chao smiled modestly, not displaying excessive excitement. After all, this outcome had long been within his expectations, given his current gaming prowess. Not just in the realm of Honor of Kings, but across all games, he could easily dominate so-called top-tier professional players with just a bit of research. This is the power of the elixir bestowed by the great sage. He went tossed an envelope to Chen Chao, who inquired with curiosity, "What is this?" "It's the prize money from the competition, 50,000. We don't really need this small sum, so it's yours," she replied. Neither of them objected. Chen Chao chuckled helplessly. "No? Why would you just give it to me? I am a person of integrity. If others do not want it, I shall refuse as well. I will donate it to the Hope Project." Yuan looked at him in surprise and said, "All right, that sounds good." Just as the group exited the esports hall, preparing to dine, A few individuals approached, their eyes gleaming with enthusiasm directed at Chen Chao. One of the portly men exclaimed, "Chen Chao, hello. I am the coach of the team, and I would like to invite you to join us. You can skip the training camp and start as a starter immediately." Another squeezed in, adding, "Chen Chao, I am the head coach of the team, Wang Chao. If you are willing to join us, I assure you a starting position and a top salary. Would you consider it?" "Chen Chao, I am the coach, Hua, representing the team. Promise you a direct annual salary of 2 million if you join us." Suddenly, a voice emerged, expressing discontent. "You teams lack sincerity, don't you? Look at Chen Chao's prowess. Does he even need to consider your starting position and top salary? Chen Chao, if you are willing to come to my team, you can be the head coach." The crowd turned in shock to see who had spoken with such daring. It was Jiu Zhe, the principal of the Huangpu Military Academy. He is a man of remarkable resolve, having led Nanjing Black Meat to numerous impressive achievements. Now, he was inviting Chen Chao to be the head coach of Nanjing Black Meat. His boldness left the audience in awe. Everyone looked at Chen Chao, eager to see if he would accept. Given Chen Chao's performance and understanding of the game, he was truly unparalleled. If he became the head coach at Nanjing Black Meat, an invincible force would undoubtedly emerge. Chen Chao smiled gently and replied, "Thank you all for your kindness. But I still have my studies to complete and currently do not plan to pursue a career in this field." Jiu Zhe was taken aback, unable to believe that someone would refuse such a generous offer. "Are you sure you won't reconsider?" Chen Chao shook his head. "No, thank you for your generous intentions." He turned to leave. Suddenly, Jiu Zhe gritted his teeth and said, "If you are willing to join our club, I will make you the general manager, with an annual salary of up to 5 million. Would you consider it?" He gazed at Chen Chao with hope. The other coaches were astonished. Jiu Zhe truly possessed an unmatched ambition. Although Chen Chao's performance today was outstanding, offering him the position of general manager seemed a bit excessive. What surprised everyone further was that Chen Chao maintained his calm demeanor, showing no signs of being swayed by the offer. How could someone not be tempted by such a proposal? Even if you come from wealth, one would expect a passion for any sports dream. Yet he showed no signs of desire. Chen Chao, concerned that he won and Xiaomi would be waiting outside, stated, "Everyone, I sincerely appreciate your intentions. But I shall not enter the sports industry. If fate allows, we may meet again. Farewell." Jiu Zhe watched Chen Chao's resolute departure, letting out a soft sigh. With his unique insight into talent, he sensed that Chen Chao was indeed a prodigy, a genius in esports. It seemed he would not be able to secure him, which was truly regrettable. At that moment, Wang Chao, with a teasing tone, remarked, "Jiu Zhe, since Chen Chao has declined your club, and your general manager position remains unfilled, why don't I take it? Just to clarify, I'm not doing it for your 5 million. It's for my own esports dream, cough. Yes, my esports dream." Several of Jiu Zhe's acquaintances chimed in jest. "Exactly, consider me too. I excel at being a general manager. I just love spending money. Hey, don't fight me for it. My desire to fulfill my sports dream is the strongest. Let me take the position." Jiu Zhe retorted, "Get lost, all of you." 3 stars insisted on treating Wu Wei and Chen Chao to dinner, expressing gratitude for their leadership in securing victory for the team. However, the opposing stars, Xiaomi and He Wan, had little respect for them and had long held a grudge. To their surprise, they found themselves on opposing teams this time. They had been itching for a confrontation and aimed to decisively defeat them. Unexpectedly, Chen Chao and Wu Wei performed spectacularly. Not only did they win, but they also dominated. In the final match, Xiaomi played as dodgy, only to be killed upon respawning, dying at the mere sight of an enemy. In the final minutes of the game, she did not even manage to leave the fountain before Chen Chao eliminated her there. It could be said she spent the entire match either respawning or on the way to respawning. She had no gaming experience at all and ended up in tears. While playing, she cursed Chen Chao for being a jerk, showing no mercy. Of course, Chen Chao was blissfully unaware of this. After a pleasant dinner, everyone dispersed, as it was now evening and taxis were scarce. Upon reaching the school gate, Hewen did not leave immediately. Instead, she took out her phone to scroll through social media. Suddenly, she exclaimed in surprise, "Chen Chao, look, you're trending." Chen Chao, equally astonished, replied, "Trending? Let me see." He took out his phone and opened it. The event organizers had edited a video showcasing Chen Chao's overwhelming victory over 2 professional players and posted it on Weibo. Instantly, the heat surged, propelling it to trending status. Chen Chao's name became known among countless players of Honor of Kings. Viewers were amazed as they witnessed Chen Chao dominate his lane against Inuo, effortlessly suppressing him and securing multiple solo kills. Some expressed disbelief, insisting that Inuo and Qingqing had deliberately thrown the match. However, the majority recognized Chen Chao's prowess, elevating him to near-legendary status. Even Wu Wei, who seldom posted on Weibo, crafted a special post that quickly ascended to trending status. His fans rallied in support of Chen Chao. Numerous game video creators seized the moment, producing countless clips of Chen Chao's triumph over professional players, creating a viral sensation. More and more people began to hype Chen Chao, with some even proclaiming him the #1 player in the realm of honor of kings, asserting that anyone who faced him would have to bow down, even professional players. Such claims naturally irked some professional players, who were indignant. They questioned whether merely suppressing Inua and dominating Qingqing rendered one invincible. Was it not overly arrogant to declare oneself the best in the realm of honor of kings? At that moment, the highly popular professional player Chen Wei could no longer contain himself. He boldly declared his intention to challenge Chen Chao in an online duel. He promised to broadcast the event live, allowing tens of thousands of viewers to witness it. A professional is a professional. It is not something that amateurs can casually claim to dominate. Once his challenge was posted on Weibo, the internet erupted. Major platforms, media outlets, and influential bloggers eagerly shared the news, causing a surge of excitement and anticipation for the impending battle. Many were eager to see who would emerge victorious, Chen Chao or the player known for his exceptional skills, Chen Wei. Chapter 21. A spectacle for thousands. Chen Chao smiled lightly. Since someone had challenged him, he would gladly accept the duel. After all, he had already triumphed over 2 professional players and was unfazed by an additional contender. He had heard of Chen Wei, reputed to be one of the strongest players with unparalleled operational skills, particularly known for his mastery of the character Zhihua Wu. At that moment, Chen Wei's pride was palpable. He refused to acknowledge anyone else's prowess. With Chen Chao's rising fame, Chen Wei felt increasingly displeased, believing that the other players had merely benefited from the presence of numerous celebrities rather than demonstrating true skill, thus allowing Chen Chao to bask in the spotlight. Suddenly, Chen Chao noticed that his Weibo account had garnered a significant following. Within just a few hours, over 20,000 people had started following him. He was puzzled as to how this many had discovered his account. Upon seeing Chen Wei's Weibo, Chen Chao realized that they had exchanged accounts during a meal. And now it was clear how the curious onlookers had traced him. After some contemplation, Chen Chao decided to post a Weibo update of his own, consisting of a mere few words. Challenge accepted. He included the room number for his live stream on a certain platform. Since Chen Wei intended to broadcast, Chen Chao would do the same. He aimed to silence those who had been incessantly discussing him behind his back. Once Chen Chao made this decision, he went expressed her support. She even mentioned that she would rally her fans to join the stream, boosting Chen Chao's presence. Subsequently, through their mutual acquaintance, Chen Wei added Chen Chao on WeChat. When they connected, Chen Chao greeted him amicably. However, the arrogant Chen Wei dismissed him outright, arrogantly proclaiming that he would make Chen Chao abandon the game of honor of kings altogether. This infuriated Chen Chao, who had approached him with a friendly gesture, only to be met with disdain and ridicule. Chen Chao scoffed. Was it merely the title of a professional player and a bit of popularity that fueled such arrogance? He resolved to show no mercy. He would unleash his full strength to dominate. Finally, the time for their duel arrived. Chen Chao opened his live streaming room as planned. To his astonishment, even before the stream began, there were already 50 to 60,000 viewers eagerly awaiting his arrival. Chen Chao greeted his audience with a smile. Hello, dear viewers. Welcome to my live stream. As I face off against Chen Wei, I kindly ask everyone to maintain decorum in the chat. Instantly, the chat was flooded with excitement. Wow, we finally get to see the real deal. Is this the one who defeated Inua? Look at his face. He exudes confidence and prowess. Definitely a master. Bro, can you take me as your apprentice? Or connect me with some professional teams? Please, I am a fan of He Won, and since you are her friend, we will wholeheartedly support you. Go for it. The He family army is here. To Chen Chao's astonishment, many viewers began showering him with gifts. Ferraris, tiger tooth #1s, and carnival gifts flooded in, instantly raising the stream's popularity. It quickly climbed to the forefront of the platform, attracting countless curious viewers. At one point, the audience swelled to a staggering 220,000. Chen Wei sent a message, instructing Chen Chao to log into the game. The two had previously agreed that Chen Wei would use his signature hero, Zhihua Wu, while Chen Chao would showcase his skills. As the stream filled with Chen Wei's fans, the chat became rife with mockery. Huh? Just because you won a few matches with a little help, you think you're hot stuff? Just wait, you'll be sent packing. Under Chen Wei's command, if Chen Chao could avoid dying twice, it would be a sign of respect. The detractors unleashed their sharp tongues, spewing insults and criticisms. Finally, the game commenced. They had agreed on a best-of-3 format, the first match with Zhihua Wu, the second with Diao Chan, and the third with Shang Wanwaner. The atmosphere was charged with tension as the match began. Chen Chao showed no mercy. Chen Wei was indeed skilled, but he was met with the newly enhanced Chen Chao. Within just 1 minute and 30 seconds, Chen Chao claimed first blood. The live stream erupted with excitement. Gifts poured in, obscuring the chat as viewers cheered with 666,666. In the game, Qianwei respawned only to be swiftly defeated again without even reaching the minion wave. In a mere 3 minutes, Chen Chao had already secured 2 kills. His strength was undeniable. The audience was left in awe. In the first match, Chen Chao single-handedly eliminated Qianwei 10 times without even pushing the towers. Only after those 10 kills did he destroy the opponent's crystal with ease. The chat was a frenzy. Wow. Incredible. I hereby crown you the supreme Zhihua Wu of the galaxy. Is this the so-called pinnacle player Qianwei? Look how easily he is being dismantled. The barrage of comments continued to scroll relentlessly, and gifts came in waves. Various Ferraris flooded the screen, vibrant and dazzling. Particularly, He1's fans were exceptionally generous, encouraging others to join in the gifting frenzy. Amidst the chaos, the second game began. Qianwei seemed fueled by the frustration of his earlier defeat. He started aggressively, not even bothering to clear the minion wave before confronting Chen Chao. The outcome was inevitable. Chen Chao quickly claimed first blood once more. As the game progressed, Chen Chao continued to dominate, forcing Qianwei to surrender. In this match alone, Chen Chao amassed over 10 kills, leaving Qianwei in utter despair. The atmosphere in the live stream exploded once again, resembling a bustling marketplace filled with fervor. As Chen Chao relentlessly defeated Qianwei, many viewers expressed their thrill. Just as the third match was about to begin, Qianwei unexpectedly sent another message. Upon reading it, Chen Chao was momentarily taken aback. Chapter 22. Annihilating a star player. Qianwei's message read, "Humph. Don't get cocky. I will definitely win the last match. Just wait and see." Chen Chao smirked. In a best-of-3 format, he had already secured victory, yet Qianwei still clung to his bravado. It appears that in the final round, one must not allow him to feel too comfortable, otherwise, it would be an affront to his audacity. The third round commenced, and Chen Chao immediately engaged with utmost determination, achieving a solo kill right from the start. He then relentlessly sought opportunities for further kills. Ultimately, Chen Chao cornered Qianwei right into the fountain. With his extraordinary damage and exquisite maneuvers, he executed a solo kill on Qianwei within the fountain. At that moment, the audience erupted with fervor. The barrage of comments in the live stream almost reached a breaking point, overflowing with excitement. My goodness! Qianwei was actually trapped in the fountain and killed. Incredible! Chen Chao, I bow before you. Now, can anyone contest that Chen Chao is the foremost player in honor of kings? Before the match began, wasn't Qianwei rather arrogant? And now, is he feeling the sting of defeat? Amidst the frenzied scrolling comments, Chen Chao learned that Qianwei, in a fit of rage, smashed his phone and angrily closed the live stream. Thus, this farce came to an end. After bidding a reluctant farewell to his audience, Chen Chao also ended his stream. Shortly thereafter, he received a congratulatory message from He1. Chen Chao smiled casually and set his phone aside. At this moment, he did not dwell on the matter at all. Perhaps to others, he appeared exceptionally impressive, effortlessly dominating even professional players. Yet, in his eyes, it was simply an established fact, nothing of great significance. Chen Chao received an invitation from Lan Yingying, which took him by surprise. Considering her was a fellow student and the belle of their department, he gladly accepted. The address she provided was for an upscale restaurant. Upon his arrival, he found 3 individuals already waiting, Lan Yingying, along with 1 male and 1 female companion. As soon as Lan Yingying spotted Chen Chao, she rose with a bright smile and approached him. She introduced him to the others. Come, let me introduce you to our hero, Chen Chao. Chen Chao was taken aback. When did he become a hero? However, he quickly understood. He had decisively dealt with Bai Tingshan on several occasions. Lan Yingying had essentially likened Bai Tingshan to a mere dog. The other girl, exuberant and clad in daringly revealing attire, approached with a fiery smile. Oh, Chen Chao. Come sit. We've heard so much about your heroic feats. With that, she linked her arm with Chen Chao's and pulled him toward a chair. Chen Chao chuckled helplessly. I have no heroic deeds to speak of. At that moment, in an adjacent luxurious private room, Bai Tingshan coldly inquired of a subordinate, Are you certain you did not miss? The subordinate replied with unwavering conviction, Bai Xiao, how could I be mistaken? I saw Chen Chao walk into the next room, greeted by Lan Yingying. Bai Tingshan's expression twisted into a snarl. Well, this bumpkin dares to associate with that vixen. Lan Yingying, since fate has brought us together today, I must teach him a lesson, settling both new and old grievances. Yet, recalling Chen Chao's uncanny abilities, he felt a twinge of apprehension. He had been humiliated by Chen Chao on several occasions, and even his family's retired Special Forces bodyguard had suffered a significant defeat at Chen Chao's hands. Chen Chao seemed almost supernatural, not to be trifled with. At that moment, a bald man beside Bai Tingshan stood up, a terrifying black dragon tattoo coiling around his arm. He asked Bai Tingshan, "Xiaoshan, what's the matter? Do you need assistance?" Bai Tingshan glanced at Long Gu and suddenly smiled. Indeed, while he might not be able to handle Chen Chao, Long Gu certainly could. Long Gu was a notorious figure in the underworld, having single-handedly taken down a gang of dozens. Bai Tingshan grinned. "It's like this, Long Gu. In the next room, there's a rival of mine, and I wish to take this opportunity to deal with him. However, this kid is rather strange, almost as if he possesses supernatural abilities, making him difficult to confront." Long Gu scoffed dismissively. "Supernatural abilities? Nonsense. Allow me to handle him for you. In return, you must urge your father to fulfill the promise he made to me." Hearing this, Bai Tingshan's heart surged with joy. With Long Gu, a fearsome figure of the underworld, stepping in, dealing with a mere Chen Chao would be a piece of cake. Bai Tingshan smiled obsequiously. "Thank you, Long Gu. They are in the private room to our right. I wouldn't be able to intervene. You can go ahead." Long Gu stroked the gold chain around his neck, letting out a cold laugh as he exited with two intimidating henchmen. Inside the private room, Lan Yingying and Chen Chao were engaged in lively conversation, the atmosphere jovial. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed as the door was violently kicked open. Turning to face the commotion, they saw a bald man with a menacing grin, flanked by two fierce-looking companions. Striding in, Chen Chao's expression turned icy. The other three were taken aback, then filled with indignation. Lan Yingying coldly demanded, "Who are you? Why did you kick down our door?" Long Gu sauntered in, and one of his lackeys pulled out a chair for him. He plopped down and retorted, "Who am I? I should be asking who you are. This private room belongs to me exclusively. Who gave you permission to use it?" Long Gu's tone was threatening. Lan Yingying, incensed, replied, "This is our reservation from yesterday." Long Gu eyed her with a glint of malice, saying, "Heh, little girl, you look quite stunning, but your temper is rather fierce. How about this? I won't press the issue about the room if you let me relieve some of your tension tonight." He leered at Lan Yingying. She trembled with rage. Chen Chao stood up, his voice cold. "Get out." Long Gu was taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief. Someone actually dared to tell him to leave? How many had the audacity to speak to him like that? Most cowered in his presence, yet here was Chen Chao with such a firm tone. "Who the hell are you to speak to us that way? Haven't you heard of Long Ji's reputation? This entire area is under his control. You won't leave here unscathed today." A henchman warned. "Get him. Teach this kid a lesson. Make him kneel and apologize." Long Gu commanded two burly lackeys. The two henchmen cracked their knuckles and shouted, charging at Chen Chao. Lan Yingying and the others were horrified, their hearts racing for Chen Chao. With a series of swift kicks, Chen Chao sent Long Gu and his lackeys crashing against the door, incapacitating them. He sneered, "Why don't you call out your friends?" "What? Someone is pulling your strings?" Chapter 23. The Bai family's grudge. Chen Chao struck with ruthless efficiency, leaving Long Gu and his two henchmen severely injured, sprawled on the floor with blood trickling from their mouths. Long Gu struggled to rise, but lacked the strength. His body felt utterly debilitated. In a feeble voice, he uttered, "I don't know what you're talking about." Chen Chao smiled faintly. "Oh, I forgot. You can't move right now. I'll just go fetch that little clown myself." He led Lan Yingying and the others straight to the private room where Bai Tingshan resided. With a forceful kick, he shattered the door open. Upon seeing Chen Chao enter, Bai Tingshan's face transformed, disbelief washing over him as he stared at Chen Chao. Long Gu failed to deal with Chen Chao? Little did he know that his Long Gu now lay on the floor, groaning in a pitiful state. Lan Yingying glared at Bai Tingshan, her voice laced with anger. "Ah, Bai Tingshan, it turns out you are the one behind this. This matter is far from over." Bai Tingshan feigned ignorance. "I don't know what you were talking about." Her fury intensified, her gaze sharp enough to pierce through him. Had looks been lethal, Bai Tingshan would have perished countless times over. Without hesitation, Chen Chao stepped forward and delivered a swift kick to Bai Tingshan. The impact sent him crashing into a table with a resounding crash. "How many times must you provoke me? You truly have a short memory," Chen Chao exclaimed, following up with another kick as Bai Tingshan struggled to rise. He was sent flying again, his face colliding with the wall, blood streaming from the wounds. Fear flickered in his eyes. Chen Chao addressed the onlookers. "Ladies and gentlemen, are we to continue this farce?" Lan Yingying snorted derisively, advancing to rain down blows upon Bai Tingshan with her stiletto heels. The other two were no less merciful, joining in to unleash a torrent of strikes. The anguished cries of Bai Tingshan echoed like a banshee's wail, his face contorted in agony. A smile of satisfaction finally crossed Lan Yingying's face. Chen Chao moved closer, dispensing with pleasantries, seizing Bai Tingshan's arm and yanking it forcefully. A sickening crack resonated in the air, accompanied by Bai Tingshan's piercing scream as he clutched his shattered arm. cold sweat cascading down his forehead in torrents. The onlookers stood in stunned silence. Chen Chao, who appeared harmless, had unleashed such ferocity. He had effectively rendered Bai Tingshan's arm useless. After the crowd dispersed, Bai Tingshan struggled to crawl to the private room where Chen Chao had been. There, he found Long Ge seated on the floor, pain etched across his face. Upon seeing Bai Tingshan, Long Ge grimaced. Damn it, Bai Tingshan, what monster have you provoked? My bones feel like they're about to shatter, and you owe me an explanation. Just then, several individuals hurried in. Bai Tingshan's father had arrived, summoned by his frantic call. Bai Tingshan's mother was a rather stout woman, her flesh jiggling as she glared at her son's condition. Who did this? Which reckless individual dared to harm you so? Bai Tingshan's father furrowed his brow, his tone icy. Was it Chen Chao? Bai Tingshan nodded weakly, a visage of despair. His mother erupted in outrage. Chen Chao, you wretched beast! How dare you injure my son like this? I will not let you off lightly. The Bai family had grown to loathe Chen Chao. Ever since Bai Tingshan tangled with him, he had returned home battered and bruised, all at Chen Chao's hands. Bai Tingshan's father coldly declared, very well. I shall see just how capable this Chen Chao truly is, to repeatedly inflict harm upon my son. Unbeknownst to Chen Chao, the Bai family had set their sights on him, determined to make him pay. After freshening up and preparing to rest, he received a call from an unfamiliar number. Upon answering, a woman's voice rang out. Chen Chao, this is Dr. Lu Qing from the First Municipal Hospital. Do you remember me? Chen Chao replied, puzzled, of course. Dr. Lu, what brings you to contact me? Lu Qing cut to the chase. We have a patient whose condition is exceedingly peculiar, and despite our best efforts, we are at a loss. We would like your assistance. Chen Chao questioned, if even your esteemed doctors are stumped, what can I, a mere student, possibly do? Lu Qing's tone turned sharp. Chen Chao, spare me the pretense. You managed to save your father. It proves you possess some skill. The patient's life hangs in the balance. And if we had any other option, we wouldn't reach out to you. This is a matter of life and death. If you possess any sense of responsibility, you will come at once. Chen Chao sighed. All right, I'll come. He swiftly arranged for a ride to the hospital. Upon arrival, a throng awaited him at the entrance. Lu Qing, the hospital director, and several unfamiliar doctors. They regarded him as though he were their last hope. Lu Qing approached. Would you like to see the patient first? Yes, Chen Chao affirmed. Accompanied by the group, he entered the ward, where a dozen individuals surrounded an elderly man who lay unconscious on the bed. The elder appeared frail and emaciated. The director explained, his condition is extremely grave. Yet our thorough examinations have yielded no diagnosis. We can only turn to you for assistance. Suddenly, a distinguished middle-aged man in the room frowned. Director Lu, Dr. Lu. Is this the so-called miracle worker you speak of? He scrutinized Chen Chao with skepticism, his displeasure evident. His relatives echoed their dissatisfaction and disillusionment. I expected you to bring in a renowned expert, yet you send a mere boy? This is unacceptable. If you lack the capability, we can transfer him to another hospital. There is no way I will let this youth recklessly treat my father. Yes, you claim to be the best hospital in the city, yet this is utterly disappointing. Chen Chao, undeterred by their doubt, asserted, your father cannot endure the rigors of a transfer. I am confident I can heal him. The crowd gasped in astonishment at his boldness. The middle-aged man, incredulous, replied, young man, are you serious? Ignoring him, Chen Chao began taking photographs with his phone. The director and Lu Qing, observing his confidence, explained to the others, you must trust him. His father was once in our hospital, suffering from brain cancer and on the brink of death until Chen Chao intervened, saving him. Though he employed unconventional methods, they proved effective. I assure you, he has experience. Lu Qing added, at this stage, even a miracle worker might struggle to save the old man. Why not give him a chance? Their words silenced the assembly. They were baffled as to why the director and the renowned doctor would place such faith in Chen Chao. Just then, the elderly man groaned in distress, shifting restlessly. Panic ensued as visible signs of deterioration appeared. His complexion grew paler, and he seemed to wither before their eyes. The middle-aged man cried out in alarm, Dad, Uncle, Grandpa, what's wrong? The family members were gripped by fear, realizing the gravity of the situation. The old man was on the brink of death. The director frowned, urgency creeping into his voice. You must deliberate quickly. It seems the old man does not have much time left. Lu Qing added, if you wish for him to survive, I advise you to allow Chen Chao to treat him without delay. With that she exited, followed closely by Chen Chao. The ward was left with just the old man and his anxious family. Outside, Chen Chao quietly inquired of Lu Qing, who is that elderly gentleman? Why do I feel that his relatives are all so arrogant? Lu Qing sighed and said, the old gentleman is indeed a legendary figure in our city. His family is engaged in the trade of medicinal herbs and antiques. They are quite powerful, monopolizing nearly all the medicinal herbs in the city. However, The old gentleman is a kind-hearted person who has never allowed his family to engage in high-priced trading that harms the interests of the people, which is why everyone respects him. Alas, if he were to pass away, given the nature of his sons, who knows what chaos they would wreak upon the entire medical market. It would surely become a dire situation. Lu Qing looked at Chen Chao earnestly and said, Chen Chao, if you can save old Qi, you must take action, if only for the sake of the medical market and the common folk. His words plunged Chen Chao into a moment of reflection, and he couldn't help but feel a profound respect for the old gentleman Qi. Inside the room, a heated argument erupted. Qi's eldest daughter, Qi Ming, spoke up first. I support allowing Chen Chao to treat our father. You have all seen his current condition. We cannot delay any longer, or it will be too late. Qi's second son expressed his concern, saying, that's easy to say, but look at Chen Chao. He is just a young lad. Does he really seem capable of treating an illness like this? Besides, even Dr. Liu and her team couldn't diagnose our father's condition. Someone chimed in. Indeed, I believe it is wiser to be cautious. I've already sent someone to the capital to fetch the best doctors. They should arrive shortly. A few remained silent, perhaps harboring ulterior motives. Some did not wish for the old gentleman to regain consciousness. Over the years, the Qi family's development had reached a bottleneck. To achieve better growth, they needed to break the mold. Yet the old gentleman often restrained his family from engaging in morally reprehensible actions. Though some were dissatisfied, they dared not act out of respect for his authority. Now, with the old gentleman nearing his end, they secretly rejoiced. Once he was gone, no one would be able to restrain them. At that point, would they not be free to act as they pleased? The argument continued within. Finally, Qi Ming shouted, everyone, be quiet. We must save our father. There is no time left. Immediately summoned Chen Chao to treat him. Don't think I am unaware of your thoughts. The decision was made. They would call Chen Chao, and she would bear the responsibility if anything went wrong. Moments later, Qi Ming pushed open the door to the ward and anxiously approached Chen Chao, asking, Chen Chao, how confident are you in saving my father? I would say about 80%, Chen Chao replied. Qi Ming rejoiced. Then please treat my father right away. If you can save him, I will be immensely grateful. Chen Chao smiled lightly and said, gratitude is not my concern. I have always admired the old gentleman's character, and I will give it my all. Just as he prepared to enter, a group of experts in white coats arrived. Each one radiated confidence and arrogance, as if they considered everything in the hospital beneath their notice. Qi's third son, upon seeing them, was elated and hurried to greet them. The hospital director, upon recognizing the visitors, also displayed a look of astonishment and rushed over. Qi's third son joyfully exclaimed, Dr. Lin, you have finally arrived. Please come and see my father. Then he turned to Qi Ming, saying, Sister, now that Dr. Lin is here, you won't still seek help from that unreliable young man, will you? Qi Ming paused before responding to Chen Chao. Chen Chao, I apologize, but since Dr. Lin and his team have arrived, we will no longer require your assistance. Chen Chao, puzzled, asked, what is the background of those doctors? Why do they carry themselves with such airs? Lu Qing glanced at Chen Chao and explained, do you see the young doctor at the front? He is the best attending physician at the capital's hospital, renowned nationwide. I can't believe the Qi family managed to invite them here. It seems you are out of luck. Chen Chao smiled faintly, feeling indifferent. Soon, the Qi family's relatives ushered everyone out, and Dr. Lin and his team promptly began examining the old gentleman. Everyone anxiously awaited the outcome. Some looked at Chen Chao with mocking expressions, saying, oh, Dr. Lin is here. What are you still doing here, kid? Yes, save your remedies for yourself. With Dr. Lin personally on the case, he will surely cure the old gentleman. Although the Qi family was large, it was not without its short-sighted and narrow-minded individuals. They believed Chen Chao was merely seeking to profit from the Qi family's reward. Chen Chao smiled gently, remaining silent. He sensed that the situation was not as simple as it appeared. Earlier, when he had just joined the Douyin group, the medical sage had sent him a tome of notes. Out of boredom, he had casually browsed it and came across a condition resembling that of old Qi, known as a terminal illness. The symptoms were strikingly similar. Chen Chao had initially planned to contact the medical sage for assistance if the Qi family sought his treatment. However, unexpectedly, Dr. Lin appeared. Dr. Lin, as Lu Qing had described, was reputed to be the most outstanding all-around physician in China in recent decades. He had cured countless difficult ailments and was often referred to as the Little Hua Tua by some admirers. Chen Chao was not swayed by the words of the Qi family members. He sat on a bench, engrossed in his phone. If Dr. Lin could save old Qi, that would be splendid. If not, then he would step in himself. After all, old Qi was a man worthy of respect, and his life was worth saving. An hour later, the ward door swung open. Dr. Lin emerged, drenched in sweat, clearly exhausted. His brow was furrowed, as if he bore an unspeakable burden. Qi's third son eagerly inquired, Dr. Lin, What did you find out? Dr. Lin, looking grim, replied, It's strange. The old gentleman's condition is very peculiar. All indicators are basically normal, yet he appears to be on the brink of death. In all my years of practice, I have never encountered such a situation. It is truly baffling. He then stepped back into the room and closed the door. Half an hour later, the door opened again. Dr. Lin and his team emerged. Each one silent. Chi's third son was momentarily stunned and asked, Dr. Lin, what is the situation? Dr. Lin sighed and shook his head. The hospital director, assisting Dr. Lin, spoke with sadness. At this point, the silent Dr. Lin finally spoke. It is best to prepare for the old gentleman's final arrangements. There is no hope left. What? Even Dr. Lin is at a loss? How can this be? The chief family members were filled with grief. Even the most outstanding young doctor from the capital could do nothing, and they were told to prepare for the worst. Could it be that old Chi was truly beyond saving? A complex mix of emotions washed over everyone: sadness, disappointment, and regret. Chen Chao rose and strode forward, declaring loudly, Let me give it a try. All eyes turned to him. Expressions varied. Dr. Lin frowned, looking at Chen Chao with a hint of confusion. At this moment, the director explained, Dr. Lin, this is Chen Chao. He is a folk doctor who has previously assisted our hospital in curing a severe illness. We initially intended to invite him to treat old Master Chi. Before he could finish his sentence, a doctor beside Dr. Lin scoffed. A folk doctor? What did you just say? Why don't you give it a try? If even Dr. Lin is at a loss, do you really think you can succeed? His eyes glinted with disdain. The other members of the Chi family seized the opportunity to chime in. Stop dreaming. If Dr. Lin can't do it, we want to allow you to further agitate old master. Exactly. It's impossible. He must not go. Even Dr. Lin cast an uncomfortable glance at Chen Chao. In many medical fields across the country, his words held authority, and no one dared to dispute them. To their astonishment, this Chen Chao seemed to have lost his senses. Daring to attempt a treatment. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Let him try. Chi Ming approached, having just returned from attending to an urgent matter. Although she was not present during the earlier exchanges, she was well aware of the situation. The crowd looked at her in confusion. Sister, Dr. Lin has already. Chi Ming asserted firmly. Enough. I say let him try. She then turned to Chen Chao with sincere intent. Chen Chao, please. Chen Chao nodded and entered the ward, disregarding the clamorous voices outside. Dr. Lin and his team remained, with one doctor sneering, eager to witness what this inexperienced youth could possibly achieve. At Chen Chao's request, no one else entered the room. In a group chat, Chen Chao tagged the medical immortal and sent him a video. Medical immortal replied, This condition, I have treated many times before. You have asked the right person. What? Chen Chao, did the elixirs I sent you not work? I say, old lord, can an ordinary person consume your elixirs? They might explode from the effects. Chen Chao nodded in agreement, recalling the elixir he had given to Qi Lingua, which he had specially processed. Moreover, elixirs were far too precious to waste. Chen Chao anxiously messaged, Medical Immortal, please tell me how to treat him quickly. Medical Immortal replied, Consider yourself fortunate. I happen to have the remedy for this condition. Wait a moment, I'll send my assistant to brew the medicine. A minute or two later, the Medical Immortal delivered a bowl of medicinal residue to Chen Chao. Only the Medical Immortal, within the realm of the divine, could provide such swift assistance. If Chen Chao had to brew it himself, it would have taken an eternity. Without hesitation, Chen Chao administered the medicine to Old Master. The Medical Immortal sent a follow-up message. Chen Chao, remember to send some of that miraculous medicine from your place for me to study. Chen Chao readily agreed, simultaneously cursing the Medical Immortal for his frivolity. A few minutes later, Old Master's complexion improved. Gradually, his face regained color, his breathing stabilized, and his body stirred as if he were about to awaken. Chen Chao stepped out of the ward and calmly announced, Old Master is awake. Chi family's third son jumped up first, exclaiming, Impossible. You must be bluffing. The doctor who had doubted Chen Chao sneered. Humph. I must see for myself whether this is true. Chapter 26. A reward of 50 million. Others shook their heads, expressing disbelief. They joked that Dr. Lin and his team had been inside for hours without success, while Chen Chao had only been in for 10 minutes and audaciously claimed Old Master had awakened. What a laugh. When Chi family's third son entered the room, he gasped, Dad. You. The onlookers quickly inquired, Third brother, what's wrong with Dad? Did this kid torment him? No, Dad has truly awakened. Chi family's third son replied in astonishment. Upon hearing this, everyone rushed into the ward, their eyes widening in disbelief. Old Master Chi had indeed awakened. They all saw Old Master lying on the bed, his eyes open, slowly stretching his arms. Residue from the herbal medicine lingered at the corners of his mouth. Chi Ming exclaimed joyfully, Dad, wonderful. You're awake. Do you feel any discomfort? Old Master replied weakly, I feel well, just a bit hungry. Someone, quickly bring some porridge. Chi Ming urged. The crowd gazed at Chen Chao, who wore a calm and serene smile in sheer shock. How was this possible? The doctor from Dr. Lin's team, who had earlier questioned Chen Chao, now wore a face of disbelief, murmuring, "Did he really save him? Can this be explained scientifically?" Not only him, but even Dr. Lin was greatly astonished. It was known that Chen Chao had entered empty-handed. How could he have revived Old Master? Well, it was true that Old Master had remnants of medicine in his mouth, indicating he had consumed something, but what kind of medicine was it that could cure him so effectively? The director and Lu Qing observed Chen Chao, nodding to each other, not as shocked as the others. They had already witnessed Chen Chao's extraordinary ability once. The director called out, "Lu Qing, go fetch the equipment and conduct a thorough examination of Old Master's condition to see if there are any remaining issues." Some remained unwilling to believe that Chen Chao had cured Old Master, whispering, could it be that Dr. Lin and his team's earlier treatment is now finally showing results? And this kid is merely reaping the rewards? Though his voice was low, everyone heard him clearly. Dr. Lin immediately replied, "I, Lin, do not possess the capability to treat Old Master. I would never dare take credit for his recovery. This is entirely his achievement." Chen Chao was somewhat surprised that Dr. Lin had taken the initiative to speak up for him. He couldn't help but regard Dr. Lin with newfound respect. Indeed, his reputation was well-deserved. Qiming also chastised the naysayer, "Be quiet. You were the ones who insisted on not allowing treatment before. Now that he has saved him, you're still grumbling. I'm embarrassed for you." The individual turned crimson and lowered his head. Shortly thereafter, Lu Qing arrived with several others in haste. They immediately began examining Old Master. Blood pressure normal. Diastolic pressure normal. Pulse steady. Dozens of tests yielded entirely normal results. Qi family's third son approached Chen Chao, his expression apologetic. "Chen Chao, I, Qi Guiyuan, spoke harshly earlier. I hope you won't take offense. I sincerely thank you for saving my father." Chen Chao smiled gently, "Not at all." Qiming stepped forward as well, saying, "Chen Chao, on behalf of the entire Qi family, I thank you. You are truly a benefactor to us." The other members of the Qi family also shifted their attitudes, expressing their gratitude to Chen Chao. Although a small portion remained reluctant, the majority were genuinely grateful to him. Chen Chao suddenly felt a wave of pressure. This was an uncomfortable sensation, prompting him to smile wryly. The crowd resumed their inquiries into Old Master's well-being, showing concern for his health. Seizing the moment, Chen Chao quietly slipped away. He intended to leave, a step to save a life, yet 1,000 miles without a trace. Just as Chen Chao was about to exit the hospital, someone suddenly called out to him from behind. Turning around, he saw Qiming. Qiming stepped forward, extending a card in her hand. "Chen Chao, this card contains 50 million. It is a token of goodwill from the Qi family. I hope you will accept it. In a few days, I would like to invite you to dinner to express my gratitude properly." Chen Chao repeatedly declined, saying, "Sister Qi, this is too extravagant. I cannot accept it." Qiming, somewhat irritated, responded, "Chen Chao, if you do not accept it, does that imply you have not forgiven our Qi family for our previous disrespect towards you?" With a bitter smile, Chen Chao replied, "That is not the case." Ultimately, he reluctantly accepted the card containing the substantial sum. Only then did Qiming break into a smile. As Chen Chao continued on his way, someone called out to him. Turning around in surprise, he found it was Dr. Lin. "Dr. Lin, is there something you need?" he asked with a slight smile. Dr. Lin approached, his tone gentle. "Chen Chao, I would like to inquire how you managed to treat the Old Master. I must admit, despite my reputation, I found myself at a loss when faced with his condition." Chen Chao pondered for a moment, retrieving a book titled The Physician's Notes from his pocket. He decided to gift it to Dr. Lin, as he respected the doctor's medical ethics. This book, in his hands, could wield even greater influence. As Dr. Lin flipped through a few pages, his eyes widened in astonishment. Such a remarkable tome. Chen Chao smiled slightly and turned to leave. "Wait, Chen Chao, don't rush off. I want to treat you to a meal." Upon inquiry, he learned that it was Ma Gang from the martial arts club. When they met, Ma Gang expressed some frustration. "Chen Chao, where have you been? I searched for you 3 times, but you were nowhere to be found." Chen Chao chuckled. "Would you believe me if I said I was saving lives? Not a chance. Anyway, what do you need to discuss with me?" Ma Gang then spoke earnestly. "Are you aware of the upcoming global martial arts competition? Our martial arts club has been personally requested by the principal to participate. We need to hold an internal election within the school first, and many of the formidable seniors from our club will be attending. The event will be quite lively, with many experts gathering." With anticipation, Ma Gang looked at Chen Chao and asked, "Will you participate?" Chapter 27. Chen Chao takes the stage after some contemplation. Chen Chao resolved to join. His motivation stemmed from the rapid rise of ineffective Western martial arts, such as Judo and Taekwondo, which had overshadowed traditional Chinese martial arts. He aimed to seize this opportunity to showcase the strength of ancient martial arts to the domestic populace and the world at large. Accompanying Ma Gang to the martial arts club, he found a dozen individuals already gathered. Upon seeing Chen Chao, the current president, Chi Fei, greeted him warmly. Chen Chao, you're here. Let me introduce you to our seniors. Though they are no longer active in the club, they once led us to glory. Chen Chao greeted everyone. A tall senior smiled and remarked, so you are Chen Chao. I've seen your match against the judo club. You were impressive. Others also praised him with thumbs up. Chen Chao humbly smiled. After discussion, it was unanimously agreed that Chen Chao would represent the martial arts club in the competition. Chi Fei stated, Chen Chao, our club is small in number. After conferring with the seniors, we decided to have you represent us. What do you think? Chen Chao looked at everyone and said, I hope this won't overshadow the seniors' contributions. I just joined. Could it be inappropriate? A senior smiled brightly and reassured him, you needn't worry. Based on your previous performance, you are undeniably our club's top expert. No one can match Lin Fei. They all faced him and lost miserably, while you defeated him with ease. You are the perfect choice. Upon hearing this, the seniors felt slightly embarrassed. Previously, the judo club had often challenged them, and the few active members had lost to Lin Fei. Witnessing Chen Chao defeat Lin Fei effortlessly had left a significant impression on them. Now, Chen Chao is recognized as the undeniable top expert within the martial arts club. Although he seldom participated in club activities, he was still one of them. Thus, the honor of representation was rightfully his. Chen Chao no longer hesitated and readily accepted. Before long, the day of the selection arrived. Given the significance of this world-class competition, the school took great care, erecting a massive stage on the playground and organizing medical support. The atmosphere was vibrant and bustling, with everyone keenly interested in this rare event. The men were eager to witness the allure of martial arts, a primal instinct, while the women simply wished to see handsome fighters. In total, 6 clubs participated, each allowed to send 3 representatives. The initial round consisted of club battles to determine the strongest club, followed by internal matches to select one expert to represent the school. The martial arts club had no other participants, fully confident in Chen Chao's abilities. As the competition commenced, the judo club's members eyed Chen Chao with envy. This time, the judo club was represented by Lin Fei, the club president, and another individual Chen Chao had yet to meet. Bai Tingshan, another top contender from the judo club, had been sidelined due to an injury inflicted by Chen Chao, and he now watched from a hospital bed, filled with resentment. As the crowd erupted in excitement, the competition began. The rules were simple. All competitors would face off in a round-robin format. Each participant had the chance to battle every other contender. A victory would earn them a point, and the club with the highest score would advance. Chen Chao was assigned to the first match, facing a representative from the Taekwondo club, clad in their traditional attire and wearing a headband. I've seen your matches against the judo club, Chen Chao. I acknowledge your strength. And though I am not your match, I must fight today. Chen Chao replied calmly, enough with the pleasantries. Let us begin. I'm pressed for time. At his words, the opponent let out a fierce shout and lunged forward with remarkable agility and power. Unfortunately for him, he was up against Chen Chao. With ease, Chen Chao identified a flaw and delivered a swift kick. The Taekwondo expert was unable to evade and was sent crashing against the protective barrier. With a pale face, he admitted, I concede. The referee quickly appeared to declare Chen Chao the victor. Since the martial arts club had only Chen Chao participating, he effectively fought 3 matches alone. In the subsequent bouts, he effortlessly defeated his opponents. Previously, a martial arts manual had been gifted to him in a social media group, and Chen Chao utilized the techniques within during each match. Spectators soon recognized that he employed traditional martial arts, and as he emerged victorious, they were filled with awe. Goodness! The technique Chen Chao just used resembles Wudong Fist. I witnessed a Taoist perform it during my visit to Wudong Mountain. Chen Chao is truly formidable. The others merely serve as his backdrop. I firmly believe that this time, he will undoubtedly secure the final spot to represent the school. Witnessing Chen Chao's astonishing performance, the members of the martial arts club are filled with exhilaration. Chi Fei laughs heartily, slapping his thigh emphatically, exclaiming, I told you Chen Chao would not disappoint us. However, Ma Gang's expression shifts instantaneously as he discontentedly retorts, though Chen Chao is strong, why the hell are you slapping my thigh? Chi Fei awkwardly chuckles, apologies. I got a bit too excited. After a brief respite, Chen Chao resumes the competition, facing a myriad of opponents, all of whom are not to be underestimated, as they have earned their place in the selection. Their duels are a spectacle of back-and-forth exchanges, thrilling the audience below. Chen Chao is undeniably exceptional. With one battle, he gains fame. With another, he solidifies it. As Chen Chao gazes upon his next opponent, he is taken aback. Isn't that Ling Fei? Does he dare to challenge him again? Why not concede outright? Ling Fei, with a serious demeanor, Regards Chen Chao, feeling a lack of confidence. The last time, he was effortlessly defeated by Chen Chao, leaving him in a state of frustration for quite some time. Despite not being weak himself, how can Chen Chao be so powerful? Facing him feels akin to a child confronting a robust adult. Ling Fei declares solemnly, Chen Chao, I lost to you last time. But today, I will exert all my effort to ensure victory. Chen Chao, expressionless, responds, enough talk, make your move. To defeat me, you must showcase true strength. Mere words will not suffice. Then let us see. Ling Fei bellows, unleashing a torrent of fury as he charges forward. Moments later, Ling Fei departs the arena, eyes downcast. He has lost again, defeated thoroughly, with no opportunity for resistance. In subsequent matches, every time Chen Chao takes the stage, the audience erupts into fervent cheers. Chen Chao, you are incredible! Chen Chao, take him down. Your name will echo throughout the school. Go, powerful man. Various voices resound across the playground. And Chen Chao's name becomes well known among the faculty and students alike. Chi Fei's laughter grows louder. Ha ha ha, our club is currently in first place. Unless something unexpected occurs, we shall remain at the top. Beside them, Ma Gang bellows, Chi Fei, you slapped my thigh again. I will not let this go. Among the crowd, one individual wears a complex expression, Yang Shui. She is now weary of Bai Tingshan, who has exhausted all means to win her favor. Bai Tingshan, once fervently attentive, now appears indifferent, occasionally displaying impatience. Regret fills her heart. Observing Chen Chao basking in the limelight, her feelings grow increasingly sour. Nearby, Lan Yingying shouts, Chen Chao, go for it. You are the best. If you win, we will celebrate together. Yang Shui's mood darkens further as she turns away, leaving quietly. After a day of fierce competition, the club tournament concludes with the martial arts club achieving a flawless victory. Their score is far ahead of the second-place team, creating a substantial gap. Ultimately, the judges declare the martial arts club the victor. As the club consists of only one competitor, they decide that Chen Chao will directly represent the school. The spot is secured. The judges are astonished by Chen Chao's performance. Having not anticipated that he would vanquish all opponents with his ancient martial arts, remaining undefeated. It is worth noting that the participants from various clubs are not mere pretenders. They are individuals of considerable skill, some of whom have amassed numerous accolades in various competitions. Yet before Chen Chao, they are unable to withstand his prowess. While they are astonished, they are also elated, for Chen Chao's exceptional performance signifies a greater opportunity to enter higher-level competitions, a matter of great honor. The head judge, an elderly educator, pats Chen Chao on the shoulder with a sense of approval. He encourages, Chen Chao, your performance is commendable. Keep striving to achieve higher accolades and demonstrate the power of our ancestors' ancient martial arts to those who seek to idolize foreign ways. The other judges join in the encouragement. Indeed, young man, I have faith in you. You will undoubtedly attain a distinguished reputation. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to reach out to us. We are always here to support you. Keep pushing forward, and you will find your place in the grand competition. After a considerable time has passed, the audience reluctantly disperses. This competition has garnered attention from various media outlets, capturing the interest of many in society. In a luxurious villa, Diwen lounges lazily on the sofa, holding a tablet and watching videos of Chen Chao battling various experts. A smile graces her lips. Oh, Chen Chao is quite impressive. Single-handedly overcoming everyone. Brother Chen Chao, just wait. I will cheer for you during your competition. Meanwhile, Qi Ming is also following the selection tournament closely, particularly Chen Chao's journey. After Chen Chao revived old Master Qi, the latter not only regained his vitality but seemed even more spirited. Aware that Chen Chao is a savior, he frequently reminds the Qi family to express their gratitude towards him. When someone informed old Master Qi that Qi Ming had already given Chen Chao 50 million, the response was a scathing reprimand. Old Master Qi declared, in the Qi family, anyone who encounters Chen Chao must treat him with utmost respect. If he faces any hardships, we must lend our full support, otherwise, they will be expelled from the Qi family. Qi Ming has also been keenly observing Chen Chao, astonished to see him triumph over all competitors and seize victory. She realizes not only does Chen Chao possess exceptional medical skills, but his martial prowess is equally profound. She promptly resolves to organize the younger members of the Qi family to rally behind Chen Chao. In the following days, under the school's arrangement, Chen Chao participates in numerous selection tournaments. Each institution's representatives vie for a chance to compete, ultimately allowing 10 universities to advance to the world competition. Without a doubt, Chen Chao once again showcases his astonishing strength, decisively earning a spot in the international event. This news elates the teachers who had previously supported him. The martial arts club members are equally excited. On one hand, they celebrate Chen Chao's fulfillment of their expectations by advancing to a world-class event. On the other hand, since Chen Chao emerged from their ranks and defeated all competing clubs, his entry into an international competition brings them immense pride. Many individuals, captivated by his achievements, flock to join the martial arts club. Within just a few days, the club attracts dozens of new members. Remarkably, many from the jiu-jitsu and taekwondo clubs express their desire to leave their original affiliations in favor of joining the martial arts club. The martial arts club members are elated by this development. After a brief period of obscurity, it seems they are on the brink of their own glorious resurgence. All thanks to Chen Chao. It is safe to say that without him, the martial arts club would not be where it is today. As time trickles by, the school's administrator informs Chen Chao that the world competition is approaching, advising him to prepare. Chen Chao smiles slightly, saying, "Is it time? Brace yourselves, my friends." Chapter 29. What of the champion? The venue for the competition was chosen to be the largest city in Huadu. Chen Chao followed the organizers to the competition site, which was the largest arena in the entirety of Huadu, spanning tens of thousands of acres. It not only boasted comprehensive facilities for the event, but also had the capacity to accommodate tens of thousands of spectators. At this moment, the venue was teeming with crowds. An ocean of eager faces from various nations, all anxiously awaiting the commencement of the match. Unbeknownst to Chen Chao, several individuals had come specifically to witness his performance. This event was being broadcast live worldwide, and the organizing committee had laid out the rules. The competition was divided into group stages and internal matches, with participants from different nations categorized into several groups. Each group would compete, ultimately determining which group would earn the highest points to qualify for the next round. The victorious groups would then engage in a free-for-all battle among themselves, with each country sending forth its finest competitors. The ultimate victor would be crowned the world champion. The rules were straightforward and left no room for dissent. During the draw for group placements, Huadu was grouped with the Empire of the Rising Sun, the United States, India, and Iceland. Amid the cheers of the crowd and the thunderous applause, the competition commenced. Alongside Chen Chao were 9 others from various universities. As it was not yet their turn to compete, they gathered together. Among the 10, several individuals exhibited considerable pride, having fought fiercely to represent Huadu. Tensions flared as egos clashed. The burly Wu Lei, eyeing the perpetually sullen Li Liang, remarked, "Why do you always wear that cold expression? We are all representing Huadu. Can't you at least show a friendly face?" Li Liang coldly retorted, "You talk too much. What else with your attitude? I've had enough of you. If you're so capable, let us settle this with a match." Wu Lei, known for his short temper, issued the challenge. The two wasted no time and squared off, ready to engage in combat. Chen Chao, watching with keen interest, did not intervene. Everyone present was a formidable fighter, eager to witness who would emerge superior. The nations grouped with Huadu were all formidable, and this group was likely to produce a winner. Hence, determining the strongest among them was not an unwise endeavor. The two soon clashed. Wu Lei, trained in traditional martial arts, displayed formidable prowess, his strikes resonating with power. Li Liang, skilled in taekwondo, executed agile and varied techniques. Ultimately, Wu Lei held the upper hand, winning by a narrow margin. Emboldened by victory, Wu Lei looked at Chen Chao and said, "You two, come and spar with me. I find your perpetually innocent smile quite irritating." Like a rabid dog, he sought to pick a fight. Chen Chao, however, had no desire to engage in a one-on-one duel. It would be a waste of time. In a bold move, he calmly replied, "You alone are insufficient. Have all of you come at me together." The crowd gasped in disbelief. Chen Chao was challenging 9 opponents? Was he out of his mind? Wu Lei was the first to roar, "You're too arrogant. If you wish to challenge us, first overcome me." With that, he charged at Chen Chao, throwing a powerful punch that sliced through the air with alarming force. Without hesitation, Chen Chao met the attack with a punch of his own. The impact was explosive. Wu Lei was sent staggering back several steps, clutching his fist in shock and disbelief. Meanwhile, Chen Chao remained unperturbed, a faint smile gracing his lips. "I said, you are inadequate. Bring them all at once. That way, we won't waste time determining the strongest." As the others recovered from their astonishment, one suggested, "Brothers, while he possesses some skill, his arrogance is intolerable. Let us all team up against him, teach him a lesson. But remember, no lethal blows." In the midst of warriors, the proposal garnered unanimous support, and they charged at Chen Chao. With a ghostly smile, he sprang into action. Boom, bang, clang. In an instant, chaos erupted as 10 fighters engaged in a frenzy, some unleashing powerful punches while others employed swift kicks, all aimed at Chen Chao. Moments later, silence enveloped the arena. Only Chen Chao stood unscathed, wearing a casual smile, while the others lay sprawled on the ground, their expressions a mix of disbelief and shock. Astonishingly, Chen Chao had dispatched all 9 opponents in an instant, appearing as if he had exerted no effort at all. At that moment, the organizer entered, questioning, "What on earth happened? Why such a commotion? Why is everyone on the ground?" Chen Chao replied with a smile, "The competition is about to begin." "They are merely warming up." Will Lei quickly chimed in, "Yes, we were just exercising, warming up." The organizer eyed them with suspicion before departing. The onlookers murmured in disbelief. "How humiliating. 9 of us taken down in an instant. Indeed, we are all skilled fighters. How could the gap be so vast?" "Brother, I concede. Go ahead in the finals. We want to compete with you." Finally, the moment of competition arrived. Chen Chao and the other 9 prepared to face off. His opponent was a formidable fighter from the beautiful nation, a renowned champion known for his impressive accolades. Chen Chao recognized him as one of Asia's top boxing champions. Celebrated both in Asia and globally, having secured victories in prestigious boxing matches. The audience was well acquainted with this figure, murmuring in excitement, "Wow, it's him, the boxing king." Axie, who would have thought he'd be here? At just 23, he is already a decorated champion. His opponents typically fall within just a few punches. I wonder how long that frail-looking kid can endure. They say Axie can deliver a punch with a force of 5,000 pounds. The crowd expressed skepticism towards Chen Chao. The boxer taunted in English, "Have you thought about how you'll leave this ring? Will it be lying down or crawling out?" Chapter 30. The brutal defeat of the champion. The spectators had little faith in Chen Chao. Even the organizer who had accompanied them sighed inwardly, believing Chen Chao stood little chance against such an overwhelming opponent. The appearance of a golden belt champion was akin to facing an insurmountable mountain. Meanwhile, Qiming and He Wen, who had arrived secretly, felt a pang of anxiety for Chen Chao. In a conspicuous spot among the audience, a figure watched with a cold smile, Bai Tingshan, had also come to the event. Seeing Chen Chao confront an opponent deemed nearly unbeatable filled him with delight. He eagerly anticipated witnessing Chen Chao's downfall. Chen Chao narrowed his eyes, sizing up his opponent without a hint of concern. The boxer from the beautiful nation roared and launched his attack. His power was terrifying. As he swung his fist, the air trembled, as if struggling to withstand such force. Chen Chao directly unleashed a technique from the Wudong fist, completing his upward motion before launching a powerful punch. He did not hold back. Unlike his previous encounters with the students from school, boom, the 2 ferocious fists collided, producing a sharp crack, and the fighter from the beautiful nation was sent flying. He landed at the edge of the stage, his face contorted in pain as he clutched his injured hand tightly. The fist that had clashed with Chen Chao's was now deformed, a dent visible where the bones had been damaged, trembling violently. The beautiful nation had long held animosity towards Huagua, prompting Chen Chao to fight without restraint. It was said that this detestable individual had severely injured many Huagua fighters. Unsurprisingly, his hand was likely rendered useless, never to be employed in boxing again. At that moment, the audience erupted in excitement. Some were left speechless, others were astonished. While many rejoiced, a thunderous applause echoed around the arena, ignited by an unknown individual. The referee was equally astonished. He was aware of Ashi's reputation and never anticipated that an obscure contender could take him down with a single punch. This unexpected turn of events made an already highly anticipated competition even more thrilling. The spectators were filled with fervor. In the following matches, Chen Chao faced opponents from various countries. Against those with amiable dispositions, although he emerged victorious, he refrained from inflicting severe harm. However, when confronting competitors from nations he despised, he struck with unyielding force, disabling them completely. Whenever Chen Chao competed, the audience was invigorated. Over the course of several days, his name became etched in everyone's memory. Those who had initially criticized Chen Chao now found themselves in awe of his prowess, which surpassed their own. Their gazes towards him transformed into respect, a tribute to strength. Unsurprisingly, Chen Chao's group claimed the top position with the highest score. In that moment, the nations within the group erupted in celebration. The audience was divided. Some rejoiced while others lamented. The eliminated nations were left in desolation, while the victorious ones were elated, for it signified their chance at the championship. With 3 days remaining until the finals, Bai Tingshan was furious. He raged in his hotel room, throwing everything to the ground in a fit of anger at Chen Chao's shining performance. His face was darkened with fury, his mind racing with schemes to deal with Chen Chao. Beside him stood an old steward, sent by his father to assist in countering Chen Chao. Observing Bai Tingshan's state, the steward sighed deeply. Suddenly, he spoke. "Young master, I have a plan to ensure Chen Chao's defeat." Bai Tingshan's eyes lit up. "Speak." The steward continued. "We can bribe the contestant from the island nation to secretly administer performance-enhancing drugs, significantly boosting his strength, thus allowing him to defeat Chen Chao decisively." After a moment of silence, Bai Tingshan erupted in laughter. "Haha, Xiang Shu, that's an excellent idea. I entrust this task to you. Remember, he must show no mercy to Chen Chao, cripple him if possible. Money is no object. Give him whatever he needs. The steward nodded and departed. Bai Tingshan looked out the window, a cold smirk on his lips. Chen Chao, I refuse to believe you will escape unscathed this time. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and it was finally time for the group finals. Surrounded by Wu Lei and others, Chen Chao entered the arena slowly. Someone had been waiting for him. Upon seeing Chen Chao's arrival, Bai Tingshan sneered. Oh, our great hero Chen Chao has arrived. Chen Chao merely glanced at him, uninterested, puzzled by the presence of this scoundrel who seemed indifferent to Hua's honor. Could he be harboring ulterior motives? Seeing Chen Chao's indifference, Bai Tingshan's irritation grew. Chen Chao, if you are defeated, don't be too embarrassed. I will make sure to capture your wounded state on camera for my daily amusement. Chen Chao chose to ignore him, treating him as if he were invisible. Bai Tingshan became even more enraged, growling. Chen Chao, today you will surely fall, and fall disgracefully. Suddenly, a voice interrupted. Oh, isn't that Bai Xiao from the Bai family? I heard you were disqualified from this competition. What brings you here? To bask in the glory of the experts? Turning around, he saw Qi Ming approaching. Bai Tingshan, already furious from having his hand broken by Chen Chao and unable to participate in the selection, was incensed further by Qi Ming's taunts. Bai Tingshan retorted bitterly. Heh, Qi Ming, when did I offend you? Why do you oppose me? Qi Ming walked beside Chen Chao, offering a slight smile. Chen Chao, it's been a while, good luck. Ignoring Bai Tingshan, she treated him as if he were air. Bai Tingshan clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles cracking as he seethed. Chen Chao, if you leave the stage in one piece today, I, Bai Tingshan, will take your surname. He had secretly bribed the contestant from the island nation to administer drugs and ensure Chen Chao was severely harmed. In Bai Tingshan's eyes, Chen Chao was already half a cripple. Oh, Bai Tingshan, you truly are incorrigible, persistently seeking trouble with Chen Chao, a woman's voice chimed in. Bai Tingshan, infuriated, shouted. Who the hell is that? It was He Wan. Chen Chao was surprised to see both Qi Ming and He Wan, seemingly there to support him. Upon seeing He Wan, Bai Tingshan's face darkened even further. He chose not to engage further, recognizing that continued dialogue would only lead to his own folly. With a huff, he turned and left with his bodyguards. Chen Chao smiled. Sister Qi, He Wan, what brings you both here? He Wan replied with mild annoyance. What? The star has come to cheer for you, and you're not grateful? Chen Chao chuckled. I'm thrilled to have you here. Qi Ming added, go for it. Chen Chao, I hope you win the championship and bring glory to our country. At that moment, the event organizers began calling for the contestants to enter. Chen Chao walked in, facing 5 remaining nations, which meant he would have to engage in 4 more battles. Each victory would yield points, and the one with the highest total would claim the championship. The contestants from the island nation were often characterized by their cold demeanor, earning them the nickname Ice Nation. The fighters from the island were short yet robust, exuding an aura of strength, their eyes often conveying a chilling disdain. The representatives of the Sun Never Sets Empire were tall and imposing, embodying a quintessential European stature. The American contestant was a large, muscular black man, while the fighters from the third nation were exceedingly dark, their teeth being the only visible feature in the night. It was likely that if they walked on the road at night, no one would notice them, and a collision would go unnoticed. Only Chen Chao appeared somewhat slender in comparison, though at a height of 178 meters, he was still respectable. The audience began to roar with excitement, cheering fervently for the impending, blood-pumping finals. In an instant, the atmosphere reached a fever pitch. The competition was about to commence. The competitors from the island nation clashed with those from the United States, both resembling formidable, walking tyrannosaurs, colliding with a force akin to Mount Tai bearing down upon them. After a prolonged and fierce battle, the athlete from the island emerged victorious. The competition proceeded with fervor, and soon it was Chen Chao's turn. With a decisive kick, he severely injured the American contender and claimed victory. Next, he faced an athlete from the third nation, whom he knocked out with a single punch, securing yet another win. Chen Chao's consecutive victories elicited ecstatic cheers from the audience. At last, he confronted the athlete from the island nation. In a cunning move, the opponent pretended to clean his teeth, discreetly swallowing a small green pill, unnoticed by the spectators and even in the video footage. However, such tricks did not escape Chen Chao's keen perception. With a cold smile, he resolved that this athlete, lacking in martial ethics, must be incapacitated to prevent future harm to other legitimate competitors. After consuming the pill, the opponent's demeanor transformed dramatically. A crimson glow radiated from him, exuding an intense malevolence. With a furious roar, he charged forward, his fists glowing red as if releasing boundless power. Chen Chao, too, felt anger swell within him. But recalling that he had yet to fully assimilate the legacy of the great sage, he realized that a brute force confrontation could cost him dearly. Thus, he sought assistance from the celestial beings within his Douyin group. This island athlete was no ordinary foe, even without the drug. He could unleash 1,000-fold strength with a mere punch. Now, having ingested the forbidden substance, his might had surged. Chen Chao understood that a direct confrontation would be unwise, lest he suffer defeat. He utilized a 1,000-mile sound transmission talisman gifted by Erlang Shen, discreetly activating it from his storage ring to avoid drawing attention. Erlang Shen, I beseech you for aid in this dire situation. Soon, a voice resonated in Chen Chao's mind. What troubles you, Master Uncle? I shall assist you. Taken aback, Chen Chao realized that Erlang Shen referred to him as Master Uncle. Indeed, as a disciple of the primordial supreme being, he warranted such respect. With urgency, Chen Chao replied, Merge your essence with mine. I require your strength. Understood, Master Uncle, I am coming. In an instant, Chen Chao felt an overwhelming celestial energy flood his being, endowing him with immeasurable strength. Lacking martial integrity, today I shall render you powerless. He bellowed as he launched his fist. It must be noted that the effects of the pill were indeed formidable. In his current state, the island athlete would likely triumph over any adversary, potentially inflicting severe injuries. Yet, unfortunate for him, his opponent was Chen Chao. Chen Chao's fists were mightier, more ferocious. With a resounding thud, the island athlete emitted a wretched cry, hurtling through the air and crashing to the ground below the stage. His fingers lay shattered, blood seeping forth, perilously close to detaching from his hand. The audience was left in stunned silence, astonished by Chen Chao's power to send the once dominant island contender tumbling from the arena. Gazing at the fallen athlete, motionless on the ground, it was evident he had sustained grave injuries. Is this even human? Gasped Qi Ming and He Wen, hands clasped over their mouths in disbelief. Is this truly Chen Chao? He Wen exclaimed in astonishment. Qi Ming echoed her sentiments. I never imagined Chen Chao could be this formidable. That island fighter was incredibly strong. Chen Chao offered a subtle smile, his gaze shifting towards a specific spot in the audience. Bai Tingshan. He was observing Bai Tingshan, who, in turn, regarded Chen Chao with incredulity, his eyes ablaze with resentment and fury. He slammed his fist into the chair in frustration, exclaiming, Useless. I spent so much money, only to find he's an utterly feeble fighter. His rage reached a boiling point, and without another word, he stormed off. Chen Chao surmised that this debacle was orchestrated by Bai Tingshan, recalling the latter's boastful declaration that he would ensure Chen Chao would fall. Humph. This debt will be settled in due time. The champion had emerged. The venue erupted in a dazzling display of lights, illuminating Chen Chao's face. The referee grasped Chen Chao's hand, leading him to the center of the stage, proclaiming, We have our champion. It is none other than Chen Chao. He has fought valiantly, overcoming formidable foes and enduring countless trials. He has triumphed. The audience erupted in thunderous applause, chanting Chen Chao's name. In a moment of exuberance, some spectators tossed their cheering sticks into the air. At that instant, Chen Chao basked in glory, his triumph unbounded. Meanwhile, Chen Liguo watched the live broadcast, suddenly overwhelmed with excitement as he turned to Zhao Liping. Come here, quickly. That is our son. Chapter 32. Dismissal of Chen Chao. Zhao Liping and Chen Liguo had never been particularly interested in sporting events. Yet, this particular competition had become a sensational spectacle, streaming across major platforms. Initially, Chen Liguo thought he had misidentified the competitor, believing it was merely someone resembling Chen Chao. However, once he heard Chen Chao's name resonate throughout the venue, he was certain it was unmistakably their son, Chen Chao. Upon seeing the broadcast, Zhao Liping gasped. Our son has won the World Martial Arts Championship? Chen Liguo joyfully slapped his thigh, exclaiming, Who else could it be but our son? This boy. Sneaking off to compete without a word to us. He urged, Quickly, fetch that precious bottle we've kept for 50 years. I am elated today. The entire school community was engrossed in the event. The large screen in the schoolyard, every conference room, and computer lab were all tuned into the live broadcast. When they witnessed Chen Chao lifting the championship trophy, the entire school erupted in jubilation. Some students shouted from their dormitories, Chen Chao, you are amazing. You make our school proud. Now, everyone, shout out the name of our champion. Chen Chao, Chen Chao, Chen Chao. The principal was equally elated, recognizing the immense honor Chen Chao had brought to the school through this prestigious global competition. The school would undoubtedly gain significant recognition. The principal declared, A grand red dragon gate shall be erected at the entrance, adorned with a lengthy celebratory banner. He personally awaited Chen Chao at the entrance. Upon seeing him, he warmly grasped Chen Chao's hand, stating, Chen Chao, you are our school's great benefactor, bestowing such honor upon us. As they entered the school grounds, thousands of students formed two lines, creating a pathway for Chen Chao. Some called out his name, while others screamed in excitement, celebrating his achievements. Wow, Chen Chao. You are so handsome. You are my idol. That evening, the school issued a post on Weibo featuring clips of Chen Chao's various opponents. In an instant, the video skyrocketed to the trending topics. Many praised Chen Chao as a hero for his decisive victory over the island athlete, bringing glory to the nation. Others lauded him as a representative of ancient martial arts. The accolades were abundant, all in favor of Chen Chao. Observing all this, Baidingshan's fury intensified. Chen Chao is quite popular, and this only deepens his resentment towards Chen Chao. He can hardly bear it anymore. Even his father harbors a profound hatred for Chen Chao. Baidingshan's father, Bai Qi, decided to take matters into his own hands and confront Chen Chao personally. On that day, Baidingshan and his father organized a banquet, directly inviting the school's director of education to the table. Baidingshan, with a displeased expression, addressed directly, saying, "I hope you can expel Chen Chao immediately. I simply cannot tolerate him." Director Li was momentarily taken aback and replied, "Young Master Bai, Chen Chao is currently in the limelight. This may not be an easy task." Bai Qi's expression darkened. "What difficulties are you facing?" Seeing Bai Qi's rising anger, Director Li felt a wave of fear. Bai Qi was not someone he could afford to offend, yet expelling Chen Chao seemed to pose a significant challenge. "Well, Mr. Bai, it truly is." Director Li stammered. Bai Qi then threw a thick envelope onto the table, saying, "Is there still a problem now?" Overjoyed, Director Li picked up the envelope, his eyes widening at the 3 million written on it. He immediately patted his chest and assured, "No problem, I'll handle this matter." Looking around the room, Director Li coldly declared, "According to our investigation, Chen Chao has frequently engaged in inappropriate behavior within the school, negatively impacting the school's reputation. To uphold school discipline, I have decided to expel him." The room fell into a stunned silence. Expelling Chen Chao? He had just brought tremendous honor to the school. Some voiced their objections. "Director Li, I feel this is inappropriate. Chen Chao has just brought glory to our school." Others echoed, "I agree. It is unreasonable to expel someone who has achieved so much for us. There has been no report of any misconduct." Director Li replied icily, "We cannot overlook his misdeeds just because he has some achievements. He has injured others during events, and Bai Tingshan has suffered greatly. Such a ruthless individual must not remain in our school." With that, he decisively concluded the meeting. "This matter is settled." Meeting adjourned. When Chen Chao received the expulsion notice, he was taken aback, followed by a surge of uncontainable rage. Expelled? What crime had he committed? It was utterly absurd. He had just brought immense pride to the school, and now they were expelling him? Upon reading the reason for his expulsion, his anger escalated further. They accused him of maliciously injuring classmates, particularly Bai Tingshan. Without hesitation, Chen Chao stormed into the director's office. He glared at Director Li and demanded, "Director Li, why am I being expelled? Based on such a ridiculous reason?" Director Li scoffed. "Chen Chao, others may hold you in high regard, but that has nothing to do with me. Don't think your accomplishments give you the right to act above the rules. Your words just now indicate your contempt for school regulations. What is a ridiculous reason? That was thoroughly discussed in our office. You are not fit to remain in this school. Gather your things and leave." With a cold smile, Director Li turned away, refusing to meet Chen Chao's gaze again. Furious, Chen Chao slammed the door behind him. Word of his expulsion quickly spread throughout the school, and many rallied in his defense. What wrong had he committed to warrant expulsion? Students persistently approached the administration, demanding the revocation of the expulsion notice. Eventually, the news reached the principal. In the principal's office, he slammed his hand on the desk in fury, shouting, "Whose decision was this? Get that Li Chong in here right now." Other school leaders, upon hearing the news, rushed in, each more enraged than the last. Chen Chao had just won the Global Martial Arts Championship, a monumental honor that had brought accolades to the school. How could the director, Li Chong, be so audacious as to attempt to expel him? When Li Chang arrived at the office and saw the stern faces of the principals, he felt a sinking sensation in his stomach. Bracing himself, he asked, "Principal, what is this about?" Without explanation, the principal coldly replied, "Li Chong, the school board has unanimously decided to relieve you of your position, and you will never be rehired." An irate vice principal shouted, "Li Chong, you have some nerve to target Chen Chao, a talent who brings glory to our country, and instead of rewarding him, you choose to persecute him? You can leave." In an instant, cold sweat broke out on Li Chong's brow. He couldn't comprehend why he was being dismissed over a mere Chen Chao. Clinging to a shred of hope, he attempted to justify himself. This decision was influenced by the Bai family. If we do not expel him, their substantial annual donations to the school will be at stake. He aimed to leverage the Bai family's influence over the school leaders, as they were a local powerhouse, contributing generously each year. Li Chang couldn't believe the school leaders would risk offending Bai Qi, jeopardizing their $1 million sponsorship. The principal's fury intensified. "So, you have been taking orders from the Bai family and profiting from it? Let me tell you, the the school can operate just fine without their sponsorship. I should inform you that Chen Chao's recent achievements have attracted many businesses eager to collaborate with us. As for the Bai family, they can choose to sponsor us or not. We will manage. Li Chang was panicked, realizing the extent of Chen Chao's influence, which was significant enough for the school to consider foregoing Bai sponsorship. Ultimately, Li Chang left the office with a grim expression, having to accept the disheartening news of his dismissal. Upon hearing this news, Bai Tingshan and his father were furious. In the Bai family villa, Bai Chi's demeanor was dark and somewhat sinister. I never imagined they would disregard the Bai family. They can forget about my continued financial support. After all the money I have contributed, they cannot even fulfill such a small request. Bai Tingshan trembled with rage. Dad, what shall we do? Are we just going to let Chen Chao continue to flaunt his success in front of us? Bai Chi took a moment of silence to regain his composure, then slowly replied, how could we allow that little brat to continue unchecked? If one plan fails, we shall devise another. Bai Tingshan's eyes lit up. Dad, do you have a new idea? Bai Chi responded, since we cannot deal with Chen Chao directly, we will target his family instead. Xiangshu, call Hualong and have him come over. Xiangshu understood the assignment and left to make the call. Bai Tingshan's face broke into a smile. How did I not think of this? Chen Chao is just a nobody from an ordinary family. We can simply eliminate his family, leaving him with nowhere to turn. Upon receiving the call, Chen Chao was filled with rage. His mother, Zhao Liping, informed him that Chen Ligua had been seriously injured and was currently in the hospital. Without hesitation, Chen Chao rushed to the hospital, where he found his father, Chen Ligua, wrapped in bandages. With a heavy heart, Chen Chao asked, Dad, how are you? Chen Ligua managed a weak smile. Son, I'm fine. Just a few days of rest, and I'll be okay. Chen Chao immediately searched through his storage ring and Qianquan bag for a healing elixir, using a special method to reduce its potency before administering it to Chen Ligua. After taking the elixir, Chen Ligua's injuries quickly began to heal. After comforting his parents, Chen Chao stormed off in anger. Zhao Liping, watching Chen Chao's receding figure, expressed her concern, urging him not to act impulsively or do something foolish. From his parents, Chen Chao learned that the assailant was a tattooed man, whose physical description matched that of Long Ge, whom Chen Chao had previously dealt with. It dawned on him that the Bai family was behind this. The Bai family was a notorious behemoth in the area, and with a bit of inquiry, Chen Chao quickly discovered their address. Enraged, he rushed to their grand villa sprawling over thousands of acres, clenching his fists tightly, his brow furrowed deeply. Inside the Bai villa, dozens of elite bodyguards were on high alert as they noticed Chen Chao burst in. A particularly fierce-looking bodyguard brazenly confronted him. You little brat. Do you even know where you are? Get out. Others were cracking their knuckles, ready to force Chen Chao out. No one had ever dared to intrude upon the Bai family's domain in such a manner. The response was a colossal fist. Fueled by fury, Chen Chao landed a powerful punch on the insolent bodyguard, sending him crashing against the door, unable to rise even in daylight. The others immediately tensed up, realizing they were dealing with a formidable opponent. Let us take him down together, someone shouted. Dozens of trained bodyguards charged at Chen Chao without mercy. He reciprocated with equal ferocity, delivering decisive blows, one punch here, a kick there. Moments later, the floor was strewn with incapacitated bodyguards, all groaning in agony. Wordlessly, Chen Chao maintained his stoic demeanor as he strode into the villa. Inside, Bai Tingshan and Bai Ji were leisurely sipping red wine, celebrating the injury inflicted on Chen Chao's father by Long Ge. Their merriment was abruptly shattered when the previously closed door was violently kicked open, splintering into fragments. Bai Tingshan and Bai Ji froze in shock as they turned to see an enraged Chen Chao. Stunned into silence, they could do little but stare at him. Chen Chao approached Bai Tingshan, seized both of his arms, and exerted his strength. A crisp crack echoed throughout the room. Bai Tingshan cried out in agony, my hands. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead. Chen Chao had rendered one of his hands useless before, and to his disbelief, Bai Tingshan had not learned his lesson. At that moment, a figure accompanied by a dozen capable fighters arrived, their footsteps echoing ominously. Bai Zong, who dares to cause you trouble? Watch me deal with him. The voice preceded the arrival of Hualong, who had come with reinforcements. Upon recognizing Chen Chao's face, his expression shifted dramatically. Unsure whether to engage, he recalled the terror of their last encounter when he had been severely injured by Chen Chao, taking a long time to recover. His subordinates, however, were less hesitant. Charging forward, Chen Chao, unfazed, countered their advance. In no time, several more lay groaning on the ground, writhing in pain. Only Long Ge, who had not yet acted, escaped unscathed. Chen Chao then stood before Bai Tingshan, coldly declaring, Bai Tingshan, do not provoke me again, or you shall face dire consequences. With that, he strode out of the villa. News of Chen Chao's audacious assault on the Bai family and the incapacitation of Bai Tingshan spread like wildfire. He received a call from Qi Ming, inquiring if he needed assistance. The Chi family was unafraid of the Bai family, and with Chen Chao having made an enemy of them, they were fully capable of protecting him. After expressing his gratitude, Chen Chao declined their offer. He began to contemplate a crucial matter. Lacking a power of his own made it difficult to stand firm. While he feared no one, what about his family? What about his friends? If someone sought to harm them, what could he do? His father's recent injury was a stark reminder. He could not always be by their side. Thus, he resolved to establish his own force. Following Bai Tingshan's downfall, he was expelled from school, causing a significant stir. Those in the know revealed the truth, and everyone learned of Chen Chao's bravery in confronting the Bai family and incapacitating Bai Tingshan. When people laid eyes on Chen Chao, admiration and respect filled their gazes. Some even proclaimed him a hero ridding the world of a menace. Bai Tingshan, once a bully and a villain, had terrorized the school, leveraging his family's influence to intimidate others, often resorting to violence over trivial matters. Many had suffered at his hands, spending extended periods in the hospital due to his whims. Upon hearing of Bai Tingshan's defeat, they felt a collective sense of vindication. In the hospital, Bai Tingshan lay in bed, his eyes vacant and unfocused. His mother, a plump and domineering woman, tried to comfort him. "Shaner, please eat something. You haven't had a bite in 2 days." Tears welled in Bai Tingshan's eyes as he weakly replied, "Mom, I'm ruined. My hands are useless now. I can never recover." His anguished cries echoed through the room. Bai Ji sat silently at the other end of the ward, chain-smoking. Bai Tingshan's mother turned to him, her voice rising in anger. "All you do is smoke. Look at what has become of our son. If you're a man, avenge him. If not, get out of my sight. You're a nuisance." Bai Shi, equally furious, retorted, "Do you think I don't want to eliminate that Chen Chao? But what can I do? Even dozens of armed men couldn't overpower him. It's utterly absurd." Suddenly, a thought struck Bai Shi, and a glimmer of hope lit up his eyes. He murmured, "That kid is certainly no ordinary person. He must be a master of ancient martial arts. Ordinary folks cannot possess such extraordinary strength. If that is the case, I shall seek out an expert in ancient martial arts to deal with him." Bai Tingshan's mother, unsatisfied, snapped, "What are you mumbling about? Have you figured out how to avenge our son?" Bai Shi replied, "I will immediately contact the elder who once assisted our Bai family, the one training at Longhu Mountain. They say he is a reclusive ancient martial arts master. With him on our side, we can surely take down that Chen Chao." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of hope ignited in Bai Tingshan's eyes as he wolfed down his food. After finishing, he lay back on his hospital bed, a cold smile playing on his lips. Longhu Mountain has been a mysterious place since ancient times, akin to Zhongnan Mountain, a gathering spot for spiritual energy and a sanctuary for many recluses. It is perpetually shrouded in fog, and under the sun, a purple aura emerges. Bai Ji found his way there, traversing the area until he finally arrived at a humble thatched cottage. In front of a thatched cottage, a Taoist of ethereal demeanor sat in meditation, facing the slanting rays of the setting sun. His eyes were gently closed, remaining motionless, akin to a venerable monk in deep contemplation. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and spoke slowly. "A distinguished guest approaches. Welcome." Bai Chi had arrived. Upon seeing the seated Taoist, he was filled with excitement and hurriedly bowed, saying, "I am Bai Chi, honored to meet you, Senior Zhao." The Taoist scrutinized Bai Chi closely and inquired, "Are you of the Bai family?" Bai Chi respectfully replied, "Yes, I have come this time to request your assistance for my family." The Taoist responded, "I have established a rule to refrain from meddling in worldly affairs. I fear you may return disappointed." Hearing this, Bai Chi felt a pang of disappointment but quickly added, "I beseech you to consider the past friendship with my father and lend your hand just this once." The Taoist fell silent for a moment, then sighed, "Very well. This shall be the last time. After assisting you, I shall no longer have any ties with your family." Bai Chi was overjoyed, exclaiming, "Thank you, Senior." At that moment, Chen Chao was unaware that Bai Chi had ventured to Longhu Mountain to summon a reclusive master to confront him. That night, Lan Yingying sent Chen Chao a message, inviting him for a stroll on the playground. With nothing to do, Chen Chao, eager for a breath of fresh air, agreed. Upon arriving, he found Lan Yingying in a flowing blue dress, her makeup light, resembling a celestial fairy. Spotting Chen Chao, she approached with a smile, saying, "Chen Chao, you've come." They began to walk side by side on the playground, time slipping by. Gradually, Chen Chao sensed an unusual tension in the air. Lan Yingying frequently gazed at him, remaining silent for long stretches. Anxiety crept into Chen Chao's heart. They sat down on a step, and Lan Yingying suddenly turned to him, softly saying, "Chen Chao, I like you. Would you be my boyfriend?" Chen Chao was taken aback. In that moment, his heart raced, leaving him at a loss for words. He had always regarded Lan Yingying as a cherished friend, never contemplating a romantic relationship. To his astonishment, she was confessing her feelings. "Chen Chao, Having been hurt by Yang Shui's betrayal, had become somewhat numb to love and was reluctant to pursue new emotional entanglements. His daily amusement now lay in devising ways to outsmart those divine beings in the Douyin group. The thought of romance was far from his mind. Seeing Chen Chao silent for so long, Lan Yingying, with disappointment in her eyes, asked, "What's wrong? Are you unwilling?" Chen Chao replied, "I'm sorry, Yingying. We are not suited for each other. Let us remain good friends." With sorrow etched on her face, Lan Yingying stood and walked away, her pride preventing her from asking why. Chen Chao watched her retreating figure with a gentle sigh. Back in his dormitory, Chen Chao opened Douyin and noticed a flurry of unread messages in the group. To his amusement, he discovered that these divine beings had taken to playing Honor of Kings. Previously, he had posted numerous mobile phones on his Douyin, leading to a frenzy of purchases from these celestial beings. Now, they were engaged in the game. Group messages flooded in. Vaping. "Oh dear. I've been guarding the southern heavenly gate all day, utterly bored. Is anyone up for a couple of rounds of honor? Zhu Beiji, I envy you, Vaping. I've just regained control of the heavenly river and am swamped with work, while you're bored out of your mind. Sun Wukong, I've also tried this Honor of Kings. Who designed me to look like that? I'm nothing but a mediocre hero. Yang Jian, great sage. You're not so bad. You have all those new skins. Look at me. I've been trying to fish myself out of the river multiple times. And it's infuriating. Maitreya, I've been feeling a bit fatigued lately. I'd like to play a few rounds to unwind. Anyone interested?" In an instant, many dormant divine beings emerged in the chat, all indulging in the game with great delight. Chen Chao sent a smiling emoji, simultaneously jesting. "Who said Honor of Kings only harms the youth? Look, even the celestial beings are getting addicted. This game, indeed, was a menace. No, it was a calamity for the gods. Even Vaping, the invincible warrior of the heavens and earth, was slacking off during work hours just to play Honor of Kings." Before long, more messages flooded in as the divine beings finished a match. They were all lamenting Zhu Beiji's poor performance. Suddenly, Neza sent a message to Chen Chao. "Chen Chao, Master Uncle, how about we play together? This game originated from your realm. You must be quite skilled." Chen Chao replied, "Not really, just a bit of fun with professional players." Zhu Beiji asked, "What is a professional player?" Vaping urged, "Enough chit-chat, let us log in. I still have scores to settle." A sudden thought struck Chen Chao. While these divine beings were leisurely indulging, he had classes and responsibilities as a busy individual. He couldn't afford to waste time playing aimlessly with them. No, he needed to introduce some stakes. Perhaps he could acquire some treasures or elixirs. Yes, that was the plan. Chen Chao messaged, "Hey, divine beings, you seem to have plenty of free time. As an ordinary citizen, I must toil daily for my livelihood. My time is precious." Chen Chao continued, "If you want me to play with you, we need to set some stakes. Winning would provide some consolation." Zhu Beiji was the first to respond. "All right. I'll wager my newly forged nine-toothed rake, which I intended to use for grooming. Consider it a gift." Sun Wukong chimed in, "The peaches from Flower Fruit Mountain have ripened. I'll wager a peach king." Maitreya added, "Since you're all so generous, I will wager the scriptures I've spent a century refining." Vaping said, "I have only one sword, so I cannot wager it. However, if I lose, I'll be willing to do one task for you or assist you in some way. How does that sound?" Delighted, Chen Chao engaged in the matches. After several rounds, leveraging his early exposure and skills, he decisively triumphed over the celestial beings, earning their admiration. A new wave of divine beings joined Chen Chao for a chance to challenge him. The idea was enticing, but the reality was harsh. All the celestial beings fell to Chen Chao's prowess. They were thoroughly impressed with his gaming skills. Sun Wukong remarked, "Chen Chao, you're so talented. Why don't you start a gaming company? I've heard the company that designed Honor of Kings makes a fortune every year." Zhu Beiji echoed, "Yes, indeed. If you started a gaming company, you'd surely make a fortune." An epiphany struck Chen Chao. Yes, he wanted to build a career and establish his own influence. Struggling to find a way forward, launching a gaming company seemed like an excellent idea. With his previous achievements in defeating professional players and winning global martial arts competitions, he would undoubtedly gain fame. Making money would be a breeze. Excited, he messaged the group. "Chen Chao, hey divine beings. Those who lost in our duel can send their wagers my way." Chen Chao, "Oh, Beiji, don't forget to send over that nine-toothed rake of yours." Chen Chao, "Furthermore, Maitreya Buddha, do not forget your supreme scriptures." Chen Chao, "As for the rest of you, you are all renowned immortals, so I need not name names. We must accept our fates." Those immortals who lost, with mournful faces, handed over their treasures to Chen Chao. The great elixir, the shimmering scriptures, Zhu Beiji's small nine-toothed rake, Sun Wukong's peach king from Flower Fruit Mountain, an array of magical treasures, techniques, and countless elixirs. Chen Chao could hardly contain his delight. These immortals truly had an insatiable appetite for talent. He made sure to prepare plenty of beer, spicy snacks, and beetle nuts, lest there be a shortage. Naturally, Chen Chao dismissed such thoughts with a smile. With his current skill level, could they truly rival him? Lying down. The idea of establishing a game company lingered in Chen Chao's mind, refusing to fade away. What should he do? How should he take the first step? Suddenly, Chen Chao thought of someone. Chapter 36, Qiming Investment. Qiming. Chen Chao recalled Qiming, who had always treated him well. She had repeatedly offered to express her gratitude, but he had consistently declined, which must have been quite hurtful. Moreover, if he could receive guidance from Qiming, a seasoned figure in the business realm, or even partner with her, it would undoubtedly ease his path significantly, allowing him to avoid many detours. Early the next morning, Chen Chao called Qiming. When the call connected, Qiming responded with surprise. Chen Chao, I didn't expect you to call me first. This is quite unexpected. Chen Chao chuckled and replied, Sister Qi, I don't light incense without cause. I'm reaching out to discuss something important. I wish to start a game company, but I lack experience, so I hope to enlist your partnership. Qiming, taken aback, said, a game company? Chen Chao, you can't be serious. Starting a game company is no simple task. To develop a new game, one must have an exceptional concept. Do you have one? Chen Chao paused, momentarily stunned. A concept? He hadn't truly considered it. He had only been inspired by those immortals to pursue the idea of a game company. Wait, immortals? Isn't that a concept in itself? He could develop a game based on gods and demons, allowing those immortals to provide scenic backdrops from the realms of divinity. Magic, immortality, and Buddhism, couldn't he? Chen Chao immediately responded, I do have a concept, to create a game centered on gods and demons. Striving to authentically recreate various divine and demonic environments, allowing players to experience breathtaking landscapes while battling and leveling up. Qiming remained silent for a moment before saying, Chen Chao, to be honest, I genuinely want to assist you, but realizing this idea requires substantial investment. As a businesswoman, I must ensure that there is a profit to be made before I invest. Chen Chao felt a twinge of disappointment. To his surprise, Qiming continued, how about this? Chen Chao, if you can devise a promotional video for your concept and present it to me, I will invest immediately if I find it acceptable. Chen Chao replied, all right. I will film it and send it to you as soon as possible. After hanging up, Chen Chao took out his phone and began chatting with the immortals in a group on Douyin. Those immortals had not paused even in his absence, continuously calling for others to play Honor of Kings. A group of immortals played eagerly every day. Even when Chen Chao was asleep at night, they remained active. Chen Chao wondered if they never rested. However, he quickly laughed at the thought. A day in heaven equals a year on earth. What felt like a day to him might be merely a fleeting moment for them. Chen Chao sent a message. Greetings, esteemed immortals. I am considering your suggestions and wish to establish a game company. Chen Chao, do you have any brilliant ideas? You have inspired me. Surely you possess some excellent concepts? Jade Emperor, ahem. Yang Jian, I was just joking. Chang'e, how about creating a game based on Warcraft or Xinxia, featuring all the immortals as characters, with the demons and monsters from the lower realms serving as enemies for players to level up against, complemented by stunning visuals? That should attract quite a few players. 7 fairies. I agree. Just look at how beautiful the heavenly court is, like a flower roll. If we could recreate that to the fullest extent, it would surely captivate many. Zhu Beiji, that's a great idea. I, Pigsy, wholeheartedly support it. If you develop characters akin to Chang'e, I will certainly be the first to play. Chang'e, oh please, General, have some decorum. Chen Chao felt elated. Chang'e's idea aligned perfectly with his own and even surpassed it in sophistication. He immediately said, then, dear immortals, could you assist me in filming some beautiful locations in the celestial realm? I assure you there will be generous rewards. Zhu Beiji replied, humph. I want to go. I just crafted my new 9-toothed rake, and before I could even use it, you want it from me fair and square. Ultimately, over a dozen immortals agreed to assist Chen Chao in filming. To Chen Chao's surprise, Neza volunteered, saying he had just learned video editing and offered to edit the footage for Chen Chao. With someone stepping forward, Chen Chao was more than happy. The immortals worked efficiently, and soon Neza informed Chen Chao that the video had been edited and was ready for viewing. The moment Chen Chao opened the video, he was utterly astonished. The scenery was ethereal, beautiful, elegant, and picturesque. Taishang Laojun, embodying an air of celestial grace, with flowing white hair. Chang'e, clad in white, exuded ethereal beauty. The 7 fairies, as gentle as flowing water, were exquisitely lovely. Methria Buddha, round and adorable, brought a sense of joy. Sun Wukong, lively and dynamic, radiated charisma. Chen Chao exclaimed wonderful. 3 times in succession. Neza had cleverly edited the video in a seamless manner. Sun Wukong remarked, Chen Chao, what do you think of my appearance? It's far more appealing than those characters in Honor of Kings. Isn't it? Chang'e added, exactly. That honor of kings has made me look so ridiculous. Observing their banner, Chen Chao couldn't help but chuckle. It turned out that he was not alone in thinking poorly of Honor of Kings, which had designed its heroes in such an unappealing manner. Chen Chao promptly sent the video to Qi Ming and called her. Chen Chao said, Sister Qi, I have sent you the promotional video. Please take a look. Qi Ming replied, so fast? Chen Chao, if you truly want to partner with me, you must be diligent. I've only mentioned it recently, and you've already completed it. We are not just making any game. We must invest our hearts into it, or customers will not be satisfied. Let me see what you've produced in these few hours. If I'm not impressed, you'll need to redo it. Chen Chao, I'm not criticizing you, but this video is only a few dozen megabytes without even being opened. You didn't just compile random materials from the internet, did you? If that's the case, I will be quite upset. Oh, wait. Chen Chao, are you still there? I'm investing in this game, 50 million. It's stunning. Chapter 37, Bloodbath of the Bai Family Masters. Chen Chao could only smile wryly at Qi Ming's reaction. Just a moment ago, she had been scolding him. And now, upon viewing the video, she had done a complete 180. Is this what women are like? Chen Chao asked, Sister Qi, is that true? Are you really investing 50 million? I was also planning to invest 50 million. Qi Ming joyfully replied, indeed. This video has truly amazed me. If we can achieve such results, it will undoubtedly be a bestseller. Chen Chao. So, Sister Qi, it's settled then. You will primarily be responsible for company registration and related operations, while I will oversee the overall planning and supervision of the game. How does that sound? Qi Ming. No problem. That's exactly what I was thinking. Managing the company is indeed my forte. Let's arrange to meet up soon to discuss the specifics. Chen Chao. All right. After wrapping up everything, Chen Chao felt a sense of boredom creeping in. A few hours later, he decided to take a stroll. Upon stepping outside, he realized it was already getting dark. Unknowingly, he wandered onto a rather desolate street. Suddenly, he spotted an individual, a Taoist priest clad in a robe. His hair and beard as white as snow. The priest was seated beneath a tree, eyes closed in meditation, resembling an ancient monk in deep contemplation. As Chen Chao pondered, a few figures approached slowly, sneering as they walked. Upon closer inspection, he recognized them as Bai Tingshan, his son, and several bodyguards. Chen Chao frowned and said, Bai Tingshan, you again? I take it your hand is healed? Seeing Chen Chao, Bai Tingshan and his son glared at him as if he were their father's nemesis, their eyes gleaming with unrestrained malice. Bai Tingshan venomously remarked, Haha, Chen Chao, we've been waiting for you at the school gate for 2 days. You finally decided to show up. Chen Chao replied, waiting for me for 2 days? What were you waiting for? To have me break your hand again? If that's the case, you could have just given me a heads up, and I would have come to serve you, free of charge. Chen Chao, puzzled, asked Elder. You mean the Taoist under the tree? Bai Tingshan coldly chuckled, Haha, I forgot to introduce him to you. Elder Zhao has come out of seclusion just for you. This time, you are as good as dead. Haven't you always prided yourself on your fighting skills? I am eager to see how long you can withstand the prowess of an ancient martial artist like Elder Zhao. The Taoist sitting under the tree opened his eyes, gently waving his whisk, and spoke with tranquility. Young man, I have heard that at your tender age, your heart is unwholesome, and your strikes are exceedingly ruthless, causing considerable harm. Chen Chao snorted. Oh really? You present yourself as a world-weary sage, yet you are merely a purveyor of falsehoods, casting aspersions without grasping the facts. Elder Zhao, incensed by the retort, declared, Today, I shall enlighten you to prevent you from causing further harm in this world. Chen Chao, icy in demeanor, challenged. Then let us see what you've got. Elder Zhao continued, I have heard you possess considerable fighting prowess. It takes a certain skill to take down numerous capable opponents in a short span. However, you ought to know that at your age, I once single-handedly infiltrated a formidable gang and wiped them out completely. Therefore, young man, do not let a modicum of talent blind you to the greater reality. There are always those stronger than you. Chen Chao couldn't help but regard the Taoist with newfound respect. Such illustrious accomplishments? His own prowess came from cultivating celestial arts and acquiring the legacy of a great sage. What had this Taoist achieved? Bai Tingshan interjected with a mocking grin, Chen Chao, I won't hesitate to inform you that Elder Zhao is an ancient martial artist. Few in the entire country can withstand 3 of his moves. Today, your demise is inevitable. Chen Chao paused, intrigued. Ancient martial artist? What on earth was that? It sounded impressive, yet could it rival his celestial arts? During his last battle against a drug-enhanced fighter from a foreign land, he had felt somewhat outmatched and sought help from Erlang Shen. Upon returning, he had trained fiercely, consuming celestial elixirs in abundance, leading to significant breakthroughs. So, faced with this seemingly formidable Taoist, he felt no fear. Chen Chao squinted and said, You two are quite the performers. Let us see what this ancient martial artist can truly do. Elder Zhao huffed in disdain, angered by the challenge. With a sweeping motion of his hand, the whisk in his grip began to spin at a remarkable speed, exuding an overwhelming force. Swish! The rapidly spinning whisk surged toward Chen Chao like a bolt, swift, fierce, and precise. If an ordinary person were struck, they would surely meet their end. But Chen Chao was no ordinary man. Boom! The whisk collided with a nearby tree, creating a massive cavity. Elder Zhao murmured, "Interesting, young man." Suddenly, he leapt into the air, channeling his full power, and struck down toward Chen Chao with a palm that radiated an overwhelming might. Should it connect, it would either kill or severely injure him. Chen Chao smiled slightly, circulating his primordial energy to shield himself, and met the attack with a palm of his own. Bai Tingshan screamed from the sidelines, "Chen Chao, you're going to die? Do you think you can withstand Elder Zhao's Qinquan palm?" As Chen Chao braced for impact, Bai Tingshan's eyes sparkled with a mix of excitement and dread, anticipating the moment when Chen Chao would fall. Elder Zhao's strike was terrifying, and even from a distance, Bai Tingshan could feel its immense power. In contrast, Chen Chao's palm appeared light, as though he hadn't eaten for days. Both men wore matching smirks, as if envisioning Chen Chao sprawled on the ground, wailing in defeat. Boom! When the two palms collided, Elder Zhao's expression shifted dramatically. He let out a cold snort and was propelled backward like a cannonball, crashing into the tree. Boom! The tree snapped in half, and Elder Zhao fell to the ground. Coughing blood, incredulity etched on his face. Chen Chao maintained a calm demeanor, glancing at the visibly shaken Bai Tingshan and Bai Ji, and remarked, "Consider yourselves fortunate today. For I am about to establish a gaming company. My spirits are high, so I shall refrain from dealing with you." As Chen Chao departed, Bai Tingshan's expression twisted into a terrifying grimace as he howled, "Why? Why can't I ever defeat Chen Chao?" He then sneered, "Chen Chao, do you dare to open a gaming company? Dream on. I, Bai Tingshan, will not allow it." Chapter 38. Bai Tingshan's ambush. The following day, Qiming approached Chen Chao. Subsequently, they rented office space, recruited talent, and registered the company. With Qiming's assistance, these processes were completed swiftly, and the embryonic form of the company began to take shape. Chen Chao invested 50 million, while Qiming matched the amount, bringing the registered capital to 100 million. They hired a dozen individuals to help launch the company. As time passed, the company gradually found its footing. Chen Chao's subordinates included engineers and programmers specialized in game design. He shared his vision with them, and they contributed their insights. The primary task now was to design the game's aesthetics and character models, which Chen Chao eagerly took upon himself, knowing that the related teams could not replicate his vision. Chen Chao opened a group chat. "Chen Chao, esteemed beings, are you free? If so, please respond with a 1 to assist me. Zhu Beiji, 1 Sun Wukong, 111111111 Methria, 1 Neza, 10 Chang'e, 1 to Chen Chao's astonishment. At that moment, hundreds of celestial beings were online simultaneously. "Chen Chao, I would like to request those available to record some lengthy videos capturing the landscapes needed for the game. Chen Chao, additionally, I need everyone to appear on camera, showcasing your best selves to serve as character models for the game. Thank you for your efforts." Unexpectedly, the presence of original vision appeared. Presence of original vision. My disciple aspires to achieve great things. Everyone must lend their unwavering support. Anyone who does not support him will be opposing me. The primordial supreme being has spoken, and everyone has expressed their unwavering support. Methria Buddha remarked. The supreme being has spoken. Who would dare to defy? I shall certainly stand in steadfast support, and not only I, but all the celestial beings of the Buddha realm will cooperate wholeheartedly. The heavenly master Tongtian added, Brother, I shall personally descend to the mortal realm and capture thousands of images of demons and spirits to serve as models for you. In an instant, the celestial beings responded in unison. Chen Chao was immensely delighted. He had not anticipated that his humble master, whom he had acquired for a mere box of pure brew, would show him such generosity. When he spoke, no celestial being would dare to disregard his words, for his master was indeed the foremost among the immortals. Even the great Pangu, who opened the heavens, was but a manifestation of his breath. Within the three realms, none could rival his might. Chen Chao had long harbored a question regarding the prowess of his master in comparison to that of the Tathagata Buddha. After a brief afternoon nap, Neza had organized all the videos and photographs and sent them over. Upon opening the files, Chen Chao was immensely satisfied. The visuals were comprehensive, encompassing the Peach Garden, the Southern Heavenly Gate, and the Jade Void Palace, capturing nearly every aspect of the celestial realm, along with images and videos of all the deities. It was simply perfect. Chen Chao expressed his gratitude to Neza and bestowed numerous gifts upon him. Naturally, he was not stingy with the other assisting deities either, showering them with many presents. The celestial beings were all smiles, for these tasks were merely trifles for them. They had not anticipated such generous rewards in return for their assistance, truly a tremendous windfall. Chen Chao arrived at the studio of his company and shared the videos with everyone, stating, "These are the videos my friends helped me capture from various locations, along with some model photographs. What do you think?" The team members were left speechless. "Are you sure these weren't filmed in the heavenly court? Is there such scenery on Earth?" And the appearance of these deities and demons certainly cannot be mimicked by mere costumes or graphics. Su Qian, a member of the studio, gave a thumbs up and exclaimed, "Boss, this is incredible." Gao Chong remarked, "I have a strong premonition that our game will surely be a massive success, outshining all others." Another added, "I have played countless aesthetically pleasing games, yet this one captivates me like no other. If a nation as modest as ours can create it, it would be the highlight of my life." Indeed, the scenery was so immersive and the characters so lifelike that they were bound to capture the hearts of countless players. Chen Chao chuckled, "All right, whether we can achieve excellent results depends on our efforts. Let's get to work." Subsequently, everyone began their tasks in earnest. Meanwhile, at the Bai family residence, Elder Zhao lay in bed, his complexion pale and devoid of color. Bai Qi, somewhat downcast, said, "Elder, it is my Bai family that has harmed you." Elder Zhao weakly waved his hand, replying, "This is all fate. I shall not perish just yet, but my cultivation may be ruined. That young man's strength is the most formidable I have ever encountered." Bai Qi sighed deeply. Bai Tingshan, however, was unconcerned about Elder Zhao's fate. His mind was solely occupied with one thought: how to deal with Chen Chao. That night, he had overheard Chen Chao's intention to establish a gaming company and resolved to outshine him in that domain. Moreover, he had grown up immersed in video games, believing his talent in gaming to be unparalleled. He deduced that, given Chen Chao's current situation, he would likely start with Honor of Kings, aiming to form a professional team or an operational company, as Chen Chao was quite well known in that sphere. Bai Tingshan immediately dispatched someone to investigate the agency rights for Honor of Kings, intent on securing them before Chen Chao could act. With determination, Bai Tingshan swiftly spent 50 million to acquire the operational rights for Honor of Kings. As he signed the contract, he envisioned Chen Chao groveling before him, pleading for a chance at survival. Meanwhile, Chen Chao's company was bustling with activity. Qi Ming was also hard at work, devising promotional and marketing strategies. The plan was to fully develop the game and then seize the right moment to launch it with a bang. Upon learning that Bai Tingshan had spent 50 million to acquire the operational rights for Honor of Kings in an attempt to undermine him, Chen Chao couldn't help but smirk. He was creating an entirely new game centered around gods and demons. What did Bai Tingshan's acquisition have to do with him? Was he out of his mind? Chapter 39. The Dance of the Celestials. However, Bai Tingshan was so consumed with thoughts of how to deal with Chen Chao that he had fallen into a pathological state of obsession. He had little awareness of the implications of acquiring the operational rights for Honor of Kings, having established a mere shell gaming company with his investment. Each day, he was lost in his fantasies, waiting for Chen Chao to come begging for his assistance. Bai Tingshan's hopes were grand. Honor of Kings had operated for many years, amassing millions of users and establishing deep roots in the market. He was confident that while defeating Chen Chao, he could also grow and create a monumental enterprise that would leave Chen Chao and others in awe. In the days that followed, Chen Chao spent every moment in the studio with his game design team, diligently researching the game. The videos and photographs taken by the celestial beings proved to be invaluable. Yet, as the design process progressed, new ideas arose that necessitated additional filming. Chen Chao had no choice but to seek the assistance of the celestial beings once more. He sent out a message: "Dear friends, I need your help again." Poet Immortality replied, "What's the matter, young brother Chen Chao? I just downed 9 bottles of beer and am feeling quite poetic. Come, join me in a verse." The Supreme Lord Laozi chimed in, "Chen Chao, what is it now? Come, I just concocted 2 batches of fine elixirs. Care to sample?" Erlang Shen added, "Master Uncle, I am currently hunting down demons. Would you like to join me?" The celestial beings began to chatter animatedly. Chen Chao couldn't help but marvel at their carefree existence. Poet Immortality, reveling in his drink, would become inspired and compose poetry. The Supreme Lord Laozi, lost in the art of alchemy, would celebrate each successful batch of elixirs for quite some time. Erlang Shen treated his demon hunting like a sport. It seemed the others were similarly untroubled, living in blissful ease. Chen Chao interjected, No, gentlemen. We must focus on our careers. My gaming company is now on the right track, and I wish to capture some ancient scenery. I wonder who might assist me?" The Yellow Eyebrow King responded, "Chen Chao, I shall help you. There is an ancient ruin far from the heavenly court that I frequent. I can assist you there." Chen Chao replied, "Thank you. I heard that you once wanted to feast on Tang Seng's flesh, but failed. I'll arrange for you a generous supply of spicy snacks in return." Tang Seng coughed. Ahem. Chen Chao quickly apologized. My apologies, Elder Tang. I forgot you were also in the group. As Chen Chao raised various issues in the group, enthusiastic celestial beings readily offered their assistance. Consequently, the overall design process of the game faced little resistance and progressed rapidly. Before long, the game's design was completed. In celebration of the game's resounding success, Qi Ming invited Chen Chao to dine at an upscale restaurant. Upon seeing Chen Chao, Qi Ming smiled and said, "Chen Chao, you are truly remarkable." Chen Chao replied, "I cannot take all the credit, Sister Qi. You are the one who has worked the hardest." Suddenly, Chen Chao noticed another person beside Qi Ming, a young woman. Seemingly in her mid-20s, possessing a sweet appearance and fair skin, a veritable embodiment of beauty. Qi Ming introduced her, saying, "Chen Chao, let me introduce you to my cousin, Qi Yun. She has a keen interest in our gaming company. She graduated 2 years ago and has made significant achievements in our family business. This time, she is eager to join our gaming company, so I wanted to seek your opinion." Qi Yun stepped forward, smiling slightly, and said, "Hello, boss. I hope you can spare a meal for me." Chen Chao chuckled. "Hello, beautiful. Having you join our gaming company would be like adding wings to a tiger. Let us work together to create the strongest gaming company on the internet." Qi Yun playfully smiled and asked, "So, does that mean Boss Chen agrees to my joining the gaming company?" Chen Chao responded with a smile, "Of course, welcome." The three raised their glasses in a toast. Subsequently, Qi Yun shared her thoughts and plans. "Now that our game design is complete, I have an idea. Our esteemed Boss Chen is already a leading figure in honor of kings, having amassed a considerable fan base. I checked your Weibo, and you already have millions of followers." Chen Chao was momentarily taken aback. He had millions of followers? Upon checking Weibo, he found over 3 million. Astonished, he thought, "I had no idea I was so well known." Qi Yun continued, "Therefore, during the public beta, we can fully leverage your influence, Boss Chen. You can host a live stream, and our company's relevant team will create a massive wave of excitement. All you need to do is showcase the best aspects of our game during the stream. This way, everyone online will know about our game, and we can enhance its appeal through subsequent operations and events. Moreover, I firmly believe our game's quality ranks among the top 3. Users will surely be captivated." After concluding her proposal, she asked for their opinions. Chen Chao pondered briefly before saying, "This plan is exceptional. I fully support it." Qi Ming also agreed. "I have no objections." Qi Yun joyfully exclaimed, "Yay. Then I will take charge of the operations. I am confident our game will achieve great success." Suddenly, Qi Ming interjected, "By the way, our gaming company still lacks a formal name, and the game itself hasn't been officially titled. Chen Chao, why don't you come up with one?" Chen Chao promptly suggested, "Let us call it Celestial Games Company. As for the game, how about Dance of the Immortals?" Qi Yun nodded, saying, "Though it sounds a bit peculiar, it indeed fits the theme." She did not oppose the suggestion. Subsequently, most of the tasks were entrusted to Qi Yun, who demonstrated remarkable competence by generating significant buzz. Chen Chao dusted off his long-neglected Weibo account and posted a message. "The game I helped design is about to enter public beta. I will be live streaming to share it with everyone. See you next Friday." Almost immediately, a flurry of comments appeared below. "What? Boss Chen, do you think Honor of Kings is unbeatable? You've gone ahead to design a new game. I must check it out. Can't wait. A game designed by the boss will surely be thrilling." The response was overwhelmingly positive, with everyone expressing great anticipation. As time passed, the moment for the live stream finally arrived. The live streaming room was the same one where Chen Chao had previously streamed. To his surprise, over 100,000 viewers were already following. As the stream commenced, more than 90,000 people flooded in. Many began sending gifts, propelling the stream to the trending list. Chen Chao greeted everyone. "Hello, everyone. It's great to see you again." Suddenly, the screen was obscured by a deluge of gifts, making it difficult for him to see, leaving him both amused and bewildered. The outpouring of gifts was overwhelming, prompting him to say, "Let us pause for a moment." Numerous prominent streamers came to send gifts, accompanied by their well wishes. Notable streamers from Honor of Kings sent gifts to congratulate Chen Chao on the public beta of his game. After several minutes, the gift-giving finally subsided. The comments section was a whirlwind of activity, with viewers expressing their excitement upon seeing Chen Chao live again. They eagerly anticipated the game designed by someone who had mastered Honor of Kings. "I hope it won't be too pay to win. If not, I will support it." Chen Chao smiled and said, "I apologize for the wait. Now, allow me to present our game's promotional video, which is making its online debut." He clicked to play the meticulously crafted promotional video. It opened with a breathtaking scene of ancient ruins from the Age of Celestials, grand, majestic, and vast. The visuals transitioned to various celestial realms and mystical locations, ethereal and stunning. The video showcased the painstakingly filmed content featuring divine characters, the likes of Erlang Shen wielding his Erlang knife, commanding celestial troops with an imposing presence. The Monkey King adorned in golden armor, brandishing his Rui Jingu Bang, exuding a captivating aura. The two deities clashed, with dust and smoke swirling around them in a spectacular display of combat that even Hollywood's special effects could not replicate. The audience was instantly mesmerized. Is that really Erlang, Shen and the Great Sage equal to heaven? They look incredible. Where did they find such fitting actors? This scene is phenomenal. After what felt like an eternity, the promotional video concluded. The comments section erupted. Is this really a game? I feel as though I've journeyed through the age of Celestials. I've already pre-ordered this game. I'll play it regardless of the costs. Support. Support. This game aligns perfectly with all my visions of the celestial realms and the Pantheon. Brothers, I have a feeling this game will be a massive hit. If it's not, I'll eat my words, and my comments will serve as proof. One audacious commenter declared, I've screenshot that. I'll ensure he eats his words. This game is spectacular. Just look at how those characters from Honor of Kings have been transformed. It's a complete overhaul. However, the live stream also attracted some detractors. Some viewers, feeling their popularity was overshadowed by Chen Chao, sent in negative comments. Others were hired by Shen, who, upon discovering that Chen Chao was creating an entirely new game rather than developing something related to Honor of Kings, was enraged. He had invested heavily in acquiring the rights to Honor of Kings with the primary goal of undermining Chen Chao. And now he felt as though he had bitten into a rotten apple, filled with frustration. In an attempt to vent his displeasure, he hired a legion of trolls to flood Chen Chao's live stream with disparaging remarks. Amidst a chorus of accolades, there were inevitably some dissenting voices. This lackluster game, which I had presumed to be extraordinary, is nothing more than a pale imitation of Honor of Kings. Indeed, if one examines the multitude of characters within, many bear a striking resemblance to those from Honor of Kings. It is a subpar game devoid of any distinctive qualities. I urge everyone to heed my advice and refrain from falling into this trap. After all, a small-time streamer creating a game may simply be attempting to swindle some money before vanishing. Exercise caution, for this is a charlatan's endeavor, a truly dreadful game. However, before long, these negative reviews were drowned out by an avalanche of positive feedback. Chen Chao launched the game and began to immerse himself in its world. Look, dear players, our game has minimal pay-to-win elements. You can enjoy the most authentic celestial characters and enchanting realms without spending exorbitantly. This game combines leisure, competition, tension, excitement, and delight. Are you certain you won't give it a try? Chen Chao provided a comprehensive overview. He was genuinely pleased with the game, and the audience responded with fervent enthusiasm. It can be said that the game had not merely been accepted by the viewers, but rather cherished by them. Before concluding the livestream, Chen Chao passionately urged everyone to experience the game's celestial dance of chaos. After the stream ended, the audience reluctantly departed the virtual space. Chen Chao, alongside his team, began to analyze the data. Qian exclaimed joyfully, Boss, look, it's only been 2 hours, and tens of thousands have registered for our game. Another colleague shouted, Quick, look. The numbers have surged to 50,000. My goodness, the growth rate is astonishing. In my years of game development, this is by far the most successful launch. In just a few hours of open beta, we have amassed such a user base. The numbers continued to soar. 70,000, 100,000, 120,000, 150,000. Finally, the growth began to taper off at 200,000. It was now midnight, and many players were likely in slumber. Chen Chao, you stealthily established a game company without informing me, Qian remarked, somewhat teasingly. Chen Chao, feeling a bit sheepish, replied, Haha, I forgot. Please go register and lend me your support. After a few more casual exchanges, their conversation came to a close. Chen Chao felt quite satisfied with the day's data. In merely a few hours, hundreds of thousands had registered. The following morning, Qian called with excitement. Boss, we have a situation. Our game's registered users have skyrocketed. Chen Chao immediately perked up, inquiring, how many now? 70,000? 80,000? 100,000? Qian responded, Boss, your aspirations are too modest. Guess again. Chen Chao, eager for an answer, pressed, just how many? Through the phone, he could sense Qian's rapid breathing. She exclaimed, We've surpassed 3 million users. And the numbers keep climbing. What? Chen Chao was slightly taken aback. 3 million users in a single night? Qian elaborated, Yuan promoted us on her Weibo. And a significant portion of her followers, mostly male, downloaded the game. Coupled with your influence, we've attracted a substantial user base. Celestial Dance of Chaos has surged to the top of the daily download charts across major marketplaces. Upon hearing this, Chen Chao felt a surge of joy. It seemed his game was indeed a resounding success. Within just one day of release, they had garnered millions of users. He believed that those who registered early would share their delightful experiences with friends and family. The fragrance of fine wine does not fear a deep alley. If this trend continues, the user base will only expand, and his heavenly game company would soon be poised for profit. Chen Chao inquired. What about the churn rate for registered users? How's the spending situation? Qi Yun replied, the churn rate is around 10%, and the spending outlook is very optimistic. We have already amassed 5 million in overall recharge. Chen Chao smiled. Excellent. We've achieved the anticipated results. I appreciate your efforts, and I will need you to continue managing operations moving forward. Qi Yun appeared quite pleased, responding, Hee, it's no trouble at all. I'm just happy to be making money. After ending the call, Chen Chao arrived at the company. As he approached the entrance, he was taken aback. The lobby of Tian Game Company was teeming with people. Dozens blocking the entrance. The receptionist was tirelessly explaining, I apologize, everyone. Our boss is yet to arrive. You need not wait here. I will notify you the moment he arrives. Someone in the crowd remarked, it's all right, we can wait for a while. Another chimed in, yes. We must see your boss today. He is definitely coming, isn't he? The receptionist nodded helplessly. Suddenly, she spotted Chen Chao in the crowd and hurried over, saying, Boss, you've finally arrived. She continued, these individuals are from various game operation companies. After the success of Celestial Dance of Chaos, they have come to discuss purchasing the game's agency rights. Upon hearing the receptionist's reference to Chen Chao and her demeanor, the crowd quickly recognized him as the owner of Tian Game Company. A well-dressed man stepped forward, saying, you must be Boss Chen. Indeed. A youthful hero of remarkable talent. Others echoed praises. Yes, I heard Boss Chen is quite young. We are in awe of your accomplishments. Indeed. The success of Celestial Dance of Chaos is remarkable. You are truly a remarkable young leader, another person added. Chen Chao found the flattery somewhat amusing. By their words, he seemed to have transformed into a distinguished young entrepreneur. Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize for our company's oversight and hospitality. Please, come inside, Chen Chao announced. He guided them to the large conference room. Qi Yun arrived as well, looking somewhat perplexed. Unaware that these visitors sought to acquire the agency rights for Celestial Dance of Chaos. As everyone settled, staff members served tea. Chen Chao asked, what brings you all here today? A young man replied, Boss Chen. I am here on behalf of Hai Tian Game Company to discuss purchasing the agency rights for your game, Celestial Dance of Chaos, fearing you might miss an opportunity. Others quickly chimed in. We at Hawaii Entertainment Group are also interested in acquiring your agency rights. Our Wutian Cultural Company shares the same intent. In total, representatives from over 20 companies expressed their desire to acquire the agency rights. Their eagerness to wait outside Tian Game Company stemmed from a desire to act swiftly, hoping to secure the rights at a lower price before Celestial Dance of Chaos became a full-blown sensation. They had recognized the game's potential and believed it would soon dominate the internet. Chen Chao was no fool. He understood their motivations. The crowd collectively sighed, realizing that Chen Chao was not easily swayed. One individual, undeterred, suggested, Boss Chen, if you find our offer unreasonable, we can certainly negotiate. Our company can go as high as 7 million. We are willing to offer 8 million. We can go up to 9 million. Chen Chao listened to the various bids, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he remarked, Gentlemen, it is not merely a matter of price. It is simply that our game has just launched, and we are not yet fully prepared on all fronts. With a hint of regret, the crowd gradually dispersed, taking with them a considerable number of Chen Chao's business cards, expressing their intent to reconnect privately and assuring him that they would be the first to consider when in need of collaboration. Holding a cup of tea, Chen Chao stood atop the skyscraper, gazing into the distance. The growth trajectory of the Heavenly Court Gaming Company surpassed his expectations. If they could sustain this momentum and expand their user base to over 10 million, the cost to acquire the agency rights would undoubtedly soar to over 100 million. And this was merely the cost of a small agency right. When one factors in the staggering amounts from various game virtual purchases, the figures become truly astonishing. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he turned to Qi Yun, inquiring, by the way, Qi Yun, what is the status of that fool I asked you to keep an eye on? That fool? Who else could it be but Bai Tingshan? Qi Yun chuckled lightly. He spent a fortune to acquire the operating rights for Honor of Kings and established a shell company, aiming to create a collegiate league for the game. Rumor has it that he has invested repeatedly, yet it has yielded no results, and he is now on the brink of bankruptcy. The market for Honor of Kings is nearly saturated, and his so-called operating rights are of no interest to anyone for purchase or lease. It is said he has lost billions already and can no longer afford to pay his employees. Chen Chao expressed surprise. While he was aware that Bai Tingshan was a frivolous scion, incapable of achieving anything substantial, this was rather exaggerated, losing billions in less than a month. Such reckless squandering was remarkable. Billions of funds, even if set ablaze, would take considerable time to deplete. How could it vanish so rapidly? He mused, suppressing a smirk. Indeed, Bai Tingshan was a master of failure. In the following days, Chen Chao continued to hear troubling news about the Bai family. Bai Tingshan's company was deteriorating, with funds consistently dwindling. The company, named Tingshan Limited, was in dire straits. At that moment, Bai Tingshan sat in a lavish office, his expression grim. An assistant stood before him, trembling, unable to meet his gaze. In a fit of rage, Bai Tingshan slammed his hand on the table and hurled a document across the room, shouting, "You bastards need money again? What good are you if you can't even organize a few trivial competitions?" The assistant felt wronged, but dared not retort. The planned events were meticulously crafted, and while they may not have met expectations, they were certainly not doomed to failure. However, Bai Tingshan insisted on micromanaging, leading to a chaotic execution of the events, draining the funds further. Bai Tingshan pulled out his phone and called Bai Qi, stating bluntly, "Dad, I need another 50 million. My company requires a cash infusion." To his astonishment, Bai Qi unleashed a torrent of scorn. "You dare to ask me for money again? You've siphoned billions from my company, and now mine is on the verge of bankruptcy, with many projects already failing." Bai Tingshan was taken aback. His father's company was facing insolvency? In disbelief, he shook his head, unwilling to accept the reality, muttering, "Impossible, impossible." Chen Chao had entrusted many powers of the company to Qi Yun, allowing her to oversee its operations. Being a behind-the-scenes owner proved to be quite agreeable. His days were filled with routine classes, and during his leisure, he monitored the company's performance, practiced the mystical arts bestowed upon him, and sold items on Douyin. The company's fortunes flourished, achieving viral success across the internet. The game Xuanxin Luanhua captivated countless players, enchanting them with its delightful and lifelike characters and breathtaking scenery. It appealed to both genders. Within a mere fortnight, registered users surpassed 10 million and continued to grow steadily. The company's revenues soared to an astounding 30 million. Many gaming enthusiasts eagerly downloaded Xuanxin Luanhua, showering it with praise upon trying it. Upon discovering that the owner of Heavenly Court Gaming Company was Chen Chao, they all raised their thumbs in admiration. One evening, Chen Chao dined out with several roommates, naturally treating them. They insisted on treating him well, and he cheerfully acquiesced, urging them to indulge without concern for the cost. They arrived at the most upscale restaurant near the university, ordering an array of dishes and enjoying their meal amidst laughter. Due to the peak dining hours, there were no private rooms available, but several large tables were open in the hall. As they feasted and chatted, Chen Chao suddenly spotted a familiar figure, Yang Shui. The group followed Chen Chao's gaze and saw Yang Shui, resplendent in her attire, walking arm in arm with a wealthy heir. Zhang Haitao whispered, "I heard Yang Shui has recently hooked up with another rich kid whose family is in the game agency business. He has plenty of money. This heir is smitten with her, lavishing her with gifts without a second thought." Chen Chao smiled, focusing on his meal, showing no intention of intervening. Yang Shui, noticing Chen Chao and his friends, approached with a smug expression, her lips curling into a sly smile. "Oh, isn't this our classmate Chen Chao? How unfortunate that you have to eat here without a proper private room." Chen Chao looked up to find Yang Shui gazing at him with a triumphant air, exuding an arrogance akin to that of a princess. He calmly replied, "There are no private rooms left, so we must make do here." Yang Shui's demeanor grew even more condescending as she affectionately addressed the wealthy heir, saying, "Darling, we have reserved a private room, right? We shouldn't have to endure such a shabby dining experience like them." The heir, equally pretentious, boasted, "Of course, it's been reserved. I'm not boasting. Whenever I come here, there's always a room waiting for me." Yang Shui smiled approvingly, "You're amazing, darling." Zhang Haitao, witnessing their antics, felt a surge of irritation and contemplated reprimanding them, but Chen Chao held him back. With his current mindset, he was indifferent to such trivialities. They were merely two jesters. Seeing Chen Chao's unperturbed demeanor and the gentle smile on his face, Yang Shui seethed with anger, recalling the hurtful words he had spoken previously. Today, she resolved to humiliate him thoroughly. "Chen Chao, your dining situation seems rather pathetic, doesn't it? How about asking my boyfriend to reserve a private room for you?" The wealthy heir laughed boisterously. "If you beg me, it might not be out of the question, considering you are little Shui's classmates." Suddenly, a voice filled with surprise rang out from behind. "Boss, what are you doing here?" Everyone turned to see Qi Yun, clad in professional attire, approaching with two assistants in tow. They stared at her in astonishment. Chen Chao smiled slightly and replied, "I'm just here for a meal." Qi Yun scanned the room, puzzled by the situation, and remarked, "Given your stature, why are you seated in the hall? The proprietor of this restaurant is a member of our family, and I shall summon him immediately." Yang Shui's eyes widened in astonishment at the scene before her. Could it be that this individual is actually boss Chen Chao? Chen Chao is the owner? Yang Shui quickly reassured herself, thinking that Chen Chao must have ventured into entrepreneurship, perhaps merely running a modest eatery. Zhang Haitao and the others, however, were not so taken aback. They were well aware that Chen Chao was the head of the Heavenly Court Gaming Company. Yang Shui, in her ignorance, was utterly uninformed. As everyone watched, Ji Yin took out her phone and made a call. After ending the conversation, she remarked, "I brought my brother here for school and never expected to run into you." Pausing for a moment, she continued, "Boss, did you know that this week our company has already generated a net profit of 10 million? She was eager to elaborate, but Chen Chao interrupted her. Yang Shui stared at Chen Chao in disbelief. His company could earn 10 million in a month? At that moment, a young man in a suit arrived late and greeted Qi Yun. Qi Yun, somewhat displeased, remarked, "What kind of service is this? You allowed boss Chen Chao to sit here and eat?" Qi Chang cast a glance at Chen Chao and, visibly shocked, exclaimed, "You are Chen Chao, the boss?" Chen Chao nodded with a smile. Qi Chang quickly apologized. "I wasn't aware you were here. We have one last private room available. I will arrange it for you right now." He gestured toward the room ahead. Chen Chao hesitated, saying, "That seems rather inappropriate. I heard it was already reserved." Qi Chang insisted, "There's nothing wrong with it. I'll cancel the reservation immediately. If the old man finds out you're dining here without a private room, he might just flay me alive." Qi Yin added, "Come on, boss, let us not be modest." Yang Shui's expression darkened. Suddenly, a wealthy young man beside her exclaimed, "Wait, that room was reserved for us." Qi Chang turned to Chen Chao and inquired, "Boss Chen, are they your friends?" Chen Chao scoffed. "What fortune do I have to befriend such affluent young men? They just asked me to plead for a room." Qi Chang, having grasped the situation, coldly stated, "I'm sorry, but your reservation has been cancelled." The wealthy young man responded with displeasure, "Manager Liu promised me he would save it." Qi Chang glanced at him and Yang Shui, asserting, "I am the boss here. My word is final. Escort them out." At that moment, Yang Shui felt her face burn with embarrassment. The following day, Chen Chao attended class as usual. As he prepared to leave after the lesson, Yang Shui unexpectedly called out to him. Chen Chao, having lost all fondness for Yang Shui after the events of the previous night, felt a strong aversion towards her. She was a vain and arrogant woman, and he had no desire to engage in conversation. As the class ended, a crowd gathered to observe the interaction, whispering among themselves. Chen Chao asked coldly, "What do you want?" Yang Shui gritted her teeth. "Chen Chao, I want." Before she could finish, Chen Chao anticipated her next words. Her expression mirrored that of the last time she sought to reconcile with him. But was that even possible? He had no wish to be entangled with her any further, particularly under the scrutiny of the onlookers. Stealthily, Chen Chao produced a small palm-sized umbrella, a gift from an old woman. By merely uttering an incantation, he could summon the wind. He softly intoned, "Command." Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, directly striking Yang Shui. The wind lifted her skirt to an alarming height, revealing more than she intended. "Ah!" Yang Shui shrieked, her face flushed as she clutched her skirt and fled. The crowd erupted in whispers. But Chen Chao had no interest in their chatter and hastily departed. That evening, Chen Chao lay on his bed feeling somewhat bored. Zhang Haitao approached him, appearing hesitant. Chen Chao prompted, "Haitao, if there's something on your mind, just say it." Zhang Haitao stammered, "Chen Chao, White Tingshan contacted me earlier, asking if I could arrange a meeting with you. He wishes to see you." Chen Chao snickered derisively. White Tingshan sought to meet him now. What schemes could he be concocting? The White family was on the brink of bankruptcy. Did they truly have the leisure to trouble him? Intrigued, Chen Chao decided he wanted to see the current state of White Tingshan. As Chen Chao descended the stairs, he spotted White Tingshan standing by a flower bed. Upon seeing him, Chen Chao coldly remarked, "What brings you here, young Master White?" White Tingshan's face twisted in discomfort, resembling one who had bitten into something foul. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Chen Chao, I called you out to apologize. Please, I implore you to spare my family." Chen Chao chuckled, "The plight of your family is of your own making. Why should I concern myself? All you need to do is inform the Chief family to cease their hostilities against the Whites. Furthermore, that notice your Heavenly Court Gaming Company issued, stating that any company collaborating with you is barred from associating with mine." Chen Chao continued, "How amusing. You once sought to drive me to ruin, and now you beg for mercy? Have you considered that without my strength, your family could have easily obliterated me? If you wish for me to overlook your transgressions, then you must apologize publicly before all students and faculty." His tone was cold. Chen Chao held no affection for the White family. Were it not for the divine assistance he received from the Heavenly Court, he would have long since been vanquished by White Tingshan. Thus, it was imperative to impart a profound lesson to him. White Tingshan glared at Chen Chao, fuming. "That is impossible. I cannot do it." Chen Chao turned to leave, taking a few steps before White Tingshan ground out, "Chen Chao, wait. I agree." As Chen Chao regarded White Tingshan, who appeared as a defeated dog, he remained indifferent. Those who harm others ultimately harm themselves. Those who engage in wrongful acts shall meet their demise. It was high time for White Tingshan to learn this lesson, just as Chen Chao lifted his foot to depart. White Tingshan grasped his arm, pleading, "Now that I have agreed, you must fulfill your end of the bargain. You promised an apology before the entire school, did you not? You can't simply brush this off." White Tingshan's countenance paled, realizing he could no longer evade the shame he had hoped to avoid. The entire White family was counting on him to salvage their reputation, otherwise they would face dire straits. "I will go now. Wait for me here." "Fine. But do not keep me waiting too long," Chen Chao replied, watching as White Tingshan hurried away. Chen Chao found a nearby spot to sit and ponder how White Tingshan would navigate this predicament when suddenly, the broadcast room erupted in commotion. "Who are you?" "Only those authorized can enter the broadcast room. Get out now. Stop him. Don't let him touch the microphone." Many students paused to listen, intrigued by the unusual sounds emanating from the broadcast room. What could have transpired? It seemed someone had invaded. Curiosity piqued, Chen Chao chuckled as he overheard the chaos inside. "Hello, everyone. I am White Tingshan. Today, I wish to convey an apology over the airwaves. Chen Chao, I acknowledge that my previous actions were entirely my fault. I should never have put you in difficult situations or embarrassed you publicly. I admit, I can be rather petty. Please do not hold my shortcomings against me. I vow that I will no longer oppose you, so I humbly ask you to show me leniency." Just as he finished speaking, the microphone was snatched away from Bai Tingshan. The personnel in the broadcasting room quickly clarified, stating that due to unforeseen circumstances, today's broadcast must conclude here. Thank you for tuning in, and we shall see you tomorrow. As the broadcast ceased, the campus erupted in a flurry of excitement. Who is Bai Tingshan? That name sounds so familiar. Don't you know? He is the president of the judo club. I heard he took a group to challenge the martial arts club and ended up getting beaten. The Chen Chao mentioned in the broadcast. Is he not the producer of Dancing with Immortals? Yes, indeed, that is him. As Chen Chao listened to the surrounding chatter, he discreetly slipped away. The news of Bai Tingshan's apology quickly spread throughout the school, and while many mocked him, the focus remained on Chen Chao. They speculated whether Chen Chao, with his extensive gaming company, was indeed wealthy. Isn't that obvious? You should have seen how lively the global chat was when I logged into the game yesterday. So, he must be an invisible millionaire? Goodness, how many girls will want to sit beside him in class from now on? Chen Chao paid little heed to the gossip. Life continued as usual. Before long, summer vacation arrived. Chen Chao refrained from sharing his success in establishing a gaming company with his parents. His father, frowning, remarked, "Save that money for your future. You will need it when you marry. Focus your efforts on your studies." Chen Chao nodded in understanding. He recognized that his parents had spent their entire lives in this small county, sacrificing for him, and now that he was successful, he wished to provide them with some comfort. I bet Grandma misses me terribly. When shall we depart?" "Tomorrow afternoon. We'll arrive by evening." "No need. I can just buy a few things on my own," he replied. His mother shot him a stern look. "Buy? You think you have money to burn?" Chen Chao complied with a nod. The following afternoon, the family set off. Upon arriving at his hometown, Chen Chao felt enveloped in his grandmother's warmth, and by nightfall, he was so full that he could hardly sleep. Consequently, the next day, when the sun was already high in the sky, his mother had to drag him from bed. "Still sleeping? Your uncle and aunt have already finished breakfast in the front yard." Chen Chao hurriedly washed up and dashed to the front yard. As soon as he sat down, he overheard his aunt's snide remarks. "Old four, although your son is the first university student in our family, he doesn't seem to be progressing much, does he?" His uncle added mockingly, "Didn't they say university students earn a lot? Why is your family still so impoverished? Perhaps it's best if he quits. It's such a waste of money." His father, feeling awkward, interjected, "Chao hasn't graduated yet. There's no need to rush." Just as his third uncle was about to say more, Chen Chao placed a bank card on the table. "Dad, this is the money I earned from my extracurricular activities in university. It's not much, just over 300,000. The relatives were taken aback. That amount could sustain them for years. And Chen Chao merely mentioned it casually. "This is the bank balance, Dad. Remember, if you ever run low, just let me know." His relatives craned their necks to see the balance displayed on the phone, and their expressions shifted dramatically. "Chen Chao, what kind of extracurricular activities did you engage in to earn this much?" "It's a large project we worked on with our teacher. I can't disclose the details." Chen Chao smiled. His relatives exchanged glances, quickly praising him. "Impressive. Your university education is paying off." "Still, I prefer to stay at Grandma's," Chen Chao replied coolly. His relatives regretted missing the chance to curry favor with him. Then, someone tagged him in a message, and upon opening it, he found it was from the esteemed physician. Bien Quebec Chapter 45, Dragon-S Blood Resin. "What can I do for you, Brother BNK?" Given that it was something promised by the renowned physician, Chen Chao readily agreed without hesitation. What kind of medicine could it be? Dragon-S Blood Resin. "All right, Brother BNK. Rest assured that I'll acquire it for you as soon as possible." After expressing his gratitude, Chen Chao began to ponder. He didn't know any herbal merchants. And judging by the name Dragon S blood resin, it seemed challenging to locate. After some thought, he suddenly remembered someone. Qi Yun. He had heard Qi Ming mention that the Qi family was involved in the herbal business. However, Qi Ming was indifferent to the family enterprise, while Qi Yun was more knowledgeable about their industry. Excited, Chen Chao called Qi Yun, and she promptly answered. Boss, what is going on? I don't see any issues at the company. Qi Yun asked, puzzled. Am I only allowed to contact you regarding company matters? Qi Yun chuckled awkwardly. Please, go ahead. I'm looking for a specific herb. I recall Qi Jia mentioning that your family is in the medicinal business, so I thought of you. It might be a bit abrupt, but I apologize. No problem. But what herb are you searching for? Dragon S blood resin. Upon hearing that name, Qi Yun fell silent. Chen Chao, feeling anxious, asked, Is it inconvenient? Whether it is or not, please just give me a call either way. No problem. Qi Yun was highly efficient and quickly located the herb through her family. However, as Qi Yun was about to retrieve the herb, she received a call from the procurement department. Miss, that herb has been purchased at a high price by someone else. How can they do this? Didn't they promise to reserve the Dragon S blood resin for the Qi family? The herbal market had no intention of explaining. They merely refunded their deposit and stated they would no longer cooperate in the future. Unbelievable. I'll confront them. Qi Yun rushed to the herbal market to argue with the vendor. However, upon seeing Qi Yun, a young woman in her 20s, the vendor was unperturbed and even arrogantly retorted, I've already sold it to someone else. Haven't you heard that the highest bidder wins? This isn't an auction. Who would resell something they had promised to someone else? Do you have any business integrity? The vendor scoffed, if you have nothing to discuss, you should leave. Causing a scene here won't benefit you. Who is causing a scene? I'm here to reason with you. Hand over the Dragon S blood resin. Throw her out. Qi Yun furrowed her brow, preparing to chastise the vendor, but an employee emerged from behind the counter and shoved her. Caught off balance, Qi Yun stumbled and collided with a pillar at the entrance. How dare you push someone? She exclaimed before losing consciousness. Seeing Qi Yun faint, the vendor hurriedly called for an ambulance. Meanwhile, Chen Chao waited news in his room when he received a call from Qi Ming. Boss, something has happened. Qi Yun got into a dispute with the vendor while trying to retrieve the herbs and is now in the hospital. What? Chen Chao quickly donned his clothing, inquiring about the hospital's location before asking his father for the car keys. Observing Chen Chao's anxious demeanor, both his parents looked puzzled. Chao, where are you rushing off to? A friend is in the hospital. I want to visit. His father swiftly handed him the keys and said, This is serious. Go quickly and be careful. Chen Chao nodded while climbing into the car. Upon arriving at the hospital, he dashed upstairs. Entering the ward, he saw Qi Yun attempting to rise from the bed. Are you all right? Don't get up just yet. Upon seeing Chen Chao's arrival, Qi Yun realized that Qi Ming must have informed him. Qi Ming's tongue is indeed swift. I have nothing serious, merely skipped breakfast, and was pushed by them into a faint. I must go seek those individuals again. Chen Chao furrowed his brow and said, It would be best if you refrained from going. Just because I was fine earlier does not guarantee that I will remain so. Truly, I am well. The nurse has already administered a bottle of glucose. However, if I am unable to procure that herbal remedy for you today, I shall feel quite unsettled. The two then entered Chen Chao's vehicle, and shortly thereafter, they arrived at the herbal medicine market. What brings you here again? Do not presume that I am intimidated merely because you have brought someone along. Chen Chao stepped in front of Qi Yun and declared, If you dare to harm her again, I shall not hold back. Additionally, I demand that you hand over the herbs at once. The shopkeeper surveyed Chen Chao with disdain, his eyes filled with scorn. You appear to be nothing but a penniless student. Let me inform you, this one medicine shop has been established for decades, and those who thrive here are no mere amateurs. Chen Chao regarded the shopkeeper with a cold stare, entirely unfazed by his words. Enough with the idle chatter. You will apologize to my friend and then present the dragon blood resin with both hands. Otherwise, I shall not be so courteous. You may be young, but your bravado is quite audacious. Very well, since I have nothing but leisure time, allow me to demonstrate what it means to create trouble out of nothing. The shopkeeper called out into the establishment, and soon 5 or 6 robust men emerged. Upon seeing Chen Chao's slender arms and legs, they burst into laughter. Little brother, one of them said, if you wish to avoid injury, it would be wise to leave promptly. These fists and feet are indiscriminate. After we give you a beating, you certainly won't be able to leave the hospital for at least 10 days to half a month. Hitting you, a mere punching bag, will undoubtedly lack any real strength. Qi Yun hid behind Chen Chao, her eyes fixed on the burly men, too frightened to look away. Boss, you're alone, and they have 5 or 6 people. You certainly cannot withstand them. Their arms are thicker than your thighs. Chen Chao remarked in disbelief. Can't you show some support for your boss? I am certainly not incapable of defeating them. How did you manage to overcome them? You merely need to observe. With that, Chen Chao charged forward. After all, he was a disciple of the great sage, and these individuals, despite their imposing stature, posed no real threat whatsoever. The onlookers could merely perceive a fleeting shadow. In an instant, several burly men from the pharmacy of 10,000 remedies collapsed to the ground, bruised and battered. Chen Chao approached the shopkeeper and stated, "Apologize and produce the dragon's blood resin." The shopkeeper was taken aback and quickly bowed his head to apologize to Qi Yun. While Long Shueji was also presented in a box, delicately offered to Chen Chao. Chapter 46, Reporting the Game with the Inheritance of the Divine Healer. Chen Chao could distinctly perceive a notable enhancement in his physical constitution. However, he refrained from indulgence and instead contemplated how to make the most of this summer vacation. Upon noticing Chen Chao's impending departure, his relatives urged him to visit again next time. Chen Chao smiled on the surface, saying, "Uncles and aunts, you truly care for me. It is the first time in my life that I have witnessed such warmth from you." Although his relatives felt somewhat embarrassed, who would dare to oppose monetary matters? "Child, what nonsense are you spouting? Indeed, let us keep in touch more often. Remember to visit Uncle San's home next time." Seeing their thick-skinned demeanor, Chen Chao simply waved at them with a hint of boredom. On the way home, Chen's father could not help but inquire, "Ah Chao, is the money in your bank card truly earned from your extracurricular practices with your teacher?" Mother Chen expressed her concern, saying, "Your father and I were both unable to sleep that night. Have you been associating with unsavory characters outside of school?" Hearing his parents speak in such a manner, Chen Chao felt a sense of helplessness. "Dad, Mom, your son is a law-abiding and virtuous young man. How could I possibly engage in activities that harm society?" The elderly couple, upon listening to Chen Chao's words, sensed an air of sincerity, which finally allowed them to breathe a sigh of relief. Once they returned home, Chen Chao discussed the matter of game endorsement with Yiwen. Previously, Yiwen had merely shared a promotional advertisement for the game on Weibo, which had successfully attracted a considerable number of players. Thus, Chen was inspired to consider inviting Yiwen as the spokesperson. "Indeed, you never seek assistance without purpose," he remarked. "Tell me, in what instance have I ever declined your request for help?" "Indeed, Missy is the most magnanimous of all." With a playful tone, she said, "Tomorrow, come to the company to pick me up after work, and then we can discuss the endorsement matter. Consider it done." "I shall arrive punctually at the entrance of the young lady's office," he replied. Yiwen hung up the phone with a smile, finding herself unexpectedly looking forward to the morrow. After resolving the endorsement issue, Chen Chao sent a message to Qi Ming to inform her of the development. It seemed as if Qi Ming was waiting by her phone. As soon as Chen Chao dispatched the message, she noticed the typing indicator appearing in the chat. "Boss, your influence is truly remarkable. Even a prominent star like Yiwen is at your beck and call." Chen Chao glanced at his phone and smiled shyly. "We are all friends. I certainly won't take advantage of anyone. I will ensure that the endorsement fee is absolutely fair. All right, I shall begin researching the proposal now. Please remember to inform Qi Yun about this matter, as she is our company's promotional strategist." "Understood, Sister Qi." Glancing at the time, Chen Chao realized it was already 11 o'clock. A girl like Qi Yun was likely to be indulging in a vibrant nightlife. After sending the message, he turned off his phone. Waiting for Yiwen to finish work was no easy task. Chen Chao had scrolled through Douyin groups numerous times, even jotting down the snacks that were out of stock at the store in his notes, yet Yiwen still had not emerged from the company's entrance. Growing weary from the wait, Chen Chao was finally alerted when a beautifully dressed woman stepped out. Just as he prepared to wave, a short, portly man adorned with a flashy gold watch and accompanied by 4 bodyguards appeared. Upon seeing this man, Yiwen instinctively took a step back, not anticipating such an unwelcome sight upon her exit. "Boss Wang, my schedule is quite packed lately. If you have matters to discuss, please contact my assistant." "I must take my leave," she stated, attempting to walk away. However, the 4 bodyguards flanked her, blocking her path regardless of which direction she tried to take. Wang Jifat chuckled, "Yiwen, if you agree to spend one night with me, I'll cast you as the lead in a 50 million investment film. Such an opportunity is not something others can merely request. I suggest you comply." As he spoke, his hand reached toward Yiwen's face. Just as she was about to cry out for help, the 4 bodyguards were sent flying. Seeing that Chen Chao had come to her rescue, Yiwen quickly sought refuge behind him. Wang Jifat was momentarily taken aback, witnessing his bodyguards dispatch with ease, and furiously pointed at Chen Chao, exclaiming, "Who do you think you are to interfere in my affairs?" Having spoken, Chen Chao departed the company with Yiwen. Wang Jinfa attempted to pursue them, yet his bodyguards were all incapacitated, leaving him to glare furiously at Chen Chao. "I was truly terrified just now, had it not been for you. I might have been taken away by that boss Wang," Yiwen remarked, her expression reflecting lingering fear, which left Chen Chao feeling uncomfortable. Being exceedingly beautiful is not always an advantage, particularly for someone like Yiwen, who is immersed in the entertainment industry, a veritable melting pot of challenges. Upon hearing Chen Chao's words, He Wen's face flushed crimson. As the two sought a pleasant restaurant to discuss the endorsement matter, Wang Jinfa commenced his investigation into Chen Chao. Just a university student who has merely established some insignificant company, and he dares to challenge me? I will promptly acquire some support to tarnish the reputation of his game. If he dares to thwart my endeavors, I shall ensure he faces difficulties as well. It's unfortunate. Boss, our game has suddenly been reported by a group of individuals, citing inappropriate content as the reason. Just moments ago, we received an order to rectify the situation, and the game has now ceased operations. Sister Qi, please do not rush. Allow me to ascend and take a look first. Chen Chao cast a brief glance and was taken aback to find a considerable number of insults, condemning his game as trash. Upon witnessing this, Chen Chao lost his composure. Yet he remained unaware of the identity of the perpetrators. Esteemed colleagues, I implore your assistance in this dire situation. My game has been reported and shut down. Is there any kind soul who can help me find out who did it? After Chen Chao's post, a multitude of celestial beings emerged. Sun Wukong exclaimed, I was just enjoying the game when the server suddenly crashed. Allow me to investigate. Yang Jin interjected, Great sage, let me take the lead. My third eye is far more effective than any camera. Taibai Jinxing added, Indeed, dear Chen Chao, do not fret. Let Erlang Shen assist you. Chen Chao quickly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Erlang Shen. The culprit is a man named Wang Jinfai. I shall share his photo. Upon seeing the image, Chen Chao immediately recognized him. This rotund fellow was none other than Boss Wang, who had harassed He Wen earlier today and was subsequently mocked by her. Sun Wukong remarked. Even my second disciple finds him less agreeable. Zhu Beiji pleaded, Master, spare me. Yang Jian recounted, When I opened my heavenly eye, I nearly blinded myself. He has exploited numerous lovely maidens. Upon hearing Chen Chao's words, the celestial beings rallied. Leave this matter to us. Indeed, punishing the wicked is a noble deed. No one intervene. I shall handle it. As the deities bickered over who would take charge, Chen Chao could only laugh in disbelief. Nonetheless, Wang Jinfai was already facing dire misfortune. As he descended from his villa, he tripped and fell clumsily, even getting water stuck in his teeth while drinking. To make matters worse, a nail on the road punctured his car tire, leaving him standing by the roadside cursing, only to be struck by bird droppings from above. Wang Jinfai had never felt so unlucky. After getting his car repaired, he was drenched by a sudden downpour. Back home, he found it impossible to eat or sleep. Convinced that Chen Chao was behind his ill fate, the more he pondered, the angrier he became, prompting him to summon his subordinates. Go and teach Chen Chao a lesson. Make sure he ends up in the hospital for a week. Yes, boss. As he watched his men leave, Wang Jinfai felt slightly relieved, unaware that every action of his was being observed by the celestial beings above. Upon hearing his orders through a spyglass, the deities were incensed, nearly causing Wang Jinfai to lose his hair. After all the lessons he has received, he remains so obstinate. Sun Wukong declared, Fear not, I possess a potent laxative. I shall administer it to him shortly. Wang Jinfai remained blissfully ignorant of the misfortunes that awaited his subordinates. Instead, he envisioned the pain Chen Chao would endure, while in reality it was he who found himself confined to the restroom. The celestial beings relayed these events to Chen Chao, who chuckled heartily at the office. He and Qi Ming, along with Qi Yun, had worked diligently throughout the day. Qi Ming even leveraged her connections to expedite the lifting of the ban. However, the game would require another day before it could resume operations. Chen Chao expressed to Qi Ming and Qi Yun, Thank you for your hard work. I shall grant you both an extra 2 days off this month and a raise equivalent to half a month's salary. Boss, you must treat us to supper later. Qi Yun chimed in. No problem. Choose a place, and we shall go. Chen Chao graciously announced in the Douyin group that his small establishment would be open for free tonight, offering unlimited supplies to all celestial beings. Dear Chen Chao, you are far too generous. I shall not hold back. Zhu Beiji exclaimed. Has the game reopened? I have yet to finish my dungeon. After closing his phone, Chen Chao, along with Qi Ming and Qi Yun, arrived at a bustling eatery, only to spot a half-bald Wang Jinfai. He appeared disoriented, a testament to the efficacy of Taibai Jinxing's exceptional laxative. Isn't that Boss Wang? What brings you here? Chen Chao asked. Do not mock me, dear Chen Chao. Wang Jinfai retorted, only to be splashed with dirty water. The owner scolded him. Can't you walk properly? Choosing the narrow path is your own folly. Wang Jinfai, feeling utterly miserable, pleaded, Chen Chao, I implore you, spare me. Look at my plight. Even walking brings calamity. If this continues, I shall have no life left. Did you not consider the consequences when you reported my game? Chen Chao replied succinctly. Wang Jinfai's face paled as he hastily said, We shall have your game unblocked immediately. Just wait. Chen Chao retorted, He is a social disgrace who harasses women. Qiming and Qiyun quickly grasped the situation, and after Wang Jinfei resolved the matter. He found himself confronted by two striking women. He shrank back in fear, then spoke to Chen Chao. All is settled, brother. The game shall be operational in 1 hour. Chen Chao nodded in satisfaction and solemnly advised, Wang boss, let me impart a piece of wisdom. Karma exists, and this time, consider yourself fortunate. Should you repeat your transgressions, your luck may not hold. As the game resumed, he also agreed to endorse it, and Celestial Dance quickly ascended to the top of mobile game rankings. With stability restored, Chen Chao naturally sought to develop other ventures. Many elements of the Celestial realm were now intertwined with the mortal world. Since joining the Celestial Douyin group, Chen Chao had acquired numerous valuable resources. Notably, his newly launched snacks had become an instant sensation in the celestial circles. Chen Chao reaped substantial rewards, feeling as though he was living a dream. Chang'e, I've recently filmed many short videos. Everyone, please remember to give me likes. Zhu Beiji exclaimed. Who wouldn't he admire the beauty of Chang'e? I shall rush to like your posts. Are you still harboring feelings for Chang'e? The Jade Rabbit teased. Go away. What business is it of yours, you rabbit? Zhu Beiji retorted. You're still just a pig. The two bickered in the group chat, nearly overwhelming Chen Chao with their banter. He clicked on Chang'e's profile, only to find an abundance of videos showcasing her beauty. Today, with nothing pressing on his agenda, Chen Chao indulged in watching all of Chang'e's videos. It was undeniable that she set the standard for fashion in the celestial realm. Each video a creative masterpiece enhanced by her stunning beauty, leaving Chen Chao utterly captivated. How exquisite. Upon reviewing the videos that Chang'e had liked, he noticed several celestial maidens attempting to imitate her style. Yet, even among them, Chang'e's allure was unparalleled. Having finished watching Chang'e's videos, Chen Chao felt utterly content. The ancient saying beauty is a feast for the eyes rang true. Simply gazing at Chang'e's videos was enough to satisfy him. It was unfortunate that celestial videos could not be shared with the mortal world. If only Chang'e's breathtaking beauty could be appreciated by others, it would surely bring her joy as well. Wiping the drool from his mouth, an idea suddenly struck him. The company had secured a spokesperson, but a model was still needed. The characters in Celestial Dance were inspired by Chang'e. If she were to make a real-life appearance, it would undoubtedly attract countless fans. With this thought, Chen Chao envisioned servers overflowing with eager players. Taking decisive action, he promptly messaged Chang'e. Dear Chang'e, I have a favor to ask of you. I hope you might have some time to help. Having developed a close rapport with the celestial beings, Chang'e was certainly familiar with him. Chen Chao's younger brother. His sister just saw him like her video. Is he hoping for a beautiful selfie from her? Sister Chang'e, even with a casual snapshot, radiates unparalleled beauty. She fears he might be overwhelmed by choices. With such sweet words, what does he wish to discuss? Does he want Sister Chang'e to be a model? Unbeknownst to him. Upon reading this message, Chang'e straightened up, her smile utterly uncontainable. Chen Chao indeed has an eye for talent, she agrees. Seeing Chang'e's enthusiastic response, Chen Chao hurriedly informed Qiming. Upon receiving the news, Qiming promptly called Zhou Yan. Is it true that you found an extraordinary beauty to be our company's model? Chen Chao replied earnestly, of course. It's true. I'll send you a short video of her shortly. After selecting a video at random, Chen Chao dispatched it to Qiming, who, after viewing it, exclaimed over the phone, Boss, how do you know so many beautiful women? If the beauty in the video is willing to model for me and shoot an advertisement, she can set her own price. But you must guarantee she looks exactly like in the video. Absolutely identical. Once the arrangements were finalized, Chen Chao relayed the news to Chang'e, who joyfully sent Zhou Yan several unpublished short videos. Dear younger brother, I seek no compensation. All I wish is for more people to know of me. What do you say? Deal. Leave this matter to me. After Qiming sent the advertising requirements to Chen Chao, he forwarded them to Chang'e. Acting as the intermediary, Chen Chao busily engaged in his tasks. The advertisement was swiftly produced, leaving Qiming immensely satisfied. On the day of its release, it created a tremendous stir. Chang'e danced gracefully in the Moon Palace, each scene vividly captivating, thrilling the audience. Moreover, Chang'e's expertise in medicinal herbs quickly spurred significant consumer interest. The videos of Chang'e were transported to the earthly platform Douyin by Chen Chao, and even after uploading just a few videos, her followers skyrocketed into the millions. Chen Chao shared the news of Chang'e's earthly popularity with her in the Celestial group, and in her delight, she gifted him several bottles of elixirs. Chen Chao, this medicine cures all ailments. Take one, and you'll be worry-free by the next day. From minor colds to severe fatigue, it works wonders. Thank you, Sister Chang'e. Delighted. Chen Chao placed the items into his bag, and the group chat became lively. Chen Chao, how biased are you? Why only help Sister Chang'e find followers? Indeed. No wonder when I visited her in the Moon Palace a few days ago, her complexion seemed even more radiant. Don't forget about me. The celestial maidens appeared one after another, each stunning photo leaving Chen Chao in awe. After living so long, it was his first experience being inundated by beauty. However, with the maidens aspiring to become internet celebrities and earn earthly offerings, Chen Chao knew he had to devise a plan. He consulted Qi Ming, who simply said, "It's easy. Establish an influencer company and act as their manager." Chen Chao smacked his thigh in realization. Why didn't I think of that? Qi Ming assisted him in registering a company, aptly named the Fairy Company. After uploading all the videos sent by the maidens, Chen Chao diligently managed each account. Although it was exhausting, the maidens received the offerings. And he earned quite a bit as well. Once everything was arranged, Chen Chao entrusted the operation of the Douyin account to a hired promotional consultant, who accelerated the growth of their follower count. Chen Chao was astonished as the maidens sparked a trend of ancient-style fashion. Now, opening Douyin, one would almost exclusively see their faces. He remained humble, increasing his employee salaries before the semester commenced. Consequently, the staff became more devoted to Chen Chao. Before long, the school year began, and a summer's work had earned Chen Chao a seven-figure savings, a thought that could make anyone smile in their dreams. However, upon entering the school, he encountered Bai Tingshan, who, upon seeing Chen Chao, trembled in fright and swiftly turned to flee. Chen Chao paid little mind to it. After all, Bai Tingshan's reaction was overly conspicuous, as if he had seen the Grim Reaper himself. "Look, it's Chen Chao. After a summer away, he seems even more handsome." "I know. Have you played the game he developed?" "I did. If I didn't know he was a student at our school, I wouldn't believe this was created by a college student." Listening to the surrounding discussions, Chen Chao merely quickened his pace to leave. After all, receiving such compliments was a tad embarrassing. Yet, wherever he went, he remained a topic of conversation, with whispers trailing behind him. Unable to resist, he shared this with Qi Ming, who teased him for his narrow perspective. "This is just the beginning. When the company expands further, you'll need to wear a mask when walking the streets." Chen Chao felt a mix of helplessness and secret delight. But he had no desire to be a public figure. He preferred to keep a low profile. Moreover, those discussing him were unaware that a significant portion of his earnings had gone to charity. Just during this holiday, 2 Hope elementary schools had begun construction in his name. "Sister Qi, I merely wish to be a wealthy slacker," Chen Chao joked. "The world won't allow it. Just think about it." Chapter 49. Celestial Beings Go Live. Chen Chao discreetly made his way to the school cafeteria for a meal. Thankfully, the older staff didn't play games, so they treated him without any filters. After all, they were there to serve food. They dished out meals according to the amount paid, and when it came to serving, they were quite direct. Eating his meal while scrolling through Douyin, he felt blissful without anyone discussing him nearby, an exhilarating experience. After finishing his meal, Chen Chao exited the cafeteria, only to unexpectedly run into Lan Yingying. Though her flushed, awkward demeanor was quite charming, Chen Chao, being straightforward, blurted out, "Why is your face so red? Are you running a fever?" Lan Yingying pulled Chen Chao into the school's small garden, specifically seeking a secluded spot. Chen Chao looked on in confusion, increasingly convinced that something was wrong with her health. "Should we see the school nurse? You seem off." Lan Yingying shook her head, still blushing, which only heightened Chen Chao's concern. "Then what is wrong? Were you bullied?" Taking a deep breath, Lan Yingying confessed, "Chen Chao, I've liked you for a long time." After uttering these words, she lowered her head, too embarrassed to meet his gaze. Chen Chao was taken aback, absorbing the fragrant atmosphere around them before finally responding. "Yingying, I appreciate your feelings, but I'm not looking to date. My parents want me to focus on my studies, so I'm sorry." With that, he turned and ran off. Lan Yingying felt a gust of wind and, upon looking up, realized Chen Chao had already distanced himself. She stomped her foot in frustration, muttering, "Chen Chao, this isn't over." Later that night, Lan Yingying dialed Chen Chao several times, but he didn't answer, leaving her both angry and amused. "Am I going to eat you?" After sending a message, she kept her eyes on the park entrance, initially bustling. The park's crowd dwindled by 9, and by midnight, there was still no sign of Chen Chao, causing her eyes to redden. "Are you really not coming?" Just as her words fell, a shadow appeared before her. She looked up to find a man with a pale face. "Hey, beautiful, who are you waiting for?" It sounded like you were expecting someone special. Lan Yingying, clutching her bag, stood up, eager to leave, but found herself blocked. "My boyfriend will be here soon, so please do not hinder me." Lan Yingying's voice trembled, lacking any semblance of intimidation, which only incited the thug's desire to tease her further. "What boyfriend? I haven't even seen a shadow of him. It would be better for you, dear brothers, to take her to a delightful place where she will soon forget all about him." The thugs exchanged smirks and reached out to forcibly take Lan Yingying away. She lacked the strength to resist their grip. "Help!" she cried. "Oh, little beauty, spare us your screams. Who would come to rescue you at this late hour? You might as well resign yourself to your fate." Tears welled in Lan Yingying's eyes as fear coursed through her trembling body. Just when despair threatened to consume her, a voice ignited a flicker of hope. You there, release her at once, or I shall not be so courteous. Chen Chao, you finally arrived. I thought you would hide from me forever. Stop crying, Yingying. I will rescue you shortly. Chen Chao had just finished his work at the company and hurriedly hailed a cab upon receiving the message. He dared not imagine what fate awaited Lan Yingying had he arrived even a moment later. Kid, good dogs don't block the way. Don't make things difficult for yourself. One of the thugs brandished a knife, only to be swiftly kicked aside by Chen Chao. The remaining thugs, witnessing their leader's defeat, charged at Chen Chao. Yet, they were merely fodder in his path as he dispatched them with ease. Be cautious in the future. Should I see you again, I shall strike you down. With that, Chen Chao took Lan Yingying and departed. But I wish for you to reconsider. My conditions are not lacking. Why do you not fancy me? Chen Chao retorted. But I truly have no such intentions. Yingying, you are the belle of the university. There are many who are far more accomplished than I. You need not hang your hopes on this crooked tree. With tear-streaked cheeks, Lan Yingying replied, I do not fancy anyone else. I only have eyes for you. Ever since you expelled by Tingshan from the martial arts club, I have harbored feelings for you. After mustering the courage to confess, can you not see my heart? Wait. You mean you have liked me for a long time? Lan Yingying nodded, her gaze fixed on Chen Chao with unwavering determination. Chen Chao was momentarily taken aback. But if that is the case, then you are merely enamored with my talent, not with me as a person, right? I adore everything about you. Such a forthright confession from the belle left even the thick-skinned Chen Chao feeling bashful. Yingying, you should carefully consider matters of the heart. Do not mistake a fleeting impulse for genuine affection. But women can be terrifying at times, can't they? After several days of renovations, the faade of the ferry company began to take shape. The interiors were designed with the assistance of Qi Ming, adorned with stunning photographs of the ferries. Chen Chao, pleased with the progress, uploaded photos of the company to the group chat. The fairies, upon seeing their images, couldn't help but beam with joy. Chen Chao, dear brother, my picture is so large. I am quite satisfied. Chen Chao, could we possibly replace our group's photo? This one seems a bit dated. Can we omit the name of the cowherd from my photo? I wish to shine alone. Chen Chao diligently noted their requests, but before he could finish, other deities flooded the chat. Chen Chao, can we become internet celebrities? I too wish to join. I am now a revered monk. Let me guide the masses. Chapter 50. The Ghost King's Plea. Neza expressed disdain. How can a mere pig guide the masses? It would be quicker to have someone guide you instead. Sensing an impending quarrel, Chen Chao swiftly intervened. Anyone can become an internet celebrity. Allow me to assist you in brainstorming some selling points. His words immediately quelled the chatter among the deities, who eagerly urged him on. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Chao typed his suggestions. Isn't Taishan Laojun in possession of many magical artifacts? You could host live streams to appraise treasures for others. As for the pig, it is quite simple. The current trend of eating challenges is immensely popular. Show the mortals your divine appetite. Neza, with your handsome appearance, why not become a beauty influencer? Your 3 heads and 6 arms will surely attract a multitude of viewers. The deities, upon hearing his ideas, deemed them reasonable and promptly enlisted Chen Chao's assistance. Naturally, he was more than willing to help them devise strategies. Once the live stream was connected to Douyin, it immediately captured the attention of countless spectators. Chen Chao managed the situation in the deities' live stream room, and with 10 assistants newly hired, they barely managed to keep things afloat. Thank you all for your hard work today. I shall treat you to a late-night snack and also reward you with overtime pay. The employees naturally appreciated their generous boss, and many felt they had made the right choice in coming here. After all, the name Ferry Company sounded rather peculiar, and applicants would surely wonder if it were a scam. After 2 hours of live streaming, the deities concluded their broadcast, and the Douyin group chat was filled with praise for Chen Chao. What a thrill! During the treasure appraisal, I even spotted an incense burner I used in my youth, now relegated to serving as an ashtray. Today, I merely devoured 120 steamed buns, yet some claimed I was faking it. The pig was still unborn when I resided at Gao Laozhuang. You all cannot compare to me. I took Chen Chao's advice and became a beauty influencer. Merely chatting with mortals, and they are intrigued by my past exploits. Witnessing their delight, Chen Chao felt a surge of joy. In one evening alone, the gifts from the live stream exceeded 1 million. To reward everyone, Chen Chao opened his small shop to the deities for free, which delightedly by immensely. In his elation, he gifted Chen Chao several poems. Chen Chao graciously accepted. In no time, the Ferry Company became the most sought-after internet celebrity agency. Many sought to invest, but Chen Chao declined all offers. With his substantial earnings, it was only natural that some would harbor ulterior motives. The new internet celebrity agency's streamers attracted viewers like moths to a flame, overshadowing those from other companies. Isn't it true? I used to earn tens of thousands in a single night. Now it's merely a few thousand. Where did he recruit such talent? Who cares? Let's just poach them. However, these companies found themselves powerless. Chen Chao's internet celebrities did not need to come to the company to stream. They could do so remotely, despite staking out for several days. Those hoping to recruit Chen Chao streamers failed to catch a glimpse of them. Some even resorted to blocking the entrance of Chen Chao's company, directly confronting him. Having said that, Chen Chao attempted to walk away. Are you Chen Chao, the boss? Yes, that's me. What is it? Chen Chao frowned. Where do you find your streamers? Could you share that with us? We could all profit together, don't you think? Our streamers are losing viewers. I am willing to offer a high price to hire your talent. We could collaborate on live streams. Understanding their intentions, Chen Chao replied, no comment. Collaboration is unnecessary. My streamers have no time. How dare you refuse? You mustn't provoke us. Chen Chao deftly dodged a punch and, before the assailant could react, threw him onto his companions. Chen Chao single-handedly dispatched them all, and he hadn't even exerted himself. Next time you come to provoke me, remember to weigh your own worth first. With that, Chen Chao turned and left, leaving the others groaning on the ground. Chen Chao had amassed considerable wealth and walked with a spring in his step, even humming a little tune. Every day, maintaining order during live broadcasts is a routine task for Chen Chao. While he was seated in the boss's office scrolling through Douyin groups, a private message suddenly caught his eye, initially dismissing it as spam. He was astonished to discover it was from the Ghost King. Chen Chao, my dear brother, I require your assistance with a matter. Feel free to ask. If it is within my capability, I shall certainly oblige. I've seen you assist other celestial beings in setting up Douyin broadcasts. I, too, aspire to become a streamer like them. I can help you go live, provided it is convenient for you, esteemed Ghost King. Is it truly possible for someone like me to stream? As Chen Chao opened the image, he was taken aback. It was evident that the Ghost King had deliberately chosen a less terrifying selfie. Nevertheless, even this image could not conceal the Ghost King's fearsome visage. The reason the Ghost King could instill fear in spirits and specters was not only due to his formidable strength but also his ghastly green face with sharp fangs. The moment any spirit laid eyes on this countenance, they would be paralyzed with terror. While Chen Chao had grown accustomed to it, the world of the living placed a premium on appearance. While contemplating this, the Ghost King sent another message. Dear Chen Chao, am I putting you in a difficult position? I am aware that my appearance is unappealing, yet it is the face my parents bestowed upon me, and I cannot disdain it. Esteemed Ghost King, why do you wish to become a streamer? Understanding the Ghost King's sentiments, Chen Chao reflected on the matter. However, the Ghost King's face had transcended mere unattractiveness. It was a visage that even contemporary horror films could not replicate. Brother Chen Chao, please devise a solution for me. Although Chen Chao was willing to assist, he knew that a clever strategy was essential. Yet, after scrutinizing the Ghost King's selfie from every angle, he could only conclude that it was suitable as a talisman for warding off evil spirits, with no connection to streaming whatsoever. Esteemed Ghost King, please do not fret. Grant me some time to ponder. Your unique appearance presents a challenge, and I require a moment to formulate a suitable plan. The Ghost King responded with a frowning emoji and urged, you must think of a good idea for me. Chen Chao readily assured him that he would find an appropriate niche for the Ghost King. However, that night, as he closed his eyes to sleep, the Ghost King's face haunted his dreams, waking him multiple times, tossing and turning until the wee hours. He could no longer find rest, and decided to peruse the Ghost King's personal space on his phone. Most of the videos uploaded by the Ghost King depicted his daily life in the Underworld. Even mundane activities exuded an eerie atmosphere. Chen Chao could only take a quick glance. Watching the Ghost King's videos in the dead of night was indeed unsettling. Suddenly, a particular video captured his attention. In it, the Ghost King was not the terrifying figure he knew, but rather a robust man with a dark complexion. His presence exuded a sense of security. Even in the realm of the dead, this revelation sparked an idea in Chen Chao's mind. If the Ghost King could alter his appearance to that of a human, albeit not as ethereal as celestial beings, it was sufficient. Since he was unable to sleep, he decided to message the Ghost King. Esteemed Ghost King, are you available? Brother Chen Chao, why are you still awake? By earthly standards, it is time for rest. The Ghost King, who primarily worked at night and slept during the day in the Underworld, found it peculiar that Chen Chao was messaging him so late. I have devised a way for you to become a streamer. The Ghost King responded with 3 exclamation marks, excitement palpable in his hurried reply. Really? Brother Chen Chao, please do not deceive me. I hardly ate breakfast today due to my worries. Indeed, it is possible, but what should you stream? Would it be appropriate to broadcast the slaying of ghosts to humans? Esteemed Ghost King, do you not reside in the Underworld? Surely there are many places steeped in malevolence. You could become a spirit-seeking streamer, exploring the Underworld. I even have a title for you, with righteousness, spirit-seeking adventures. Upon reading Chen Chao's suggestion, the Ghost King nodded vigorously, realizing the brilliance of the idea. Brother Chen Chao, how clever you are. Merely doing my duty, esteemed Ghost King. I would never let you down. After finalizing the plan, Chen Chao assisted the Ghost King in connecting to Douyin for his live broadcast. To promote the Ghost King, he dedicated half a page to extolling this new streamer. In today's world, where individuals seek excitement, the catchy title instantly piqued interest. At the stroke of midnight, the Ghost King's live broadcast commenced. Initially, the audience was sparse, but as the night wore on and few were streaming, the Ghost King's viewership quickly grew to over 100. Spirit-seeking adventures? It must be fake. But I am curious to see how frightening the host can be. Indeed, there are too many spirit-seeking streamers nowadays, and many locations have been explored repeatedly, rendering them dull. However, the host's face seems intriguing. I have never seen anyone like him. The Ghost King's human form inspired a sense of security among the audience, easing their fears despite the ominous surroundings. Welcome to my live broadcast. Soon, I shall take you to a small temple near my home. If you become frightened, feel free to step back from the screen. Upon hearing this, a contrarian immediately piped up. What small temple? I assure you, I am never frightened by horror films. They are merely fiction. If anything can scare me, I will stand on my head and urinate. I have taken a screenshot of that. The Ghost King smiled at the camera. Then let us embark. Surrounded by the eerie stillness of the underworld, punctuated only by the sound of their footsteps, the atmosphere became increasingly unsettling. We are about to enter the temple. Remember not to blink. As the door creaked open, the viewers held their breath, only to witness a white shadow fall from the rafters. Yet, when the Ghost King quickly shifted the camera to the ground, nothing was there. This left many viewers in a state of panic. I cannot bear to look. Is this real? The Ghost King whispered, let us venture further inside. Though merely a small temple, the broadcast attracted an ever-growing audience. The strange shadows and the seemingly inescapable temple heightened the thrill and fear. By the time the Ghost King concluded the broadcast, it was already 3 a.m, and many viewers were left wanting more. They showered the Ghost King with gifts, catapulting him to the top of the evening's rankings. Brother Chen Chao, your suggestion was simply brilliant. I have never received so many likes on my videos. The Ghost King was elated, and Chen Chao beamed with satisfaction. Observing the influx of donations, he decided to keep half for himself while donating the other half to charity. In a single night, the Ghost King had transformed into a sensation for Chen Chao's company, drawing in more fans eager to see when the Ghost King would stream again. However, the Ghost King could not broadcast every night. He would go live every other night. Even so, the fervor of his fans remained unwavering. While Chen Chao was in his office preparing reports, his assistant suddenly knocked on the door. Boss, there is a phone call for you. Please bring it in. The assistant nodded and stepped out, shortly returning with the call. Is this Mr. Chen Chao? It is. How may I assist you? Upon recognizing Chen Chao's voice, the caller immediately began to flatter him. Mr. Chen, you are undoubtedly a promising young entrepreneur. I am from the company Fast Beast. You must have heard of us, right? Naturally, Chen Chao is familiar with Fast Beast, one of the largest live streaming companies in the industry. He wondered what prompted their call. Chapter 52, Collaboration. Chen Chao furrowed his brow, a hint of concern gnawing at him. He feared this might be an attempt to create trouble. After all, his influencer company was thriving, and envy often lurked in the shadows. May I inquire as to the purpose of your call? He asked cautiously. The caller chuckled. Recently, we noticed your company's influencers on Douyin, and we believe you possess great potential. Thus, our company wishes to collaborate with you. Chen Chao was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that Fast Beast would seek collaboration. The prospect of 2 strong companies joining forces promised untold riches. Regaining his composure, he inquired, what kind of collaboration do you have in mind? It's quite simple. We would like your influencers to undergo a real interview process. Once the interviews are completed and we have selected the influencers we require, we can discuss the details of our collaboration further. Upon hearing this, Chen Chao's mind reeled. This was not going to be straightforward. If it were merely a matter of driving traffic, there would be no issue. After all, he could easily share the live streaming link. Yet, a real interview was another matter entirely. His influencers were either soaring high or grounded. Neither could attend in person. Sensing Chen Chao's silence, the caller hurriedly added, Mr. Chen, do you think we are scamming you? Rest assured, we will send a representative for the interview. You need not worry. Chen Chao hesitated before responding. It's not that. Mr. Chen, if you have any requirements or concerns, please feel free to express them. We will find a way to accommodate you. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Chao explained, the truth is, my influencers are not based in the country, making it impossible for them to attend the interview in person. The caller chuckled. I assumed it was something serious. No wonder your influencers are so unique. They reside abroad. Not to worry, we can conduct the interviews online. Online interviews may not work either, Chen Chao thought, reluctant to give up such a promising opportunity. However, let me coordinate with them first. Of course. Mr. Chen, could you please add me on WeChat? Once you've coordinated, feel free to contact me directly. Very well. After the call ended, Chen Chao promptly added the Fast Beast representative on WeChat and rushed to seek assistance from the Celestial Douyin group. I have good news and bad news to share. Chen Chao's serious tone prompted a flurry of responses from the celestial beings. Brother Chen, what troubles you? Tell me. I shall assist. Is someone bullying you again? I shall take care of them. Brother Chen, please share what's happening. With a sigh, Chen Chao began. Recently, our videos and live streams have gained considerable popularity, leading a live streaming company to approach us for collaboration. Isn't that good news? They replied, puzzled by his lack of enthusiasm. Doesn't that mean you'll become even more popular? With your looks, you're bound to be a sensation. Observing the joyous expressions of his peers, Chen Chao felt an even greater sense of worry. Now, for the bad news, they require real interviews. A moment of silence enveloped the group, and then the Jade Emperor interjected. You must not descend to the mortal realm without permission. Those who do will have their wages docked for a month. Jade Emperor, you are being rather stingy. Chen Chao expressed his concern. Real interviews pose significant challenges. Must they be in person? I have lived long enough to have never undergone an interview. Feeling the weight of the situation, Chen Chao continued, I believe it is impossible for us to have in-person interviews, which is why I sought everyone's ideas. If we cannot resolve this, I will have to decline the collaboration. At that moment, Sun Yukong exclaimed, I can use a clone. I will control it remotely. What a brilliant idea, great sage. The others chimed in. We can use clones. They will appear just like the originals. Brother Chen, what do you think? Seeing their clever solution, Chen Chao wholeheartedly agreed. I will inform them that you all reside abroad. Everyone just needs to sit in front of their phones. Clones would be too troublesome. The celestial beings readily accepted. Who would resist an opportunity to increase their offerings? They could easily deceive the interviewers with their illusions. Smart thinking. I believe this will work. Chen Chao felt relieved. After verifying that they were not scammers, they began the interview process. Using their illusions, the celestial beings transformed their surroundings to resemble the mortal realm, speaking eloquently throughout the process. The results would be compiled by the Fast Beast representatives, but thankfully, they managed to navigate through it successfully. All right, I will bring this up with her, Chen Chao assured. Once the representatives from Fast Beast departed, he exhaled a sigh of relief. Thank you all for your help. If you need anything, do not hesitate to ask. Brother Chen, you're running low on the vegetarian chicken. Please procure some more for me. I need wine. I've nearly emptied your stock. When will the air cushion chairs arrive? As Chen Chao noted everyone's requests, his phone rang. Seeing it was He-Wen, he quickly answered, Miss He, are you in need of a driver again? While organizing the order list, he teased her. He-Wen's cheeks flushed slightly, and she scolded, not a driver. I need a male companion. Are you available? A male companion? Where are you? I'm attending a commercial event in the entertainment industry, and everyone is required to bring a partner, preferably of the opposite sex. The others are unavailable. Leaving you is my only choice. Chen Chao chuckled. I am honored that Missy thought of me. Are you free now? Glancing at the time, he noted it was still midday, and he agreed. He instructed him to pick her up from her home. While waiting downstairs, a flashy sports car pulled up in front of him. The door opened, revealing a man in a sequined suit holding a bouquet of red roses. Chen Chao's eyelids twitched as he watched He-Wen emerge from her apartment in a stunning gown. Wen, I see you still lack a partner. Why not accompany me? The man proposed. Chapter 53. The wine party. Upon seeing the man, He-Wen's expression shifted to one of disgust. She bypassed him, but after a few steps, he blocked her path. Wen, I am sincere. I am quite a good person. Can you not accept my feelings? Wei Yan, I already have a male companion. Please stop harassing me. I don't believe you. You must be lying. Seeing Wei Yan persistently bother He-Wen, Chen Chao quickly exited the car. He-Wen, I have come to pick you up. He-Wen and Wei Yan turned to face him. She was pleased, while he was furious. He-Wen disregarded Wei Yan, striding towards Chen Chao. What does this man have going for him? He looks poor. His car is worth less than 100,000. If you ride with him, people will surely talk behind your back. What business is that of yours? With that, He-Wen entered Chen Chao's car. Chen Chao regarded Wei Yan with sympathy, remarking, Brother, there are many fish in the sea. Why be infatuated with just one flower? Though I may not have much wealth, I certainly won't dress like a street vendor. Wei Yan's face turned ashen as he cursed at Chen Chao. What do you know? This is a haute couture gown. Chen Chao, however, paid him no mind and, opening the car door, sped away with He-Wen. He-Wen, you certainly have many admirers. Being a popular actress is no easy feat indeed. Sometimes dealing with them can be exhausting. Fortunately, I have you, a competent driver, to assist me. Thank you for the compliment. my goddess. Upon arriving at the event, Chen Chao undoubtedly appeared the most unassuming among the attendees. Walking beside He-Wen, he felt like a mere blade of grass. Yet, He-Wen seemed unfazed and linked her arm with his. As the media waited at the entrance, they rushed forward with cameras upon seeing He-Wen with an unfamiliar man. He-Wen, is this person your boyfriend? What does he do? Wasn't there a rumor that Wei Yin was your boyfriend? And is it true that you have been seen getting close to Wang Jinfa? It was only upon entering the hall that the commotion quieted somewhat. As expected of gossip media, they can turn fiction into fact. You've brought me here. Tomorrow's headlines will surely be outrageous. Aren't you worried about losing your male fans? Do you think I rely solely on my looks? He-Wen replied confidently, tossing her long hair. Chen Chao couldn't help but think of a saying. She could easily rely on her beauty but chose to depend on her talent instead. Impressive, I am in awe. As numerous celebrities began to arrive, Chen Chao noticed that most were regulars on the front pages. Soon, he spotted a man in a sequin suit entering. Chen Chao squinted. And before long, he locked eyes with Wei Yin, who glared fiercely at him, yet Chen Chao remained unperturbed. The event commenced swiftly, and judging by the decorations, it resembled a modest cocktail party. Stars could promote themselves to renowned directors, who, in turn, exchanged insights on recent filming experiences. Additionally, there were numerous representatives from influencer companies present. Haven't you recently started an influencer company as well? Would you like to exchange experiences with them? He-Wen suggested. Chen Chao was indifferent but felt awkward just standing there, so he followed her over. He-Wen, long time no see. We haven't team met since we finished filming the last movie, a director remarked. Director Chen, what a surprise. I was just wondering why no scripts had come my way. I even mentioned to my manager that my acting might be too poor for you to want to collaborate, He-Wen joked. The director, flattered by her praise, beamed, his crow's feet crinkling with delight. There was also a representative from an influencer company standing beside him, who, upon seeing the director smile, began to grin as well. Is this your partner? I don't believe I've seen him before. He is not from the industry, is he? The director inquired. This is my friend Chen Chao. He runs an influencer company. I wonder if you've heard of the Fairy Company? Fairy Company? What a rather kitsch name. The representative from the influencer company had indeed heard of it and surveyed Chen Chao with a mocking expression. So, this is the much-discussed owner of the Fairy Company? I must say, I'm rather disappointed. Chen Chao raised an eyebrow, wanting to retort, but since He-Wen had brought him, he felt he should not undermine her. Thus, he chose silence in the face of their derision. He-Wen could afford to show disdain towards the influencer company but could not afford to offend Director Chen. Director. Chen Chao's company is quite unique. It's not something ordinary influencers can compare with. If you were to see it, you would notice the difference, she asserted. Upon hearing this, the representative's expression soured. Yet, simultaneously, he thought to himself, what is so special? All influencer companies are the same. I'm quite busy. Let us talk later. The director said curtly before turning away. Watching him depart, He-Wen suddenly felt as if her good intentions had backfired. If she hadn't insisted on bringing Chen Chao into their conversation, he wouldn't have faced such ridicule. I'm sorry. It's all my fault for dragging you into this, she lamented. You needn't apologize. Their words are their concern. I don't take it to heart. Chen Chao reassured her. In my eyes, you are remarkable. Thank you. Observing Chen Chao's demeanor, He-Wen couldn't resist downing another couple of drinks. Unfortunately, her pace was too swift, and soon, her head began to spin. Noticing her condition, Chen Chao guided her to the balcony for some fresh air. You're so considerate. Chen Chao, do you treat all the girls this way? Of course. When a girl gets drunk, she becomes a target for opportunists. I noticed Wei Yin watching us closely. It seems he hasn't given up yet. He-Wen placed her hand over Chen Chao's mouth, catching him off guard. The gentle touch rendered him momentarily speechless. Don't mention him, Chen Chao. I have something to tell you. Yet, reminding himself that they were merely friends quelled any inappropriate thoughts. What is it? You always appear when I need help the most. If possible, I hope you can spend more time with me. I've been struggling alone in the entertainment industry for so long. It's truly lonely. Chen Chao fell silent. Realizing He-Wen was revealing her true feelings under the influence of alcohol, He-Wen smiled silently, taking another sip as she gazed at Chen Chao. Chapter 54, Collaborating with a Major Company. Now that the company was operating smoothly, as long as no significant issues arose, Zhou Yin could avoid going into the office. Moreover, it was Saturday, and Chen Chao had planned to sleep until noon, yet at 9, his phone rang. He quickly silenced it and stepped out of his dormitory to answer. Who is it? It's me. Are you still in bed? He-Wen's voice came through the line, momentarily startling Chen Chao. Not yet. What is up? I want to introduce you to a potential collaboration. Are you interested? What kind of collaboration? Tell me more. Do you know about the company? After pondering, Chen Chao recalled that it was a large talent agency. Aren't they a major agency? They want to collaborate with my small firm? He chuckled. Exactly. They are interested in the popularity of your company and want their streamers to collaborate with yours. They reached out to me for assistance in making this connection. Chen Chao instantly became alert. This was a significant opportunity. Although he had recently partnered with a major player in the industry, if he could collaborate with this agency, his company would undoubtedly soar to new heights. Then when shall we meet to discuss this further? So you're agreeing? Why wouldn't you? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. However, I want to see how they propose to collaborate before I agree. No problem. Chen Chao, now fully awake, quickly washed up and sent a message in the Fairy Doing group. Dear friends, another collaboration is on the horizon. A major talent agency wants to partner with us. If all goes well, you could be heading for international stardom. Interviews are nothing to fear. Mortals want to see through our illusions. We can do it again. Brother Chen. My followers have increased again recently. Even if I don't go live, I receive many gifts every day. Thank you so much. If you encounter any troubles, don't hesitate to let us know. Chen Chao, we are your strong support. WiFi got your back. Chen Chao felt both delighted and touched by the warm responses. After chatting for a while, Huan's call came through again. Chen Chao, they want to meet you today at Island CAF. Are you free? Yes. I'll head there shortly. Great. I'll send you the location. Chen Chao nodded and took the bus after leaving the campus. The CAF on the island is not far from Chen Chao's school. It only takes half an hour by bus to reach. As Chen Chao was preparing to disembark, he received a message from Huan informing him that the company representatives had arrived. The message included photographs of two responsible individuals. And as Chen Chao approached the meeting point, he spotted both a man and a woman. Hello, I am Chen Chao, he introduced himself. Upon noticing Chen Chao's casual attire of a shirt paired with shorts, the representatives exchanged glances, momentarily displaying a hint of disdain. However, being professionals, they quickly masked their contempt. So, you are Zhou Yan, the illustrious owner of the fairy company? Quite the promising young talent, the man remarked with a smile. Chen Chao shook hands with him and replied, I merely subsist on the efforts of my streamers. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Wang Tao from the company. You may call me Tao Ge. This is my assistant, Xiaoli. We are here to discuss potential collaboration. Chen Chao nodded. I have a general understanding of the situation from Sister Huan, but I am unclear about the specifics of your proposed collaboration. Wang Tao grinned. Typically, our live streaming approach involves pairing the two most popular streamers together. We have conducted research on your streamers, and it appears that Guanghan Xianzi is the most favored. So, you wish for your streamers to collaborate with Guanghan Xianzi? Chen Chao inquired. Precisely. If you have any doubts, feel free to express them. May I boldly ask which streamer from your company we are discussing? Changwei Ge. I believe you are familiar with his broadcasts, Wang Tao responded. Upon hearing the name, Chen Chao frowned. His male fanbase is substantial. There was an incident when he openly mocked a popular female streamer's appearance during a live session. If she hadn't been so composed, she likely would have ended the stream. I have heard of him, but how do you intend to conduct this collaboration? Changwei Ge will arrive shortly. We can continue our discussion then. Just as Chen Chao was about to excuse himself, a flashy sports car pulled up outside. A man wearing sunglasses and adorned with a large gold chain entered. Wang Tao waved him over, and the man approached. Is this the next influencer your company is collaborating with? Changwei Ge scrutinized Chen Chao, his disdain evident. Wang Tao chuckled beside him. Indeed, this is him. You expressed interest in collaborating with Guanghan Xianzi, and she happens to be our most popular streamer, so we arranged this meeting. At this, Chen Chao's expression darkened. Please be mindful of your words. My streamers engage in serious broadcasts, not frivolous displays. Changwei Ge burst into laughter at Chen Chao's remark. I'm merely teaching you how to monetize your content. Why refuse to listen? Chen Chao stood abruptly and addressed Wang Tao. I believe it is best to reconsider this collaboration. Seek another partner. As he turned to leave, Changwei Ge obstructed his path. You are merely a small company. Do you dare to show me disdain? I can earn millions in gifts in a single night, while you probably don't even know where to start. Chapter 55. Researching anti-cancer drugs. Chen Chao fixed Changwei Ge with a cold stare. Is that so? Is earning millions so impressive? You must know the inflated nature of those gifts. What did you say? I have no desire to repeat myself. Let me clarify. My streamers are not in need of gifts. They simply do not encourage excessive gifting from viewers. If you disagree, we can compare popularity. With someone like you, only the most desperate males would tune in to your streams. Each of Chen Chao's words grew increasingly cutting, inciting Changwei Ge's irritation to the point where his flesh trembled. Wang Tao, displeased with Chen Chao's comments, interjected, Chen Chao, we approached you with goodwill for collaboration. Yet you respond in this manner. Don't you think that is rather inappropriate? You insolent brat. You claim my fans are desperate? Do you believe I can't unleash a wave of online harassment against you? Chen Chao remained unfazed. If you can manage it, shall we compete? Every single one of my streamers surpasses you, yet you seem too afraid to engage. Chang Wei-gu instantly rose to his feet, asserting, who is afraid to compete? I'll start a broadcast right now, and my popularity will skyrocket to over 1 million. 1 million? Is that all? Does your streamer consistently reach 10 million? Chen Chao shook his head. They can surpass 100 million. Do you doubt me? Allow me to demonstrate. After sending a message in the group chat, Chang'e and the other fairies began streaming. This unannounced broadcast attracted a bustling audience, with viewers flocking to the live session. Fairy sister, I can't believe I stumbled upon your stream at this moment. 7 beautiful ladies dancing is truly a visual delight. Learning embroidery from sister weaving, clocking in. Chen Chao split his screen to monitor multiple streams on his phone while Wang Tao compared the viewer counts. The number of viewers in the fairy streams rapidly climbed, reaching 1 million in under 5 minutes. In stark contrast, Chang Wei-ji's stream had only tens of thousands of viewers with a sparse real-time chat. Panic set in for Chang Wei-gu as he turned to glance at Chen Chao's phone. The fairy streams were mere moments away from surpassing 100 million viewers. Once the count reached 100 million, Chen Chao put his phone away. All right, I no longer wish to waste time with you. I shall take my leave. Chang Wei-gu's complexion turned ashen as he implored, Chen Chao, I spoke thoughtlessly earlier. Grant me another opportunity. There is no remedy for past mistakes. With that parting remark, Chen Chao exited the CAF. He recounted the incident to He Wan, who became furious and vowed to demand an explanation from Chen Chao. But he restrained her. There is no need. Such large companies lack integrity. They forsake basic moral standards in pursuit of profit. I prefer not to engage with them further. After a moment of silence, He Wan replied, I should have been more diligent in my assessment. I only knew of their good reputation in the industry. I did not anticipate such behavior. After ending the call, Chen Chao opened the Douyin group. I have declined the collaboration. Their demands were excessive. I shall refrain from detailing them further, as it might offend your sensibilities. Would you like me to seek retribution on your behalf? Such matters cannot be discussed openly. Perhaps you can message me privately? My lips are sealed. Messenger of the Pure Land. You were the one who leaked my theft of the Jade Emperor's snacks last time. How dare you speak like this? As Chen Chao boarded the bus, he observed the fairies chatting in the group. However, after a few days, he discerned a significant issue. Upon examining the recent streaming data at the company, he noted a stark polarization. For instance, streamers like Chang'e, who boasted beauty, garnered substantial followings, while others struggled to resonate with contemporary tastes. Although they had a niche audience, it was a mere fraction, and as interest waned, they risked obsolescence. Take for instance Taishang Laojun and the medical sage BNK. Their talents were not universally sought after. Consequently, their best streaming numbers were achieved on the first day. Furrowing his brow, Chen Chao scrutinized the data, growing increasingly concerned. Just as his frustration peaked, a knock sounded at the office door. Come in. Upon entering, Qian spotted the data report on Chen Chao's desk. She casually picked up a page and began to tease him. Your streamers are quite impressive. Several of them I adore. During late-night shifts, I enjoy watching their broadcasts. Startled by Qi Yun's presence, Chen Chao stammered. Qi Yun, what brings you here? Is something wrong? Are you surprised to see me? Chen Chao quickly shook his head and said, How could I dare? I was merely concerned that something might have happened to Sister Qi. Qi Yun smiled and replied, There's nothing amiss on my sister's side. Dancing Immortals remains the top mobile game, while others can only envy and undermine it. Please, have a seat. However, I must admit I was quite surprised that you came here to find me directly. Surprised about what? Look at your phone. I've called you 5 or 6 times. And you didn't answer. I had to engage my clever mind to figure out where you might be. Chen Chao hastily picked up his phone and saw the missed calls. Embarrassed, he said, I was too engrossed in what I was doing and accidentally hit the mute button. What is the matter? What happened? Qian asked seriously. Didn't I help you acquire the dragon blood resin before? Indeed. Could it be that the herbal shop is causing trouble again? I shall go teach them a lesson. As Chen Chao attempted to stand, Qian quickly stopped him. Don't be hasty. Let me finish speaking first. Chen Chao, feeling exasperated, said, Miss, could you please refrain from panting while you speak? It's quite alarming. Well, since you asked me to help you find the dragon blood resin, the Qi family learned of it and sent me here to ask for your assistance. After all, you owe me a favor, so I thought it was a good opportunity. Assistance? What could I possibly help with? Most people are unaware of dragon blood resin. But you are knowledgeable, and we believe you have a particular expertise in pharmacology. Our family is currently developing a new drug aimed at combating cancer. If successful, it would benefit all of humanity. Cancer medication? Chen Chao pondered for a moment, and a certain individual flashed through his mind, BNK. Coincidentally, BNK's live stream was not drawing many viewers, making it a perfect opportunity for him to delve into this research. Qian looked at Chen Chao and asked, So, can you help? Absolutely. I shall do my utmost to assist you. Chi Yun beamed with satisfaction and said, I knew you wouldn't refuse. Clear your schedule for tomorrow. I'll take you to the Chi family's research lab. Certainly. Once Chi Yun left, Chen Chao promptly sent a private message to Bien Quebec. Since connecting the mortal realm with the celestial realm required some time, the phone rang for a while before Bien K answered. Chen Chao, my younger brother. Why are you calling? Is something wrong? Bien K, I have a matter I wish to discuss with you. Feel free to speak, as long as we can assist. I would help with 10 matters, not just one. Chen Chao chuckled. With your words, I feel reassured. Here's the situation. A friend has asked for my help in researching a cancer medication, but I lack expertise in this field. Upon hearing her request, you immediately came to mind. A cancer medication? This is indeed a noble endeavor. With today's advancements in medicine, it presents a valuable topic. Are you interested? Of course. My live stream doesn't attract many viewers, and I've been rather idle lately. This is a perfect opportunity. That is wonderful, Bien K. With your commitment, I feel at ease. However, researching this cancer medication won't be an easy task. Perhaps you should enlist more help? Bien K contemplated for a moment before replying. You have a valid point. I'm quite familiar with Hua Tua and Zhang Zhongjing. I will reach out to them shortly. All right, if they are willing, Bien K, please form a research group for the cancer medication so we can coordinate our efforts. That is a sensible idea. I shall get to it. In less than 10 minutes, Bien K had assembled a group of esteemed individuals. Hua Tua and Zhang Zhongjing were the first to join, followed by Li Shizhen, Sun Simiao, Song Ci, and others. Chen Chao observed with pride as he realized he was part of a group featuring 10 of the most renowned doctors in the world, while he himself was an inconspicuous figure. Greetings, esteemed experts. I am Chen Chao. I trust Bien K has informed you of the situation? Chen Chao, my younger brother. I have heard all about it. With us here, you can rest easy. Li Shizhen assured. Indeed, had I not passed away prematurely, given another 500 years, I would have certainly made significant discoveries. Hua Tua added. Let us all work together to fulfill the regrets of our past. Zhang Zhongjing proclaimed. Indeed, back in our day, cancer was a death sentence, Song Ci remarked. Chen Chao smiled and said, Rest assured, esteemed experts, I will support your research wholeheartedly. Whatever you need, just say the word, and I shall go through fire and water to procure it. The group nodded in agreement, and they began to assign tasks, with Bien K as the leader. The atmosphere was harmonious. After listing the necessary medicinal materials, the ensuing dialogue became incomprehensible to Chen Chao. He quietly noted down the materials before calling Chi Yun. Upon seeing Chen Chao's request for these materials, Chi Yun agreed readily. That very night, Chen Chao received a hefty package. After sending the package to the distinguished doctors, they commenced their research. The thought of 10 great minds collaborating filled Chen Chao with excitement. Unbeknownst to him, while he was preparing to rest, Chi Yun was troubled. Chi Yun, the Chi family's shares are being rapidly acquired. If this continues, we may face bankruptcy. Weren't you researching a new drug? What about it? I have watched this company for decades. I never imagined it would reach such a predicament. Hearing the elder's words, Chi Yun felt a pang of distress and quickly reassured him. Grandfather, there's no need to worry. We are not at that point yet. The new drug is already in development. Elder Chi frowned. I feel useless now. If only I were 20 years younger, the company wouldn't be in this state. Chi Yun's father interjected. Dad, please don't fret. If your blood pressure rises, you'll need to be hospitalized again. Yes, father. You've just come out of the hospital. The doctor advised you against getting too agitated. We will manage the company's affairs, and besides, isn't Xiao Yin researching the new drug? Elder Chi glared. How can I not be agitated? I've just emerged from the hospital and received such news. When you reach my age, you will surely be even more agitated. At Elder Chi's words, everyone lowered their heads. Only Chi Yin stood firm beside him, saying, Grandfather, I have enlisted the help of a particularly skilled friend. Everything will be fine. Upon hearing this, Elder Chi immediately inquired, Is he a medical doctor? Not quite. Then is he a disciple of some great master? Not that either. Elder Chi frowned. If he is neither of those, then what is his expertise? Chi Yun hurriedly reassured him. Grandfather, he is unique in his approach. Just wait for the results, all right? Elder Chi glanced at Chi Yun and sighed. Very well. I shall strive for the sake of Chi Ming as well. Finally appeased, Chi Yun felt a sense of relief. She glanced at the time, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the next day. As dawn broke, before 8 o'clock, Chen Chao was abruptly awakened from his slumber. Who is it? Calling me so early? Don't they know I'm in the midst of a pleasant dream? Boss, it's your diligent employee, Chi Yun. Hurry and get up. I'm coming to pick you up. Hearing Chi Yun's voice, Chen Chao glanced at the clock. Sister, it's not even 8 yet. Where are we going? To the research lab. There's an urgent situation. We must act swiftly. Hurry, get up. With that, Chi Yun hung up the phone. After hastily washing up, Chen Chao sent her his location. Chen arrived promptly, reaching in less than half an hour. Once in the car, she drove at the highest speed allowed. Chen Chao, initially still drowsy, was jolted awake by her driving skills. Qiyun, are you planning to change careers and become a racing champion? Why are you driving so fast? Chapter 57. A slap in the face as Qiyun monitored the traffic conditions. She remarked, the Qi family is currently facing a crisis, and we are pinning our hopes on this anti-cancer drug. If it fails, the Qi family may face bankruptcy. Chen Chao was taken aback. He had never anticipated hearing such words from Qiyun. So, that's why you invited me to help? Indeed. At this point, I can only treat a dead horse as if it were a living one. I have been conducting this experiment for quite some time, yet success has eluded us. How can that be? Though it is an anti-cancer drug, it shouldn't be this difficult, right? Qiyun sighed and explained. We aim to launch an anti-cancer drug accessible to the general public. If the production costs are excessively high, it contradicts our vision. The Qi family's research team has been diligently working on this, and at this rate, we don't know what might happen next. No wonder you call me out so early. Saving a situation is akin to putting out a fire. Chen Chao, if you can assist us in developing this anti-cancer drug, the Qi family will owe you a significant favor. Afterward, no matter what assistance you require from us, we will be obliged to help. Chen Chao quickly replied, you exaggerate. I have already enlisted my friends' help. They are prominent figures in the medical field, so there should be no issues. Upon hearing this, Qiyun paused for a moment. So, the last time you sought Dragon's blood resin, wasn't he for you? Chen Chao chuckled. Do I seem like someone who has expertise in art? Qiyun pondered briefly before shaking her head. Then did I entrust the wrong person? Not quite, but it was a fortunate accident. The friend I asked for help regarding the Dragon's blood resin is quite capable. I just spoke to him about your situation, and he agreed to assist. You need not worry. They won't let you down. I hope so. Just as Qiyun was about to turn, her phone rang. She activated the speakerphone and heard her father's serious voice. Xiaoyun, you need to come to the company immediately. What is going on? The board is convening. It seems they are about to issue our final ultimatum. I understand. I will be there shortly. After hanging up, Chen Chao asked, do you want to find a place to drop me off? It seems inappropriate for me to accompany you to the company. There is no time for that. This area is remote. If I leave you here, you won't reach the city even after a day of walking. Chen Chao looked out the window and realized they had already entered the highway zone. Even if he wanted to get out, it was impossible. I can't just go to the company with you, can I? Let us not dwell on that. Just come with me. Qiyun swiftly turned the car around and sped towards the Qi company. Upon arriving, Chen Chao was escorted into the office building by Qiyun. He glanced around and noted the impressive decor. Before long, they arrived at the conference room on the 7th floor. Inside the conference room sat several individuals. And upon Qiyun's arrival, their expressions did not soften. Xiaoqi, you finally made it. We won't waste time. The company's financial situation is dire. What do you propose we do? The board members were aggressive, yet Qiyun stood her ground. Is it about the new anti-cancer drug mentioned by President Qi? Precisely. The market is flooded with anti-cancer drugs. Once ours is released, it will certainly capture market share. Just give me a little more time. Hearing Qiyun's words, the board members laughed. Xiaoqi, your confidence is commendable, but everyone knows that developing a new drug requires significant resources and manpower. Achieving this in a short time is utterly impossible. Qiyun frowned, ready to respond, but Chen Chao stepped forward. Excuse me, everyone. I am the anti-cancer drug researcher hired by Qiyun. We have completed the first stage of the anti-cancer drug, and soon I will present it to you. You are this confident? Chen Chao smiled. It's not mere confidence. It's a matter of certainty. Why would I lie? Qiyun tugged at Chen Chao's sleeve from behind, whispering, Chen Chao, don't boast. I'm not boasting. The board members murmured among themselves before asking, how much longer will you need? At least 3 days, at most 7. Are you truly certain you can develop a new anti-cancer drug within such a short time frame? Chen Chao nodded, absolutely. If I exceed this deadline, I am willing to pay any price. Chen Chao urged Qiyun to remain silent. His gaze fixed on the board members, who finally relented. Since this young man is so confident, we will grant you this time. Xiaoqi will act as your guarantor. Do not let us down. With that, the board members exited the conference room. Xiaoyun, who did you recruit? The board has no room for negotiation. You must find a solution. Qiyun turned to Chen Chao, saying, Chen Chao, you were too absolute just now. Such statements are exceedingly risky. Trust me this once. Qiyun, I might even have the drug for you by tomorrow, well before 3 days. Qiyun appeared helpless but quickly led Chen Chao away. As Qi Gaolang's expression darkened, staying longer could lead to trouble. Chen Chao could see that Qiyun had little faith in him. However, there was no way for him to prove himself until Bian Ke and the others completed the drug research, validating his claims. Chen Chao, Check the group messages from the research team. We have produced the drug. Wow. Yen-K, your speed is astonishing. Yen-K humbly smiled. Real men deliver results. Quickly test the drug and report any clinical symptoms so we can make adjustments. Absolutely. After hanging up, Chen Chao went to retrieve the drug from the group. He promptly called Qi Yun, who nearly dropped her phone upon hearing the news. Chapter 58. A target of criticism. Chen Chao, you aren't deceiving me, are you? This is an authentic anti-cancer drug. Stop hesitating. Have your volunteers assist in testing it. My friend mentioned it still needs refinement. Skeptical yet pressed for time. Qi Yun could hardly believe that the anti-cancer drug had been developed in such a short span. If she revealed this information, few would believe her. Chen Chao, what are the components of this drug? It looks rather dark. It consists entirely of mild medicinal herbs. When the herbs are dried and ground, they appear this way. But it looks a bit dubious to me. Chen Chao assured her, it is entirely reliable. Trust me, there is nothing to worry about. Upon reaching the laboratory, Qi Yun handed the drug to the researchers, who curiously opened the white porcelain vial, immediately detecting a strong herbal scent. However, most were Western medicine practitioners and were not well versed in traditional Chinese medicine. How many pills should we administer to the patients? Chen Chao checked his phone and replied, 3 pills at a time, taken with warm water, and they must avoid catching a chill. And the duration of treatment? 1 week for early-stage patients, while those in advanced stages should take it for a month. What dietary restrictions are there? Just avoid seafood. The researchers exchanged glances, their expressions revealing skepticism over such a casual treatment guideline. Will there be any issues? There absolutely won't be. Effects will be visible within 3 hours of ingestion. And there are no side effects. Seeing Chen Chao's confidence, Qi Yun could only instruct the researchers to proceed. After the drug was administered, Chen Chao and Qi Yun waited in the laboratory for results. Who were those people from your research team? I noticed they all had names of renowned ancient physicians. Are they role-playing? They are the real deal. However, he could not disclose this information. Their medical skills are on par with their achievements. Haha, witnessing Chen Chao's awkward smile. Qi Yun opted not to press further. The protracted 3 hours finally came to an end, and the researchers emerged, brimming with excitement, clutching their reports. Xiaoqi, splendid news. There is a significant reduction in the cancer cells within the patient. Is that true? Absolutely. Furthermore, their current condition is quite stable. Chen Chao let out a sigh of relief and relayed the results to the esteemed figures in the medical community who were awaiting news. However, a change in medicinal ingredients was required. I concur, let us omit the Huang Lian this time. It was unbearable last time. Don't remind me. The taste of Shuang Huang Lian still lingers in my mouth. Chen Chao chuckled, observing their conversation until he was suddenly embraced by Qi Yun. Chen Chao, you are truly my lucky star. The Qi family is finally saved. Xiaoqi, this is a public setting. Perhaps you should maintain some decorum, Chen Chao remarked. As Qi Yun hugged him, he felt a soft touch against him. As a vigorous young man, to be unmoved by such an encounter would be quite unfortunate. Qi Yun cleared her throat and promptly requested the researchers to organize the report. She then turned to call Qi Gaolang. It was 2 a.m, and Qi Gaolang had already retired for the night. Seeing Qi Yun's call at this hour, he was puzzled. Daughter, what is the matter? Dad, wonderful news. The anti-cancer drug has been successful. The previously drowsy Qi Gaolang instantly awoke. After Qi Yun briefly explained the situation, he hurriedly informed the board members. The following morning, Chen Chao and Qi Yun arrived at the conference room, carrying white porcelain vials. Is this the anti-cancer drug you mentioned? A board member inquired. Indeed. Here is the clinical report. You will see for yourselves. After whispering a few words into the ear of the board representative, the latter's expression grew serious. You have done exceptionally well this time. Now that the drug has been developed, when can production commence? Qi Yun smiled. We are already in the process of applying for registration. The board members were quite pleased, continuously praising Chen Chao and Qi Yun for their youthful talent. Within a few days, the anti-cancer drug developed by the Qi family hit the market. Observing the flood of reports online, Chen Chao couldn't help but feel a sense of reflection. Previously, these board members had carried themselves with arrogance, only to be humbled now, their demeanor transformed. At last, Chen Chao comprehended a profound truth. There are no eternal friends, nor eternal enemies in this world. The emergence of the anti-cancer drug significantly impacted the medical field in Huaxia and even worldwide. All media outlets scrambled to report the news. And upon discovering that the individual behind this groundbreaking discovery was merely a university student, the nation erupted with excitement. Truly, the younger generation surpasses the former. So young? Surely. He must have stolen someone else's research. How envious are those who cannot achieve the same success as others? This is too surreal. How could someone so young accomplish such a feat without decades of experience? Chen Chao felt a twinge of injustice as he read the comments online. He merely served as a stepping stone for the esteemed figures. Chen Chao participated in several media interviews, yet fearing he might falter, he enlisted Qi Yun's company. Naturally, she had no objections. Whenever a media representative posed a challenging question, Qi Yun would step in to shield him. Mr. Chen, how did you develop this anti-cancer drug? It is both affordable and effective, offering hope to many cancer patients who were previously in despair. Could you share your insights? Chen Chao smiled. This is all thanks to the renowned physicians of ancient China. It was their writings that inspired my research. Which physicians are you referring to? Undoubtedly, the 10 great physicians, whose studies of the human body and pharmacology surpass our wildest imaginations. If today's students could take the time to examine their works, they would undoubtedly benefit immensely. After a few interviews, Chen Chao transformed into a well-known figure. Articles about him filled both online platforms and newspapers. Now, walking down the street, he found it impossible to remain low-key. However, with Chen Chao's rise to fame, envy brewed, particularly among those in the medical field. At the same age, they could not achieve the same accolades. Chapter 59. Is this a school or a pigsty? Before long, rumors about Chen Chao began to circulate online, with posts bearing striking similarities and targeting the same points. Upon seeing these reports, Qi Yun quickly called Chen Chao. Those online commentators are utterly outrageous. They are merely sour grapes. After reading through all the posts Qi Yun sent, Chen Chao's expression darkened. This Chen Chao clearly earned these accolades through his own merit. Countless scientists toil endlessly, yet they do not garner the same recognition. I've uncovered his school records, and I heard he even resorted to violence when he joined clubs. Such a person does not deserve such high honors. Chen Chao opened Weibo, only to find his private messages filled with insults. This situation was evidently amiss. Given Qi Yun's background in public relations, she was well versed in such tactics. I understand. You carry on with your work, she replied. Sensing something amiss in Chen Chao's tone, Qi Yun wished to say more, but he had already hung up. After putting down her phone, Qi Yun began addressing the negative online sentiments regarding Chen Chao, though it was merely a drop in the bucket. Chen Chao scrolled through his phone for an hour before finally calming down. The remarks made by these individuals were increasingly ridiculous. He opened the Celestial group chat and couldn't help but comment. Fame invites scrutiny, just as a dead pig fears boiling water. Pigsy, I am quite content with the flesh upon my body. BNK, Chen Chao, you are unaware of the remarkable deeds you've accomplished. The merit we all share is astonishing. Chang'e, enough chatter. Can't you see Chen Chao is troubled? Neza, wherever there is injustice, I shall be there. Just say the word, and I will resolve it. With a sigh, Chen Chao lamented, now, because of the anti-cancer drug developed with the help of brother BNK, I have been elevated to a role model. What's wrong with being a role model? That is indeed commendable. Let us not digress. Chen Chao has yet to finish. What's the matter? After a prolonged moment of distress, Chen Chao finally spoke. I have borrowed the light from brother BNK and the others. Yet now many are disparaging me, claiming I lack the virtue to match my position and that I have pilfered the results of others. Upon hearing this, the celestial beings were filled with righteous indignation. Only Taishang Laojun maintained his composure. Brother Chen Chao, I believe you need not concern yourself with this matter. Why? Let them say what they wish. You would be better off spending your time on meaningful endeavors, such as engaging in good deeds that benefit all of humanity. Upon hearing this, the other celestial beings chimed in. Brother Chen Chao, why conceal your good deeds? Indeed, you should showcase your work, leaving no room for those keyboard warriors to speak. I have faith in you. Seeing the celestial being's encouragement, Chen Chao felt a flicker of doubt. Had his previous inclination for modesty been misguided? After contemplating throughout the night, he finally arrived at a resolution. Since many were already maligning him, he might as well seize this opportunity to perform more good deeds. Taishang Laojun was indeed wise. Chen Chao possessed ample funds, with savings exceeding $1 million. After researching nearby impoverished counties and villages, he resolved to establish a Hope primary school. He did not seek to draw attention to himself, as countless eyes were already upon him. Not long after, news spread online about Chen Chao's plan to build a Hope primary school. Is he merely putting on a show? Even if it is, it's still better than those keyboard warriors who hide behind their screens. To the commenter above, are you perhaps a fan of Chen Chao? Your hostility is too palpable. Let us consume this gossip with a rational mind. Chen Chao chose to ignore all the online chatter. He selected a remote, impoverished village, believing that education was the only path to alter one's fate. One day, as Chen Chao was about to ask Qi Yun for assistance in locating a construction team, a knock resounded at his dormitory door. Chen Chao, what is a renowned figure like you up to? It was his university classmate, Ajia, who promptly pulled up a chair upon seeing him. Ajia, what brings you here? What about your girlfriends? They pale in comparison to a brother like you. Chen Chao, I read online that you intend to build a Hope primary school? Chen Chao nodded. What's the matter? I wanted to ask if you found a construction team yet. If not, I happen to have a relative who is a contractor. He offers comprehensive services. You have such a relative? Ajia chuckled. Who doesn't he have a few relatives? Just give me the nod, and I'll connect you with them. Fair pricing and guaranteed service. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Chao realized that Ajia had a point. He had already troubled Qi Yun with numerous matters, and it would be better for him to handle this one himself. After all, they were classmates, and he needn't worry about Ajia absconding. Then I'll rely on you. Ajia swiftly introduced his relative to Chen Chao. After surveying the terrain in the impoverished village with the contractor, they were ready to commence work. However, Chen Chao never anticipated that misfortune would strike so swiftly. A week later, he arrived by bus at the impoverished village, only to find that the foundation laid was inferior, not even fit for a pigsty. If students were to attend classes in such a building, they would either perish or be left with lifelong disabilities. Contractor, did you not adhere to the standards while laying this foundation? What do you know, you young fool? I've been in this trade for years. There's no way I would make a mistake. Chen Chao pointed at the foundation. Do not assume I lack knowledge of construction. This foundation cannot support a properly built structure. If it collapses, resulting in casualties, can you take responsibility? The contractor, taken aback by the young student's understanding, recalled that this individual was not even a civil engineering major. Young brother, let us not escalate this. We can discuss it. Chen Chao coldly replied. There's nothing to discuss. After a week, you failed to lay a proper foundation. I can already gauge the competency of your construction team. Upon hearing Chen Chao's words, the contractor felt a pang of embarrassment. He could not argue against being caught cutting corners and delaying the project. The employer would not keep him on. Chen Chao coldly stated, were it not for Ajia's sake, I would not have spared you any dignity. The contractor left in disgrace, while Chen Chao gazed at the inadequate foundation in despair. The village chief came by to check on the progress and, upon seeing the substandard foundation, could not help but inquire, Mr. Chen, I know your intentions to build a school here are commendable, but with the situation as it stands, it seems impossible to proceed, no? Chen Chao reassured him, rest assured, village chief, I will not allow the project timeline to be extended. Nonetheless, Chen Chao intended to complete the Hope primary school within a month. Having already wasted a week, whether he could meet the deadline was now a pressing concern. Moreover, dismantling the foundation would require additional time, and even finding a new construction team would present numerous challenges. Dear friends, does anyone have a suggestion? I am determined to build a Hope primary school, yet the construction team has encountered issues preventing timely completion. If anyone possesses a solution, I would be eternally grateful. Chen Chao pondered, realizing he could only turn to this group of capable friends for assistance. If the school were not completed on time, it would not only silence the online critics, but also potentially subject him to prolonged defamation. The group, already engaged in lighthearted banter, quickly shifted their focus to Chen Chao's request. Sun Wukong, Chen Chao, I excel in combat, but your dilemma is beyond my expertise. Erlang Shun, I'm skilled with weapons and capturing demons. Tai Bai Jin Xing, if you all lack understanding, do not complicate matters for Chen Chao. Chen Chao watched the lively discussion with a mix of amusement and exasperation. After urging them to cease their bickering, he received a private message. Chen Chao, I'm an expert in construction. I can assist you. He was stunned to see that it was Lu Ban, nearly leaping for joy. Lu Ban was the forefather of construction. With his help, the task could be accomplished in no time. Brother Lu Ban, you are indeed a timely blessing. I nearly overlooked your presence in this group. You jest, young brother. I am professional but far from divine. However, as their conversation continued, Chen Chao realized he must ponder certain aspects carefully. Brother Lu Ban, while this is your field of expertise, you reside in the heavens and cannot descend without the Jade Emperor's decree, correct? No worries. I haven't taken a break in centuries. The Jade Emperor cannot object. However, if it's just me, I'll need other deities' assistance. Chen Chao nodded, assuring Lu Ban he would take charge of the matter, then rushed to solicit help from the group. Upon glancing at the messages, he found they were still engrossed in their own discussions. Chen Chao felt both touched and amused. Everyone, I have a plan. The group quickly inquired, how did you come to a conclusion so swiftly? Chen Chao smiled. It was Brother Lu Ban who first reached out to me. He said he could help but requires additional hands and the Jade Emperor's permission. Upon hearing this, everyone eagerly raised their hands, with only Neza directly tagging the Jade Emperor. The Jade Emperor, momentarily bewildered while attending to affairs, appeared upon being tagged by several deities. What do you need? Your Majesty, I apologize, but I wish to request a leave of absence for these deities. A leave of absence? No way. If they descend, chaos will ensue on earth. I promise they won't be seen by mortals. That is still not acceptable. If they descend, Who will handle the affairs of heaven? As Chen Chao pondered, he suggested, if you agree, I shall gift you a genuine leather massage chair. Sitting while working must be uncomfortable even with cushions. Hearing this, the Jade Emperor felt tempted. Chen Chao successfully secured paid leave for everyone, and they were as joyful as children anticipating a spring outing. Dear friends, I appreciate your support. I will ensure everything is arranged properly, and no mortals will witness your presence. Erlang, I wish to join, but I must patrol with the howling celestial dog daily. Chang'e, this fairy will cheer for you from the heavens. Chen Chao expressed his profound gratitude to the deities and scheduled a time for their descent to the mortal realm at 2 o'clock in the morning. Though it was a clandestine operation, it resembled a grand online gathering. The deities appeared even more magnificent than in live streams, and Chen Chao bowed in thanks, leaving them somewhat bashful. Chen Chao, let us commence swiftly. Indeed, but is the air on Earth not as pure as it was centuries ago? What materials do you need? Brother Lu Ban? I will conjure them for you. Chen Chao hurriedly took out the materials, but after moving just 2 bags of cement. Sun Wukong had already completed the task with his magical prowess. Lu Ban directed the celestial beings, and within a single night, the flooring of the first floor was finished. With a solid foundation established, the subsequent construction progressed with remarkable efficiency. Moreover, to honor the Jade Emperor, Chen Chao specially purchased a massage chair. After acquiring it, the Jade Emperor uploaded several short videos to his personal space, showcasing his newfound comfort. The celestial construction team was also diligently working to build a school. In just over 10 days, an elegant and grand school, harmoniously blending modern craftsmanship with ancient architectural aesthetics, was completed. On the evening of its inauguration, Chen Chao prepared a lavish feast for the deities, all steaming hot, leaving the celestial beings yearning for more. Only mortals know how to enjoy life. I wish to return, they exclaimed. That mixed vegetable dish, please save some for me. As the deities departed that night, their faces radiated satisfaction. The following morning, when Chen Chao visited the school, he suddenly felt that the awe he experienced the previous night had transformed into something else. Could it be that Brother Lu Ban constructed this according to the standards of the Heavenly Palace? Chapter 61. Seeking teachers. Chen Chao stood in astonishment before the school. It was hardly a school, but rather comparable to the Heavenly Palace. Last night, due to the darkness, he had not fully grasped its grandeur. Now, it dawned on him that he had merely invited the deities for a meal, which paled in comparison to the magnificence of this school. Trembling, he took out his phone, snapped a photo of the school's entrance, and uploaded it to his Weibo. The moment the picture was released, it ignited a frenzy on Weibo. Is this truly the Hope Elementary School you built? This resembles a royal palace. Oh my, if only I had been born a decade later, I would have attended here. The online discussion surged, and the media quickly reached out to Chen Chao. He granted interviews, and soon, numerous media outlets arrived, accompanied by a host of celebrities. From minor third-tier stars and internet influencers to well-known advertising figures and radio reporters, the small village became a bustling hub, with the school at its center. Chen Chao's benevolence was extensively covered in the media, and within an hour, he dominated the top 3 spots on Weibo's trending list. Although some attempted to tarnish Chen Chao's reputation, they were swiftly drowned out by a chorus of praise. After all, Chen Chao had proven himself through action. Anyone who disagreed should try building a school even more magnificent than this one. The completion of the school significantly elevated Chen Chao's status. The village chief grasped Chen Chao's hand and expressed, Mr. Chen, thank you for providing a place for our village's children to receive an education. I truly do not know how to express my gratitude. As he spoke, tears welled in the elder's eyes. Chen Chao hurriedly handed him a tissue, saying, the successful construction of this school is also thanks to the assistance of my friends. Unfortunately, they prefer to remain behind the scenes, so I must bear the honors alone. Mr. Chen is too modest. A person like you surely has friends with a heart of gold as well. After wiping away his tears, the village chief inquired, when do you plan to start enrolling students in this school? Many are asking me when they can send their children. In a couple of days, Chen Chao replied. The books and supplies I ordered will arrive tomorrow. Today, we can only set up desks and similar items. I've never seen such a beautiful school in my life. I remember when I was a child, my school was merely a small bungalow where I learned whatever the teacher taught. Chen Chao smiled and said, one must never skimp on education. No hardship should fall upon the children. The village chief nodded. That is indeed true. I'm just curious, when will the teachers arrive? Our village's conditions are a bit lacking, and I'm genuinely concerned that they might not adapt well. Upon hearing the village chief's words, Chen Chao was taken aback. Teachers? How had he overlooked this critical aspect during the school's construction? Now that the school was ready and the children prepared to enroll, where were the teachers? Chen Chao's expression turned awkward. Noticing his discomfort, the village chief asked, Mr. Chen, is there a problem? Just a minor issue, but I will resolve it. Chen Chao assured him. The The village chief warmly offered, "If there's anything you need from the villagers, please don't hesitate to ask. Of course, I won't hold back." "Mr. Chen, you truly are a person of action. Why didn't you call me on the day the school was completed?" Before Chen Chao could respond, he was cut off by Qi Yun. "That would have been too late, wouldn't it? I truly didn't mean to." Hearing the urgency in Chen Chao's voice over the phone, Qi Yun's mood lightened. "All right, I was just teasing you. Why are you so anxious? You make it sound like you're guilty." Chen Chao sighed in relief, stating, "After all, I am asking a favor, so I must maintain a humble demeanor." "Little Qi, I am in dire need of your help." Qi Yun's demeanor turned serious as she furrowed her brow. "First, tell me what happened. It's somewhat embarrassing. I've been so focused on building the school that I forgot to apply for teachers from the Education Bureau." "Don't laugh. I'm being serious." Qi Yun burst into laughter. "I was trying to be serious, and it turns out this is the issue. You want me to help you find a few teachers? It won't take long. Given the impact of your Hope Elementary School, the Education Bureau is likely already aware and waiting for your application. It should be just a matter of days." "Really? Why would I deceive you?" Chen Chao chuckled. "You truly are well informed, unlike me, who knows so little. Don't try to flatter me. I'll contact the people right away. Don't delay the children's education." "Absolutely." As Qi Yun predicted, after Chen Chao verified his identity and intentions, the Education Bureau promptly dispatched personnel to assist him. What would typically be a complex procedure was completed within a single afternoon. Chen Chao, upon receiving the permits and application forms, suspected that the Education Bureau had been prepared all along. Upon returning to the village, Qi Yun delivered several teachers the following day. The teachers were visibly astonished by the breathtaking school. "Thank you for coming," Chen Chao said. "The school has staff accommodations, providing 24-hour hot water and comprehensive facilities. So you need not worry about your living conditions." Before the female teachers could voice their greatest concern, Chen Chao preempted them, which touched one of the female teachers profoundly. After settling them in, the teachers sent by the Education Bureau arrived. To alleviate Chen Chao's burden, Qi Yun stayed in the village for a night. The next morning, she assisted him in registering the students for enrollment. Almost all the village children were sent by their parents, and even those hesitant were persuaded by the village chief's earnest appeals. The teachers Qi Yun brought were all highly qualified elementary educators. During the classes, Chen Chao sat in to observe. Although the lessons covered fundamental concepts, they were straightforward and comprehensible, catering well to students with little prior knowledge. Chapter 62. School Exchange. "Are you Chen Chao?" Chen Chao, confused, politely bowed and replied, "Greetings, I am Chen Chao." Observing the respect shown by the educational leaders, Chen Chao understood that the officials from the Education Bureau held considerable stature. "Thank you for your kind words. I merely undertook a trivial endeavor. Please do not belittle yourself. Young individuals like you are a rarity in society. How could it be? Everyone merely lacks the capacity at the moment. If they had the ability, who wouldn't wish to serve their motherland?" The leader gazed at Chen Chao with admiration and then spoke. "My visit today is to discuss an important matter with you. Please, go ahead. Your initiative to establish a Hope Primary School has garnered significant social attention, and thus, the higher-ups hold your school in high regard. They will be assigning excellent teaching staff to you in due course." "I truly feel unworthy," Chen Chao replied modestly. "Haha, the youth indeed understands the nuances of the situation. The higher-ups have decided that next month there will be an exchange meeting, and your school is expected to participate. There will be a brief evaluation at this meeting. So I hope you can achieve commendable results." Upon hearing these words from the Education Bureau leader, Chen Chao was momentarily speechless. He had sensed an underlying message in the leader's words, and now it seemed he was correct. Chen Chao felt bewildered. He never anticipated that the school, having been recently established, would already be required to attend an exchange meeting. However, the village children were not like city children. None had attended kindergarten to build a foundation. Though the teachers were imparting only the most fundamental knowledge, it was still quite challenging for the village children to grasp. To excel at the exchange meeting, it required not just excellent teachers, but also the cooperation of the students. Currently, the school had only one of these factors, and achieving notable performance in such a short span of time would necessitate teaching beyond the classroom. Observing Chen Chao's silence, the Education Bureau leader inquired, "Are you feeling troubled?" Chen Chao quickly shook his head. "Not at all. I am merely concerned that the children may not adapt quickly enough." "Haha, I believe you need not worry excessively. After all, your school is outstanding, and I have faith in you." After exchanging polite smiles, Chen Chao watched the Education Bureau leader depart from the school. Once the leader was out of sight, Chen Chao couldn't help but smile wryly. "How can I not worry? I am no deity." Chen Chao shared his concerns with Qi Yun, who initially burst into laughter before adopting a serious demeanor. Such exchange meetings hinge on both teaching quality and student performance. Although you are a new school, the public attention is overwhelming, This is essentially unavoidable. Sister, I sought your counsel to solve problems, not to face mockery. I'm not mocking you. Frankly, the Education Bureau leader personally approached you, indicating that this matter cannot be easily brushed aside. You should contemplate how to help the children excel. Only a month remains, and they lack foundational knowledge. What shall we do? He opened the Douyin group chat and, upon viewing the messages, felt an overwhelming sense of despair. Does anyone know how to help the children perform exceptionally in just a month? Hey, what happened to you? Is there trouble? Just tell us. We are here to assist. Let us listen to Chen Chao's concerns first. I thought it was something serious. Isn't it just about learning a bit? As a poet, I can certainly teach the children calligraphy. Chen Chao, I can play the gu chain. I can teach them that. We, the sisters of the Yaoqi dance troupe, are ready to impart our skills as long as the children are willing to learn. Chen Chao paused, initially thinking that the deities had no solutions, but it turned out everyone had come up with ideas. That is wonderful, but you cannot descend to the mortal realm. Chen Chao sighed. Neza, why are you appearing to seek attention again, Jade Emperor? Chang'e, not descending is not a major issue. We could stream live lessons for the children. Li Bai, Chang'e's idea is splendid. Chen Chao, remember to buy me some fine wine. Only with good wine can I teach well. Sun Wukong, poet. Drinking in front of minors is not appropriate, is it? Naturally, Chen Chao obliged every request from the deities. After taking a bus to the small village, he conveyed this plan to the children. The children, though somewhat puzzled, were eager to learn. Thus, every afternoon after school, Chen Chao utilized the multimedia classroom to connect to live streams, allowing the deities to conduct video lessons. Whether it was calligraphy or painting, the instructors were masters in their fields. Despite being deities, their teaching was engaging and humorous, captivating the children's interest, which facilitated rapid learning. Chen Chao generously provided various teaching materials, ensuring that his Hope Primary School was equipped with facilities akin to those in urban schools. The children exhibited an impressive enthusiasm for learning, absorbing knowledge like sponges. Upon learning of this development, renowned calligraphers like Wang Shiji and Lu Gongquan privately messaged Chen Chao. Chen Chao, I haven't taught anyone in ages. Practicing alone is rather dull. Shall I assist you? Chen Chao, if you allow me to teach these children, I will gift you my calligraphy. Chen Chao arranged suitable teaching schedules for several esteemed instructors. Beyond their regular studies, the children also displayed keen interest in these extracurricular subjects. These novel experiences, previously unknown to them, sparked joy in their learning, resulting in remarkable progress that far exceeded Chen Chao's expectations. Observing the children's creations, Chen Chao felt a surge of pride, confident that they would shine at the exchange meeting. Yet, considering their exceptional talents, he pondered whether to develop their moral, intellectual, physical, aesthetic, and labor skills concurrently. Contemplating this, he collected the students' practice sheets. He photographed the pieces and shared them in the deity group chat, where the deities admired their creations, flooding the chat with messages. Look at what I've taught. These children are truly promising. Step aside. My teachings are the masterpieces. You wouldn't understand. Chen Chao, is there more? Send us more. I see my students' calligraphy too. Wang Shiji and others typically practiced for their enjoyment or showcased their work. But none had ever taught others and achieved such results. The sense of accomplishment was unparalleled. You all are doing splendidly. The children adore you as teachers, Chen Chao mentioned. They previously asked me why their teachers could only instruct them through video and expressed a desire to meet you. A moment of silence ensued, followed by a sudden flurry of messages tagging the Jade Emperor. After tagging, they fell silent, one by one vanishing from the conversation. Chen Chao couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed everyone had some grievances against the Jade Emperor but dared not voice them. Thus, they resorted to this subtle form of protest. When the Jade Emperor appeared, he looked perplexed at the tagged messages and asked, "Are you all plotting a rebellion?" Then, there was silence. Jade Emperor, if only you could allow them to descend for a few days. That is not the reason they speak ill of me behind my back. No, I cannot allow such leniency. How would I manage the heavenly court afterward? Chen Chao suggested. Then why not let them earn an opportunity to descend by fulfilling an equivalent amount of work? Upon hearing this, the other deities quickly rallied in support. Indeed, I've long believed the heavenly court system needs reform. I wholeheartedly agree. Chen Chao's proposal is excellent. Jade Emperor, you should promptly consider Chen Chao's suggestion. The deities fervently flooded the chat, yet the Jade Emperor fell silent. Jade Emperor? Chen Chao prompted. Finally, the Jade Emperor responded, this proposal is not unfeasible. But are you all truly willing? A sense of foreboding washed over the deities at his words. If you all can complete a century's worth of work in advance, I shall grant you 5 days of leave. The deities fell silent, seemingly contemplating the feasibility of this idea. Meanwhile, Chen Chao felt a sudden pang of dread. Truly a celestial being, who measures the exploitation of mortals in centuries. Chen Chao inquired. Erlang Shen, I recently conceived an idea and seek your assistance. Speak plainly, my brother. We are all straightforward individuals, Erlang Shen replied. It is my belief that children should develop in all aspects: morality, intellect, physicality, aesthetics, and labor. As the chief instructor of the heavenly army, you possess the capacity to help strengthen their bodies. This is within my expertise. Yet I am uncertain if my uncle will permit my descent. Erlang Shen and the Jade Emperor are indeed related, given their connection through the enchanting Yaoji. Just as Chen Chao presumed the Jade Emperor would impose restrictions on Erlang Shen, the sovereign surprisingly remained silent. Once you descend to the mortal realm, remember to disguise your identity and avoid exposure. Observing the Jade Emperor's lack of opposition to his own nephew, the other deities grew discontented. Your Majesty, are you not favoring your kin? I too wish to descend. This is unjust. The Jade Emperor lightly remarked. How many of those speaking now have not descended to the mortal realm last time? Suddenly, the group fell into an eerie silence, leaving only Erlang Shen and Chen Chao engrossed in lively conversation. Naturally delighted to descend to the mortal realm, Erlang Shen arranged a time with Chen Chao and discreetly manifested amidst the human world. Although it was nighttime, it could not conceal the majestic aura of Erlang Shen. How strikingly handsome the true Lord Erlang is. Upon hearing Chen Chao's words, Yang Jian broke into a broad smile, revealing his gleaming white teeth. Hello, dear brother Chen Chao. Chen Chao was utterly dazzled by Erlang Shen's smile, and in his excitement, he rushed forward to embrace Yang Jian. Can I call you second brother from now on? Although Yang Jian exudes an air of authority, his demeanor is remarkably approachable, prompting him to nod in agreement. How could it be? The children would undoubtedly be thrilled to hear your words. It has been quite some time since I last descended to the mortal realm. My previous visit was to capture demons, and now, with the world having undergone such immense transformation, I must pay closer attention. Chen Chao, understanding my sentiment, nodded in agreement and then led Yang Jian to the dormitory. The accommodations were splendid, a creation of Lu Ban and other deities. Upon entering, Yang Jian immediately sensed the ethereal aura that permeated the space. Should a mortal reside in such an environment for an extended period, their health would undoubtedly surpass that of the ordinary. The surroundings were indeed beautiful, evoking the essence of the heavenly court. Chen Chao remarked with a smile. Brother Lu Ban truly excels. At first, I felt little, but upon reflection the next day, I realized just how magnificent it was. Yang Jian nodded in response. Lu Ban possesses a perfectionist S-drive, striving for excellence in all endeavors. However, this trait has its advantages, as it minimizes the likelihood of mishaps. Indeed, at that moment, Yang Jian suddenly scrutinized Chen Chao, who glanced down at his attire, finding no fault. Yet, Yang Jian's gaze was peculiar, causing Chen Chao to feel somewhat anxious. Second brother. What is the matter? Dear brother, are you a disciple of the celestial master? Chen Chao tapped his forehead and said, Indeed, the master of heaven is my mentor. My master shares a close bond with the Jade Dingjinren. According to her lineage, I should address you as Shu. Yang Jian chuckled. My celestial eye allows me to perceive the aura surrounding you, and I find it vaguely familiar. Esteemed uncle, please accept a bow from your devoted disciple. Once Chen Chao finished his reverence, Yang Jian promptly assisted him to his feet. From now on, let us refer to each other as elder brother, for although, by virtue of our seniority, you ought to address me as master uncle, such a title would only serve to age me prematurely. Chen Chao, naturally, had no objections and readily continued to call him elder brother. Elder brother, did you not mention that it has been quite some time since you descended to the mortal realm? Recently, the children have also been learning calligraphy and painting. Perhaps before you, dear brother, commence teaching them, it would be delightful to enjoy life here for a while. Upon hearing Chen Chao's words, Yang Jian was naturally stirred. After serving for several millennia, now that he had finally acquired a well-deserved holiday, he certainly could not let it go to waste. Thus, he entrusted the matter to his esteemed disciple. Early the next morning, Chen Chao took Yang Jian to the city. The grandeur of the city far surpassed what he had witnessed on Douyin. Yang Jian, much like Lu Lala exploring the Grandview Garden, was filled with curiosity about everything around him. Chapter 64. Indulgence and Entertainment. What is this? Crepes, sweet in flavor, are quite delightful. Would you care for some, dear brother? What about that? Bubble tea. Surely it has none on top, right? Indeed, it is essential, dear disciple. I yearn to indulge in all of these delights. A robust man, towering at 6 feet tall, ambles down the street, savoring bubble tea and crepes, making it nearly impossible not to attract attention. Moreover, Yang Jian captures the moment, sharing it with the celestial beings in his TikTok group, evoking their envy. How much longer must I endure this? Once I secure a vacation, I too shall request my dear brother Chen Chao to take me on an adventure. You all should refrain from complaining. Beware, for your workload may increase. Chen Chao also remembered the deities in the group. He purchased numerous items and sent them to the shop for the deities to collect at their leisure. Although he still harbored some envy towards Yang Jin, he felt a greater sense of equilibrium within himself. Brother, shall we go to Hadaleo for a meal later? After finishing his bubble tea in one go, Yang Jian casually tossed the cup into the trash bin. Curiously, he inquired, what is Hadaleo? It bears a resemblance to hot pot, and is not much different from it. The primary purpose of going there is to relish the service, which will allow you, second brother, to witness the immense changes that have transpired in the world. Yang Jian immediately became intrigued, clamoring for Chen Chao to take him there. The staff at Hadaleo were exceedingly welcoming, particularly upon seeing Yang Jian, as they eagerly vied to provide their service. What type of broth would the two handsome gentlemen prefer? A dual-flavor hot pot will suffice. Very well, what about the dishes? One plate of everything, please. The waiter paused for a moment and replied, Gentlemen, there are only two of you. Are you certain you can consume such a vast quantity? Chen Chao chuckled, if we truly cannot finish, we shall simply take the leftovers with us. There will be no waste. The waiter remained somewhat skeptical. Once all the dishes were served, the furtive glances of the waitstaff nearly caused their jaws to drop in astonishment. Dozens of plates had been remarkably reduced by the voracious appetites of two robust men. Particularly striking was Yang Jian, who consumed his food with an audacity that suggested he feared no scalding heat. As soon as the dishes were cooked, they found their way to his mouth. In contrast, Chen Chao's eating habits could be deemed rather refined. Observing the substantial dent made in the meal, he inquired, Second brother, is there sufficient food for us? If it's not enough, I can have more, Yang Jian said, shaking his head as he ate. That won't be necessary. I'm merely 2 parts full. Chen Chao was somewhat taken aback, realizing that despite Yang Jian consuming such a substantial amount, he was only at 2/3 of his capacity. In less than an hour, dozens of dishes were consumed by Yang Jian. After finishing, he still felt a lingering dissatisfaction. The variety of mortal cuisine was exceedingly abundant. Even after several centuries, one could never exhaust its offerings. Chen Chao chuckled, in the future, my second brother should strive for more opportunities to descend to the mortal realm. I shall take you on many delightful excursions. Just as they exited the shopping mall, preparing to venture to their next destination, 2 young girls obstructed their path. The girls gazed intently at Yang Jian, leaving him feeling somewhat bashful. May I inquire if you two have something to discuss? Could you kindly share your WeChat with us? You possess such striking good looks and exude a sense of security. You are truly my ideal type. Yang Jian was momentarily taken aback, quickly turning to Chen Chao for assistance. Before Chen Chao could position himself in front of Yang Jian, the 2 young ladies had already seized his hand. Handsome, do you have some free time later? Come and play with us. 2 grown men strolling through the streets seems rather mundane. Yang Jian's face flushed instantly. Prior to becoming a celestial being, he had never experienced marriage, let alone ascended to divinity. After several millennia of leading a life of simplicity and restraint, when had he ever encountered such a spectacle? Chen Chao hurriedly stepped forward to assist Yang Jian, saying, Ladies, while my friend is indeed handsome and formidable, a relationship with you both is simply unattainable. The charming young man interjected, One should not speak so definitively. One must first attempt to discern the truth. Another agreed, Indeed, unless he is not a man. How could he possibly resist? Upon hearing them refer to themselves as little handsome guys, Chen Chao felt a twinge of discontent. Even if he could not rival the striking charm of Yang Jian, was it truly necessary to precede it with the diminutive term? Do you know what word men find most unbearable? Chen Chao chuckled. That is not the case. It is merely that neither of you meets my friend's criteria. What criteria? One of the girls retorted. Are we not beautiful enough? You are indeed beautiful, but you do not compare to that recent celestial beauty from the Moon Palace. If you could surpass her in beauty, perhaps my friend would consider, Chen Chao replied. Among women, the most intolerable thing is the existence of someone more beautiful, especially when that beauty is beyond reproach. Eventually, the 2 young ladies realized that further entanglement would yield no results and chose to turn away. Watching them depart, Yang Jian could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. The women in the mortal realm are far too bold. If only they could exhibit a bit more modesty. Chen Chao laughed. It is merely that your charm is too great, brother. Come, let us find a place to enjoy some drinks. Absolutely. Chen Chao led Yang Jian into a bar. Despite it being only mid-afternoon, with an hour still until evening, the place was already bustling with patrons. Is this what a bar is like? Yang Jian inquired. Indeed, but it is a mixed crowd here, brother. You must exercise caution, Chen Chao cautioned. Yang Jian grinned. I possess the eye of heaven. You need not worry about that. Approaching the bar, Yang Jian ordered a selection of drinks that piqued his interest. The rich and robust flavor of the liquor left him quite satisfied. Chen Chao opted for a fruit wine, and the 2 engaged in pleasant conversation. However, their enjoyment was soon interrupted by the sound of something shattering. How dare you occupy my spot? You must not value your life. And you dare argue with me? What's wrong with that? I might even strike you." At that moment, the instigator was promptly struck, and others rushed forward to intervene. Yet in their anger, neither party was willing to yield. "Whoever dares to stand in my way will be dealt with. Do not come any closer." Yang Jian observed the commotion from a distance and set down his drink, striding over. Chen Chao asked the bartender to keep an eye on their table before following behind Yang Jian. "If you wish to fight or argue, take it outside. There are others here." As the two were grappling, they could not help but laugh upon hearing Yang Jian's voice. "What are you even? How dare you meddle in my affairs? Do you believe I won't strike you too?" The two ruffians rose, fist raised, only to have Yang Jian seize their hands before they could act. "I commanded you to leave. Did you not hear me?" With that, he tightened his grip. The two ruffians struggled desperately, but it was of no avail, and they soon became flustered. "Let me go, or else I will, The patrons of the bar watched with interest, and several women blushed upon seeing Yang Jian. "Apologize and leave," Yang Jian commanded coldly. "I am sorry, I was wrong. I will never do it again." As soon as Yang Jian released them, the two fled in haste. However, before exiting the bar, they shouted threats. "Kid, I will remember you. This matter will not end here." "Me too. If I see you again, I will make sure you regret it." With that, they hurried out. Chen Chao felt a pang of sympathy for them. After all, Yang Jian was the commander of the heavenly army, and merely a flick of his finger could easily incapacitate those two ruffians. "Brother, can we continue drinking?" "No more. They have ruined my good mood," Chen Chao replied, settling the bill as he exited the bar with Yang Jian. However, the bar owner, recognizing that Yang Jian had resolved the situation, offered them a 50% discount. "Gentlemen, do come again," the bar owner exclaimed. Chen Chao responded bashfully, "I did not expect such an incident to occur. It is not your fault. No matter how many years pass, mortals will always exhibit both good and bad traits." After introducing Yang Jian to the children, their little faces tightened with anxiety. Yang Jian found them adorable, yet not every child was suited for his rigorous training, so he selected only those who were appropriate. Chen Chao consoled the children who were not chosen, saying, "You are all equally excellent. When you grow up, you will not fall short either." With Chen Chao's words of comfort, the others felt somewhat relieved. Yang Jian was quite strict in his selection, looking for children with endurance and a strong work ethic. Furthermore, they needed to possess a certain degree of talent, otherwise, instruction would yield little more than basic knowledge. "From today forth, I shall be your martial arts teacher, Yang Jian. After attending my lessons, you will surely reap lifelong benefits. Thus, I will be strict with you. Should anyone find it too challenging, do not hesitate to speak up." The selected children wore serious expressions, all in unison affirming that they were up to the task. Observing their bright eyes, Yang Jian felt a sense of satisfaction. He then turned to Chen Chao, saying, "Nephew, please procure some medicinal liquor for me, as it will be needed post-training." "Medicinal liquor? Brother, this is only the first day. Are you already expecting them to suffer injuries?" "I intend to open their meridians. If their channels remain blocked, it will hinder future training." "Oh, I will hasten to obtain some from Brother Bien Quebec." Yang Jian nodded, then led the children in practice. For ordinary children, he simply encouraged physical exercise, whereas the selected few were instructed to assume stances. Given their young age, the children were allowed to rest every 5 minutes. However, they were resolute. Their clothes drenched in sweat, yet not a single one complained of fatigue. All the children displayed a commendable eagerness to learn. Once Chen Chao delivered the medicinal liquor to Yang Jian, he felt a wave of reassurance. Yang Jian assured him, "Rest assured, when you return, the children will exhibit significant progress." Chen Chao smiled. "With you in charge, I am certainly at ease. If any issues arise, do not hesitate to call me." "Understood." Upon returning to school, Chen Chao promptly caught up on the coursework he had missed. A week later, he boarded a bus and, as he stepped through the school gates, was immediately seized by an excited Yang Jian. "Nephew, these students are exceptionally talented." Chen Chao was shaken several times, utterly bewildered. "Brother, what is the matter? Come and see." Yang Jian pulled Chen Chao to the playground, where they observed the children practicing martial arts with remarkable precision. Each child's stance was unwavering, their punches powerful. Although they were merely children, they appeared far beyond their years. "So synchronized? Brother, you haven't fed them any miraculous elixirs, have you? There is no need for such things." Look closely at the students on the edges. Chen Chao squinted and examined them closely, only to notice a golden aura surrounding their bodies. Yang Jian chuckled. Some students have already cultivated spiritual energy. Coupled with the ethereal atmosphere of this school, their progress has accelerated. If they were to ascend to immortality, it would not be far off. Hearing this, Chen Chao felt his legs weaken, nearly collapsing. Such a transformation in just 1 week. Yet, he had called Yang Jian to strengthen the children and prepare them for an exchange event. Brother, hold on. I merely wanted you to take the students to participate in a competition and achieve good results. Please do not have them ascend. Yang Jian smacked his forehead, finally comprehending. Chen Chao quickly nodded. Yes, brother, you must restrain yourself. Yang Jian laughed. It is not my fault for being unable to hold back. With such talent, how could I bear to let it go to waste? Brother, perhaps it would be wise to consider moderation. They are still just children. Understood. Did I not assure you? I will not teach them cultivation from now on, only martial arts. Chen Chao was finally satisfied. Nonetheless, the golden auras he witnessed were undeniably extraordinary. Although Chen Chao possessed numerous inheritances, they were merely superficial. The reason he could perceive spiritual energy was simply due to his prolonged interactions with the deities, which granted him some peculiar abilities. The lifespan of a mortal is at most a century, and after that, everything returns to dust. Contemplating this, Chen Chao felt a tinge of melancholy. He took a stool and sat beside Yang Jian, observing his teachings, and a thought suddenly emerged in his mind. If he could ascend to immortality as well, wouldn't that be the epitome of fulfillment? Chen Chao gazed at Yang Jian, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Once class concluded, he ordered a sumptuous feast to be delivered to the staff dormitory. He gifted one portion to the teachers and kept another for himself and Yang Jian. The two of them dined joyously in the dormitory, and after a few rounds of wine, Chen Chao finally mustered the courage to address Yang Jian. Brother, may I ask you something? Yang Jian set down his wine cup and replied, I noticed your furtive demeanor today. Go ahead. What is it? Didn't you say the students' ascension is imminent? Since they cannot learn for now, could you teach me the method of ascension, brother? Upon hearing this, Yang Jian was momentarily taken aback before erupting into hearty laughter. Chen Chao, I thought you were up to something mysterious. I never expected it was this. Chen Chao, taken aback by Yang Jian's mirth, stammered, Brother, please don't laugh. Could it be that I lack the talent? To his surprise, Yang Jian laughed even harder. Fortunately, the soundproofing of the school, crafted by Liu Ban, was quite effective. Otherwise, Yang Jian's laughter could have echoed throughout. If the villagers had heard, they might have thought it was a haunting. After Yang Jian finally composed himself, Chen Chao cautiously inquired, Brother, am I truly unsuitable? Yang Jian took a sip of wine to clear his throat and replied earnestly, You need not strain yourself to learn. When the time comes, you will ascend naturally. What do you mean? Little brother, your master is the celestial teacher, inherently connected to the path of immortality. Moreover, your frequent interactions with us deities have imbued you with a touch of divine energy, not to mention your good deeds, which are all your merits. But what does this have to do with ascension? Chen Chao asked, perplexed. You have gathered numerous followers for us deities and performed many acts of kindness in the mortal realm. Heaven will surely not neglect you. Chen Chao, still somewhat bewildered, responded. Oh, I understand. But perhaps I'm not grasping the depths of your words. For now, just remember this. There are arrangements in the unseen realms. You simply need to remain true to your heart. Understood. Although Chen Chao still didn't fully comprehend, he felt assured by Yang Jian's words. Even though Yang Jian had ceased to instruct him on how to ascend, the training for physical strength alone was already remarkable. The village chief had even sought Chen Chao out, gripping his hand in gratitude. Mr. Chen, you have truly helped us immensely. The villagers are at a loss as to how to express their thanks. The children are happier than ever. Just the other day, they showed me their writings, which were truly beautiful. Zhou Yin remarked, it's all due to their eagerness to learn. Otherwise, they wouldn't have progressed so rapidly. As the competition date drew nearer, Zhou Yin gazed at the children with an overwhelming sense of admiration. Shi Yin even called to inquire about the preparations for the exchange meeting. I will handle everything. You need not worry. It's not that I doubt you, but I'm concerned about the children becoming stage fright. Chen Chao proudly asserted, that won't happen. They are performing exceptionally well. Even when compared to students from key city schools, they won't fall short. Shi Yun remained somewhat skeptical. Let us hope so. Mainly, a month is a short time, and I worry it won't yield significant results, especially since the higher-ups are very concerned about this matter. I understand. But you truly need not worry. You will see on the day of the competition. Intrigued by Chen Chao's confidence, Shi Yun decided to secure an observation spot for the exchange meeting on the day of the event. As Chen Chao entered with the children, Shi Yun spotted him immediately. Though the children hailed from a poverty-stricken village, they were anything but frail. Rather, they appeared robust, which surprised Shi Yun. Yet, the real astonishment lay ahead as they brought forth several tables onto the stage. Chen Chao led the children up, where each table was adorned with brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones. In the hushed venue, only the sound of brushes gliding across paper could be heard. The children wrote with vigor, and once the music ceased, they proudly raised their works aloft, wishing our motherland prosperity and the exchange meeting great success. As those 15 characters were held aloft, the audience erupted in awe. Each character exuded an ancient elegance. Had Chen Chao not mentioned it, no one would have guessed these children had mastered such skills in merely a month. Before the audience could fully appreciate the ancient charm of those characters, the tables were swiftly cleared away. Soon, a group of children clad in martial arts attire ascended the stage, quickly assuming their stances. As the music began, they performed a series of martial arts moves. The leaders and spectators were left speechless, and only after the children bowed did applause erupt. Truly well-rounded. I wonder if their school is still accepting students. I would love to enroll my son. Incredible. Those martial arts moves were far from mere showmanship. After the performance, Chen Chao took the children backstage for a break when Qian approached him. She patted him on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Impressive. I never anticipated such brilliance." Chen Chao smiled. "I told you to trust me. The audience response has been quite favorable." Has it? Favorable? It's beyond that. The subsequent performances from other schools were rather lackluster. Your display of national treasures allowed the children to profoundly promote Chinese culture. Of course, we must never forget our ancestral heritage. And it's essential to instill this in the younger generation. At that moment, Chen Chao remained unaware that following the martial arts performance, media representatives outside were being blocked by security. They had recorded the entire performance and sought to conduct interviews with him. However, just as Chen Chao prepared to fetch takeout for the children, he was intercepted by reporters. "Mr. Chen, your school has shone brightly at this exchange meeting. Do you have any thoughts to share? Has the school just recently opened? How have the children mastered such talents? With both literary and martial prowess. Are you considering transforming the school into a specialized institution? Mr. Chen, could you share a few words?" Chen Chao paused momentarily before responding. "I truly have little to say. I simply wish for everyone to witness our students' brilliance and for them to grow into individuals who can contribute to the nation and society. This is the aspiration behind founding this school." Chen Chao, as words quickly spread across media platforms, establishing him as a role model. The exchange meeting propelled him into the public eye, garnering significant attention. However, Chen Chao was primarily grateful to the school's teachers, especially Yang Jian and others. Without their silent dedication, today's glory would not have been possible. After sharing the exchange meeting's accolades in the deity group, Chen Chao took Yang Jian out for a celebratory meal. Chapter 67. A bold utterance. The children are undoubtedly enjoying their time with the teachers, and witnessing their remarkable performance fills me with immense pride, remarked Chen Chao. Yang Jian walked alongside Chen Chao, inhaling deeply as they passed a roadside food stall. "It smells delightful. Brother Chen, shall we dine there?" Upon following Yang Jian's gaze and spotting the food stall, Chen Chao nodded in agreement. The night was young, and indulging in street food was the perfect way to savor life's myriad flavors. After handing the menu to Yang Jian, he ordered an ample selection of drinks, leaving the remainder for Chen Chao, who, being an ordinary mortal, was well acquainted with the best culinary delights. After ordering skewers worth 300 yuan, the two began to enjoy their feast, alternating between bites of skewers and sips of beer. The skewers were quite substantial, and after consuming a dozen, Chen Chao found himself unable to continue. Sipping his beer, he watched Yang Jian eat, noticing Chen Chao's rapid consumption. The food stall owner brought over a plate of fried instant noodles. "You really have quite the appetite, young man. No wonder you're so robust." Yang Jian swallowed his mouthful before replying. "It's your grilling that makes it so delicious. Flattery will get you extra lamb skewers." Chen Chao responded with a grin. "Brother, have these past few days been particularly carefree for you?" Indeed, after spending an extended period in the Heavenly Palace, it's essential to take a breather now and then. Although Chen Chao is not well versed in the workings of the Heavenly Palace, he promised, "Once you secure another holiday, I shall take you to dine elsewhere. You better not backtrack. I'm keeping tabs. Am I the sort to go back on my word?" As they laughed and feasted, their table was suddenly bumped, causing a bottle of wine to shatter on the ground. "What possessed you to place the wine so close to the edge of the table?" one of them exclaimed. "Indeed. If you harmed me, you'd be liable for damages." "Wait, how is this your fault?" Initially, Chen Chao felt a surge of anger. These individuals not only failed to apologize, but also dared to provoke. However, upon hearing the brazen remarks from the ruffians, he raised his head. "What an unfortunate coincidence. I thought you lot only frequented bars, yet here you are at a food stall," Chen Chao remarked. The two ruffians quickly took a step back, their companions bewildered by their apparent fear. "I warned you before. If I see you two again, I won't let it slide." "Exactly. We have the numbers now. If you beg for mercy, it might still be possible." Previously, the ruffians had fought fiercely against Chen Chao. Now they were acting like brothers, even dining together. Chen Chao found this quite intriguing, but recalled the adage, "The enemy of my enemy is my friend." They were evidently fearful of Yang Jian, although he paid them no mind, engrossed in his meal of skewers. "I advise you not to cause trouble, otherwise you'll be the ones regretting it," Chen Chao warned. The ruffians gulped nervously, recalling how Yang Jian had nearly shattered their bones during their last encounter. Observing their hesitation, Chen Chao added, I truly wish to avoid conflict with any of you. However, should you insist on fighting, let us at least wait until we finish our meal. At this, the ruffians bristled with indignation. What did you say? Do I need to ask for your permission to hit someone? Who do you think you are? They lunged forward, intent on flipping the table. However, before their hands could reach the edge, Yang Jian executed a sweeping kick, sending them crashing to the ground. Dazed, as they struggled to stand, a skewer flew through the air, pinning one of their pants to the floor. As they stood, their trousers tore open, exposing their rear to the laughter of the onlookers. Both wearing red underwear. Are you and your zodiac here? The humiliation was palpable, a testament to karmic retribution from a past life. The ruffians, now thoroughly embarrassed, sought to retaliate against Yang Jian, who had just finished his last bite of noodles. Rising, he stated, if you wish to fight, let us do it in a more secluded area. Come. Chen Chao hurriedly settled the bill, turning just in time to see Yang Jian dragging the ruffians by their collars. Let go of me. I want to go with you. What are you fools waiting for? Attack. Only then did the ruffians react, but before they could reach Yang Jian, Chen Chao swiftly dispatched several of them. My strikes aren't too severe. You'll be back on your feet shortly. You ought to be grateful to me. Otherwise, if brother had intervened, you'd be down for much longer. The ruffians were left dumbfounded. They hadn't anticipated Chen Chao's prowess. Once Yang Jian released them, the ruffians attempted to flee, but Chen Chao appeared behind them out of nowhere, blocking their escape. Realizing they were cornered, they brandished spring knives. Remaining composed, Chen Chao seized the blades and unleashed a flurry of punches, reducing them to tears. How dare you hit us? Do you even know who our boss is? Chen Chao feigned indifference, even sitting atop one of them. I have no interest in your boss, but should there be a next time, you shall find yourselves in dire straits. The ruffians fell silent, intimidated by Chen Chao's fierce gaze. They feared that any further provocation would result in more violence. After the ruffians fled, Yang Jian approached Chen Chao and patted his shoulder. Not bad. Your skills are commendable, reminiscent of the legendary Sun Wukong. Chen Chao then noticed a letter with his name on the cover, clearly not meant for his roommates. Opening it, he read a few lines. If you wish for your school to remain unscathed, depart immediately. Otherwise, there will be consequences. The handwriting was crude, as though penned by a novice. Furrowing his brow, Chen Chao inspected the surveillance footage at the dormitory and indeed spotted a stranger stealthily entering his room. Chapter 68. The formidable Jin Yu. Chen Chao shook his head. Nothing was stolen, just this perplexing letter. Could it be from those unsavory types? Chen Chao remained noncommittal. The dormitory supervisor, seeing Chen Chao's intent to leave, quickly grabbed his arm. Chen Chao, shouldn't we report this to the authorities? It's fine. They likely won't dare to return. You're far too carefree. Do you really think they'll heed your warning? With that, Chen Chao turned and departed. The letter contained an address, clearly indicating where he was expected. The individual bold enough to issue such threats could only be the two ruffians. Chen Chao couldn't conceive of another possibility. After glancing at his phone, he pocketed it. It was best not to trouble Yang Jian with such matters. He could handle it himself. Following the time and address provided in the letter, Chen Chao ventured forth alone. Upon arriving at the abandoned factory, he found a group of people waiting for him, including the two ruffians. Yet the most conspicuous figure was a man seated in an ornate mahogany chair, adorned with a dragon tattoo and a jade ring of considerable quality, easily recognizable even to someone like Chen Chao, who lacked an appreciation for antiques. Seeing Chen Chao approach alone, the man in the chair rose. You've got guts, kid. I admire your bravery in coming here alone. You have spirit. Chen Chao regarded them with bemusement, a hint of disdain escaping his demeanor. Although their numbers appeared intimidating, they were merely an illusion. Who are you? Chen Chao inquired. The ruffian standing next to the man displayed a look of astonishment upon hearing Chen Chao's words. Even our esteemed Jin Yi is unaware. Are you blind? Chen Chao replied. Do I need to know? Jin Yi chuckled. You little brat. You've assaulted two of my subordinates and not just once. You exude arrogance. I'll have you know. In this realm, no one is oblivious to my name, and no one dares to lay a finger on my people. Why? Because those who oppose me meet with dire consequences. Seeing Chen Chao's lack of reaction infuriated Jin Yi, who cursed, I operate in both shadows and light. If you kneel and apologize now, serving me tea and water as a junior, I might spare you. Otherwise, with just one word from me, your school will cease to exist. As he spoke, Jin Yi scrutinized Chen Chao for any sign of fear. Yet, Chen Chao remained unfazed, even yawning. Is that all you have to say? You will regret this. Stretching lazily, Chen Chao remarked, you went through all this trouble just to deliver empty threats? Jin Yi furrowed his brow. Chen Chao, I'm offering you a chance. Do you think I would treat you so kindly otherwise? Oh, I truly appreciate your generosity. But I must inform you that you cannot dismantle my school, nor can you bring me down. Chen Chao dismissed him entirely. Observing Jin Ye's face redden with anger, his henchman hurriedly intervened. Jin Ye, that kid is refusing to heed our warnings. Let us show him what we're capable of. Indeed, he is quite arrogant. But he is just a student without any significant backing. However, the following day, unexpected events began to unfold. Chen Chao, we have a problem. Someone has maliciously reported our game, claiming its quality has declined, and numerous negative posts are flooding online. From the other end of the line, Qi Ming could be heard typing furiously, clearly occupied with the situation. I understand, Sister Qi. I'll head to the office immediately. However, just as the call ended, an assistant from the ferry company reached out. Boss, there is trouble. Since last night, a surge of newly registered accounts has been harassing our streamers. Female streamers are facing verbal abuse, while male streamers are being insulted. Blocking accounts hasn't resolved the issue. Have you contacted the platform to ban these accounts? Yes, but there are too many. They've suspended new user registrations, yet harassment continues. I understand. Hang in there. On his way to the office, Chen Chao's phone incessantly buzzed. The fairies in the group complained about recent harassment, while the male fairies mentioned malicious slander against them. Brother, when can you come to school? What is the matter? Someone sneaked into the school yesterday, nearly abducting a child. Fortunately, it was caught in time, or the consequences would have been dire. Chen Chao frowned. Jin Ye's actions were indeed swift. In just one day, he has stirred up so much trouble. Brother, keep an eye on the school. Ensure no harm comes to the students. I'll be there tomorrow. Understood. After hanging up, Chen Chao clenched his fists. If Jin Ye's schemes only targeted him, he might have endured them, but now that others were affected, he could no longer remain passive. Upon arriving at the Heavenly Court Company, Chen Chao assisted Qi Ming with the reports, and Qi Yun soon arrived to lend support. Once the situation was under control, Chen Chao took Qi Yun's car to the ferry company. After contacting the platform, they promised to assist, yet the outcome remained mediocre. Thus, Chen Chao decided to grant his employees a 2-day break to recuperate. Seated on the sofa, after informing the fairies about the temporary halt in streaming, he turned to Qi Yun. Thank you for your help. Tomorrow, I need to visit the elementary school. A teacher mentioned a child was nearly taken by a stranger. Qi Yun was taken aback, hastily inquiring, Chen Chao, have you offended someone? Chen Chao nodded. It's a man named Jin Ye. He threatened me for disciplining his underling. Jin Ye. Qi Yun frowned. You've heard of him? Yes, but I never imagined you would cross him. Chen Chao, he is not someone to be trifled with. I advise you not to confront him. Chapter 69. An eye for an eye. Qi Yun regarded Chen Chao earnestly, hoping he would heed her warning. However, Chen Chao was undeterred, rising from the sofa. If he had only targeted me, I might have swallowed my pride, but he has crossed a line. That said, Chen Chao, how do you plan to confront him? Jin Ye has powerful connections. Even the Qi family cannot contend with him. Chen Chao smiled. I won't trouble you with this. Seeing Chen Chao's demeanor, Qi Yun's brow furrowed. Chen Chao, please do not act recklessly. Your life has just begun to improve, and you must not let it be ruined by such a man. I know what I'm doing. You need not worry. Jin Ye, a figure who operates in both the shadows and light, was not someone Chen Chao could manage alone. There are some matters that cannot be resolved with sheer force. Qi Yun cautioned. I appreciate your concern, but the children are innocent, as are my company and employees. Since they lack the courage to confront me directly, I will seek them out. Hearing Chen Chao's resolve, Qi Yun opened her mouth, but ultimately remained silent. That night, she escorted Chen Chao to the elementary school before quietly departing. Yang Jian arrived to meet Chen Chao, and after briefly discussing the matters at hand, Chen Chao stated, Brother, I will handle this. I won't allow it to happen again. Younger brother, I've used the Heavenly Eye to investigate. It was the ruffians we previously dealt with. I'm aware. Yang Jian was momentarily taken aback. How did you know? They sent me threatening letters and summoned their leader to teach me a lesson. But in the end, it was merely empty bravado. Such a thing occurred? Chen Chao replied coldly, they will pay for their actions. Younger brother, I'll accompany you. Chen Chao immediately declined. Brother, you need to stay here. Without your presence, I won't feel secure. Yang Jian acknowledged the wisdom in Chen Chao's words and refrained from pressing the issue. Before departing, Chen Chao asked Yang Jian to use the Heavenly Eye to locate Jin Ye. Once activated, the Heavenly Eye swiftly pinpointed Jin Ye's whereabouts. Jin Ye was currently at his own establishment, surrounded by empty bottles, with a beautiful woman asleep by his side. After jotting down the details, Yang Jian handed them to Chen Chao. Though I cannot join you in dealing with that scoundrel, exercise caution when you act. Chen Chao, inheriting the legacy of Sun Wukong, could typically overpower an ordinary person. However, if Chen Chao succumbed to rage, it could lead to fatal consequences. While Jin Ye's demise would not be lamented, It would tarnish Chen Chao's virtue. Seeing Chen Chao's understanding demeanor, Yang Jian felt reassured. It was still early, as most establishments opened around noon. However, Chen Chao could not afford to wait. He knocked forcefully on the door until he heard footsteps approaching. What is it? Don't you know it's not business hours? A tattooed man with golden hair opened the door menacingly. Before he could react, Chen Chao struck him with a punch, sending him crashing inside. The man fell to the ground and, upon rising, saw Chen Chao enter, swiftly closing the door behind him. Who are you? Summon Jin Yi, or I'll demolish this place. Chen Chao commanded coldly. Are you out of your mind? As soon as the golden-haired individual finished speaking, Chen Chao began to wreak havoc. This establishment was relatively well known, and Chen Chao had previously heard his classmates mention it. He overturned all the sofas outside and shattered several glass coffee tables. The commotion was loud enough to awaken the slumbering Jin Yi. Rising from his bed, Jin Yi stumbled out while grumbling. Who is it? Are you insane this early in the morning? Just as Jin Yi reached the front hall, a teacup narrowly missed his face, crashing to the floor and jolting him into full awareness. He stared at Chen Chao, who was in the midst of his destruction, momentarily at a loss for words. Chen Chao, what are you doing here? Jin Yu asked. What do you think? You sent someone to investigate my subordinates' businesses and nearly had my student kidnapped. Quite the audacious move, I must say. Now stop this at once. I warned you that I would make you pay for your insolence. No sooner had Jin Yu spoken than Chen Chao lifted a single sofa and hurled it towards the beverage display cabinet. Both Jin Yi and the golden-haired individual were left dumbfounded. The latter quickly scurried behind Jin Yi in fear. They had never witnessed anyone lift a solid wood sofa so effortlessly and throw it so far. Chen Chao chuckled. Jin Yi, I'm merely returning the favor for what you've done to me. Does it anger you? It should. If you weren't angry, why would I even be here? Seeing Chen Chao's remarkable strength, Jin Yi began to panic. Although the information his subordinates gathered indicated that Chen Chao was part of a martial arts club, Jin Yi dismissed such student organizations as mere child's play. Now, however, he found himself utterly astonished. Chen Chao, please stop. Jin Yi pleaded. Why should I stop? We can sit down and discuss this calmly. Chen Chao sneered. If you had said that before, we wouldn't be in this situation. Who told you to lay hands on my people? With that, another display cabinet met its demise. Surveying the wreckage of his store, Jin Yi quickly dialed for reinforcements. However, his subordinates were no match for Chen Chao. Within 5 minutes, more than a dozen of them lay defeated. At this point, Jin Yi realized he could not contend with Chen Chao. With no options left, he had no choice but to seek help from someone else. Chen Chao cast a glance at Jin Yi, unfazed by his call for assistance. Regardless of who arrived, he was determined to wreak havoc in this establishment today. Jin Yi, however, was distraught. This was his most profitable store. Chen Chao, once my reinforcements arrive, you will be finished. Oh, really? Chen Chao continued his rampage until suddenly, an elderly man walked through the door. Old son, you finally made it. Jin Yi exclaimed, his face lighting up with joy upon seeing the elder. Just as he intended to approach, he noticed Old Son walking towards Chen Chao. Are you the one who built the Hope Primary School? Chen Chao furrowed his brow. Yes, that's me. What of it? He assessed the elderly man before him. Though he was frail, he walked with a vigor that belied his age. Just as Chen Chao was about to inquire further, Old Son extended his hand. I've long admired your reputation. I've read about you in the news. You're quite the accomplished young man. Old Son beamed at Chen Chao, leaving him bewildered. He hesitantly shook Old Son's hand, then asked, Aren't you Jin Yi's associate? How come you're here? Actually, I came to meet you, Old Son replied, leaving Jin Yi in a state of confusion. Old Son, you are a venerable master of ancient martial arts. Why be so courteous to someone so young? Old Son, hearing Jin Yi's words, grew displeased. You fool, do you know nothing? But Old Son, look at my shop. It's in ruins thanks to him. He even attacked my subordinates without so much as an apology. Chen Chao interjected coldly, whether it was the first or second time, it was your men who instigated the conflict. They abused your power, acting recklessly. And if you fail to discipline your subordinates, someone will step in to teach them a lesson. Upon hearing Chen Chao's words, Old Son nodded. Young brother Chen, I wanted to get to know you since I saw you in the news. Although this isn't the best time or place, I would like to invite you for tea. Chen Chao paused. Let me finish dealing with him first, then we can talk. Jin Yi quickly took a step back, only to receive a stern look from Old Sunday. He never anticipated that summoning Old Son would yield such results. Now, his standing with Old Son had diminished, and he had lost an ally. Old Son turned to Jin Yi. Since it was your fault to begin with, you should apologize to young brother Chen without delay. Now that Old Son sided with Chen Chao, Jin Yi dared not act arrogantly. Although reluctant, he begrudgingly offered an apology. Chen Chao, I sincerely apologize for my impulsiveness. I will instruct my subordinates to cease their actions, and I will compensate you for your losses. Upon hearing Jinya's apology, Chen Chao's anger dissipated significantly. Yes, yes. There's certainly one to be in next time. Old Sun said cheerfully. Now that the matter is settled, young brother Chen, shall we go for tea? Chen Chao nodded and turned to leave. Jinyi looked up and caught Old Sun's warning gaze before he jumped to call his subordinates to halt their actions. He also informed others of Chen Chao's acquaintance with Old Sunday. As Chen Chao and Old Sun enjoyed their tea, news of this connection spread throughout the city. The prominent families were intrigued by Chen Chao, dispatching people to investigate him. Consequently, Chen Chao's name began to circulate among the upper echelons of society. Unaware of this burgeoning reputation, Chen Chao was engrossed in a delightful conversation with Old Sunday. To his surprise, Old Sun had witnessed his students' performances. Naturally, I did. It's remarkable to see such martial prowess at such a young age. I am curious about the individual who could cultivate such talent. Chen Chao quickly waved his hands. While I possess some skill, it's merely superficial. My brother Yang Er is the truly remarkable one. The student's abilities are largely due to his efforts. Oh, then I must meet him. Chen Chao hastily replied. My second brother is set to travel abroad soon, so it's unlikely that he will meet you. That's no matter. I, as an old man, simply wish to see more promising talents before I depart this world, so I can leave without regret. Seeing Old Sun's open-hearted demeanor, Chen Chao felt a deep admiration. In that case, would you be interested in visiting my school to see the children? Old Sun's eyes brightened at this suggestion. I am merely an idle old man these days. If you have time, young brother Chen, I can set off at any moment. Chen Chao glanced at the time. It may be a bit late to go today. How about tomorrow instead? Sounds good. Old Sun insisted on treating Chen Chao to a meal, which Chen Chao found difficult to refuse. The two enjoyed a hearty feast, finding their conversation flowed effortlessly, even making Chen Chao forget the age difference. Old Sun then proposed. Why not become sworn brothers? Is that appropriate? What is inappropriate about it? Everyone possesses a spirited temperament. There is no need for pretense. Chen Chao, unable to resist the warmth of the moment, raised his glass and forged a friendship with elder Sun, disregarding their age difference. The following morning, Chen Chao set off towards the school with elder Sunday. Upon their arrival, they coincidentally encountered the students engaged in morning exercises. Observing the synchronized movements and powerful strikes of the students, elder Sun couldn't help but express his sentiments. I have grown old. It is time for me to exit the stage and make way for these young ones. Chen Chao chuckled. Elder Sun, you are as vigorous as ever. You appear younger than your years. Elder Sun shook his head with a smile. Alas, the tides of time push the old waves to the shore. I am but a relic of the past. Come, let me introduce you to my brother Yang. Hearing that he would meet Yang Jian, elder Sun quickened his pace. Yang Jian was initially at the back of the student line, but he stood up upon seeing Chen Chao approach, albeit with an elderly companion beside him. Which intrigued Yang Jian. How have things been, my young brother Chen? Everything has been resolved, thanks to this esteemed elder. Brother, you may refer to him as Elder Sunday. Despite being millennia old, Yang Jian presented himself as a youthful man of around 25. Greetings, Elder Sunday. Elder Sun scrutinized Yang Jian. So you are the young brother Chen Chao spoke of? You certainly seem impressive. Did you teach the students their martial arts? Indeed, I did. Splendid. I wonder if you might indulge an old man like me in a sparring match. Yang Jian hesitated for a moment before glancing at Chen Chao. Chen Chao whispered. Elder Sun is a practitioner of ancient martial arts. As long as you take it easy, it should be fine. Chapter 71. Pretending to be a girlfriend. Yang Jian nodded and assumed a stance. Elder Sun's eyes sparkled with excitement as he shed his outer garment, revealing a robust physique. Chen Chao gaped in astonishment. He had not anticipated such a remarkable form from an elder. Even he paled in comparison to Elder Sun's appearance. Begin. With Chen Chao's command, Elder Sun made the first move. Brother Yang, you are truly formidable. I am humbled. You simply have the advantage of youth. After assisting Elder Sun to his feet, he remarked, Brother Yang, I have a thought that I wonder if I should voice. Please, speak freely. After their encounter, Yang Jian held Elder Sun in high regard. Although he had only exerted a fraction of his strength, Elder Sun's ability to endure the bout was commendable. I wish to take you as my teacher. Upon hearing this, Chen Chao rushed forward. Elder Sun, this is quite inappropriate. While it may not be discoverable, it is better to err on the side of caution. Elder Sun looked perplexed. Young brother Chen, why such a strong reaction? Brother Yang's martial prowess is exceptional. If I could learn something new before my time is up, I would gladly close my eyes this very moment. Chen Chao quickly exchanged glances with Yang Jian, who stepped in to mediate. I appreciate Elder Sun's kind offer, but your martial arts are already uniquely your own. Learning from me would only be superfluous. Yang Jian's words caused Elder Sun to ponder. For ancient practitioners, developing a distinct style and mastering a particular discipline is paramount. Ultimately, elder son set aside the notion, expressing a desire for further exchanges with Yang Jian. Yang Jian neither accepted nor declined. After attending classes for 2 days, the school announced a short vacation. Thus, while sitting at home, Chen Chao's mind began to wander. Dad, Mom, let us consider moving to a new house. Upon hearing this, Chen father and mother exchanged bewildered glances before turning to Chen Chao. This house is perfectly fine. Why would we need a new one? Chen Chao quickly clarified. What do you mean? I merely wish to provide you with a change of environment. Chen father frowned. What have you been up to? How could you afford a new house? You haven't done anything illegal, have you? Chen mother inquired suspiciously. Of course not. I am a model youth. Chen father remained unconvinced. Let it be. We don't need a new house. We have finally become acquainted with our neighbors. Moving would mean starting over. Chen Chao considered this and realized his father was right. Chen father could play chess with the neighbors downstairs, and Chen mother enjoyed dancing with her friends in the evenings. If they moved, they would have to adapt anew. Contemplating, Chen Chao resolved that if purchasing a house was out of the question, he could at least renovate their current one. After decades, many items had aged, posing some risks for the elderly couple. Seeing Chen Chao fall silent, Chen father playfully tapped his head. Ouch! Dad, why did you hit me? Chen mother laughed. Yes, even our neighbor's young Li is about to marry, and you still have no girlfriend. Is there no one you fancy? Chen Chao rubbed his head. I'm not in a rush. I'm still in school. I can find someone before I graduate. Before you graduate? By then, it will be too late. Indeed, Chao, you should find someone during your first or second year. Otherwise, by your third year, everyone will be busy with internships and exams. Who will have time for you? Chen Chao found himself overwhelmed by his parents' nagging. He couldn't comprehend why. At such a young age and having just started college, they were so concerned about him ending up alone. Ultimately, he could no longer endure it and declared, actually, I already have a girlfriend. I just didn't know how to tell you. Chen father and mother immediately fell silent. Then, in unison, seated themselves beside Chen Chao, asking, Chao, what does your girlfriend look like? Is she from your school? Yes, find a time, and I'll prepare a feast for you. If he were to reveal that he was deceiving them, he feared an onslaught of heartfelt lectures would ensue. You two mustn't get too excited. I need to consult her first. Old Chen, don't scare the boy. My big mouth. How could he possibly find a girlfriend for his parents? As Chen Chao pondered this dilemma, a particular name suddenly flashed in his mind. He hastily sent a message to Qi Yun. Miss Qi, are you there? What is up? I need your help with something. You are my only option. Upon hearing the gravity of the situation, Qi Yun asked, haven't you resolved your issues with Jean? Did you get into trouble again? Given the rumors circulating among the elite regarding Chen Chao, such a situation seemed improbable. It's something more serious. Qi Yun frowned. Then hurry and tell me. I need you to pretend to be my girlfriend. Upon hearing this, Qi Yun was utterly taken aback. Chapter 72. Receiving affirmation. Fortunately, the phone prevented any visibility of her expression. Otherwise, Chen Chao would have witnessed Qi Yun's flushed face, especially after their discussions regarding cancer research. Qi Yun's feelings towards Chen Chao had evolved. Now, with such a sudden request, her heart felt a mix of sweetness and bitterness. Unbeknownst to Chen Chao, Qi Yun was grappling with her emotions, leaving him puzzled by her prolonged silence. Miss Qi, are you still there? Chen Chao, desperate for assistance, found it inappropriate to turn to Lan Yingying. Having just rejected her confession, seeking her help would complicate matters further. Miss Qi, are you there? I am. So, are your parents pressuring you to marry? Chen Chao lamented, pretty much. They want me to find a girlfriend early, so I won't end up alone later. Qi Yun chuckled. How could you possibly be alone? Everyone in our circle knows about your connection with Elder Son. Perhaps a noblewoman might take an interest in you. At that moment, Qi Yun was unaware that her statement carried a hint of jealousy. Really? Is that so? Indeed, I have heard many speak of you. Chen Chao initially considered adopting a humble demeanor, but quickly recalled that he was not there for idle chatter with Qi Yun, and thus exclaimed, Qi Yun, you are the only one who can assist me now. I implore you. Is it a matter of necessity? It is indeed. Qi Yun's heart, having just calmed, began to race once more. Very well, I shall reluctantly lend you my aid. That would be splendid. I will first inform my mother, and then we can discuss a suitable time. After a brief interlude, Qi Yun began to silently scream in excitement. She grabbed her bag and drove to Qi Ming's company. Upon seeing Qi Yun's arrival, Qi Ming was momentarily taken aback, inquiring, what brings you here at this hour? Is your home not quite busy? Qi Yun hesitated before responding. Sister, would you accompany me for a shopping spree? Huh? Before Qi Ming could fully comprehend, Qi Yun had already pulled her up. Wait a moment. Don't you usually dislike shopping? Qi Ming was struck dumb by her words, quickly adding, No. Today, I shall accompany you at all costs. Come. Even if it means wearing out these high heels, I shall be at your side. You have my word. Qian led Qiming to the largest shopping mall in the city, where their shopping frenzy commenced. Qiming glanced at the numerous garments in her hands, feeling dizzy. Xiaoyun, are you preparing for a blind date or to meet a boyfriend? Why do you need so many outfits? Upon hearing Qiming's words, Qian paused in her dressing. I simply wish to buy some things. Qiming instantly perceived that something was amiss with Qi-yun's demeanor and approached her, asking, have you truly started dating someone? Not quite a boyfriend. Then what is it? Qi-yun set down the clothes and confessed, actually, it is about Chen Chao. What? Have you two become a couple? When did this happen? Qi-yun pouted no. Chen Chao merely asked me to pretend to be his girlfriend to deceive his parents. This revelation left Qiming even more astonished. How thrilling. Meeting the parents right from the start is quite a leap. Sister, I am merely helping him. We are just ordinary friends. Observing Qi-yun's flushed cheeks, Qiming deduced. So, this is a one-sided infatuation? Please do not mention this to Chen Chao. I only have a slight affection for him. Qiming sighed, Xiaoyun. I do not oppose you two being together, but your situation is rather complicated. If you truly like him, seize the opportunity quickly, otherwise. A remarkable man like Chen Chao could easily be swept away by someone else. Qian fell silent, remaining contemplative for an extended period. 2 days later, Chen Chao brought Qi-yun to his home. Upon seeing Qi-yun dressed so elegantly, Chen Chao was momentarily mesmerized. Stop staring. You are about to drool, Qi-yun teased. Chen Chao instinctively wiped his mouth, only to hear Qi-yun's laughter. Once she had her fill of mirth, she inquired, is it time for me to meet your parents? Chen and Mrs. Chen were thoroughly impressed with Qi-yun. Her grace and beauty made her the quintessential daughter-in-law in their eyes. While Chen Chao and his father prepared the meal, Qi-yun engaged in pleasant conversation with his mother. Unfazed, she had Mrs. Chen laughing heartily. At the dinner table, Mrs. Chen continuously served Qi-yun, and even as they departed, she held Qi-yun's hand, reluctant to let go. As if Chen Chao were the one adopted and Qi-yun the biological child. Hearing Chen Chao's remark, Mrs. Chen shot him a glare. What do you mean you only brought her this time? You should bring Xiaoyun over more often. Once downstairs, Chen Chao finally exhaled in relief, while Qi-yun rubbed her stiffened face. Your parents are truly warm-hearted, and the food was delicious. It surpasses even the cooking of my family's chef. Chen Chao chuckled. Of course, my father has been cooking for over a decade, so it is bound to be delightful. Can you cook as well? Chen Chao sheepishly smiled. I have yet to learn, but I shall certainly inherit the craft. Qi-yun sighed. I genuinely envy your future girlfriend. What's the matter? You can come over often for meals. My parents quite like you. And what about you? Qi-yun realized her words had slipped out and quickly added. I was merely jesting. Please do not take it to heart. In truth, Chen Chao did not dwell on the comment. Observing Chen Chao's demeanor, Qi-yun felt a twinge of disappointment, yet she could not voice her feelings, as they were merely pretending to be a couple. Chapter 73. He-wen's intentions. Seeing that it was a call from He-wen, Chen Chao hurriedly answered. He-wen, what is the matter? Chen Chao, I am in a bit of trouble. Could you come and help me? He-wen, we signed a contract. If you do not perform, it could incur financial penalties. At this moment, He-wen's voice was tinged with tears. Chen Chao, I will send you the address. You must come. I will head over immediately. After hanging up, Chen Chao furrowed his brow and promptly made his way to the address He-wen had provided. Upon arriving at the set, before he could step inside, he heard raised voices. He-wen, you are a professional actress. The contract was clear. If you back out now, you will owe money. There was no such clause in the contract. You added that later. Huh. You should have read it more carefully. Who can you blame? You are our company's artist and must comply with the company's arrangements. Chen Chao burst in, and the staff had no time to react as he positioned himself protectively in front of He-wen. What do you intend to do to He-wen? Chen Chao demanded. He-Chao, you have finally arrived. He-wen, holding back tears and her eyes red, immediately hid behind him upon seeing him. The manager and director exchanged glances before one of them asked, and who might you be? Are you unaware that unauthorized personnel cannot enter the set? I am a friend of He-wen's. I overheard your conversation. What do you want from her? Chen Chao frowned. You are not adhering to the contract. This is a violation of ethical standards. Who do you think you are? He-wen is our company's actress. She must comply with our directives, or she will have to pay. And how much is that? The manager sized Chen Chao up. You look like a penniless student. Do you think you can help He-wen? Whether I can help is not for you to decide. What audacity. Do you know what? If I were to call the police right now, none of you would escape. I have seen many agencies like yours, especially agents like you. The manager, incensed by Chen Chao's mockery, pointed at him. I am a first-rate agent. What do you know, you little brat? I certainly understand. Agents like you are no different from those thugs who used to force women into submission. There is a vast difference. Listen here. If He-wen does not shoot this film, she will be in breach of contract. The penalty is 8 million. If she cannot pay, we will see each other in court. Hearing the breach penalty, Hewen paled instantly. How could it be so much? The manager sneered. Now you understand the gravity of the situation? If you are afraid, you better comply. Chen Chao took out his phone matter-of-factly. I thought it was a substantial amount. 8 million is nothing to me. I will cover it. Both Hewen and the manager were left speechless. The manager retorted, young man, even in pursuit of women. Do not overreach. You look nothing like someone who could afford 8 million. Chen Chao shot him a cold glare. I certainly can, unlike you. Who needs to boast about wealth? The agent, continuously ridiculed by Chen Chao, swiftly produced an account and declared, very well, earn your money through this account. If you fall short by even a penny, neither of you shall leave this film set today. However, before the agent could finish speaking, Chen Chao had already transferred the amount. 8 million, without a single cent missing, landed in his account. After putting away his phone, Chen Chao took Hewen's hand and left. With an agent like you, the only thing awaiting you is a prison sentence. The agent was left speechless. His teeth clenched in frustration as he watched Chen Chao escort Hewen away from the filming location. Once outside, Hewen could finally let her tears flow. Chen Chao, thank you for rescuing me. I promise to repay you the 8 million. Is that so? It appears you are no longer in distress. Chen Chao, while I cannot repay you immediately, I will surely act diligently in my acting career. All right, are you hungry? Shall we grab a bite to eat? Sure. It's on me. Chen Chao led Hewen to a modest eatery and specifically requested a private room, knowing that as a public figure, dining in public could cause quite a stir. Once the dishes were served, Hewen devoured her meal voraciously, prompting Chen Chao to chuckle. You look as if you haven't eaten in 3 days. Hewen took a sip of water and replied, this is my first meal today. You cannot imagine the lengths they went to in order to force my compliance. They nearly restrained me. Why didn't you call me sooner? At first, they concealed their intentions. It wasn't until the afternoon that they mentioned a passionate scene. So they were waiting for you here. Indeed. The entire day was wasted on unproductive shooting, costing me a day. Chen Chao poured her another glass of water and remarked, the life of an actor is truly arduous. Perhaps you should consider a career change. Hewen shook her head resolutely. I do not wish to change careers. I love this profession, so I can endure any hardship. But I cannot abide by unspoken rules. Well, should you encounter such situations again, you can always call me. At that moment, Hewen suddenly set down her chopsticks and gazed intently at Chen Chao, startling him. Why do you look at me like that? Chen Chao, you understand my feelings for you, don't you? Well, I mentioned this at the last party. Chen Chao, I wish for you to remain by my side. Chen Chao, feeling a bit awkward, replied, we could just be friends. I do not wish to be friends. I sense that there are many remarkable women around you, and I do not want to miss out on you. After a lengthy silence, Chen Chao finally said, but I cannot accept your feelings. Is it because I am not good enough? Hewen pressed, but Chen Chao simply shook his head and fell silent. Chapter 74. Live streaming and sales. Observing Chen Chao's demeanor, Hewen could only manage a bitter smile. As she approached, a gentle kiss fell upon his cheek. My feelings will not waver. With that, Hewen dashed upstairs. Only after she left did Chen Chao look around, confirming he was alone before letting out a sigh of relief. Contemplating the matter, he found himself unable to sleep. Lying on his bed, he stared at the ceiling. His thoughts a whirlwind. After tossing and turning multiple times, he picked up his phone. Upon opening the Douyin group, the Immortal group was buzzing with activity. My offerings have increased significantly compared to before. How many do you have? I should have the most, after all. I am the model for Chen Chao's brother and the first internet celebrity to reach 10 million followers. Chang'e, don't get too complacent. I'm also a beauty streamer. My live stream has garnered quite a crowd lately, and my offerings should place me in the top 5. The immortals in the group were comparing their offerings, the atmosphere lively and jovial. Chen Chao looked on with envy. People like him were still troubled by worldly affairs, while the immortals seemed to revel in joy every day. Seeing the happiness of the immortals made Chen Chao yearn for a similar delight. Your offerings are abundant, but rest assured, I will ensure that none of you lack support. Upon Chen Chao's arrival, the immortals began greeting him. Chen Chao, I'm planning to challenge myself to eat 100 packets of spicy strips. Make sure to stock up. Chen Chao, why are you still awake? Don't worry. Even if you stay up late, I have rejuvenating pills. At that moment, Neza chimed in. Since Chen Chao is here, let us compare who has more offerings. Chen Chao, you can help us judge. Of course, my sister will be first. Nonsense. It's me, the Monkey King, who will take the lead. Don't squabble over first place. I just hope to be in the top 3. Chen Chao, feeling helpless, said, I haven't been to the company lately. But the Ghost King's followers are growing rapidly. The Ghost King interjected, I haven't paid much attention to follower counts. I've just been sleeping better and eating more. Hearing this, the other immortals felt a twinge of jealousy. Only Chang'e and Neza remained unfazed as beauty streamers. They began with a significant advantage that others simply couldn't compete with. However, with the current trend of curiosity-driven content, the Ghost King's momentum was beginning to catch up. Someone asked, Chen Chao, do you have any other methods to increase popularity? Yes. While my sister can rely on her looks, she also needs talent. I want to explore new avenues. Chen Chao contemplated for a moment and said, let me think of some ideas, don't rush. Then it settled. You must come up with something good. Chen Chao, since you've said so, it must be fine. Don't forget the spicy strips. Chen Chao responded with a smile, engaging with the immortals for a while before feeling his spirits lift. The following morning, Chen Chao first visited a supermarket before heading to the company. At this hour, the employees had yet to arrive, allowing him to access the backend and check the live streaming status. Chang'e and Neza had received the most gifts, followed by the Ghost King and others. Yang Jian had been busy teaching students martial arts and had hardly streamed, yet his follower count remained stable. Chen Chao compiled the data and then explored other streamers' live broadcasts. Recently, live streaming sales had become a burgeoning trend, and the immortals possessed their own products, presenting a perfect opportunity to delve into this industry. After some consideration, he began drafting a proposal. When the employees arrived, they were astonished to find that Chen Chao had already printed the proposal. Boss, why are you here so early? Yes. We're not late, are we? Have you eaten, boss? Chen Chao replied with a smile. You've all been working hard lately. Come. Let us eat while we hold the meeting. Given that Chen Chao was roughly the same age as his employees, the atmosphere was relaxed. Moreover, he paid higher salaries than other influencer companies, and his overtime pay was the most generous in the industry. The employees appreciated such a boss, working particularly diligently. I have a new idea, and rest assured, I will definitely raise your salaries. Upon hearing about the salary increase, the employees erupted in cheers. Long live the boss. I want to follow you for life. I'm one step closer to my dreams. Chen Chao smiled and said, I want the streamers to engage in live stream sales. This trend is booming, and I need you to manage the fans more stringently, ensuring they consume wisely. The employees were momentarily taken aback, responding, Boss, I thought you wanted us to ensure product quality. Me too. Why manage the fans? Chen Chao was at a loss for words. He couldn't exactly reveal to his employees that the products the streamers sold were their own. I will handle the product quality. Tonight I will discuss this matter with the streamers. The employees nodded in agreement, and then Chen Chao sent a message in the Celestial group. I plan to develop a live streaming e-commerce feature. Is anyone interested? As soon as Chen Chao spoke, the Celestial group erupted with excitement. Haha. I can sell the peaches from Flower Fruit Mountain. They are absolutely sweet and juicy. My elixirs will finally have a market. I have quite a few that turned out poorly, but they have no side effects. I have brewed a lot of osmanthus wine, just perfect for selling. Seeing the enthusiasm of the immortals, Chen Chao began coding throughout the night. By morning, he had integrated the live streaming e-commerce feature into the heavenly TikTok app. Naturally, the first to sell were the Celestial Maidens. When Chang'e showcased her osmanthus wine, it was snatched up by fans in a frenzy. Chen Chao noticed that even the Queen Mother of the West joined the excitement. Observing other Celestial Maidens' live streams, he saw they were all selling exquisite items. Heavenly products must be of the highest quality. After watching a few streams, Chen Chao felt an irresistible urge to participate. Zhu Beiji's name kept appearing in Chang'e's stream. Having bought up quite a bit of her osmanthus wine, realizing he couldn't compete with Chang'e's fans, he shifted his focus to other streams. Each stream was bustling with activity, and Chen Chao thought if he didn't act quickly, he might miss out on the good items. Chapter 75, The Stolen Jade Buddha. Without hesitation, Chen Chao purchased several treasures, each of them being exceptional. Just looking at them, he felt their value. Particularly, the Jade Buddha he acquired from the Queen Mother of the West radiated an aura of serenity. Upon entering her live stream, he heard her say, This Jade Buddha has been venerated before the Buddha for many years. It is imbued with spiritual energy. Placing it in your home will ensure safety and, over time, bring blessings. However, apart from Chen Chao, few believed the Queen Mother's claims, which infuriated her. How could it be so miraculous? I have a Jade Buddha consecrated by the abbot of Yinshan Temple at home. My mother frequently buys such items, and they are hardly miraculous. I might need to report you for selling false goods. Seeing that someone intended to report her, Chen Chao quickly instructed his staff to clean up the Queen Mother's live stream. With some of the skeptics removed, the comments became much more harmonious. Chen Chao brought the Jade Buddha to school, and Yang Jian immediately recognized its origin. The Queen Mother actually parted with this? Chen Chao asked curiously. Is this Jade Buddha truly that remarkable? Absolutely, Yang Jian affirmed. This was a birthday gift from the Buddha to the Queen Mother. She has cherished it dearly. Why then? Would she sell it? Chen Chao inquired. Yang Jian pondered and replied, I suspect the Queen Mother wants to outshine the other Celestial Maidens. I watched last night's live sales too. Chang'a's osmanthus wine had the highest sales, followed closely by Neza's toys. True enough. But I didn't notice anything particularly special about the others' offerings. Among what I bought, the Jade Buddha stands out the most. Yongjian chuckled, each has its merits. Your Jade Buddha, having been with the Buddha for so long, can protect your home from evil spirits and, over time, absorb spiritual energy to ensure good health. Is it really that beneficial? And what about Chang'a's osmanthus wine? Chen Chao asked. Let me explain each one to you, Yongjian said. As they entered the staff dormitory, they failed to notice someone eyeing the Jade Buddha in Chen Chao's possession. The person's eyes gleamed with greed, but they quickly vanished at the school gate. Unnoticed by Chen Chao and Yongjian. Once in the dormitory, Yongjian remarked, Chang'a's osmanthus wine is indeed remarkable. The flowers are harvested from the osmanthus tree in the Moon Palace. If mortals drink it, it can cleanse toxins from their bodies. Neza's toys are perfect for children, as their bright eyes can see things adults cannot. Possessing Neza's toys will deter evil spirits. The same goes for others. I have high hopes for the elixirs from the Supreme Laozi. Chen Chao recalled that many were present in the Supreme Laozi's live stream the previous night. What's the deal? Those are invigorating elixirs, a great aid for men lacking vitality. Chen Chao suddenly understood, exclaiming, that's indeed the case. However, dear brother, you certainly don't need such a thing. Seeing Yongjian's mischievous grin, Chen Chao could only respond with resignation. Brother, I came here to deliver the Jade Buddha. I believe the children might need it. Yongjian nodded, saying, You're quite thoughtful. This item is indeed beneficial for children, as they are still growing. If they can absorb its spiritual energy, it will be advantageous for their future. Exactly. So the moment I saw this Jade Buddha, I had to buy it. Brother, I'll leave it in your care. All right, I'll handle it. You can rest assured. Chen Chao had no doubts, but just a few days after leaving the school, he received a call from Yongjian. Brother Chen Chao, something terrible has happened. What is it? Speak slowly. Yongjian said solemnly, the Jade Buddha you brought is missing. What? After hanging up, Chen Chao rushed back to the school. I'm not certain. When I checked on the Jade Buddha this morning, I found it gone, with no signs left behind. Chen Chao exclaimed anxiously, but brother, can't you use your heavenly eye to see? Yongjian replied sheepishly. I have descended to the mortal realm, and I am currently bound. The heavenly eye can only be opened 3 times a month. And I've already used all of mine this month. I can only wait until next month. I see, Chen Chao sighed. And then he and Yongjian hurried to the surveillance room. To ensure the Jade Buddha's safety, Chen Chao had arranged multiple cameras, each focused on the Jade Buddha. However, at a certain time, the surveillance footage suddenly became abnormal. Chen Chao quickly realized that someone had employed a signal jammer. It must have been the thief after the Jade Buddha. Yongjian frowned. Does that mean we can't capture the thief on video? Chen Chao sighed. There's no choice. The last lead is cut off. Brother Chen Chao, it's all my fault for not keeping a close watch on the Jade Buddha. As the commander of the Heavenly Guard, I have truly failed. Yongjian lamented. Brother, please don't say that. Now that you are in the mortal realm, many things are inconvenient. The Jade Buddha's theft is not your fault. But I was at the school and still allowed the Jade Buddha to go missing. Chen Chao reassured him, even the mightiest of tigers can doze off. Brother, you really need not feel guilty. Let us ask other immortals for help in finding it. Yongjian nodded in agreement. Everyone, I have a request for your assistance. Supreme Laozi, no need to be so polite, just speak. Queen Mother, I still need to thank you for last time as live sales. Please let us know what you need. Chang'e, I've saved 2 bottles of osmanthus wine for you. Be sure to accept them. Chen Chao said. The Jade Buddha I purchased from the Queen Mother has been stolen. Could you all help me look for it? What? Someone actually stole my Jade Buddha? The Queen Mother exclaimed. Isn't Yongjian on Earth? Have him help you look, Sun Wukong suggested. Yongjian, I was paying attention. Now that I can't use my heavenly eye, I wouldn't need to ask for your help otherwise. Where's the Celestial Hound? Let it assist. Supreme Laozi suggested. The Celestial Hound is guarding the southern gate. The Jade Emperor replied. Chen Chao asked, so who can help me with this? Feeling quite humble. He was almost on his knees. That Jade Buddha was worth a considerable amount. If sold, finding it again would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. The immortals remained silent for a moment before saying, Brother, this matter is complicated. The theft of the Jade Buddha indicates you must face a trial, and we cannot intervene. This situation became truly difficult. Noticing the discomfort among everyone, Chen Chao quickly suppressed his thoughts. It's all right. Your willingness to help is enough. Chapter 76. Capturing the thief. You say it's easy. Why didn't you keep a closer watch? This is not Yongjian's fault. Perhaps you should devise a solution first. Why is the great sage not allowed to go? I fear my approach may be too forceful. The deities deliberated for an extended period, yet no solution emerged. Just as Chen Chao contemplated surrendering, Taishan Laojun proposed a plan. I have an idea, he proclaimed. Then do share it swiftly. The elder was urged. Might you refrain from gasping for breath while speaking? What is your suggestion? Taishang Laojun, feigning gravitas, suggested. We could simply gift another jade Buddha to our dear brother Chen Chao. Upon hearing this, the assembled deities collectively expressed their disdain for Taishang Laojun. Is this truly your solution? They retorted. Only recently was a jade Buddha stolen. Must we offer another as if to inform the thief of the divine backing behind Chen Chao? To speak plainly, your idea lacks merit. Observing the lack of support from his peers, Taishang Laojun grew anxious. You must not judge a situation solely by its surface. Chen Chao interjected, attempting to mediate. I believe the Laojun may have conceived a worthy notion. Let us allow him to elaborate. Touched by Chen Chao's defense, Taishang Laojun felt gratitude. Indeed, our brother Chen Chao possesses sound judgment. Sun Wukong urged, then hastened to share. The monkey, now a Buddha, remained as impulsive as ever. Rushing to the Buddha to sign in daily. To prevent an altercation, Chen Chao stepped in as a peacemaker. My brother, the great sage, is merely concerned for my well-being. So please do not take offense. Wait, am I failing to comprehend? Me too. Am I rather dim-witted? Count me in. I too am perplexed. Taishang Laojun wore a resigned expression and stated, if that thief returns, we can swiftly locate him. Do you not know tracking techniques? Upon hearing Taishang Laojun's words, the deities finally grasped the situation. Laojun, in the future, please speak plainly. By the way, who possesses a decent jade Buddha? At that moment, the Queen Mother stepped forward. Chen Chao quickly replied, I feel rather embarrassed. Allow me to purchase it from you. No worries. The skincare products you previously provided were excellent. If you truly wish to express your gratitude, to bring me some more. Absolutely. I shall procure it for you at once. Chen Chao promptly ordered the finest skincare set, which, although costly, was worth every penny. Within a day, the jade Buddha, blessed by the deities, arrived in Chen Chao's possession. Both he and Yang Jian gazed upon the Buddha with satisfaction. Yang Jian remarked, few words can encapsulate its beauty. Whomever possesses it, even if destitute, shall surely win the lottery the following day. Is it truly that remarkable? Indeed, the divine essence of all has imbued this Buddha. And this piece surpasses the previous one in quality, having been with the Queen Mother longer. Chen Chao paused, his first thought being that the children would be fortunate. It was uncertain, but he believed it would arrive. Chen Chao felt apprehensive. To catch a thief, they had to procure another Buddha, a notion he found extravagant. I now hope the thief will be gentle. Please do not damage this Buddha. Yang Jian chuckled, rest assured, that little thief is not foolish. The moment he sees this Buddha, he will recognize its value and refrain from harm. What shall we do next? Naturally, we shall wait patiently. The first 2 days were calm, but on the 4th day, Yang Jian's phone rang. Brother, the thief has taken the bait. Excellent. I shall head over immediately. Chen Chao rushed to the nearest elementary school and found Yang Jian binding a shifty-eyed man. Is this the culprit? Indeed. I seized him in the act as soon as I received the tip-off. Chen Chao surveyed the man on the ground, bound like a dumpling, feeling no sympathy. You stole the previous jade Buddha, did you not? Chen Chao inquired. I have no idea what you are talking about, the thief retorted defiantly. Knowing he would not divulge information easily, Yang Jian kicked the thief and said, why be obstinate? When I caught you, you were nearly making off with the jade Buddha. Your familiarity with this act indicates it is not your first offense. The thief glanced at Yang Jian, fear creeping into his demeanor. He had never encountered someone so swift. Before he could touch the Buddha, Yang Jian had appeared. Yang Jian remarked, Taishang Laojun alerted me. It was as if the thunder was about to strike me directly. Yet I understand their jealousy, they envy my time off. With that, Yang Jian puffed up with pride. Chen Chao knelt beside the thief and said, I offer you a chance. Confess freely, or face the consequences. The thief dismissed him. You are not a police officer. Why should I heed you? Recognizing the thief's arrogance stemmed from his belief that Chen Chao and Yang Jian would not act against him, Yang Jian frowned. Brother, we cannot resort to violence. Shall we interrogate him instead? Chen Chao pondered for a moment and replied, in that case, I shall not hold back. The thief boasted, abusing authority is illegal. Do not think I am unaware. If you understand the law, then you must also recognize that stealing valuable property is a serious crime. Chen Chao countered. What are you saying? Accusing me of theft without evidence? Chen Chao smiled and said, soon, you shall reveal the truth. As he produced a white porcelain bottle. Yang Jian understood. Brother, impressive. Laojiwen's medicine is not something an ordinary person can withstand. The thief, observing the peculiar smiles of Chen Chao and Yang Jian, sensed trouble. What do you intend to do? The moment the thief opened his mouth, Chen Chao swiftly administered the medicine. Within 10 seconds, the thief could not contain his laughter. Haha. This potion induces an unbearable itch throughout your body, and unless I provide the antidote, the sensation will persist. Chapter 77. Chun Jinlong upon hearing this. The thief panicked but remained stubborn, attempting to hold back. Yet, After a brief struggle, he could no longer withstand it. Haha. Chen Chao and Yang Jian remained unhurried, simply observing the thief. They even pulled up chairs to sit beside him and began conversing. Brother, how long do you think you can endure? He should be nearing his limit. I wouldn't last long myself. Lao Jiwen's medicine is remarkably potent. This is my first time utilizing it. It is indeed an excellent remedy to be used at pivotal moments. Chen Chao and Yang Jian chuckled, further tormenting the thief. After approximately half an hour, the thief finally broke down. I will confess. Just give me the antidote. Haha. I truly cannot bear it any longer. Chen Chao replied, that is unacceptable. You must first tell me before I grant you the antidote. It's Chen Gu. I am one of Chen Ji's people. Who is Chen Gu? Chen Ji Long. Please, give me the antidote. I cannot laugh any longer. Ha ha ha. Chen Chao and Yang Jian exchanged glances before administering the antidote to the thief. Though the antidote was effective, an hour of continuous laughter had lasting effects. Now, quickly tell me, who is this Chen Gu? Chen Ji's full name is Chen Ji Long, a renowned antique dealer in the city. When I saw your jade Buddha, I took a photo for Chen Gu. Chen Chao finally understood. So you had your sights set on me from the start? Your jade Buddha was such a prominent target. How could I possibly overlook it? I just didn't expect you would possess an even better one. Chen Chao retorted, I may have fine treasures, but they were not meant for your covetous eyes. Who wouldn't covet fine treasures? Especially when you were so brazen about it. Oh, so according to your reasoning, the theft of the jade Buddha is my fault? The thief quickly replied, how could that be, boss? It was my greed that led to my ill intentions. Chen Chao narrowed his eyes and remarked, I see you are itching for trouble again. Recalling the sensation of the itch that had arisen from the soles of his feet, the small thief could not help but tremble all over. Boss, Chen Gu is not someone to be trifled with. He is a significant figure in the city, wielding power in both the underworld and legitimate circles. If you know what is good for you, it would be best to collaborate with him. Otherwise, if I leave, there will surely be others to follow. Chen Chao frowned and asked, so you're saying that the new jade Buddha has caught Chen Ji's attention as well? Of course. Otherwise, I wouldn't have taken action. Chen Chao looked at the small thief with exasperation before turning to Yang Jian. Brother, it seems I must go in person. Where to? I'll accompany you, Yang Jian offered. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Chao declined. No need. I can manage alone. You must stay behind to keep an eye on the jade Buddha. After a moment's contemplation, Yang Jian nodded. Just be careful. If anything arises, call for help. They will assist you. Understood, replied the small thief, somewhat bewildered, yet indifferent to such matters. So, boss, you intend to meet with our Chen Gu? Isn't that obvious? My jade Buddha remains with him. Do you think I would simply let it go? All right then, take me to see him. After a bumpy ride in a small van, the small thief led Chen Chao to a villa in the outskirts. The villa was tastefully decorated, surrounded by bamboo groves and featuring a quaint little bridge over a babbling brook. As Chen Chao stepped inside the villa, he couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. Such a beautiful place was inhabited by a thief. Boss, please have a seat at the stone table over there while I go inform Chen Gu. Taking in the scenery and listening to the soothing sound of flowing water, Chen Chao felt a hint of drowsiness wash over him. After a while, a middle-aged man dressed in traditional Chinese attire emerged, carrying a tray that held a purple clay teapot and 2 teacups. Greetings, I am Chen Ji Long. Chen Chao regarded him briefly, foregoing pleasantries to directly inquire. My jade Buddha is with you, correct? Indeed, this jade Buddha is splendid. I have merely kept it in my room. It has even improved my sleep. Chen Chao frowned. You truly are shameless. It was stolen by you, yet you seem so at ease with it. To Chen Chao's surprise, rather than feeling ashamed, Chen Ji Long took pride in his actions. I have no interest in discussing this further. Return my jade Buddha immediately, or I shall contact the authorities. Chen Ji Long chuckled. With my connections, you cannot touch me. How about you sell me another jade Buddha, and we can be friends? Chen Chao responded coldly, what if I refuse? As he spoke, Chen Ji Long poured tea into the cups. Are you threatening me? Chen Chao stood abruptly, flipping the stone table over with a single hand. Before Chen Ji Long could react, Chen Chao seized him by the collar. Let me tell you, the last person who threatened me did not end well. I have seen many like you. Little brother, please set me down. Why should I? Just because you're older than I am? I scoff at that. To stoop to this level as a thief is utterly disgraceful. Return my jade Buddha at once. Despite being suspended in midair, Chen Ji Long maintained a semblance of composure. Little brother, let's speak calmly. I have spoken clearly. You should listen carefully. You think I would fear you, coming here alone? Chen Ji Long was now in a state of panic. As the saying goes, those without shoes fear not the barefoot. Chen Chao was precisely in such a position. And Chen Ji Long's alarm came too late. Chen Chao hurled him aside, and as Chen Ji Long collided with the bamboo, dazed, Chen Chao seized him again. I'll say it once more. Return the jade Buddha. Chen Jinlong swallowed hard and shouted, "Quick, bring out the Jade Buddha for this little brother." The people inside the house had yet to comprehend what had transpired, only to emerge and find their boss being hoisted by his collar. Chapter 78. Surrendering control quickly placed the items on the stone chair. Chen Jinlong's subordinates hurriedly complied, placing the Jade Buddha on the stone chair. Chen Chao inspected it, confirming it was intact, before casting Chen Jinlong aside. His subordinates quickly caught him and helped him regain his footing. "Little brother, do you truly not wish to collaborate with me?" Chen Chao regarded Chen Jinlong and advised, "I suggest you tread carefully with your words. Leave some room for future relations. I do not seek to create enemies, but that does not mean I fear them." With that, Chen Chao strode out of Chen Jinlong's villa. Once steadied, Chen Jinlong's expression turned intricate. "Chen Gu, should we send someone to deal with that brat?" Silence. "First, ascertain his background." "Yes. Yet." The Queen Mother refused to return the Jade Buddha, insisting on keeping it. "If you genuinely wish to thank me, procure more cosmetics for me. I plan to switch careers and become a beauty influencer." Chen Chao observed the Queen Mother's visage, which bore no evidence of age, impeccably maintained. Her complexion radiant even through the screen. After careful consideration, he agreed. "I admit my oversight. Brother, now our school possesses 2 Jade Buddhas. It rests upon you." Yang Jian thumped his chest. "Rest assured, I will move the Jade Buddha into the room shortly. Although the celestial eye is temporarily unusable, the next confinement will be manageable." Perhaps due to the Jade Buddha's blessing, Chen Chao's business flourished immensely. Just from reviewing the quarterly reports, he was beaming with delight. "Boss, ever since we introduced live streaming for sales, our viewership has surged. Indeed, while our products differ from others, they are undeniably innovative. The osmanthus wine from the Moon Goddess is exquisite. Yet, we cannot compete with others." Chen Chao chuckled. "If you enjoy it, I happen to have 2 bottles here. You may take one." "Really?" "Of course. When have I ever deceived you?" The employees erupted in joyous cheers, envious gazes directed toward Chen Chao's team from other companies. With excellent benefits, high salaries, and a considerate boss, this was the aspiration of every worker. Chen Chao's prosperous business garnered him joy, inevitably inciting jealousy, especially among his competitors. Their hosts paled in comparison to Chen Chao's, lacking both charm and engagement. Even with maximum beauty filters, they still fell short of Chen Chao's hosts. Others even schemed to poach Chen Chao's talents. Yet, they merely wielded their tools without knowing where to dig. Chen Chao's online influencer company stood unrivaled, if this continued. How would others survive? "President, you must devise a strategy," they urged. "If this persists, how many companies will collapse because of him?" At the head of the conference table sat a man, the president of the Chamber of Commerce, his demeanor grave as he contemplated. After a lengthy pause, he finally declared, "There happens to be a banquet coming up. We could invite Chen Chao." Instantly, the crowd erupted in applause. "Yes, a banquet. We shall show him our might. To be honest, I have long found him displeasing." The president stood, addressing the crowd. "It seems there are no objections to inviting Chen Chao. I shall send him an invitation." The attendees nodded in agreement. These merchants, consisting of Chen Chao's competitors and physical store owners, found their revenues severely impacted by his live sales. To eliminate this thorn in their side, they resorted to all means possible. "Chen Chao, you have received a letter." Hearing the dormitory manager's announcement, Chen Chao extended his hand to accept the letter. Naturally, it was from the postal service. Upon scanning the contents, confusion enveloped him. Chamber of Commerce? What Chamber of Commerce? A quick glance made everything clear. Although it spoke of mutual exchange, Chen Chao sensed a palpable undercurrent of scheming. Since the establishment of his company, Chen Chao had yet to engage with the city's Chamber of Commerce. He contemplated the situation for a while and concluded that, despite the potential awkwardness, he should indeed attend. Following the time indicated on the invitation, he purchased a new suit. However, he was not alone. After changing into his attire, he waited outside for Yang Jian. When Yang Jian emerged, the sales assistant blushed as she commented, "Sir, your physique is quite commendable. This suit fits you perfectly." Yang Jian admired his reflection in the mirror, flashing a satisfied smile. "Brother Chen, how do I look?" "Incredibly handsome," he replied with a chuckle. "When I stand beside you, I'm sure I'll help you command the room." "I appreciate it, Brother Yang." As they left the store, the sales assistant discreetly asked Yang Jian for his WeChat ID, but he had no intention of granting such a request. Why give false hope? Upon their arrival at the banquet, Chen Chao and Yang Jian immediately drew the attention of most attendees. "Something feels amiss," Chen Chao mused, narrowing his eyes as he surveyed the crowd. At that moment, a meticulously groomed man approached them, extending his hand. "You must be Zhou Yan. It is a pleasure. I am the president of the local Chamber of Commerce. I've long admired your reputation, and I must say, you appear even younger in person than in the news." Chen Chao smiled. "You flatter me. This is my first time attending such an event. I hope I won't disappoint you, President." Not at all. Everyone is eager to meet you, he replied. Chen Chao glanced at those who were watching him, his brow furrowing in concern. The president led Chen Chao and Yang Jian over, and after a few pleasantries, their ulterior motives became evident. Mr. Chen, it seems your company lacks shareholders. How can you expect to grow and thrive without them? If you have no objections, I would like to invest. Chen Chao quickly grasped the true intent behind this banquet. I apologize, but I have no intention of relinquishing control of my company, he replied with a smile. At this, the others frowned. Mr. Chen, we are not here to negotiate. Just then, several bodyguards emerged from the shadows. What do you intend to do? Chen Chao asked coldly. One of them chuckled. We are merely facilitating management. I advise against resistance. Chen Chao shot a glance at the president, who merely observed. And he understood that the president was complicit in this scheme. You are quite clever, organizing a banquet solely to seize control of my company. Mr. Chen, we have extended you considerable courtesy. Do not misinterpret our intentions. Chen Chao scanned the imposing bodyguards and retorted, Is this your idea of courtesy? Do you truly believe you can wrest control from me? We are not asking for much. Your company is quite profitable. Giving us 80% of the management rights would not be detrimental to you. After all, isn't every large company structured this way? It allows us all to contribute. Enough with the rhetoric. Chen Chao agreed to transfer management rights. A conspiratorial glance was exchanged among the bodyguards, and they advanced to encircle Chen Chao. He regarded them with disdain. Let me be clear, you will not succeed. So, you refuse to cooperate? Chen Chao countered, Why should I comply? This question incensed the members of the chamber. Even the president, who stood nearby, frowned, seemingly wishing to teach Chen Chao a lesson. You have not joined the chamber and are disrupting the market. Do you realize this is illegal? You insolent brat. Today you will learn what rules are. Chen Chao laughed. Your statements only grow more ludicrous. Which law mandates membership in the Chamber of Commerce? And how exactly have I broken the law? My wealth is lawfully acquired, and I pay my taxes diligently. I understand the rules better than you. If this escalates, you will find yourselves in the wrong. His words left the opponent speechless. For their sole aim had been to usurp Chen Chao's management rights without considering the broader implications. Observing their silence, Chen Chao's laughter grew louder. If you think you can intimidate me into submission through violence, you are sorely mistaken. Let me assure you, none of the bodyguards you've brought can hold a candle to me. The bodyguards exchanged glances, clearly unsettled. Just then, the president signaled to them. Receiving their cue, the bodyguards lunged at Chen Chao. Anticipating their move, he raised his fists, but Yang Jian was quicker. Brother Chen, leave these fools to me. Yang Jian, with his imposing stature, had been overlooked by Chen Chao during the earlier confrontation. In mere moments, he subdued the bodyguards, leaving the banquet attendees in shock. They had never witnessed such a swift display of combat. It seemed as if Yang Jian merely raised his hand, and the fight was over. Chen Chao was not surprised. After all, Yang Jian was extraordinary. During the altercation, Chen Chao noted that Yang Jian had not exerted himself at all. His innate strength rendered the bodyguards helpless. Brother, I appreciate your effort. Yang Jian waved it off. It's nothing. I couldn't just stand by like a decorative piece. Chen Chao smiled, then turned his gaze toward the president. So, do you still have any objections? The president, seeing Chen Chao approach, hastily retreated 2 steps. Stay back, Chen Chao mocked. With such cowardice, you aspire to emulate others in thievery? You would be better off robbing candy from children on the street. At least that would be less disgraceful. With that, he and Yang Jian exited the banquet. Once outside the hall, Chen Chao yanked off his tie. This thing is so constricting, he complained, then turned to Yang Jian. Brother, we didn't even get a meal at that banquet. Let us go grab some skewers. At the mention of skewers, Yang Jian's eyes lit up. Absolutely. With that, Chen Chao and Yang Jian departed with flair, leaving the members of the chamber exchanging bewildered glances. President, Chen Chao's bodyguard is remarkably formidable. He seems like a martial artist. Where could such a young man find such a powerful warrior? Unbeknownst to them, a shared thought began to form. Had they perhaps crossed paths with the wrong individual? The events of that evening reached Chen Jinlong's ears, and upon hearing the account, his expression darkened. The invitation to Chen Chao had originally been instigated by him, and he was astonished that Chen Chao had emerged unscathed. Brother Chen Chao's bodyguard is too powerful. Our men are utterly no match for him. The president appeared frightened, scarcely daring to meet Chen Jinlong's gaze. Chen Jinlong tapped his fingers lightly on the table, then said, If brute force fails, we shall employ a subtler approach. After attending the banquet, Chen Chao had not enjoyed a moment's peace as members of the chamber began to conspire against him. With Chen Jinlong's interference, Chen Chao's company began to encounter various issues. Reports were frequently made against his business, and audits became a common occurrence. Additionally, a wave of online smear campaigns emerged, with derogatory remarks and accusations that seemed to be mere copy-paste efforts. Although dealing with these minor troubles is cumbersome, it is not overwhelmingly burdensome. However, the business association, noticing Chen Chao's lack of response, immediately intensified their efforts to suppress him. One day, during a class, Chen Chao received a message from his assistant. The company's entrance had been splattered with ink, and offensive phrases had been plastered on the door. Although he reported it to the police, they merely issued a verbal warning. Chen Chao quickly deduced the situation when he confronted the business association. He was met with hostility and was rudely expelled by a bald man before he could even enter. What are you doing? You're not a member of the association. So why do you think you can barge in here? The bald man's disdainful tone made Chen Chao furrow his brow in irritation. You sent someone to sabotage my business. I came here seeking an explanation. The bald man laughed mockingly. Do you have any evidence? Without it, you're merely making baseless accusations. Numerous onlookers paused to watch the exchange, some even recording it on their phones. Listen, Chen Chao. Refrain from making a fool of yourself here. Who knows what unsavory deeds you've committed that have led to this? Now, leave at once. With that, he slammed the door in Chen Chao's face. Chapter 8. Assisting in retribution. Fuming with indignation, Chen Chao's face flushed crimson. But he realized he had no evidence to prove their wrongdoing. With no other options, he turned to leave. For days, he had been grappling with how to deal with the business association, which had left him feeling quite agitated. Just as he was pondering a strategy, he received a private message. Brother Chen, my recent performance has been excellent, and I've secured some time off to visit you. Soon. His assistant appeared at the office door with a plainly dressed man. Boss, this gentleman wishes to see you. Chen Chao quickly rose and gestured for the man to sit. Brother Poverty, what brings you down to the mortal realm? Chen Chao was momentarily taken aback upon receiving the message from Brother Poverty, and he was surprised to see him in person. Brother Poverty appeared to be of a similar age to Chen Chao, and on the street, he could easily be mistaken for a university student. I inquired about your whereabouts from Yangjian and came directly to find you. Chen Chao nodded. So, brother, what brings you to me? Brother Poverty hesitated before admitting, I wish to be as popular as the other deities. Brother Poverty sighed. As the god of poverty, few hold me in esteem. The god of wealth is far more beloved. Everyone worships him, and his offerings far surpass mine. I'm truly envious. I recall you also host live streams. Indeed, but I lack any unique qualities, and no one buys anything during my streams. Chen Chao considered this. It was indeed a valid point. The offerings Brother Poverty received were scant, and should he incur substantial debts, he might have to seek refuge with the King of Ghosts. With earnest eyes, Brother Poverty implored Chen Chao, Brother Chen, haven't you devised solutions for many deities? Is there hope for someone like me? Chen Chao regarded him with a pained expression. Brother, your situation is rather intricate. I understand, but you must help me. As Brother Poverty's hopeful gaze met his, inspiration struck Chen Chao. He slapped his thigh and exclaimed, I have a brilliant idea. What is it? Chen Chao smiled. It's simple. I will help you launch a retribution service. Brother Poverty looked perplexed and asked, could you elaborate, dear brother? Chen Chao clapped Brother Poverty on the shoulder, saying, it's been a while since you descended to the mortal realm, hasn't he it? Let us go out to eat while we discuss this. Upon hearing there would be food, Brother Poverty eagerly nodded. But remember to control your divine powers. We wouldn't want the restaurant to collapse before we finish our meal. Brother Poverty assured him, absolutely. There are regulations in the heavenly court that prevent me from recklessly using my powers. With that settled, Chen Chao took Brother Poverty to a grand restaurant, and they dined while discussing the plan. However, Chen Chao soon realized that deities possess a considerable appetite. Even Brother Poverty, appearing slender, managed to consume an extravagant meal worth thousands. Brother, the retribution service is quite straightforward. Your abilities can influence others' fortunes. As long as you confirm someone has done wrong, you simply visit their home. Is it really that simple? Chen Chao nodded. If successful, not only will you gain merit, but you will also attract followers and become well-liked. Truly a trifecta of benefits. Brother Poverty pondered this for a moment, then nodded in agreement. But where will I find clients? Chen Chao grinned. Well, I will be your first customer. Intrigued, Brother Poverty asked, who do you wish to target? A member of the local business association. They have plotted against me, disrupted my business, and maliciously slandered me online for days. Such audacity? Brother Poverty exclaimed, momentarily forgetting his food as he set it down. Seriousness etched on his face. Rest assured, I will handle this matter for you. Chen Chao felt a surge of gratitude. Thank you, Brother Poverty. If it weren't for Brother Yang Jian's assistance last time, I would have been at a loss. Brother Poverty smiled. You have been so generous to us deities. It is only natural for us to assist you. Once I fulfill this commission, remember to invite Yang Jian. The three of us shall celebrate. After Chen Chao provided Brother Poverty with the names and descriptions of the business association members, Brother Poverty set to work. For promotional purposes, He pretended to apply for a tutoring position at one of the members' homes. Brother Poverty's youthful appearance led to him being promptly hired after a brief interview. Everything proceeded smoothly, and Chen Chao watched as Brother Poverty's live stream garnered considerable attention. Viewers were keenly interested in the outcome of the retribution, closely monitoring Brother Poverty's channel. Within just a few days, the targeted member indeed encountered difficulties. What did you say? The company's stock has plummeted? The supplier absconded with the funds? The last batch of materials was defective and unusable? The man was fraught with anxiety, unaware that Brother Poverty's live stream was broadcasting his turmoil to the audience. Viewers were astonished, and the barrage of comments nearly overwhelmed the screen. Brother Poverty struggled to keep up. Isn't this a case of poetic justice? Indeed, it is karma. I am an employee of that man. He frequently delays our salaries. Unbelievable. Such inhumanity. Chen Chao, noticing the tips rolling in, transferred 2/3 of the earnings to Brother Poverty's newly opened account. After all, one could not overlook financial gains in the mortal realm. The following day, the man dismissed Brother Poverty, even slashing his pay by half. Your teaching isn't that great. My son's grades haven't improved. What I've paid you is already generous. The man was entirely oblivious that all his remarks were being live-streamed. Viewers erupted in outrage, condemning him as miserly and lacking humanity. Meanwhile, Brother Poverty was quite pleased. After leaving the man's residence, he raised his phone to the camera and cheerfully declared, "This is my first commission, which has been successfully completed. If anyone requires retribution, simply message me. That is a promising service. I want the next turn. Wait your turn. I should go first." Brother Poverty chuckled. "Only if I confirm the other party has committed wrongdoings will I accept the commission. I will not take on any requests that do not meet the criteria." Chapter 81. A new scheme. The god of poverty's business swiftly expanded, particularly due to his cherubic visage, which captivated many. Observing the god of poverty's newfound popularity, Chen Chao felt he had alleviated the deity's troubles. It was a dual victory for him, as he also managed to teach the merchants a lesson. They ought to have known the perils of speaking recklessly. Having resolved a challenging predicament, Chen Chao took the god of poverty and Yang Jian on a delightful culinary adventure. "It seems you've undergone quite a transformation in such a short time, old Yang. Life on earth appears to be treating you splendidly," the god of poverty jested. "Indeed, it's quite enjoyable to spend time with the children. I feel rejuvenated. The village children are innocent and eager to learn, unlike those pampered ones who resort to trickery." Yang Jian replied. He was able to garner considerable faith offerings from these children, so even with a reduction in live broadcasts, it hardly affected him. Chen Chao chuckled. "A day in heaven equates to a year on earth. You've been down here for nearly 2 months, while only a few hours have passed above." The god of poverty lamented while sipping his drink. This encapsulates the disparity between the celestial realm and the earthly realm. "However, I am laboring diligently. Otherwise, how could I descend so swiftly?" Yang Jian reassured him. "Rest assured, once you descend, you shall lead a carefree life." The god of poverty agreed. "Indeed, I have only been here a few days, and I have already grown fond of this place. Modern society is remarkable." Chen Chao encouraged, "Brother, if you follow my guidance, you will soon be a star." The god of poverty, brimming with pride, exclaimed, "Of course. You wouldn't believe it, but while strolling down the street, someone actually asked for my contact information. I nearly burst out laughing. When did I ever receive such attention thousands of years ago?" Chen Chao understood the god of poverty's sentiment. In the mortal realm, people traditionally welcomed the god of wealth while shunning the god of poverty. It was natural for him to be less favored. Yet, times had changed. This was an era that valued appearances. As long as one was not unpleasant to behold, popularity was almost guaranteed. The trio enjoyed drinks and songs together. Chen Chao noted that these deities were more trendy than he had anticipated, effortlessly belting out contemporary tunes. After a day of revelry with the god of poverty and Yang Jian, they went their separate ways. Initially, Chen Chao believed that the merchants would quiet down, allowing him some respite. However, he was soon confronted by Chen Jinlong, the very individual who had previously mocked him at the Merchant Association's entrance. Chen Jinlong had nearly faced bankruptcy, but fortunately managed to avert disaster at the last moment. Yet, the man who had once assisted Chen Jinlong had no desire to confront Chen Chao any longer. He conveyed his intentions to Chen Jinlong post-haste. "Brother Chen, it's not that I refuse to assist you, but Chen Chao is simply too formidable. I have limited resources, and I must consider my children as future," he stated before abruptly ending the call. Chen Jinlong furiously smashed his phone against the ground, prompting a nearby lackey to hastily retrieve it. "Brother Chen, the merchants fear Chen Chao. Should we resort to a more aggressive approach?" "He isn't that extraordinary," the lackey suggested. Chen Jinlong glared at him and retorted, "Silence. Do you truly believe that Chen Chao is so easily dealt with? His bodyguard is a skilled martial artist capable of dispatching multiple adversaries alone. You would merely be walking into a slaughter. The lackey felt unjustly reprimanded but remained silent, recognizing Chen Jinlong's authority. He racked his brain for a solution and suddenly proposed. Brother Chen, why not start your own influencer company to compete with Chen Chao's? Upon hearing this, Chen Jinlong's face lit up with a smile. Finally, after all this time, you've provided me with a brilliant idea. Without delay, he leveraged his connections to establish a streaming company. With this new venture, he could recruit a cadre of attractive influencers, leaving Chen Chao at a disadvantage. The more Chen Jinlong contemplated it, the more delighted he became. He had ample financial resources. And as this industry was burgeoning, toppling Chen Chao's company would be a monumental achievement. You all better devise a plan to poach Chen Chao's employees. Failure to do so will render you unwelcome in this city, he ordered with finality. His subordinates, eager to prove themselves, set out with a clear objective to target the overlooked employees, as the loyalty of veteran staff would be challenging to breach, even with lucrative offers. At that moment, Chen Chao remained oblivious to Chen Jinlong's machinations until 3 days later, when he learned that some employees had been poached. When this news reached him, he initially thought he was still dreaming. Are you certain? He asked incredulously. His assistant promptly affirmed, absolutely, there's no way I would deceive you regarding such a matter. Chen Chao immediately began investigating the company and nearly shattered his mouse upon discovering that Chen Jinlong was the registrant. Boss, what should we do? While they are merely low-level employees, they possess valuable insights into our operations, posing a significant risk, his assistant expressed anxiously. Rubbing his temples, Chen Chao replied, I understand. Don't worry, I will handle this. After his assistant departed, Chen Chao searched for Chen Jinlong's company on Weibo. He noted the influencer schedules that closely mirrored his own company's promotions. Believing he treated his employees well and provided excellent benefits, Chen Chao was taken aback that someone had genuinely been swayed. Growing increasingly troubled, he decided to vent his frustrations in the Celestial group chat. Someone is poaching my employees and copying my work. The deities quickly responded. Poaching? Is it that Jinlong streaming company? Did you receive a private message from them? I did as well, exclaimed Zhu Beiji. Someone offered me a high salary to join their company as a streamer, claiming they could make me famous. I thought it was a scam, he continued. We're not being approached? Inquired the Queen Mother, puzzled. Chen Chao quickly checked the data and discovered that only those deities with a modest following had received messages. Recently, the Queen Mother had altered her streaming direction, resulting in a gradual rise in popularity. Hence, Chen Jinlong had not chosen her. Furrowing his brow, Chen Chao concluded, this individual intends to sabotage my company. The other deities reassured him, fear not, Brother Chen. We will definitely not accept such offers. That amount is merely a pittance for us, no matter how enticing. We will not be swayed. We are not in need of money. Fuming, Chen Chao declared, this is unacceptable. I cannot let this slide. I must teach him a lesson. Chapter 82. The malevolent object suddenly. The god of poverty interjected, startling Chen Chao. The other deities had been following the god of poverty's live streams and found his suggestion quite fitting. The god of poverty is perfect for this. He can ensnare without a trace. I agree. Remember to inform me when you go live. Let us ensure he receives a proper lesson. After contemplating for a moment, Chen Chao deemed the plan viable and consented to the god of poverty's proposal. However, this time, the god of poverty intended to record rather than broadcast live. Brother god of poverty, please ensure your safety, Chen Chao urged. The god of poverty patted Chen Chao's shoulder, declaring, fear not. When the god of poverty intervenes, one is as potent as two. All right. Let us not make him suffer too greatly. A valuable lesson will suffice. No problem. That very day, the god of poverty flew to Chen Jinlong's residence. Observing a faint golden aura enveloping the exterior, he found it peculiar. He snapped a picture before attempting to enter the yard. Yet, just as he reached for the doorknob, a beam of golden light obstructed his path. Fortunately, the god of poverty dodged quickly. Otherwise, he might have suffered injury from the radiant barrier. Furrowing his brow, the god of poverty attempted to enter several times, only to be met with the same result. If he couldn't even enter the door, then enacting his plan would be utterly impossible. Upon receiving the god of poverty's call while attending a high-level mathematics class, Chen Chao discreetly excused himself after exchanging a few words with his classmates. Brother Chiong, are you in such a hurry to summon me because something has happened? Of course. I wouldn't seek you out without reason. Let's find a place to sit down. Chen Chao nodded and led Chiong to the school cafeteria, treating him to a meal. What is the matter? After swallowing the last bite of his food, Chiong, with a grave expression, said, I cannot enter Chen Jinlong's home. What? How is that possible? Chen Chao initially found it hard to believe, yet the reality was as such. Chiong continued solemnly, when I approached Chen Jinlong's house, a beam of golden light obstructed my way. Golden light? Indeed, if it were merely ordinary golden light, it would pose no threat to me. However, after several attempts, I discovered that this light could indeed harm me. Chen Chao was taken aback. It was astonishing that something within Chen Jinlong's home could injure a deity. Brother Qiong, what exactly emitted this golden light? Did you investigate? Do you even need to ask? I circled around his house before leaving, and the issue lies within his living room. What do you mean? There is a golden Buddha inside, certainly not from the central plains. Otherwise, I would not have been obstructed. Chen Chao stared at Qiong in bewilderment, clearly still processing the information. Brother, if it's not from the central plains, then where is it from? The world has more than just the central plains. There are also those from the South Seas. Although that golden Buddha radiates light, it is also surrounded by a hint of malevolence. That sounds like a sinister object. Qiong nodded. Yes, it is not impossible. But if that is the case, things could become troublesome. Chen Chao grasped the implication behind Qiong's words. If that were true, Chen Jinlong would be a formidable opponent. I understand now. Brother Qiong, you've worked hard. Qiong waved his hand dismissively. What is the trouble? The meals at your school cafeteria are quite decent. Just treat me again next time. No problem. After sending Qiong off, Chen Chao shared the incident in the deity group chat. The deities engaged in fervent discussion, all predicting that Chen Jinlong would face retribution. Why do they all say that? Chen Chao asked, puzzled. Taishang Laojun, Brother Chen Chao, in the mythologies you've heard, how many deities retaliate against mortals? Sun Wukong, the old man speaks the truth. We only punish the wicked. The virtuous are treated with kindness. Is the cost of life that severe? Chen Chao exclaimed in astonishment. As a youth of the new era, if not for accidentally being drawn into this deity group, he would not have believed in such supernatural matters. Hearing these words now, he surprisingly felt a twinge of sympathy for Chen Jinlong. Sinister objects could indeed fulfill certain desires, often more swiftly than appealing to righteous deities. After contemplating for a moment, Chen Chao asked, so, I just need to ignore it for now? Precisely, do not concern yourself with him. Such individuals will not qualify for the underworld in the future. Those who suffer must also harbor faults. Possessing what they should not will only invite retribution. Chen Chao understood, feeling a sense of relief. However, just a few days later, Yang Jian's phone call came in. Brother Chen Chao, it's bad news. The Jade Buddha has been stolen again. What? Both of them are gone? Not quite. One remains, locked away in a cabinet with a binding spell. Chen Chao sighed. Second brother, why didn't you place a binding on the other one as well? That would have been careless. Who knew they would dare to steal again? Chen Chao hastily went to find Yang Jian, and, upon seeing the disarray of the room, he had no choice but to call the police. Observing the officer's demeanor, Chen Chao felt a surge of frustration but swallowed his anger. A young officer quietly remarked to Chen Chao, you have provoked someone you shouldn't have. After saying this, he followed the lead officer out. Frowning, Chen Chao thought that even without the officer's words, he could easily guess who was responsible. Second brother, I recall you placed a tracking spell on the Jade Buddha. Can you sense its location now? Yang Jian smacked his forehead. How could I forget that? Just a moment. He chanted a spell, but after 3 minutes, he still could not ascertain the Jade Buddha's whereabouts. This is bad. My spell has been broken, and now I have no idea where the Jade Buddha is gone. However, Chen Chao quickly regained his composure. He was acquainted with more deities than just Yang Jian. Chen Jinlong had merely sought the aid of a South Sea sorcerer. Yet he had a multitude of deities supporting him. You wish to challenge me? How audacious. Seeing Chen Chao's calm demeanor, Yang Jian realized he had a plan. Brother Chen Chao, have you thought of a solution? Of course, I am not one to be trifled with. He has already mounted my back and is acting with impunity. Must I endure this? What do you intend to do? Let him experience firsthand what it means to reap what he sows. Chapter 83. Evil begets evil. After bidding farewell to Yang Jian, Chen Chao directly headed up the mountain to seek his master, Tongtian Jiaozhu. It seemed Tongtian Jiaozhu had anticipated Chen Chao's visit, for upon entering the private chamber led by a young acolyte, Chen Chao noticed 2 cups of steaming tea awaiting him on the table. Master, it has been so long since I last visited. Are you upset? Flattery will get you nowhere. I am aware of your recent endeavors. If I were to blame you, would it not be to blame the deities above? Although his thoughts had been exposed, Chen Chao felt a surge of delight. Master, you surely know that I have come to seek your guidance, right? Naturally. Chen Chao flattered. Master, you possess such profound foresight. As Chen Chao's master, Tongtian Jiaozhu's abilities were extraordinary, not only mastering various schools of thought but also excelling in them. Chen Chao considered himself fortunate to be a disciple of such a formidable figure. He believed that experiencing such serendipity in this life must be the result of countless good deeds in his past life. Since becoming engrossed in running his company, Chen Chao had less time to visit the mountains. Now, simply breathing the fresh air made him feel rejuvenated. You did not come here merely to admire the mountain scenery, did you? Chen Chao awkwardly replied, Master, it has been so long since my last visit. Please allow me this moment of enjoyment. What about Chen Jinlong? Of course, he must be dealt with. However, he is like a grasshopper in autumn. After this time, he will be unable to leap again. Sipping his tea, Tong Tian Jiaozhu remarked, however, the South Sea sorcerer he has summoned is not easily dealt with. Chen Chao quickly inquired, Master, what do you know about this? Not much, but I have calculated everything that is generally known. Hearing this from his master, Chen Chao's face brightened with admiration. Master, you are truly remarkable. When will I ever reach your level? Tong Tian Jiaozhu gazed at Chen Chao meaningfully, perhaps in a few hundred years. Chen Chao's spirits dampened, forget it. Let us not discuss that. I have but a few decades to live, which is merely a fleeting moment for you. Tong Tian Jiaozhu remained non-committal. Then let us discuss Chen Jinlong. Very well, Master, please tell me. I am all ears. With curiosity, Chen Chao asked, Master, does that mean there is a way to break it? Indeed, as long as we identify the weakness, we can swiftly find a resolution. Then please, Master, tell me. Tong Tian Jiaozhu wore a mysterious expression. Recently, my back has been aching. Chen Chao was momentarily taken aback by this remark, only to react after a few seconds. Tong Tian Jiaozhu wore a satisfied smile and said, it is quite simple. I remember you possess a talent for drawing talismans. Here, take these and draw accordingly. After receiving 3 talismans, Chen Chao carefully tucked them away. Using black dog blood to draw them will suffice. The incantation is Tong Tian Tongdi, Sihai Jiesher. Is it truly that simple? Tong Tian Jiaozhu nodded. Do not underestimate its simplicity. Just drawing this talisman could take you an entire day. Is it really that difficult? Seeing Chen Chao's disbelief, Tong Tian Jiaozhu revealed a faint smile. He watched Chen Chao in silence until he finished the tea in front of him, after which a young acolyte escorted him down the mountain. The symbols appeared deceptively simple. Yet it was only after Chen Chao personally attempted them that he comprehended the meaning behind his master's amused expression. Despite possessing a modicum of talent, mastering talismans was far from straightforward. Chen Chao spent an hour practicing with a brush on paper, ultimately producing a single acceptable piece. To avoid disappointing his master, he dedicated an entire night to relentless practice. The following morning, when he arrived at class, his classmates were taken aback. Chen Chao, you look utterly drained. Have you been out with a beauty? It certainly seems that way. Chen Chao, utterly speechless, responded, I've been studying late into the night. What do you know? A glance exchanged among his peers revealed their skepticism. After 2 or 3 days of practice, Chen Chao finally mustered the courage to visit the dog meat market to procure black dog blood. I'm sorry, dear dog. I shall pray for you. Hoping you reincarnate into a kind family, he murmured as he bowed before the lifeless body of the black dog, before accepting the blood from the vendor. That very afternoon, he inscribed 10 talismans. With these talismans in hand, a profound sense of security enveloped him. However, after a few days, he began to sense something amiss. An inexplicable discomfort plagued his body, as if someone had cast a spell upon him. At night, he experienced the sensation of being suppressed in his sleep. This unsettling state persisted for several nights, prompting Chen Chao to grow increasingly vigilant. Something was indeed awry. Seizing a moment, he sought out Yang Jian. As Yang Jian approached, he immediately furrowed his brow. Little brother Chen, your brow is dark, and the holy fire on your shoulder flickers ominously. Has something transpired? You feel it too? Chen Chao replied, I've sensed something off these past few days, but I couldn't identify the cause, which is why I came to you. Yang Jian circled Chen Chao, quickly discerning the truth. Someone is employing dark sorcery against you. Chen Chao's brow knit in response. Well, I was wondering why Chen Jinlong had been so quiet lately. It seems he has already begun his schemes. Yang Jian extended his hand, intending to dispel the malevolent energy enveloping Chen Chao. Yet it evaded his grasp as if it possessed a consciousness of its own. Impressive, this is no simple matter. Little brother Chen, how do you plan to confront them? Chen Chao produced a talisman, declaring, My master informed me that they belong to a third-rate sect, lacking in formidable spells. And he has already taught me how to counter them. Upon seeing the yellow talisman, Yang Jian instantly recognized its significance. A valuable item, without a doubt. Of course, if it were ordinary, why would my master bother to teach me how to create it? Chen Chao held the yellow talisman delicately between his fingers, reciting the incantation. The talisman ignited spontaneously, transforming into azure smoke that dissipated into the air. Suddenly, a chilling scream pierced the silence. Master Ming, are you all right? Chapter 84. Following the clue, Chen Jinlong watched in horror as the South Sea sorcerer suddenly coughed up blood, nearly toppling from the sofa. Our curse has been discovered. That was a backlash from the spell, the sorcerer explained, panic evident in his voice. How could Chen Chao have detected it so swiftly? Perhaps he has found someone formidable. Chen Jinlong, observing the sorcerer's bloodied state, felt a twinge of doubt. Master Ming, Are you unhurt? I've sustained some injuries, but I shall recover shortly. Yet you previously assured me we would remain undetected. The South Sea sorcerer sat cross-legged, muttering an incomprehensible incantation, ignoring Chen Jinlong entirely. Chen Jinlong, having a temper of his own, was displeased by the sorcerer's behavior. He turned to his subordinates, exclaiming, "Is this the master you sought? What an arrogant demeanor! After all I've invested, am I to treat him like royalty?" His subordinate hastily interjected, "Brother Chen, please refrain from such remarks. This master is quite esteemed. Those known as Master Ming in the South Sea are few and far between." Chen Jinlong frowned, "And what of it? It seems utterly futile now. Brother Chen, please remain patient. Once the master recovers, we may inquire further." Meanwhile, Chen Chao remained bewildered, turning to Yang Jian. "Did you hear anything just now?" "No." "What did you hear?" Yang Jian replied. "It sounded like a scream, as if someone was bleeding. That's likely because you were the one casting the spell, thus you alone could hear it." Chen Chao's expression shifted to understanding. "Ah, so that's how it is. I thought I was hallucinating." Yang Jian chuckled. "Your master possesses extraordinary abilities. How could he teach you ineffective spells?" "Indeed, I must express my gratitude to my master," Chen Chao mused. The distant figure of the celestial master, atop the mountain, nodded in satisfaction upon hearing this. Presently, he was relishing the massage device gifted by Chen Chao, feeling utterly content. Yang Jian clapped Chen Chao on the shoulder, stating, "The dark energy surrounding you is dissipating. It appears the one who cursed you has suffered greatly." Curiously, Chen Chao inquired, "What effects does the curse have?" "Initially, it brings misfortune, followed by various accidents, persisting until your demise, at which point the curse will cease." Hearing this, Chen Chao's brow furrowed deeply. While he was aware of Chen Jinlong's intent to harm him, he had not anticipated it would escalate to such lethal extremes. Although he had not intended to take drastic measures, now that Chen Jinlong sought his death, he could no longer afford to wait idly. "Brother, can you help me trace the source of this dark energy?" Yang Jian furrowed his brow. It's challenging to pinpoint. He likely possesses a talisman that conceals his movements. After all these years, South Sea sorcerers remain quite unsophisticated. Chen Chao chuckled. "Brother, have you clashed with them before?" "Why would I? Even a mere breath from me could fell them all." Chen Chao had no doubts about Yang Jian's capabilities, as he inherently possessed such strength. Ultimately, Yang Jian provided Chen Chao with a general location, leaving the rest to Chen Chao's initiative. However, Chen Chao felt confident in his ability to locate it. After several days of talisman practice, he sensed a significant enhancement in his power. Now, as he walked the streets, he could faintly perceive the energies emanating from buildings. He recalled the wealth god mentioning that Chen Jinlong's villa was surrounded by a golden aura, intertwined with dark energy. Surveying the surroundings, he found only ordinary white energy, devoid of any golden-tinged structures. Based on Yang Jian's calculations, the vicinity was indeed correct. Chen Jinlong's villa lay nearby, making it highly probable. Just as Chen Chao traversed another block, he finally spotted the house enveloped in golden light. The dark energy was faint. Without careful observation, it would be nearly imperceptible. Approaching for a closer inspection, he peered into the courtyard. Initially, he discerned nothing unusual, but upon glimpsing inside, he noticed a man seated in a room facing south. The man wore an odd Taoist robe adorned with sinister patterns. Chen Chao surmised this must be the South Sea sorcerer. However, if he were to barge in unannounced, complications would surely arise, not to mention his uncertainty regarding Chen Jinlong's presence. Thus, he refrained from acting impulsively. After several days of observation, he finally rang the doorbell of Chen Jinlong's residence. Through his surveillance, he learned that Chen Jinlong did not frequently reside there. However, he spent 2 to 3 days each week at the villa, while the remainder of the time he mingled with others elsewhere. It seemed the presence of a South Sea sorcerer indeed constrained Chen Jinlong. After 3 knocks, the South Sea sorcerer finally opened the door. Upon discerning who was outside, the sorcerer from Nanyang swiftly closed the door. Chen Chao, with remarkable agility, prevented the door from shutting, for had he delayed even a moment longer, his hand would have been caught. "Is there something you require?" Chen Chao inquired with a smile. "I am not here to engage in idle chatter. It was Chen Jinlong who sent you to cast a spell upon me, was it not?" Recognizing that Chen Chao had come prepared, the sorcerer relinquished his grip. "Would you care to come in and converse?" Chen Chao raised an eyebrow and followed the sorcerer inside. "My name is Aji. Although this is our first encounter, I am not unfamiliar with you." Chen Chao coldly surveyed Chen Jinlong's residence and remarked, "Such a vast abode yet devoid of any servants?" "I prefer tranquility and dislike being disturbed," Aji replied, pouring a cup of tea for Chen Chao. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Chao pushed the teacup away and stated, "You have yet to recover from the backlash of your spell from a few days ago, have you?" Aji responded coolly, "You are indeed more formidable than I anticipated." Even in Nanyang, few can detect my incantations. That merely reflects your inadequacy. It was only a matter of time before you were discovered. Upon hearing this, Aji's facade of indifference was shattered. A surge of dark energy surged toward Chen Chao, only to be thwarted by a yellow talisman he swiftly produced. Aji was momentarily taken aback, clearly unprepared for Chen Chao's countermeasure.